Chapter 1. My hatred for the all-need party. Hey, Laos, yeah, World of Warcraft has returned. Wanna play? What? I have to take care of the kids. Alright then. Hey, Rabbit, World of Warcraft is back. Are you in? Damn, are you kidding me? So busy, fine. Hey, after making a round of calls, I found that my former comrades had all retired from the battlefield, entangled in the trivialities of life, unable to continue the fight. Sigh, am the only one left. I might as well give it a try. Lin Yuan sighed. Since World of Warcraft entered the domestic market in 2005, Lin Yuan, then a university student, had begun his adventures in Azeroth. He had experienced the exhilaration of the opening of the gates of Encourage and secretly scorned that guild leader who forsook his comrades for the sake of a Brotherhood sword. Although he desired it as well, he had fought alongside his allies from the Alliance, battling through the Outland to the icy realms of Northrend. Having played as a demon hunter and even confronted the parasital wretch, he endured the trials of Deathwing and visited the mysterious land of Pandaria to frolic with pandas. He had charged alongside the Alliance leaders and waved flags behind the Queen. From the inception of his first profession as a druid to the later adoption of a Death Knight, Lin Yuan had explored every class. Since acquiring riding skills at level 20 and purchasing his first horse, Lin Yuan had almost gathered all mounts. Once upon a time, he had nearly gone bankrupt grinding Karazhan for the Midnight Mount, and for the Invincible Mount, he had reformed the Wayward Prince. For the Phoenix, even the Prince was prepared to abdicate. It could be said that the entirety of World of Warcraft was an irreplaceable part of Lin Yuan's youth. However, as the game evolved with updates, the content became increasingly abundant, yet the playability diminished and the number of friends to play alongside dwindled. Eventually, the gaming company foolishly withdrew from the domestic market. Thus, Lin Yuan bid a final farewell to the world of Azeroth. Until this year, when World of Warcraft made a return, reopening with the beloved Wrath of the Lich King expansion. Therefore, Lin Yuan began to rally his friends in preparation for another battle in Azeroth. Regrettably, his comrades had succumbed to the burdens of life, some surrendering, others falling. Left to his own devices, Lin Yuan ventured alone into Azeroth. After some idle thoughts, Lin Yuan opened the downloaded game. The familiar interface, the known classes, the well-remembered queue screen. Damn, if I have to wait in line this long, I might as well not return. Lin Yuan cursed upon seeing the queue time of 3 hours. In Indy, back in the day, we also waited for hours, and now here I am again, waiting for hours. This return is truly a complete joke. But there was no other option. This wasn't a mouse paradise where one could buy VIP tickets to skip the line. He had to wait obediently. After a long wait, when he finally entered the server, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and decided to choose the Alliance. Mwahaha. Lin Yuan grinned mischievously. Hordes prepared to face the wrath of the Alliance. As for his profession, he once again selected his favorite druid. Upon successfully entering the game, the nostalgia hit him. Multiple players attacking a single monster, and fighting over quest mobs took ages. With a seasoned player status, Lin Yuan swiftly completed task after task. To this moment, who among us isn't a seasoned player? Each one fiercely competing for monsters, making it exceedingly difficult for Lin Yuan to complete his tasks. That a century later, after several hours of relentless struggle, Lin Yuan finally reached level 15, granting him access to dungeons, thus liberating him from the need to vie for monsters with that unruly rabble. The random dungeon feature was originally introduced by World of Warcraft to expedite the pace of the game and minimize the time players spent gathering teams. It allowed players to be matched with others by the system for dungeon runs, emphasizing simplicity and convenience. However, the unfolding events were far from what Lin Yuan had envisioned. In the following days, he felt the deep-seated malice of the dungeon matching mechanism. During his quests, he encountered an array of seasoned players, each executing their skills with remarkable finesse. Yet, upon entering the random dungeon, he found himself matched with a motley crew. There were tanks incapable of holding aggro, healers who couldn't keep anyone alive, and damage dealers who merely stood idly by. Add to the chaos. There were those who wandered off, inadvertently pulling additional enemies and leading to total wipes. Lin Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that the difficulty of these random dungeons surpassed even that of his early days of exploration. Finally, after more than a week of arduous efforts, Lin Yuan reached the maximum level and breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to tackle raids for gear. However, after yet another all-night session of dungeon runs, he found himself exasperated. Seriously, you XXXXX moronic loot hoarders. What on earth does a cloth-wearing mage need with leather armor? Lin Yuan erupted in a fit of rage, rising abruptly as he contemplated smashing his keyboard. Suddenly, he was enveloped in darkness, with only a single thought resonating in his mind. I'm getting too old for all-nighters. Time passed, though he could not discern how long it's so hot. Lin Yuan felt himself surrounded by an oppressive heat, as if trapped within a colossal furnace. A burning sensation coursed through his body, his lips cracked, and his throat parched, as if scorched by flames. Have I died? Weakly, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and struggled to sit up from the sand, realizing he was surrounded by grains of sand, with a massive dune looming beside him. A desert? Am I in hell? Bewildered, Lin Yuan pondered. Having committed no grave sins, why was he condemned to such a fate? Licking his cracked lips, he began to crawl toward the summit of the dune. After a strenuous climb, he reached the top, gazing out into the vast expanse before him. A seemingly endless desert stretched out, a stark contrast to his expectations of hell. Have I transcended to another realm? Lin Yuan felt a flicker of confusion. Regardless, my immediate priority is survival. I must find a water source. Upon cresting another dune, he suddenly spotted a hint of green in the distance. An oasis? Or merely a mirage? I must investigate. Remaining here is tantamount to death. Lin Yuan felt a surge of hope. With cracked lips, he slowly made his way toward the verdant site. After about half an hour of arduous trekking, the green began to grow larger and clearer. It's an oasis. Lin Yuan couldn't help but quicken his pace. After traversing for another half hour, the oasis finally came into full view before him. I'm saved. Thank you, heavens. Lin Yuan felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Chapter 2. Talent. Before him lay a modest oasis, yet it brimmed with vitality and exuberance. As Lin Yuan approached, he immediately spotted a small lake nestled within the oasis. Its waters crystal clear, revealing fish darting about beneath the surface. Quickening his pace, Lin Yuan dashed to the lake's edge, cupping the refreshing water in his hands and drinking deeply. After quenching his thirst, he splashed his face to awaken his dulled senses, which had succumbed to the heat and dehydration. Finding a shaded spot beneath a tree, he sat down to contemplate his current predicament. It seemed he had traversed to another realm. A glance into the lake's reflection confirmed his appearance remained unchanged, still handsome, but remarkably youthful. He patted his stomach, noticing the absence of any excess, and ran his fingers through his hair, which now flourished abundantly. If this were indeed a hellish realm. The perks were astonishing, transforming one's youth and promoting hair growth. Were programmers to learn of this, they would surely vie for a place here with fervor. Lin Yuan chuckled to himself, his disposition always inclined towards a carefree acceptance of fate, a bit like a drifting sea cucumber. He firmly believed that when a ship reaches the bridge, it will find its way. After years of immersing himself in the tales of transmigration, he could not fathom a true fan of the genre not preparing for the possibility of a journey to another world. What kind of realm was this? He fervently hoped it was not a mundane start, but rather one of invincibility. Above all, he wished to avoid a narrative rife with suffering. He pondered the presence of any extraordinary abilities. After scanning his surroundings, he felt nothing unusual. The sun warmed his skin, but he did not possess superhuman traits. What a pity. Inspecting his hands, he found no rings or magical artifacts. It seemed the old man with the rings was absent as well. Is there a system? He mused, but received no response. Suddenly, a screen materialized before him, startling his senses. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Race, human. Occupation, druid. Equipment, none. Talent, wildness. Skills, bear form, cheetah form, flight form, aquatic form, travel form. Life, 100. Magic, 100. The interface was simple, yet as Lin Yuan gazed upon the familiar skills, he was momentarily entranced. Was this the character panel of his druid from World of Warcraft? This was a stroke of fortune. Regaining his composure, excitement coursed through him. After all, a druid. In World of Warcraft, the druid had always been Lin Yuan's favorite class, and for good reason. It was incredibly versatile and convenient, capable of tanking, healing, engaging in melee, and ranged combat. Those attributes were not even his top preference. What truly captivated him were the transformative abilities of the druid: bear form, cheetah form, travel form, flight form, and aquatic form. Each form had its unique utility, and they were all instantaneously activated. Once upon a time, Lin Yuan relished the thrill of leaping from cliffs, transforming into flight form at the very moment of descent, soaring into the sky with unparalleled grace. He had often daydreamed about how exhilarating it would be to possess such powers in reality. Now, this wish has truly come to fruition. Yet, why is there only one wild talent? Lin Yuan flipped through the panel repeatedly, searching in vain until he finally stumbled upon several transformation skills. But he could not find the button to switch talents. Could it be due to the fact that I possessed the wild talent before my transmigration? That would be quite a significant loss. Lin Yuan felt a wave of frustration rising within him. This was no minor setback. However, having arrived at this point, he chose to accept his fate without lingering too long in distress. After all, he was here now, and at the very least, he had a golden finger, along with transformation forms that proved to be exceptionally practical. With that thought in mind, Lin Yuan resolved to test these transformation skills. As he concentrated, a magical radiance enveloped him, and with a mighty roar, a colossal bear, measuring 5 meters in length and adorned with intricate runes upon its fur, manifested before him. The giant bear rose on its hind legs and unleashed a deafening roar, sending forth an invisible wave that diminished the combat spirit of nearby targets. Then, defying the laws of physics, the bear charged swiftly toward a massive boulder. With a powerful strike from its paw, infused with magical energy, the boulder shattered into pieces. What a thrill! Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Shortly thereafter, the bear was enveloped in another flash of magical light and transformed into a sleek black panther. The panther, having just appeared, vanished again in an instant. Utilizing the skill of stealth, its speed increased, and when it re-emerged, it was already behind a large tree. With a swift swipe of its paw, a crimson glow flashed as it effortlessly tore the tree in half. With a fierce roar, the panther transformed back into Lin Yuan, who wore a satisfied expression. What an incredible experience! After such exertion, Lin Yuan felt a gnawing hunger in his belly. Glancing at the fish in the lake, he grinned mischievously. He approached the shore, leapt into the air, and once again, magical light enveloped him. With a splash, he transformed into a plump seal and dove into the water, where he effortlessly caught a large fish. Upon returning to the shore, he was surprised to find that his clothes were completely dry. Indeed, magic had its own illogical charm. Gathering some dry twigs, he recalled a fire-starting technique he had seen in a video and, after some effort, managed to ignite a flame. As he placed the fish beside the fire to roast, Lin Yuan checked his skills and activated the human tracking ability in leopard form, which allowed him to sense all humanoid creatures within a 10-mile radius. To his astonishment, he realized he was in a desolate area. There was not a soul in sight for miles. However, he remained calm. Without the druid profession, he would have undoubtedly perished in this desert. He gazed at the panel once more, pondering the most unfavorable scenario. Perhaps the heavens were playing a grand jest on him, rendering the entire planet a barren desert. However, the likelihood of such a predicament was exceedingly low, for based on the flora and fauna he had encountered thus far, it appeared he remained on Earth. After savoring the grilled fish, Lin Yuan reclined on the stone, his eyes wandering among the myriad stars, lost in contemplation. He remained uncertain of the nature of this world. Thankfully, in his previous existence, he had been a solitary figure. Yet it was rather embarrassing to have perished in a game of Warcraft. The blame lay squarely on the all-encompassing faction. They were truly insufferable. At present, his body felt remarkably youthful, brimming with vitality, far superior to when he was merely 15 in his former life. This enhancement must be attributed to the druidic profession he now embraced. He wondered if there were still rabbit families in this world, or if it remained the same as before. Ah, the vexation lingered. His fallen stars had not accompanied him. What a lamentable fate! As his thoughts meandered, Lin Yuan succumbed to slumber. Chapter 3. Another system? In the early morning, Lin Yuan was awakened by the blinding sunlight. He rose and stretched lazily, making his way to the lakeside to wash his face. Subsequently, he transformed into his aquatic form and leaped into the water, catching a fish for breakfast. After satiating his hunger and thirst, a crow soared upward from the oasis, circling above before flying off into the distance, embracing the wind that greeted him. Lin Yuan reveled in the moment. Suddenly, he noticed a winding road on the horizon, evidently man-made. As he drew closer, he discerned several jeeps traversing the path. Jeeps? It appears I am still on Earth, in modern society, yet I am uncertain of my current location. I should investigate further. With determination, Lin Yuan flapped his wings and soared towards the convoy. As he approached, he flew above the vehicles. Military trucks? Lin Yuan gazed down at the machine guns and soldiers clad in uniforms, seemingly reminiscent of those from the Eagle Nation. Am I in Eagle territory? No. That can't be. Eagle territory doesn't possess such vast deserts. Desert and Americans? This must be Camel Country. Camel Country is rather tumultuous, and the soldiers from Eagle are not easily approached. However, now that I know I am in Camel Country, it simplifies matters. If I maintain my current speed and fly in the right direction for a few hours, I should be able to return home. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan turned to depart. Suddenly, a series of voices echoed in his mind. Ding, greetings, host. I apologize for my late arrival due to traffic. Ding, binding system. Ding, super invincible all-aid skill system, binding successful. Ding, detecting that the host possesses a fragmented druid profession panel, initiating repairs. Ding, repair successful. Ding, optimizing skills. Ding, optimization countdown 168,0000. Ding, please note, skills are unavailable during optimization. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. A barrage of system notifications bombarded Lin Yuan's mind, leaving him somewhat dazed. Suddenly, he grasped a critical point. Skills unavailable during optimization? Oh no, Lin Yuan, filled with anxiety, dove towards the ground. What a ridiculous system. Not only is it late, but it also fails to allow for any preparation regarding the enhanced skills. Does it not see that I am thousands of meters in the air? If the skills fail now, I don't know if I would survive the fall. But injury is a certainty. Finally, with mere seconds remaining before the countdown concluded at 10 meters above the ground, Lin Yuan transformed into his bear form. He then plummeted directly into the sand, the force of inertia propelling him through the sand like a stone skipping across water, before finally landing in a heap. After a while, Lin Yuan emerged from the sand, covered in dust. Fortunately, his bear form was resilient, and due to the proximity to the ground, he bore only a dusty exterior without any injuries. Spitting out a mouthful of sand, Lin Yuan exclaimed, "System, come forth. Explain yourself. You nearly cost me my life." Beep. Host, I am not a mere system. I am the super invincible all-purpose auxiliary skill system. You still have the audacity to be dissatisfied? Do you not realize you almost caused my demise? Lin Yuan bellowed in anger. Beep. Host, I apologize. Today is my first day on the job, and I was nearly late, which made me a bit hasty. The system replied repeatedly with apologies. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples. All right, so you are a novice system. Fine. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Beep. Certainly, host. I am the super invincible all-purpose auxiliary skill system. As the name implies, I am designed to provide auxiliary skills. The system responded earnestly. Hearing those words was like listening to a profound discourse. Lin Yuan, with a furrowed brow, pressed for clarity, be explicit. What exactly are your capabilities? Beep. I have repaired your incomplete druid panel and can optimize and enhance your druid skills, the system declared. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with interest. My panel was incomplete? You can repair it? Does that mean I will gain access to the other two talents as well? Host, why not take a look for yourself? The system's voice faltered momentarily. All right. Lin Yuan, oblivious to the hesitation, eagerly opened his panel. Name, Lin Yuan. Age, 15. Race, human. Class, druid. Super invincible all-purpose auxiliary skill system optimized. Mana strength, 1 talents. Ferocity, healing health, 100 magic, 100 class skills, enhancing. Countdown, 167. For 9:25 system. What on earth is this mana strength? Beep. Host, you may regard mana strength as a level. With the system's repair, your panel's shackles have been lifted. As long as you exert effort, your power will know no bounds. In the future, all your skills will require support from your mana strength, and as it increases, the potency of your skills will grow. However, should your mana strength be insufficient, you will be unable to utilize your skills. Is that so? That is indeed impressive. After all, even the mightiest druids in games have their limits. Lin Yuan nodded, finding the enhancement quite agreeable. Beep. Host, I have just begun my duties, and there are many matters to attend to. I shall contact you later. Goodbye. With that, the system fell silent. Lin Yuan was left in disbelief. This system appeared rather unreliable. After standing in place for a moment, he brushed off the sand from his clothes. Feeling the scorching heat of the desert sun, licking his cracked lips, an uneasy sensation washed over him. Goodness, this system requires 7 days for optimization? You expect me to survive in this desert for a week? I want to last a single day. Lin Yuan was utterly dismayed. This system truly was not dependable. Cursing at the system, he realized he had no choice. However, the immediate concern was to find a way to save himself. Given the harsh environment and the chaotic situation with the camels, his chances of surviving until the skill optimization was completed were exceedingly slim. It seems I must first approach the soldiers I just spotted. I hope their convoy has not traveled too far. When I descended, Lin Yuan was flying directly towards the direction of the convoy, and due to the urgency of the situation, he had no time to adjust his course. Given his speed, the convoy should not have passed yet. With a sigh, Lin Yuan made his way toward the highway. The spot where he had just fallen was only a few hundred meters away. Upon reaching the roadside, the convoy soon came into view, and Lin Yuan dashed onto the road to halt the vehicles. Help! He cried. The soldiers emerged from the vehicles, weapons in hand, shouting at Lin Yuan. Who are you? Raise your hands. Bang, bang, bang. The end. Chapter 4. What? Where's this place? Lin Yuan shivered, casting aside the peculiar thoughts in his mind. He stood by the roadside, awaiting the arrival of the convoy. The American convoy soon emerged into view. The leading vehicle spotted Lin Yuan by the roadside and came to a halt. A soldier stepped out, brandishing his firearm, and approached him. Lin Yuan quickly raised his hands and cried out, "Help! I'm from Rabbit's house." Upon hearing this, the soldier's expression immediately softened. Yet he remained cautious as he searched Lin Yuan, finding no weapons on him. He then slung his gun behind him and asked, "Child, why are you here alone? Where are your family?" Feigning terror, Lin Yuan replied, "I have no family. I don't know how I ended up here. I woke up and found myself in this place." The soldier furrowed his brow and said, "Please wait a moment. I need to report this." He turned and walked back to the middle vehicle, conveying something to the occupants inside. After a brief exchange, he gestured for Lin Yuan to approach. Hastily, Lin Yuan ran over, and the soldier informed him, "The gentleman has agreed. You may board. Once we return, we will take you to Rabbit's Big S Hall." Gratefully, Lin Yuan thanked him. He then climbed into the vehicle, where he saw the gentleman the soldier had mentioned, impeccably dressed in a suit, sporting sunglasses, and adorned with a neatly groomed mustache. Lin Yuan felt a sense of familiarity, but could not quite place where he had seen him before. As their eyes met, Lin Yuan smiled and greeted, "Hello, big brother. Thank you for your willingness to take me along." The man smiled in return and turned to converse with the soldier in front. Lin Yuan observed them chatting and laughing, choosing to remain silent and seated quietly. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. He witnessed the vehicle ahead being blasted into the air. A young soldier beside the mustached man, witnessing the tragic demise of his comrade, screamed and leaped out of the vehicle, only to be riddled with bullets. As the mustached man saw all his bodyguards fall, he swiftly grabbed Lin Yuan and dashed out of the vehicle, seeking refuge behind a nearby rock. He pulled out his phone, preparing to call for help when a missile struck nearby. The mustached man's eyes widened, and he seized Lin Yuan, attempting to flee. Just as they stood, the missile detonated. Lin Yuan was engulfed in a blaze of crimson light, a tremendous force crashing into him. Everything went black, and he lost consciousness. When Lin Yuan regained awareness, he felt a buzzing in his head and pain coursing through his body. Surprisingly, he bore no injuries, not even a scratch. Summoning his status panel, he noted his health was at 100, indicating no internal damage, and saw that the countdown for skill optimization still required 6 days. To his astonishment, he had been unconscious for over 10 hours. The proximity of the explosion had indeed been alarming, yet the absence of injury was surprising. He pondered the fate of the man who had pulled him to safety, suspecting the worst. With a sigh, Lin Yuan began to assess his surroundings. He must have been brought here after losing consciousness. The surroundings resemble a dimly lit cave, illuminated only by the faint glow of emergency lights on the ceiling and the distant entrance. The cave is cluttered with mechanical parts haphazardly strewn about, giving it an unwelcoming atmosphere. Lin Yuan feels an unsettling premonition creeping in. He rises to explore the area when a voice emerges from the shadows. "Child, you're awake? Do you understand English? Is someone there?" Lin Yuan turns toward the source of the voice, spotting a figure seated in the corner. "I can understand. Who are you? Did you bring me here?" Lin Yuan's caution is palpable. "Not me. Like you, I was captured by those people." "You? Who else is there? Weren't you with him?" The figure stands and gestures to another person lying nearby. "From what I heard, he was holding your hand when you arrived, and it took quite some effort to separate you. You must be someone important to him." A jolt of shock courses through Lin Yuan as he rushes to the side of the person lying down, confirming it is indeed the one who had urged him to board the vehicle. What happened to him? Is he alive? Lin Yuan observes the individual's chest, bandaged and connected to a small box by several wires. He's still alive, but not in good condition. Shrapnel has struck his chest. I've removed most of it, but many tiny fragments remain, gradually working their way to his heart. I've placed an electromagnet on his chest to hold the small fragments, powered by that car battery over there. Are you a doctor? At this moment, Lin Yuan takes a closer look at the speaker, who wears glasses and has a receding hairline. Dressed in a suit, he nevertheless exudes a sense of faded vitality. Indeed, I am a doctor. My name is Ethan. What's yours? Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan feels an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet cannot place it. I think I shall call you Lin. The name Rabbit tends to trip me up. Ethan extends his hand with a smile. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Though it's regrettable that it is under these circumstances. I'm pleased to meet you as well, Uncle Ethan. Lin Yuan chuckles as he shakes his hand. Do you know where we are? They refer to themselves as the 10 Commandments Organization, the KB Organization. This is one of their camps, and we have all been abducted by them. Ethan speaks as if he were not a captive himself, his tone surprisingly light. Lin Yuan furrows his brow. The 10 Commandments Organization? That name sounds familiar. But what is their purpose in abducting me? What use could they possibly have for a child? His confusion is evident. Ethan gestures toward the person still lying down. Their target is him. You are merely collateral. However, you are quite fortunate. You emerged unscathed from such a close explosion and were brought back by these KB thugs. They are not known for their mercy and typically avoid unnecessary actions. How absurd. Ever since this wretched system appeared, what have I endured? A plane crash, an explosion, and now being kidnapped by KB thugs. This absurdly overpowered assistance system, Lin Yuan mused, seems more akin to a superlatively unfortunate system. Who are these individuals? Why have they gone to such lengths to abduct him? A sense of confusion enveloped Lin Yuan. You don't know the illustrious Tony Stark? Aren't you two acquaintances? Ethan expressed his bewilderment. Unfamiliar? Wait, what did you say his name is? Lin Yuan, initially poised to declare his ignorance, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Tony Stark, the most renowned capitalist in the world, a genius scientist, and a notorious playboy. Lin Yuan could no longer hear Ethan's subsequent descriptions, as his mind was consumed with the thought of disbelief. This was a serious predicament. The silver lining lay in the fact that he had traversed to another realm, yet remained on Earth. The troubling aspect was that this Earth was anything but ordinary. It was a Marvel universe, rife with all manner of fantastical beings, where apocalyptic threats loomed at every turn. In such a bizarre world, even the demigod Minter Cenarius from the Druids would likely find himself in dire straits. What could a mere Druid like him possibly achieve? Perhaps merely to amuse? Lin Yuan felt enveloped in a profound melancholy. Chapter 5. Tony's warm heart. Ethan gazed at Lin Yuan, who was suddenly engulfed in existential doubt. His expression a portrait of confusion. What was the matter? Was it merely the mention of Tony Stark's name that provoked such a reaction? Could it be that he was an ardent admirer of Stark? Ethan found himself perplexed. After a considerable interval, Lin Yuan managed to calm himself and regain his composure. Ah. If it is a blessing, it is not a curse. If it is a curse, it cannot be avoided. If I am here, I might as well make peace with it. After all, I possess 2 golden fingers. I can endure. Those protagonists will bear the brunt of any adversity. Once this ordeal concludes, I shall return to the rabbit's home, seek a farm, and cultivate the land. Even if I were to be erased by the snap, I could return in 5 years, as if I had merely aged 5 years. Lin Yuan continuously reassured himself. According to the narrative, Tony would soon create the first Iron Man suit, and then make his escape. If I refrain from intervening, the storyline should remain intact, devoid of significant surprises. As for Ethan, once the skill optimization is complete, perhaps it would suffice to ensure his survival. Yes, that shall be my resolve. Uncle Ethan, Lin Yuan called out, gesturing towards Tony. How much longer until he awakens? It should be soon. The effects of the anesthetic will wear off shortly, Ethan replied. Oh, Lin Yuan acknowledged. Then continued to engage Ethan in casual conversation. Uncle Ethan, where are you from? I hail from a small town called Kamara. And your family? Lin Yuan mentally chided himself, realizing he was aware of Ethan's general circumstances. They're at home. Once I escape, I will return to find them, Ethan responded with an air of ease. What about you? You belong to the rabbit's family, correct? Where are your relatives? Lin Yuan sighed inwardly before answering, I am indeed from the rabbit's family. But I am uncertain of my family's whereabouts. I seem to have lost my memory. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in this desert. It was Tony who happened to pass by and invited me into his vehicle. Well, you certainly have had your share of misfortune. Had you not boarded Tony's car, you would not have been kidnapped. That may be true, but had Tony not taken me aboard, I might very well have perished in the desert. At least I am alive now, aren't I? Indeed, it would be quite challenging for a child like you to survive in the desert. By the way, how old are you? I am 15, Lin Yuan stated, revealing the age displayed on his panel, silently contemplating. This is no feigned youth. I am genuinely 15. As certified by the system. Wow, how young. Your English is remarkable. Are all the children from the rabbit's family this proficient? Ethan inquired, astonished. Having assumed Lin Yuan was an adult merely appearing youthful, only to discover he was but 15. Yes, when did my English become so proficient? Lin Yuan realized. At that moment, that he had been conversing in English all along. This English underachiever was surprisingly fluent in communication. Dog system, have you returned? Lin Yuan called out mentally. Host, could you exhibit a modicum of politeness? The system retorted. Lin Yuan, irate, exclaimed, you nearly left me to fend for myself in the wilderness for 7 days. What is wrong with me cursing you a bit? Enough of this. What is the matter with my language skills? The system lamented, I am an all-encompassing assistant. Fluent in every language, such capabilities are merely standard. You, as a mere dog of a system, still possess a modicum of utility. Farewell. Lin Yuan, having utilized the system, cast it aside. What troubles you? What are you pondering? Ethan inquired curiously, noticing Lin Yuan's prolonged silence. Nothing, Lin Yuan replied. Very well, Ethan conceded, not probing further. Just as they were engaged in lively conversation, Tony, who had been reclining, suddenly awoke with a start. Lin Yuan observed him remove the oxygen tube from his nostrils. The lengthy tube was rather unsettling to behold. Tony then struggled to sit up but was abruptly seized by a sharp pain in his chest. Glancing down, he noticed his torso was wrapped in bandages, with several wires protruding from beneath them, connecting to a car battery on the table. Taken aback, Tony began to frantically tear at the bandages. Upon seeing the circular device affixed to his chest, panic set in. Just as he was about to disconnect the wires, Ethan interjected, I advise against that. Turning to the two standing nearby, Tony's gaze faltered when it fell upon Lin Yuan. Before he directed his question to Ethan, what have you done to me? I saved your life. Ethan replied, gesturing towards Tony's chest. You sustained numerous shrapnel wounds. I managed to extract most of them, but a few remain. Those fragments could migrate toward your heart. This electromagnet is designed to hold those small pieces in place. And that wire connects to the power supply. Tony glanced down, and with his keen intellect, He immediately grasped the purpose of the device affixed to his chest. After a moment of silence, he zipped up his jacket to conceal the machine. He then surveyed his surroundings, his gaze drifting to the surveillance camera in the corner. Following his line of sight, Lin Yuan realized, oh dear, there's a camera. How did I not notice? Truly, Tony is perceptive about such things. Ethan chuckled. Accustomed to the situation. No need to worry, just smile more. Since Tony had awakened, Lin Yuan noticed Ethan's evident excitement. It seemed that Tony Stark was a universally acknowledged genius, likely idolized by many scientists. Lin Yuan mused silently. Mr. Stark, greetings. I am Lin Yuan. Then you may call me Lin. I didn't have the opportunity to thank you in the car. I appreciate your willingness to take me along. Lin Yuan said with a smile, extending his hand. Tony cast a sidelong glance at him, but did not reciprocate the gesture. Lin Yuan simply smiled, unperturbed. He understood Tony's general demeanor. Ethan then spoke to Tony. We met once at a technology conference in Bern. Tony regarded him with indifference. I don't recall, he replied coolly. Of course, if I had been that inebriated, I would hardly have been able to stand, let alone deliver a speech on circuit concentration. Ethan's words carried a hint of melancholy, as if echoing the disappointment of being let down by a cad. Where are we? Tony asked, his tone devoid of warmth. Lin Yuan stifled a laugh, finding this behavior quintessentially Tony. Ethan, casting a forlorn glance at Tony, was about to speak when a shout suddenly echoed from the entrance. Ethan's expression shifted instantly, a visage of panic as he rushed to Tony's side, grasping him and urging him to rise. Quickly, get up, follow my lead, mimic my actions. Lin, you too, hurry over. Raise your hands above your head. Move swiftly. Tony, observing Ethan's frantic demeanor, offered no resistance and lifted his hands above his head. Standing in silent stillness, Lin Yuan, cognizant that the KB agents were approaching, hastened to imitate Ethan, raising his hands high and positioning himself beside Tony. Tony glanced at him, subtly shifting his body to shield Lin Yuan. Witnessing Tony's protective gesture, an indescribable sensation surged within Lin Yuan. He was indeed safeguarding me, wasn't he? Chapter 6. Call me brother. With a resounding bang, the doors swung open, revealing a man with a bushy beard, his appearance reminiscent of a camel's demeanor. Accompanied by a cadre of armed individuals, Tony's gaze fell upon the weapons in their hands, instantly recognizing them as models produced by his own company. He turned to Ethan, inquiring, how did they acquire my guns? Ethan, visibly shaken and stricken with fear, implored Tony, do not speak. Mimic my posture and raise your hands. Upon entering, the bearded man raised his hands in a gesture of goodwill, his face adorned with a smile, chattering incessantly as though he were a hospitable local welcoming distant guests. Lin Yuan, observing from the back, scoffed derisively, humph, a smiling tiger. The bearded man approached Tony, continuing his animated chatter, then gestured for Ethan to translate. Ethan conveyed the message to Tony. He says, welcome, Tony Stark, the most infamous mass murderer in American history. He is honored and requests that you manufacture missiles for them. Specifically the latest Jericho missile you showcased. Ethan then accepted a photograph from the bearded man, displaying it to Tony. A glance revealed the image of the very Jericho missile Tony had personally designed. A wave of anxiety washed over him. How could these individuals possess photographs of a missile that remained classified? Clearly, there was a traitor among them. After a moment of silence, Tony coldly uttered, I refuse. The bearded man's expression darkened instantly as he signaled to his subordinates and pointed at Lin Yuan, who was bewildered by the proceedings. Bring that boy over here. Wash his face first. Lin Yuan felt a chill. He understood that washing the face was far from a mere cleansing ritual. Why should he be subjected to such torment to threaten Tony into compliance? Why should he be the one to carry out the protagonist's task? Before Lin Yuan could gather his thoughts, he found himself seized by several thugs and dragged toward a basin filled with water. Two henchmen forcefully pressed his head beneath the surface. Gulping, Lin Yuan was repeatedly submerged, uncertain of how much water he had ingested, until he heard Tony's voice calling out. Stop. I will comply. A wave of relief washed over Lin Yuan as he thought to himself, brother, my dear brother, I am merely assisting you. You must compensate me for this in the future. Seeing Tony's acquiescence, the bearded man expressed his delight with a grand gesture, ordering his men to cease their torment of Lin Yuan. What about the materials? I require a substantial supply, Tony said with an icy demeanor. The bearded man, upon listening to Ethan's translation, turned and led Tony and Ethan out of the cave, while Lin Yuan was discarded like a lifeless fish. Outside the cave, the blinding sunlight imbued Tony with a sense of rebirth. Squinting, he surveyed the landscape beyond the cave, nestled at the foot of a low hill. The cave was surrounded by barren mounds. The camp outside was laden with an array of weaponry, concealed beneath camouflage tents, while dozens of fully armed militants busied themselves with the transfer of arms. The surrounding mountain peaks were also teeming with fully armed sentinels. As Tony gazed upon the array of weaponry, his pupils constricted. Each piece bore the insignia of Stark Industries. He recalled that he had never sold arms to this region. How had these militants procured such equipment? It seemed necessary to return and investigate the potential traitor. With this thought, a shadow of despair loomed over Tony. He might not even survive to make it back. Why ponder so much? The bearded man led Tony and the others to the center of the camp, gesturing to the surrounding arms with a flourish. Here lies all the materials you require to fabricate missiles. Compile a list of supplies, and you may commence at once. Once your creation is complete, I shall grant you your freedom. Tony glanced at Ethan. They will not let us go. Ethan understood all too well. Indeed, they will not. Upon returning to the cave's interior, Lin Yuan had already regained his composure. The three of them sat beside the hearth, and Lin Yuan approached Tony. Mr. Stark, thank you for saving me. Although Lin Yuan felt that Tony had acted a tad too late, he appreciated that Tony was willing to comply with the demands of these militants to rescue him. Tony remained silent, staring into the flames. Lin Yuan, unfazed, turned to leave. But suddenly Tony spoke. In the future, there is no need to call me Mr. Just use my name or refer to me as Bro. He then lapsed back into silence. Lin Yuan, slightly taken aback, nodded. All right, Bro. Tony continued to gaze into the fire, the pain in his chest relentlessly assaulting his mind, leaving him in a state of despair. Ethan, noticing Tony's demeanor, remarked, Stark, there are certainly people searching for you outside, but within these mountains, they cannot find you. Do you truly wish for your life's work to fall into the hands of these murderers? If you do not gather your resolve, what lies beyond is merely your legacy. Is this the final act of the great Tony Stark? Shouldn't you devise a plan? Lin Yuan listened intently, recognizing Ethan as a true fan of Tony. What more can I do? Tony interjected, whatever we do, they will ultimately kill us. Even if they do not, I cannot last a week. Isn't that week crucial? Lin Yuan chimed in, yes, Bro, you are Tony Stark, the most intelligent man in the world. Surely you can find a solution. I am waiting for you to rescue me. Tony sat quietly by the fire. Gradually, his expression transformed, becoming resolute and decisive, tinged with a hint of ferocity. Lin Yuan observed, recognizing the indomitable spirit of Iron Man, a figure who would not easily concede defeat. From the current trajectory, the plot seemed to be unfolding as anticipated. Though he had played a minor role, the overall narrative remained intact. Therefore, he resolved to adhere to the original plan while maintaining a low profile. Awaiting the completion of the first suit of Iron Man armor by the two of them. Once my skills are restored, I shall ensure that bearded man receives a well-deserved reckoning. Lin Yuan seethed with resentment in his thoughts. Chapter 7. The Idol's Brilliance in the following 2 days. The entire cave buzzed with activity. At Tony's insistence, a multitude of lighting fixtures, an array of tools, and heaps of materials were set up within the cavern. Subsequently, Tony commenced the disassembly of familiar weapons and munitions, each designed by his own hand. Ethan assisted him, while Lin Yuan lounged lazily in the distance. How many languages do you speak? Tony inquired, extracting a rocket from its casing. A plethora, Ethan replied, though here, they are of little use. They converse in Arabic, Urdu, Dari, Pashto, Mongolian, Persian, and Russian. He watched anxiously as Tony deftly extracted a component from the rocket. It seemed rather reckless to do so carelessly. I understand all of them. Lin Yuan shouted from the sidelines, but the two paid him no heed. Children do love to boast, Tony remarked, continuing his work. Who are they? He asked, as he dismantled the extracted device. They are your loyal customers, self-styled the 10 Commandments gang, Ethan answered. They are certainly not my customers. Tony retorted, casually knocking off the warhead of the rocket. Outside, KB, who was monitoring their progress, observed Tony's actions with concern. Is it truly wise to be so reckless? Ethan, too, felt apprehensive. If you would just instruct me on what to do, we could expedite this process. Tony disassembled a component from the warhead and tossed it aside. Then said to Ethan, Palladium, this piece weighs only 0.15 grams. We need at least 1.6 grams. Go ahead and dismantle the other 11. Ethan, uncertain of Tony's intentions, complied and began to disassemble the rockets. Their actions were swift, and when the requisite palladium was gathered, Tony commenced crafting a mold. Lin Yuan refrained from intervening, watching the pair busily work. He was neither permitted to assist nor did he wish to risk inadvertently igniting the munitions. After all, he was content to enjoy a bit of leisure. Ethan subsequently poured the molten palladium into the mold, while Tony cautioned, be careful, we have but one chance. Rest assured. My hands are steady, Ethan replied, teasingly. Or else, how would I still be alive? As Ethan poured the palladium precisely into the mold, Tony asked, I still do not know your name. Ethan, exasperated, thought to himself, after all this time, you finally asked for my name. I am Ethan. Pleased to meet you, Ethan. How pleased. Tony carefully grasped the now-cooled palladium ring with tweezers and delicately placed it into a device. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan marveled at Tony as he assembled the world's first miniaturized arc reactor from what seemed like mere scraps of metal. Truly, he is someone worthy of recognition. He mused. It's astonishing how such seemingly worthless materials can be transformed into something so extraordinary. As the reactor before him emitted a mesmerizing blue glow, Tony exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Ethan stood nearby, utterly astonished. This does not resemble the Jericho missile at all. Tony regarded him as if he were foolish. For what lay before them was a miniaturized arc reactor. I possess a larger one that powers my factory. This should have sufficient energy to attract shrapnel. Ethan was nearly on his knees, exclaiming in awe. This is incredibly impressive. What is its power output? If my calculations are correct, Tony replied with an air of arrogance. It should generate approximately 3 gigajoules per second. That's enough to keep your heart beating for thousands of years. Yes, or to power some colossal machine for 15 minutes. Ethan was bewildered. Tony then retrieved a collection of blueprints. Ethan glanced at them, astonished. When did you draw these? We have spent days together, yet I had no inkling. Genius is not something you should pry into, Tony retorted dismissively, before laying the blueprints on the table, with Lin Yuan leaning in to observe. Ethan stared at the incomprehensible lines on the blueprints, perplexed. What have you drawn? I cannot make sense of it. This is our means of escape. You must view it this way. With that, Tony adjusted the lighting, neatly stacking and smoothing out the blueprints. Under the illumination, a majestic and imposing iron giant revealed itself on the paper, detailed with various specifications. It was evident that this was a well-developed design, capable of being constructed if followed correctly. Ethan was once again awestruck. Idle. This is astounding. With Ethan's assistance, Tony finally replaced the rudimentary electromagnet on his chest. Lin Yuan gazed at the reactor glowing blue on Tony's chest, saliva nearly pooling. This is incredibly cool. I want one too. What? Do I need to carve a hole in my chest? Perhaps not. I'll wait for Tony to update to a version that doesn't require such an alteration. Having temporarily evaded the threat of death, Tony could finally breathe easy as he and Ethan began playing a game that Lin Yuan could not comprehend. Of course, Lin Yuan would never admit it was a matter of his own intelligence. Goodness, these scientists are truly perplexing. Even their games defy understanding. Grumbling, Lin Yuan lay down nearby. Perhaps I should just sleep. It's exhausting. Still unaware of where Ethan hailed from, Tony took a sip of water. I come from a town called Kamara. It is a beautiful place. Are your family all there? Yes. Once we escape, I will return to find them. Ethan lowered his gaze, then looked back up at Tony. And what about you, Stark? Do you have family? Tony looked at Ethan and smirked. No. No? Ethan retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Stark, you possess everything, yet you are utterly alone. Tony smiled faintly, lowering his head. The ensuing days were spent with Tony and Ethan secretly crafting components for the armor, while Lin Yuan, eager to assist, was shooed away by Tony to get some rest. According to Tony, he questioned, with your intelligence, can you comprehend the parameters on the blueprint? Lin Yuan, feeling indignant, retreated to a corner to sleep. That day, Lin Yuan was so deeply asleep that drool escaped his lips. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Skill enhancement completed. Lin Yuan jolted awake, leaping from the ground, startling both Tony and Ethan, who were working nearby. Lin, what happened? Ethan inquired hastily. It's nothing at all. Please, continue. Lin Yuan quickly reassured them, before finding a secluded spot to summon the system interface. Chapter 8. Skills Introduction. Name. Lin Yuan. Age. 15. Race. Human. Profession. Druid. Super invincible all-around support. Skill system optimization. Magic strength. 1 talent. Ferocity. Healing health. 100 magic. 100 magic value does not equate to magic strength. Magic strength gradually increases over time, affecting the efficacy and duration of all skills. Professional skills. Super invincible all-around support. Skill system optimization. Fury. You strike, I unleash. The druid can incite the anger within the target's heart, provoking their wrath, no cost. Moonfire. I shine upon you as the moon. The druid can summon a beam of moonlight to illuminate the target, no cost. Later discovered hidden effects include blindness and dizziness. Starfire. A spark of stars can ignite a prairie. The druid can launch a spark of starlight, no cost. Later discovered hidden effects currently serve only for illumination. Thorn shield. I am a rose with thorns. The druid can conjure natural energy, forming an invisible magical barrier of thorns around themselves, causing enemies who attack to feel pricked. Duration. 1 hour, no cost. Later discovered hidden effects induce excruciating pain in foes. Swarm. I am the swarm. The druid can summon a multitude of insects to encircle the target, no cost. Later discovered hidden effects cause the enemy to itch. Breeze. Hurricane. No air conditioning can rival the refreshing caress of nature. The druid can summon a cool breeze directed at the target. Note. The hurricane will be slightly more forceful, no cost. Later discovered hidden effects may propel enemies away. Falling stars. Come, let us witness the meteor shower gracing this earth. The druid can conjure a meteor shower that streaks across the sky. Later discovered hidden effects activate beyond the atmosphere. Bear form. Rabbit family exclusive skin possesses magical skin with formidable defense and skills. Dissuading roar. Emits a roar that diminishes the combat spirit of surrounding hostile targets. Challenging roar. Enemies who hear your roar will prioritize you as their target for attack. Duration is dependent on aggro levels. Charge. Rushes rapidly towards the target, stunning them for 5 seconds. This form cannot wield magic. Cheetah form. Rabbit family exclusive skin possesses magical skin with strong defense and remarkable speed. Skills include rapid sprint. Significantly enhances movement speed. Stealth. Enters an invisible state. Using skills will break stealth. Elegance of the leopard. Thick paw pads greatly reduce fall damage. This form cannot wield magic. Aquatic form. Rabbit family exclusive skin transforms into an aquatic state. Possesses magical skin, enabling survival in any water body, significantly increasing movement speed. This form cannot wield magic. Flight form. Rabbit family exclusive skin transforms into a flying state. Possesses magical skin, allowing for swift flight. This form cannot wield magic. Healing touch. Consumes magic to cast a healing spell on the target, restoring a substantial amount of vitality and rapidly healing injuries. Skill cooldown time, 5 minutes. Revitalization. Consumes mana to cast a healing spell upon the target, continuously restoring vitality, stamina, and mental energy. The duration increases with the potency of the mana, lasting up to a maximum of 24 hours. Tranquility. Continuously consumes mana to summon a rain of life centered around oneself, healing all allied targets. This spell provides rapid restoration of vitality, stamina, and mental energy, and swiftly mends injuries, with a cooldown period of 7 days. Nourishment. Consumes a significant amount of mana to plant a natural seed within the target's body. This seed absorbs natural energy to continually nurture the target's physical constitution, gradually enhancing their vitality. When the target is on the brink of death, the seed will unleash its energy to restore the target swiftly. After the seed dissipates, the residual energy will prevent the birth of new seeds, with the dissipation rate decreasing as mana strength increases, lasting up to 12 months. Life Bloom. Consumes a large amount of mana to ignite the target's life force, enabling the regeneration of severed limbs. Rebirth. Consumes all mana to summon the target's soul back to its corporeal form, resurrecting them. Warning. The soul of the deceased belongs to the Lord of Hell. Summoning it may provoke the Lord, so exercise caution. Activation. Unleashes one's potential, rapidly restoring mana over a duration of 1 minute. Wildmark. Consumes mana to summon natural energy, forming an invisible layer of natural armor upon the target's skin. This armor can absorb significant damage until it dissipates, remaining for 24 hours. Wild Blessing. Consumes mana to bestow a blessing upon oneself or all nearby allies, enhancing their attributes comprehensively. The more blessings bestowed, the greater the mana consumption, lasting for 1 hour. Entangling Roots. Consumes mana to summon vines that ensnare the target, rendering them immobile. The strength of the vines increases with level, lasting for 10 seconds, and can be applied to up to 10 targets simultaneously. Nature's Grasp. Consumes mana to envelop oneself in a layer of natural energy, causing all attacks against you to trigger Entangling Roots. The skill lasts for 10 minutes. Whirlwind. Consumes mana to conjure a magical whirlwind that lifts the target into the air, causing them to spin continuously for 30 seconds. Dispel Curse. Removes all curses afflicting the target. Passive effect. Druids are immune to curses. Anti-Venom. Eliminates all toxins within the target. Passive effect. Druids are immune to toxins. Barkskin. Passive druids are enveloped in natural energy, rendering their skin exceptionally resilient. Spirit Flame. Summons an intangible spirit flame to mark the target. Druids can sense the location of the spirit flame, with duration increasing with level, lasting up to 24 hours. Animal Soothing. Druids can calm animals, rendering them tranquil. Slumber. Induces calmness in the target, leading them into a deep sleep. The descriptions of skills are defaulted to require active viewing for details, facilitating reader engagement. All skills have been enumerated here, and no further detailed descriptions will follow. Newly acquired skills will not be added to this list. Observing the brand new interface, Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy. Though it is peculiar that the talents available are solely for ferocity and healing, without any semblance of balanced talents, one cannot help but notice that the skills associated with balanced talents still exist. It seems the novice system may have erred once more. Presently, Lin Yuan eagerly anticipates the extent to which the system's promised skill optimization will enhance his abilities. With great delight, he opens the description for the skill Falling Stars, which is already formidable, summoning meteors to assail foes. Imagine the potential if it were to be further reinforced. Could the meteors grow larger and more ferocious? However, upon perusing the rather bizarre skill description, Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes vigorously, convinced he must have misread. What on earth is this outrageous description? Even in a different realm, one could still be ambushed by this F4. And what does it mean to traverse the sky? Where's the target? He quickly navigated to the descriptions of other skills. What the hell? What kind of nonsense is this? Summoning moonlight to illuminate the enemy. What is this? A glorified light show? And this Starfire. which claims it can set the world ablaze. What a farce. Oh, wretched system, show yourself. Explain to me what it means to be painful and what constitutes a refreshing natural breeze. Ding. Host, please remain calm. Do not be agitated. Calm, you say? How can I be calm when you've bestowed upon me these absurd skills? Ding. Host, I have previously informed you that I am an auxiliary skill system. Your original panel was inherently flawed, and I have merely rectified it. Furthermore, you were never meant to possess skills associated with balanced talents. Yet I have retained them for you. Then I ought to thank you, should I? Lin Yuan ground his teeth in frustration. Ding. No need for gratitude. Host, get lost. If you had outright deleted the skills associated with balanced talents, I wouldn't be this furious. Just look at what you've optimized. I demand you revert these skills back. I want my falling stars. Chapter 9 Children. After all, is it not quite normal for them to be abnormal? Lin Yuan felt as though his sky had turned ashen. System, I beseech you, perhaps it is best if you depart. I would rather revert to the initial interface. At least then, I would not feel so despondent. Lin Yuan found himself in a state of existential despair. Leave me be. Seek out a more suitable host. Do you see that handsome fellow over there? You should pursue him. He is the protagonist, and associating with him would surely be more advantageous than with me. Beep. Host. I am unwaveringly loyal, and shall never betray you. I do not require your loyalty. My primary connection is with the Druid interface, while you are merely a later addition. A third party. I implore you, please depart. Beep. Host, I will not leave. Even in death, I shall remain by your side. Lin Yuan felt as if his heart had turned to ashes, akin to a lifeless fish sprawled upon the ground. I am exhausted. Let it all come to an end. In the distance, Ethan and Tony observed Lin Yuan's erratic movements as he spoke to the air, seemingly losing something, and then lay on the ground feigning death. Tony paused his actions, perplexed, and inquired of Ethan, what is wrong with him? Ethan, equally bemused, replied, I have no idea. Perhaps it is merely a phase. Children at this age can be inexplicably strange. Could it be that he is stifled? Tony pondered, furrowing his brow. That is quite possible. After all, he is just a child, and the current situation must be quite overwhelming for him. It seems we must hasten our pace. With that thought, Tony accelerated his actions, leaving Ethan somewhat bewildered. What on earth is happening? Everyone seems so peculiar. Lin Yuan lay there, staring at the cave ceiling, utterly devoid of hope. The system urged, Beep. Host, I truly do not comprehend why you feel this way. Initially, you possessed only a wild talent, yet now you have at least 2 abilities. Moreover, your balanced talent has not been lost. It has merely taken on a different form to accompany you. Lin Yuan, lacking energy, explained, you do not understand. This is the nature of humanity. It is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to revert. Had I never possessed anything from the outset, I would have harbored no expectations. Yet you bestowed upon me a glimmer of hope, only to cruelly extinguish it. You cannot fathom the agony this inflicts. The system reflected for a moment. I still do not understand. Never mind. You, a novice, have much to learn. By the way, why are all my skills support-oriented? Lacking even a single offensive spell? Host, I have informed you previously. I am an auxiliary skill system, thus I cannot provide you with offensive skills. Lin Yuan felt a surge of frustration. How am I to survive in the Marvel universe as a druid devoid of offensive capabilities? Host, who says you lack offensive power? You merely do not possess offensive spells. You can engage in hand-to-hand combat. Oh right, Lin Yuan exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and began to examine his other skills. Hey system, what does the rabbit-themed skin behind the giant bear form signify? Lin Yuan inquired, intrigued by the descriptions accompanying several form skills. Beep. Host. You shall discover that by trying it out. Humph, still keeping me in suspense. Now is not the appropriate time to test transformation skills. We shall discuss it later once we are outside. By the way, system, should not the bear form and the cheetah form be classified as offensive skills? Did you not claim to be a support skill system? Host, these are inherent to the panel. Furthermore, transformation skills can indeed be seen as supportive. As for the transformation, I certainly cannot remove your claws. Ah, you make a valid point. Lin Yuan found himself somewhat persuaded by the system, yet he stubbornly retorted, however. Transforming into a bear is of little use here. This is the Marvel universe, after all. Surely, Captain America could easily overpower a bear. Ding. The host can also adopt a cute demeanor. Go away. Ding. Understood. Nourishment. Lin Yuan continued to examine the skill. Reading the description of nourishment, this skill has been significantly enhanced. I recall it was merely a healing skill. Yet now it can fortify physical constitution and even possesses a life-saving component. Quite impressive. This must be utilized immediately. Lin Yuan hurriedly rose from the ground. To use a fortifying skill for the first time, he felt it required a certain ritualistic quality. Lying down would be too disrespectful to the new skill. With a thought, he activated the skill. I feel nothing. Lin Yuan wondered. Could it be that my movements were incorrect? Barala energy, sorrow, little sorceress, transform. God of darkness, Gunera, I summon you. Grant me strength, for I am He-Man. Moon prism power, transform. Burn, my little universe. Appear, red divine eagle. Rise, my warrior. Oh, that may not be appropriate. In the distance, Ethan and Tony stared at Lin Yuan in bewilderment. What is he doing now? No idea. He.s. just a child. Being lively is perfectly normal. Sigh. This child seems to have zoned out. Lin Yuan, exhausted, lay on the ground, panting heavily. This is impossible. Activating skills was exceedingly simple before. System. Ding. Host. Is it possible that your mana intensity is insufficient? Ding. Nourishment is a relatively advanced skill. With your current mana intensity of only 1, it certainly cannot be activated. Why did you not mention this sooner? Ding. You did not inquire. What did you observe just now? Ding. This system has seen nothing. Consider yourself fortunate. By the way, how can I enhance my mana intensity? Host. Simply participating in battles or practicing daily can increase your mana intensity. If you find yourself too lazy to engage in any activity, fear not. The system will naturally absorb ambient energy to enhance your mana strength, albeit in minimal quantities. Lin Yuan nodded. That is quite beneficial. The Marvel Universe may lack in many aspects, but battles are certainly abundant. After the system's explanation, Lin Yuan gained a clearer understanding of his abilities. Nevertheless, he still felt somewhat discontented. System, what if you devise a strategy? Or perhaps have your colleagues provide me with some offensive magic? Wah. Host, you cannot be like this. We are already bound. There is no changing that. You must accept your fate. Lin Yuan. Oh. Chapter 10. Why must I also assume the role of a supporting character? Time, much like the balance in a bank account, can vanish in an instant if one is not careful. Lin Yuan assessed the tally marks drawn on the wall and concluded that over 2 months had elapsed. Despite his inactivity during this period, his magical prowess had significantly increased. He had acquired the ability to wield numerous fundamental skills. Throughout these 2 months, Tony and Ethan had tirelessly advanced their work, while Lin Yuan drifted into slumber amidst the rhythmic clang of metalwork, awakening to the same symphony of hammers. He found himself questioning whether he could still find rest outside this cacophony. At present, the fundamental components of the iron suit were nearing completion. Today, with Ethan's assistance, Tony commenced testing the suit's hydraulic system. Outside the cave, a group of KB molecules, their brains nearly overheating, scrutinized the monitor in bewilderment, holding photographs that bore no resemblance to the reality before them. How could this possibly align with the images? Perhaps it had been modified. Nonsense. The tail fin was clearly incorrect. It was inverted. Of that I am certain. What do you know? You illiterate. Aren't you just as clueless? Why accuse me? Before the monitor, a bald man, idly toying with a ring on his finger, observed the footage of Tony testing the suit's leg apparatus, his eyes twitching in irritation. He then commanded, "Go investigate what is happening." Meanwhile, Tony was welding the armor when he heard the door open. He quickly stood up, hands clasped behind his head. A gesture so practiced it elicited sympathy. Lin Yuan also heard the sound of the door, promptly retreating to a corner to minimize his presence. Convinced the situation did not concern him. As the entrance swung wide, the first to enter was the previously seen bearded man. Unlike before, he did not approach Tony but instead stood silently, aligning himself with the others. The bald man strode in with an air of arrogance, twirling his ring as he fixed his gaze on Tony. Do not be anxious. This man speaks English, Lin Yuan reassured Tony, who looked taken aback and lowered his hands. The bald man approached Tony, scrutinizing the emblem on his chest. The bow and arrow, once the pinnacle of weaponry, had enabled Genghis Khan to sweep across the Eurasian continent. Yet today, only those wielding Stark's most advanced weapons could hope to dominate the world. And that individual shall be me. Lin Yuan, concealed in the corner, rolled his eyes at the man's audacity, thinking him utterly clueless. Dominate the world? Did he believe the 5 major villains were mere decorations? This type of antagonist would undoubtedly meet their demise within a single episode. The bald man glared menacingly at Tony and, in Arabic, demanded, "Why have you disappointed me?" Ethan, understanding the bald man was addressing him, replied, "We are working very hard. I spared your life, and this is how you repay me?" Tony looked at Ethan in surprise, sensing the underlying tension. Ethan feigned calmness, asserting, "The work is complex. He has done his utmost. Bring him over and make him kneel." The bald man ordered his subordinates. One henchman reached for Ethan, but the bald man corrected him, "Not him. Bring that boy over." He pointed directly at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was utterly bewildered, wondering why it was once again him in the spotlight. Having already taken on the protagonist's burdens, why must he now shoulder the responsibilities of a mere supporting character? "Have you even considered raising my salary?" As he observed the minions charging toward him like ravenous wolves, Lin Yuan resigned himself with a sigh, quietly bestowing upon himself a wild mark. Now he possessed a skill. No matter how you tried to confront me, a single shout would signify my defeat. Dragged by the minions, he found himself kneeling on the ground. The bald man extracted a piece of red-hot coal from the furnace. Do you take me for a fool? I will uncover the truth. Ethan, still stubborn, retorted, we are merely at work. Lin Yuan sensed that Ethan was less tense than before, muttering to himself. Open your mouth. The bald man blew on the coal, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Tony, visibly anxious, could not comprehend the words, but understood that the bald man's actions spelled trouble. Tell me what you are doing? The bald man approached Lin Yuan with the coal, incessantly demanding answers. Lin Yuan, however, felt little concern. Protected by the shield of the wild mark, the coal posed no threat to him whatsoever. Yet, both Ethan and Tony were utterly terrified. Ethan kept shouting, we are just making missiles. Tony, unable to grasp the language, nonetheless discerned the bald man's intentions. What do you want? The delivery date? He stepped forward, causing the minions to raise their guns in alarm to deter him. Lin Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking them pathetic. The bald man cast a sidelong glance at Tony. Tony exhaled, he is my brother. I need him. Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. The bald man then turned his gaze back to Ethan. He is a good assistant and can help me. The bald man scrutinized Tony deeply before discarding the piece of coal. By tomorrow at the latest, I want to see the finished missile. With that, he turned and left with the minions. As soon as they exited, Ethan collapsed onto the ground. Tony rushed to help Lin Yuan up. Are you all right? I'm fine. Just feel like I've done something I shouldn't have. No worries, brother. What shall we do next? We must expedite our progress. With that, he turned and set to work. Finally, with the quenching of the helmet, the last component of the battle suit was completed and all parts were forged. Tony donned his leather suit, equipped himself with protective gloves and a neck guard, and with Ethan's assistance, began to adorn the mech suit. Ethan reminded Tony to remember the route to exit, and Tony responded effortlessly. All of this took place within the blind spots of surveillance. As Tony disappeared from the monitors, an unsettling feeling gripped the leader's heart, prompting him to hurriedly dispatch minions to investigate. 2 minions rushed to the entrance, loudly calling out Tony and Ethan's names. Tony, his face etched with anxiety, asked Ethan, what are the people outside saying? Ethan, busy securing the assembly of the battle suit, replied, I don't understand. They are speaking Hungarian. I can't comprehend it. At that moment, Lin Yuan interjected, they demand to see what's outside. Otherwise, they will come in. Lin Yuan shouted toward the door, wait a moment. I'm in the restroom. I'll be right out. The minions outside appeared unconvinced, their shouts growing louder, before they barged in through the door with a bang. 2 henchmen were blown away by the bomb that Tony had preemptively affixed to the door. The bald man, observing the explosion on the monitor, immediately triggered the alarm. A throng of KB militants surged inside. Tony, already donned in his battle suit, awaited the import of the control program, yet the progress bar was only halfway complete. The cacophony from outside grew increasingly ominous. Ethan, with an expression of anxiety, resolutely declared that he would buy some time, seizing the gun from the ground before dashing out. Tony, bewildered, exclaimed, I mean, buddy, how much time can you really buy by charging out there alone? Aren't you just offering yourself up? Can you at least adhere to the grand plan I devised? Lin Yuan, sighing from behind, understood Ethan's inevitable decision. Persuasion would be futile. He raised his hand and bestowed upon him the wild mark and rejuvenation. All right, my friend, the buffs replied. Go and make your sacrifice. Ethan felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, invigorated by newfound strength. He lifted his weapon and, reminiscent of Rambo, unleashed a barrage of gunfire, then let out a fierce roar as he charged forward. Just around the corner, he was confronted by a group of armed men pointing their weapons at him. Rambo Ethan. Buying time, 3 seconds. Chapter 11. The atmosphere was slightly awkward as Tony anxiously watched Ethan dash out. His gaze fixated on the computer screen where the progress bar incessantly fluctuated. Hurry, hurry. At last, the progress bar reached 100, and the first Iron Man suit, Mark I, was officially activated. With the mask secured, Tony turned to Lin Yuan and instructed, stay close behind me, adhere to the plan, and exercise caution. Lin Yuan nodded, bestowing upon Tony a wild mark and rejuvenation spell. With a few KB molecules, they charged into the dark cave, proceeding with utmost care. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the path for one of the KB molecules, only for him to be propelled away by a terrifying force. Lin Yuan's experience bar within his system interface surged. First blood. The slaughter had commenced. In the darkness, a colossal iron giant advanced slowly, leaving in its wake only the sounds of gunfire and anguished cries. What a magnificent horror film vibe this was. Lin Yuan trailed behind Tony, captivated by the unfolding scene. Now endowed with skills, he found that even when a few bullets struck the shield of the wild mark, they failed to penetrate his skin. Lin Yuan felt invincible. As Mark I ruthlessly dispatched foes, Tony called out for Ethan, who remained unresponsive. It wasn't until they neared the cave's entrance that Tony spotted Ethan lying on the ground, seemingly struck down. Just as he was about to approach, Ethan shouted, watch out. Tony instinctively dodged an RPG fired by a bald adversary, while a small missile detonated against the cave's ceiling above him. The bald man let out a cry, collapsing under the falling debris. Tony paid him no mind, casting aside the sandbags pinning Ethan down, and was struck with sorrow at the sight of Ethan, bloodied and battered. Come on, we must leave now. Follow me. We have a plan to execute. We have always followed the plan, Stark, Ethan weakly replied. Tony understood his implication, but urged, come on, you're about to see your family. My family is gone. Now I'm going to join them, Stark. Indeed. Tony's suspicions were confirmed. It's all right, I hope so. He gazed at the barely conscious Ethan, suppressing tears. Thank you for saving me. Don't let your life be in vain. With those words, Ethan's head slumped to the side. Seeing Ethan's tragic demise ignited a fury within Tony, compelling him to charge out and eliminate the remaining KB molecules. Yet, he suddenly noticed Ethan move once more. Believing he had not yet succumbed, Ethan attempted a playful tilt of his head. Not dead yet? Observing Ethan's whimsical gestures, Tony felt his rage dissipate. Hee. Ethan chuckled awkwardly. I think I can hang on for a while longer. A silence enveloped them, the atmosphere gradually morphing into an awkward one. Uncle Ethan. You're going to be just fine. Tony, and I still need you. Lin Yuan emerged from the shadows with a beaming smile, casually casting a healing touch upon Ethan. As a faint green glow enveloped him, Ethan felt a comforting warmth radiate throughout his body, dispelling the earlier sense of weakness. The wound on his chest twitched, and the bullets that had lodged just beneath the skin were expelled, clattering to the ground. Ethan rose to his feet, incredulous as he touched his body. How did you do this, Lin? I was hit by so many bullets, how am I unharmed? This is one of my special abilities, Lin Yuan explained with a continued smile. Before you charged out, I enveloped you in an invisible energy shield, although the bullets penetrated the shield. The remaining force was insufficient to breach beyond the surface of your skin. I suspect your anxiety, compounded by significant blood loss, made you feel as though you were on the brink of death. Ethan, who had resigned himself to a fatal outcome, now felt a renewed sense of purpose after glimpsing the edge of death. He realized he should not succumb so easily. He needed to act. For himself, and for the family he had lost. A light cough from Tony broke the moment, as he removed his mask and strode purposefully toward the cave entrance. I'll go clear the area outside. You all wait here. Go for it, brother. I've shielded you as well. Lin Yuan cheered from behind, then suddenly had an idea. Casting a spell of elven fire upon Tony, Tony turned back to give Lin Yuan a long, appreciative glance before stepping out of the cave. Outside, the KB molecules stood poised for action. A towering iron giant emerged from the cave, a formidable figure both broad and bold. Open fire, came the command. And a barrage of bullets rained down on Tony, all effortlessly deflected by the armor of Mark I. Raising his hands, 2 jets of flame erupted forth, causing the KB molecules to wail in dismay. One of the KB molecules on the hillside, observing this, dragged over a heavy machine gun and unleashed a torrent of fire upon Mark I, the sheer force causing Tony to stagger. Suddenly, a bullet struck the hydraulic mechanism of Mark I's leg, rendering it immobile. In response, Tony ignited the munitions at the cave's entrance, activating his flight apparatus and soaring into the sky. The explosion of the base's ammunition obliterated the terrorists within. Mark I ascended amidst a great conflagration and then veered back toward the ground, embedding itself into a dune. Tony lay among the shattered fragments of Mark I, basking in the scorching sunlight of the desert, feeling as though he had been reborn. Finally out. Not too shabby, he mused, assessing his body. No injuries? With such a force, it seems improbable that I would be unscathed, even with the armor's cushioning. I don't feel fatigued at all. In fact, I feel better than before I was kidnapped. Could it be because of Lin? Damn it. Tony suddenly recalled. Lin and Ethan are still inside. He resolved to find them. Glancing in the direction of the cave and making his way back. After a short while, he spotted Lin Yuan and Ethan approaching, chatting and laughing. Their steps light and carefree as they made their way toward him. Brother, you were truly impressive just now. Lin Yuan greeted Tony. Thank you, Tony replied, feeling a surge of emotion as he looked at the smiling child. It's nothing, brother. You've saved me several times already, Lin Yuan said, nonchalantly waving his hand. What shall we do next? Where should we go? Let us head that way. The military is surely searching for us, Tony suggested, pointing in a direction. Let us proceed that way. The 3 of them began to walk in that direction, the effects of the rejuvenation technique continuously restoring their strength. Having finally escaped the oppressive darkness of the cave, they moved with ease. Ethan, where do you plan to go next? I don't know. I have no place to return to. I should perhaps visit my hometown to pay my respects to my family. How about this? I'll accompany you, and then you can come help me. I need your assistance. Sure, I have nowhere else to go anyway. I will help you. Their heartfelt exchange made Lin Yuan feel a shiver run down his spine. Lin, you should join me as well. From now on, you'll be my brother. Tony suddenly turned to Lin Yuan and said. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a smile. All right. I'll count on you from now on. Chapter 12. What Assurance Bureau? As the sound of 2 helicopters whirred overhead, Lin Yuan realized that this desert journey was drawing to a close. Indeed. It wasn't long before the helicopters descended, and a throng of American soldiers rushed toward Tony, led by none other than Colonel Rhodey, Tony's close friend. Colonel Rhodey had anticipated that Tony would be suffering greatly, weakened from traversing the desert for so long. However, the sight before him was perplexing. Tony, aside from a peculiar object affixed to his chest and appearing somewhat disheveled, seemed more vibrant than ever. Tony, have you been on a desert vacation? Rhodey inquired. Indeed. It was quite the splendid trip. Tony replied with a grin. These are Dr. Ethan and Lin. They were my saviors. Tony introduced Lin Yuan and Ethan. Thank you, Rhodey said, shaking hands with Lin Yuan and Ethan, before embracing Tony. Let us go. They're waiting for you. With that, they proceeded to the military airstrip of the American forces. Tony's secretary, Pepper Potts, and his driver and bodyguard, Happy, stood anxiously at the slowly opening cargo door of the transport plane, their eyes filled with excitement and apprehension. Throughout Tony's abduction, they had never rested well and had never ceased searching for him. Happy, in particular, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for failing to protect Tony. Finally, they received word from the military that Tony had been found, and they rushed over with utmost urgency. As the door creaked open, Tony's silhouette emerged, and both Pepper and Happy froze, taken aback by the sight before them. Contrary to their expectations of a frail and weakened Tony, he appeared impeccably dressed, his complexion radiant. And aside from a slight tan, he seemed healthier than before his abduction. Pepper and Happy were left speechless. What was happening? Had he really returned in better spirits after 3 months of captivity? This defied logic. As Tony stepped off the plane, he declined the assistance of the medical personnel who offered him a stretcher. How utterly lacking in perception. Do I look like someone in need of a stretcher? He exclaimed. Hey, Pepper. Hey, Happy. Tony greeted them with a beaming smile. Pepper felt as though her tears had been shed in vain. Did he truly resemble a person who had been abducted? Are you all right, Tony? With a playful grin, Tony responded. Do I seem unwell? Have you been crying over my disappearance? I am quite elated. I merely wish to avoid job hunting. Indeed, your vacation has come to an end. As they all piled into the vehicle, Pepper insisted on taking Tony for a medical checkup, which he vehemently refused. Do I appear injured? After 3 months of confinement, the only 2 things I desire are, 1, to devour a cheeseburger, and 2. Before Tony could finish, Pepper interrupted. No, that sort of thing is out of the question. Lin Yuan, who was drinking water in the car, couldn't help but spit it out in laughter. Indeed, Pepper knows Tony all too well. It was no wonder she thought so. Tony had always been the sort who couldn't thrive without the company of women. With a look of disdain, Tony shot a glance at Lin Yuan and handed him a tissue. Little Pepper gazed at Tony with astonishment. It was the first time he had taken the initiative to care for someone, even if it was merely handing over a tissue. Who are these 2? She inquired curiously, having focused entirely on Tony and completely overlooking the presence of the other 2 individuals. This is Lin. He will henceforth be my brother. And this is Ethan, a friend who has been instrumental in my return, Tony introduced with a pat on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Hello, I am Lin Yuan. You may call me Lin. He greeted Little Pepper with a warm smile. Observing his youthful visage, Little Pepper felt even more astonished. This was unprecedented. Tony had never exhibited such warmth towards another man before. The fact that Tony had just declared him his brother was somewhat alarming, after all. This was none other than Tony Stark, who had just acknowledged a sibling, a proclamation of considerable weight. With that thought, Little Pepper smiled and replied, Hello, Lin. I am Potts Pepper. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am also immensely grateful to you both for rescuing Tony. Lin smiled back. It was nothing. Tony has saved me on numerous occasions. Little Pepper, the second matter I wish to address is that I am calling a press conference. Immediately. Right now? Tony announced. A press conference? For what purpose? Little Pepper asked, bewildered by the sudden announcement upon his return. You will find out in due time. Now, off you go to buy hamburgers. Understood, sir. Within the luxurious vehicle, Lin Yuan munched on his cheeseburger, observing Tony relish his meal, unable to restrain himself from commenting. Brother, is this the food you have longed for over the past 3 months? Ethan, too, was enjoying his meal, exclaiming, I find it rather delicious. Well, as long as you both are pleased. Lin sighed, cramming the remainder of his burger into his mouth, muttering, once things stabilize here, I must visit Rabbit's house for a proper feast. The car soon arrived at the entrance of Stark Industries, where a bald man led the employees in applause and cheers. Welcoming Tony back, Tony adjusted his suit collar and turned to Lin, saying, Lin, follow me. Lin responded affirmatively and exited the vehicle alongside Tony. The bald man approached with a hearty laugh, embracing Tony. Tony returned the gesture with evident joy, and they exchanged pleasantries as they proceeded to the press conference venue. Lin quietly trailed behind, recognizing the bald man as Obadiah Stane. a key figure within the Stark Empire and one of Tony's most trusted associates, who, regrettably, had betrayed Tony's trust. This was the mastermind behind Tony's abduction. Lin knew he needed to find an opportunity to alert Tony, though he pondered whether Tony would believe him. Inside the press hall, a throng of reporters awaited eagerly. Tony Stark had been missing for 3 months, and his sudden return warranted significant announcements, leaving the journalists in a state of anticipation. As Tony greeted the cheering crowd and made his way to the stage, Little Pepper couldn't help but smile at the sight of him being embraced by the crowd, laughing and conversing. This was the true essence of Tony Stark. Lin shared her sentiment, expressing his awe at the scene beside her. "Mr. Lin, may I have a moment of your time?" A gentle voice resonated nearby. Lin Yuan turned to see none other than the village chief of Marvel's novice village, Coulson. His hairline was scarcely better than Ethan's. Coulson extended a friendly hand towards Lin Yuan, introducing himself. "I am Agent Phil Coulson, from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." "From where?" "The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." "What division?" "The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." "What division?" Chapter 13. Is this job legitimate? "Mr. Lin, we are aware of your reputation, and we have come to you seeking a detailed account of Mr. Stark's escape. From what we gather, Tony emerged virtually unscathed. Could you enlighten us on the events that transpired?" Agent Coulson astutely redirected the conversation with a straightforward inquiry. Just as Lin Yuan was about to respond, Tony called him to the stage. "I'll go up first. We can discuss later," he stated. Coulson politely gestured for Lin Yuan to proceed at his leisure. Understanding that there was no rush, Tony, pulling Lin Yuan along, introduced him to the reporters below. "This is Lin Yuan, and he will be my brother from now on." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Tony Stark himself had publicly acknowledged Lin as his brother during a press conference. This was indeed monumental news. Lin Yuan was taken aback. While he was elated to be associated with Stark Industries, he felt like a mere auxiliary figure. Shouldn't he remain in the background? Why was he thrust into the limelight? Perhaps in Tony's eyes, acknowledging Lin as his brother meant that the world must know him as Tony Stark's sibling. Yet, in a few years, after experiencing profound pain, Tony would conceal his family far more discreetly, never again flaunting them before the public eye. Feeling both touched and somewhat helpless, Lin Yuan could only smile and greet the reporters below. In an instant, he was blinded by the flashes of cameras. "Wow, my eyes!" he exclaimed, momentarily disoriented. Tony observed Lin Yuan descending the stage with a smile, but his expression soon turned serious. "Now, I will address the second matter of today's press conference." The room fell silent. "I once believed that the weapons I created were safeguarding people, yet I witnessed a young face extinguished before my eyes, killed by the very weapons I designed for their protection." A reporter inquired, "What happened there?" Tony did not respond to the question but continued, "Through this period, I have come to realize that I can contribute much more to this world than merely creating explosive devices. Thus, I have decided to shut down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Industries, effective immediately, until I can determine the future direction of this company." The revelation reverberated through the venue like an explosion, with reporters clamoring to ask questions. Obadiah Stane, visibly furious, rushed to the stage to halt Tony from continuing. Lin Yuan observed the ensuing chaos, reflecting inwardly, "This is so like Tony." After the conference, Tony took Lin Yuan and Ethan on a tour of Stark Industries. Gazing at the colossal arc reactor before him, Lin Yuan marveled at Tony's genius. "This is immense. It looks entirely different from the smaller versions. How could he possibly create a finished product in just a few days?" The prowess of a technological titan is indeed formidable. Just as he was contemplating this, Obadiah Stane stormed in, saying, "Mr. Lin, Mr. Ethan, I need to have a private discussion with Tony." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and promptly turned to Ethan, heading back to the car to wait. After a brief wait, Obadiah Stane emerged, laughing and joking with Tony. And Lin Yuan realized that Tony had divulged the secret lodged in his chest to Stane. Alas, that secret had always been a source of peril. Lin wondered if Tony now dared to remove the shards from within his chest. He resolved to find an opportunity to discuss it with him. In the ensuing period, the news announced by Tony sent shockwaves across the globe, leading to a precipitous decline in Stark Industries stock. Yet, Lin Yuan, Tony, and Ethan led a rather comfortable life. Tony and Ethan busied themselves in Tony's underground laboratory, working on the modification of the arc reactor. After all, the current reactor was a hasty construction, lacking in both material quality and craftsmanship. With better resources at hand, they were determined to create something exceptional, given its significance to Tony's life and livelihood. Lin Yuan found even greater pleasure in his days, as he had Happy escort him on culinary adventures throughout New York. He indulged in an array of exquisite dining experiences, fine dining establishments offering both Chinese and Western cuisines. However, to be candid, while the variety was plentiful, the dishes often did not suit his palate. Particularly the Chinese offerings were mostly disappointing, save for a few exceptions. One day, after relishing a delightful meal, Lin Yuan visited the laboratory to find Tony. Upon entering, he spotted the arc reactor beneath its glass casing at the entrance. Oh, my dear brother. Have you upgraded your gear? Did Pepper arrange this? Lin tapped on the glass. Indeed, I had her dispose of the old one. But she insisted on keeping it as a memento. Tony replied with a hint of exasperation. Where's Uncle Ethan? Lin noted Ethan's absence, as he had been with Tony earlier. He's returned home to pay respects to his family. I had Rhodey arrange for someone to protect him. I intended to accompany him, but he insisted I stay back. Lin found a spot to sit and observed Tony as he tirelessly worked. Brother, do you wish to extract the fragments from your body and seal up the wound in your chest? I can assist you. It would be entirely safe and would leave no scar whatsoever. I am aware of your capabilities, Lin. Tony paused for a moment, contemplating, then continued. For now, I still require this device. I plan to reconstruct the apparatus from the cave. I initially wanted Rhodey to join me, but unfortunately, he declined. With a smile, he added, regardless, I know with your talents, even if I remain in my current state and something goes awry, you would be able to save me, right? Of course. I am a top-notch support, Lin Yuan assured him, treating the matter lightly. By the way, you should keep a wary eye on Obadiah. I have a lingering feeling he harbors ill intentions. You are being overly cautious, my dear brother. Stain has watched me grow. He would not wish me harm. He may simply be a bit upset, considering I announced such a significant matter without consulting him first. We had cleared the air during our previous conversation. Upset? He would just as soon wish to end your life. Lin Yuan silently scoffed. Just keep your wits about you. Relax, relax. Tony dismissed the concern. Lin, tell me. Do I treat you well? Tony leaned in, wrapping his arm around Lin Yuan's shoulder with a cheerful grin. Well enough. Lin Yuan expressed his proud and aloof demeanor. Tony leaned in and said, then could you kindly perform that rejuvenation technique of yours once more? Lin Yuan, somewhat perplexed, replied, but you have no issues at the moment. Why would you need the rejuvenation technique? Tony, with an air of mystery, responded, ever since you employed the rejuvenation technique on me, I have felt my stamina remarkably enhanced. I can work for extended periods without fatigue. Lin Yuan, with a look of disbelief, asked, are you speaking of actual work? Indeed, it is genuine work, without a doubt. I trust you as much as a ghost. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and casually cast a rejuvenation spell. With my current abilities, this spell should last approximately 6 hours. When it wears off, you can come back for more. After a moment's thought, Lin Yuan decided to also grant Tony a life-saving charm. All right, now be on your way. I must commence my work. Having achieved his aim, Tony promptly began to usher him out. Indeed, this work seemed rather dubious. Chapter 14. The armor has lost its charm. Brother. Lin Yuan rushed into the laboratory in a flurry. Lin, you're just in time. I was about to test the flight system of the suit. Could you assist me with the documentation? Without waiting for Lin Yuan to respond, Tony immediately enlisted his help. Oh, all right. The words almost escaped his lips, but he swallowed them back. We're ready to begin. Tony prepared himself. Wait a moment. Let me grant you a buff. Lin Yuan placed the wild mark on Tony. As for the rejuvenation spell, it had never ceased to work on Tony, providing continuous stamina recovery, which made the already workaholic Tony even more engrossed in his tasks. Are you ready? Then let us commence. Increase thrust by 20, prepare for takeoff. With Lin Yuan's magical shield, Tony grew bolder and initiated the flight at a full 20. In an instant, Lin Yuan watched as Tony collided with the ceiling, creating a gaping hole, before crashing down with a thud. The nearby mechanical arm, delayed by a beat, sprayed Tony's face with a cloud of debris. Lin Yuan laughed so hard he could hardly stand. This was all part of Tony's embarrassing history. In the following days, Lin Yuan refrained from mentioning his own matters, instead keenly observing Tony as he continuously enhanced the suit's various functionalities. Witnessing the gradual formation of the true Iron Man suit was indeed a moment worth cherishing. In truth, Lin Yuan's fondness lay with Jarvis, and the operations he had only previously seen in films made him envious. Once Tony was finished with his work, he must procure a system like that for Lin Yuan. It must be incredibly exhilarating to play with. He fell into delightful daydreams of a splendid life. This brother of his was perfect in every aspect, except for his frequent folly. Observing Lin Yuan's silly grin, Tony shook his head, finished installing the hand components of the armor, and called out, Lin, stop grinning foolishly. I need to test the flight stabilization device now. Oh, right. Lin Yuan snapped back to reality. Go for it, brother. With me here. You need not worry about a thing. At that moment, Pepper Potts appeared, carrying a cup of coffee, seeking Tony. Tony, Obadiah is waiting for you upstairs. Aren't you supposed to be avoiding weapon research? She looked puzzled at the device in Tony's hands. This is not a weapon. It is merely a flight stabilizer. Tony clarified as he readied himself for the test. Then, in the blink of an eye, Tony vanished from their sight. Following a cacophony of sounds, Iron Man, Tony Stark, was humorously buried beneath a pile of components. Lin Yuan, pulling out his phone, clicked away, capturing the moment. Iron Man's embarrassing photos. As Lin Yuan and Tony returned upstairs, Obadiah Stane was leisurely playing the piano. After exchanging pleasantries, Obadiah got straight to the point. Tony, the board has applied to cease your work. They believe you are suffering from post-traumatic stress. Ridiculous board. It was you bald-headed tyrant, who pushed this. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Is it merely because the stock plummeted by 40 points? Tony asked incredulously. It is 56. 5. Pepper emphasized. What difference does that make? I hold the majority stake in the company. Tony exhibited signs of agitation. The board possesses the authority to deem your new project inconsistent with the interests of the company, and you must present them with something compelling. Obadiah gestured towards the reactor embedded in Tony's chest, feigning concern for Tony's well-being. No, that is solely mine. This is non-negotiable. Tony resolutely rejected the proposition without a moment's hesitation. While Obadiah attempted to persuade him further, Tony disregarded him and turned towards the laboratory. Consumed by the singular desire to perfect his armor and demonstrate to those antiquated souls that he, Tony Stark, remains the preeminent genius of the world. In the underground garage laboratory, on the 11th day, during the 37th test of version 2.0, come on, Tony, urged Jarvis, gradually increasing the power from 1. As Tony prepared himself, radiant beams of pure white light emanated from his hands and feet, allowing him to stabilize and hover effortlessly in the air before landing smoothly. Excellent. Now increase thrust by 2. 5. The control improved significantly this time. Tony soared through the parking lot, narrowly avoiding igniting his luxurious vehicle. Though he landed safely in the end, Lin Yuan applauded enthusiastically from the sidelines, finding this far more entertaining than a film. An inept robotic arm, equipped with a fire extinguisher, aimed to spray Tony, but he quickly intervened. Lin Yuan observed a glimmer of disappointment in the arm's demeanor. In truth, he too felt a tinge of disappointment, wishing to see Tony doused. Hey, I can fly. Ah, Tony exclaimed, brimming with excitement. With the flight system test concluded, the next step was assembling the armor. As the exterior plating of the Iron Man suit was fully installed, aside from its color, the Mark II armor took its definitive form. That's so cool, bro. I want one, Lin Yuan exclaimed, his desire almost palpable. Indeed, when the time comes, I shall craft one for you, Tony replied with pride. Jarvis, let's get to work. Jarvis initiated the system's self-diagnostics. Upon completion, he prepared to shut down and commence data analysis. Let us first assess the weather conditions and flight restrictions while monitoring ground control. Jarvis comprehended immediately, sir. We must prepare thoroughly before undertaking any actual flight. Jarvis, one must learn to run before they can walk. Prepare, 3, 2, 1. With flames erupting from his hands and feet, the maiden flight of Mark II commenced. Amidst the roar of the flames, Mark II soared out of the garage, and Tony, exhilarated within the suit, shouted, "Oh yeah?" The sensation of soaring freely through the air sent his adrenaline soaring. It was an unprecedented experience. After circling the city, Mark II swiftly ascended towards the heavens. Suddenly, Jarvis emitted an alarm. Sir, something is approaching rapidly at an extraordinary speed. No sooner had Jarvis spoken than a magnificent bird, exceeding 1 meter in length and with a wingspan surpassing 2 meters, appeared beside Tony. Bro, I'm here. Lin Yuan's voice reached Tony's ears. Lin? Tony exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. This avian creature is Lin Yuan, who has now acquired the ability to transform. Previously, he sought out Tony to discuss this very matter. He has gained the power of flight and intends to visit the rabbit's abode. However, upon witnessing Tony testing the Mark suit, he found it intriguing and remained in the laboratory. It was only moments ago, as he observed Tony soaring into the sky, that he recalled his own newfound ability. To his delight, he discovered that the unique skin for his flying form, exclusive to the rabbit's home, was none other than the legendary rock. Of course, it is merely a skin, and its size is comparable to that of an ordinary large raptor, were it to resemble the colossal rock in stature. He would dare not utilize it. Nevertheless, despite its smaller size, its speed is nothing short of remarkable. For instance, at this moment, he can effortlessly keep pace with the Mark II armor. Lin Yuan senses that as his magical prowess intensifies, his flying speed will only increase. The K9 system truly is an extraordinary auxiliary system, with its optimization of support skills surpassing all expectations. Lin Yuan cannot help but exclaim his admiration for this flying form, awarding it a resounding 5-star rating. He holds great anticipation for his other forms as well. Meanwhile, Tony glances at his armor and then at the striking bird soaring beside him, feeling as though his own suit pales in comparison. This bird is simply magnificent. He yearns for it. Chapter 15. I could adore you to death, Jarvis. What is the altitude of the State Route 71 Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft? The record for fixed-wing aircraft is 85,000 feet. Records are meant to be broken. Come on, Lin, let us compete to see who can soar higher. Even if you can transform into a bird. It is impossible for a bird to fly higher than a machine. That may not be the case. I am not just any bird. I am the legendary rock. The mythical creature of the rabbit clan. Let us see who triumphs. With a flash of silver and gold, the two figures ascended toward the heavens. As they climbed higher, Lin Yuan felt a chill in the air, noticing frost beginning to coat the surface of the Mark II armor beside him. At that moment, Jarvis issued a warning. Sir, the surface of the aircraft is freezing. Ice accumulation may lead to significant system failures. Lin, are you all right? Tony shouted over to Lin Yuan. Absolutely, Lin Yuan replied, feeling no pressure at all. Then let us keep going. Tony's competitive spirit reignited. 3 seconds later, the plummeting temperatures caused the ice on the surface to thicken, resulting in a complete system shutdown. The Mark II abruptly powered down. Tony let out a long, despairing scream as he plummeted toward the ground. Lin Yuan chuckled to himself, transforming back into his human form and pulling out his phone to snap a few photos. Iron Man's embarrassing moment captured. Transforming back into his avian shape, the rock let out a triumphant cry and dove downward. In an instant, the rock caught up with the tumbling Tony, extending its claws to grasp the foot of the Mark II. Stabilizing its form, it looked down and taunted. What's wrong, brother? Why have you faltered so? Tony, teeth clenched in frustration, retorted. Just you wait. Once I've made my improvements, I'll make you regret this, and you'll call me brother. Lin Yuan laughed heartily. All right, first, you need to remove the ice. We can discuss it further when we return. I have something to tell you as well. Soon. The Mark II rebooted successfully and resumed its flight, the two of them chatting as they journeyed back to the seaside villa. Atop the villa, Tony hovered in the air. Shut down the power. As soon as Tony finished speaking, the Mark II crashed through the rooftop, shattering the piano and floor of the first floor, landing with a thud onto the luxury vehicles in the underground garage. Beside them, a rather dim-witted robotic arm seized the opportunity to excitedly spray Tony in the face. Lin Yuan silently pulled out his phone. Iron Man's embarrassing moment captured again. After tidying up the chaotic scene, Tony sat before his computer, holding a cup of a green concoction. Jarvis diligently recorded Tony's proposed modifications for the armor. Brother, you're drinking that to alleviate the toxicity of palladium, aren't you? Lin Yuan mused, thinking that Tony, empowered by a rejuvenation buff, should no longer exhibit symptoms of palladium poisoning. It seemed he had underestimated the potency of this substance. How did you know? Tony looked at Lin Yuan in surprise, having disclosed this to no one. Is it serious? Lin Yuan asked, concern etched on his face. It's nothing, just a bit uncomfortable. With your magic, it's hardly a concern. Tony replied nonchalantly. Please do let me know if you require assistance. I believe I will be able to resolve the issue shortly, Lin Yuan declared confidently. Although he was currently unable to employ the detoxification technique, he was certain that once he could, no poison would pose a challenge. Lin, what is this transformation of yours? Tony inquired, shifting the topic with curiosity. What kind of bird is that? It looks magnificent. This is one of my abilities, Lin Yuan explained. I possess a total of 4 forms, the giant bear, the cheetah, the aerial form, and the aquatic form. The majestic bird you just saw was my aerial form. Aerial form? What kind of bird is it? Lin Yuan elaborated. It is a mythical creature from Chinese folklore known as the Kunping. As recorded in Zhuangzi, the Joyful Wanderer, it states, in the northern abyss, there is a fish called Kuan. The size of Kuan is unknown, stretching thousands of miles. When it transforms into a bird, it is named Peng. The wingspan of Ping is also unknown, spanning thousands of miles. I embody the Peng mentioned therein, and my aquatic form is likely to be the Kuan. Of course, my transformed shape cannot be as grand as the legends depict. That's amazing, Tony exclaimed, his face filled with wonder. What about your cheetah and giant bear forms? How do they appear? I have yet to try them, Lin Yuan admitted. They should resemble the unique animal forms of the rabbit family, I suppose. Then hurry, show me. Tony urged, his interest piqued. Should I record this? No need. I shall begin now. First, I will transform into the cheetah form. With that, Lin Yuan vanished from sight. And before Tony stood a plump orange cat. Indeed, an orange cat. Tony blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. Lin, is this truly your cheetah form? It looks like a chubby cat. Lin Yuan was equally bewildered. He had always envisioned the aerial form as a striking Kunping and assumed the cheetah form would not be too far behind. He thought of mythical creatures like the Zouwu, or perhaps a Siberian tiger or snow leopard, but never did he expect to transform into a mere orange cat. And a rather hefty one at that. System, come forth and explain this to me, Lin Yuan demanded internally. After a prolonged silence, the system's voice finally resonated in his mind. Host, you do not need a striking appearance for combat in the cheetah form. Remember, cats are both safe and adorable. Yet you could have chosen a different cat, Lin Yuan retorted, gritting his teeth. Of all the cats, you selected the most rotund one. Host, in this world, orange cats are quite exceptional. Lin Yuan inhaled sharply, recalling a certain creature from this realm. Very well, I shall accept my fate. Tony continued to chuckle. Come. Let me pet it. Haha. Lin Yuan shot him a glance of disdain before reverting to his human form. Wait, I promise I won't laugh anymore. In fact, that cat is rather cute, albeit a bit plump. Do temper your laughter first. We might miss the other forms. Pfft. All right. I won't laugh any longer. Please proceed. Though Lin Yuan initially wished to ignore Tony, he was compelled to continue by Tony's insistence. Just refrain from laughing. I shall begin. With a flash of magical light, the giant bear form emerged. I must say, this is truly remarkable. Tony, with a look of astonishment, stood up and embraced Lin Yuan. Jarvis faithfully projected Lin Yuan's current appearance before him in a holographic display. Before him stood an adorable giant panda. Indeed, it was a giant panda. The legendary creature known as the Iron-Eating Beast, the steed of Qiyu, who had aided the Yellow Emperor in achieving victory. Lin Yuan gazed in disbelief at the holographic image before him, then glanced down at the black and white patterns adorning his own body. This is incredible. I have truly become a panda. Is this system intending for me to charm my enemies with this delightful visage? Nonetheless, Lin Yuan mused, it could certainly work. Chapter 16. Since I cannot do it well, I shall take matters into my own hands. Brother, you have been at it for half an hour. Can I transform back now? A panda lay on the ground, its head being gently stroked by a hand, an expression of utter despondency etched across its face. Don't stop. Just a little longer. After all, it is a panda. When little Pepper arrives, you must let her have a go as well, Tony exclaimed. Utterly enchanted as he continued to pet the panda, Lin Yuan struggled to free himself from Tony's grasp, eager to revert to his human form. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pity, Tony said, retracting his hand with a look of dissatisfaction. What abilities do you possess in these various forms? The flying form is incredibly swift. Certainly faster than your suit. I have yet to test its full speed. The aquatic form allows me to thrive in any water body, also with remarkable speed. The cheetah form grants me invisibility, while the giant bear form boasts formidable defense, Lin Yuan explained. What convenient abilities you possess, Tony remarked in awe, then, with a playful grin, added, Lin, transform into a panda again. I'll snap a photo to send to little Pepper. Don't even think about it. Jarvis has already taken enough pictures. You merely wish to continue stroking my head. Lin Yuan refused, knowing that further indulgence would leave him a bald panda. Very well. What a shame, Tony sighed, expressing his regret. At that moment, the television suddenly announced that Stark Industries was hosting a charity gala. Tony paused in surprise. Jarvis, did I receive an invitation? Negative, sir. No invitation has been sent to you. Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle from the side. Aha, brother. Your situation is quite dire. A charity gala hosted by your own company, and yet no one bothered to invite you. Tony, however, was unfazed. He had never cared much for such affairs. Besides, if little Pepper hadn't mentioned it, it was likely not a significant event. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up his car keys. It had been a while since he made an appearance. Perhaps it was time to pay a visit. Lin, are you coming? Tony inquired. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Not going. I detest such gatherings. They make me feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Very well, then I shall take my leave. You stay here. With that, Tony departed. Left alone at home, Lin Yuan found himself growing somewhat bored. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not visit Rabbit for a late-night snack? I can return after breakfast tomorrow. Splendid idea. Having made up his mind, he summoned the rock once more. Its wings flapping as it soared eastward, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. As he flew above the clouds, Lin Yuan felt his speed far surpassing that of sound, yet the flight was remarkably serene, devoid of any sonic booms or the sound of rushing air. Indeed, magic defies the laws of science, Lin Yuan mused. In just over an hour, he arrived at Rabbit's abode. Where to eat first? Lin Yuan pondered. Overwhelmed by the plethora of delectable options available at Rabbit's home, let us start with barbecue. Although I long for hot pot, it seems rather dull to enjoy it alone. I shall wait for Tony and the others to join me for hot pot next time. After a satisfying meal, Lin Yuan returned to Tony's seaside villa, only to find the lights in the underground garage still illuminated. Has Tony returned from the banquet? Why is he back in the lab working again? Pondering this, Lin Yuan made his way directly into the laboratory. Tony, clad in the Mark armor, sat in a chair, lost in thought, completely unaware of Lin Yuan's approach. Hey, are you all right? Lin Yuan asked, suspecting he knew what had transpired at the evening's gathering. Lin, you were right. Obadiah is indeed problematic. Tony's face bore the weight of desolation, and his tone grew somber. He has been secretly trafficking weapons to those terrorists. Today, Ethan contacted me. His hometown was attacked by the Ten Rings gang. I saw the photos from the scene, and the weapons they used were all produced by Stark Industries. Do you think I'm in the wrong? My inventions cannot bring peace. Tony's voice was subdued, tinged with bitterness. No, this is absolutely not your fault. The weapons themselves are not to blame. It is those who wield them maliciously. Tony gazed quietly at Lin Yuan, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. He seemed to contemplate Lin Yuan's words, seeking solace or explanation. After a moment, he spoke softly, but if it weren't for my inventions, they wouldn't have the means to harm others. Lin Yuan shook his head, speaking with resolve. No, even without your weapons, those with ill intentions would find other ways to wreak havoc. Your technology was originally intended to protect people. It is merely being misused by the wicked. Brother, you hold yourself to impossibly high standards, always striving for perfection, yet sometimes things do not unfold as we wish. Lin Yuan gently patted Tony's shoulder in encouragement. Tony took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He glanced at Lin Yuan with gratitude, and then smiled. Thank you, Lin. Your words have lifted my spirits. Perhaps I need to reassess my thoughts and objectives. Lin Yuan nodded, responding with a smile. Of course, I will always be here to support you. No matter the time or place. You are a magnificent inventor, and your talent and wisdom will change the world. As long as you remain steadfast in your beliefs and trust in your abilities, everything will improve. Brother, you will become the greatest hero this world has ever known. I have always believed this. Thank you, Lin. I feel much better. Tony embraced Lin Yuan gently. He then turned his attention back to the Mark armor. Falling into deep contemplation. Soon after, he rose, transforming the flight stabilization device into an arc pulse cannon, shattering the glass before him. As more glass shattered, his expression grew resolute. Brother, when you go to Kamara, take me with you. Lin Yuan recognized that Tony had made up his mind. Since his inventions were misapplied in others' hands, he would take matters into his own hands. Absolutely. Tony replied decisively, not pausing in his actions. In the following days, Lin Yuan remained alongside Tony in the laboratory, observing as he meticulously optimized the Mark II armor. Tony eschewed what he deemed an ostentatious yellow hue, opting instead for a striking red and yellow color scheme reminiscent of a vintage automobile in the garage. Lin Yuan remarked that this choice was even more flamboyant, yet undeniably impressive, as he beheld Tony standing on the platform, surrounded by mechanical arms deftly assisting him into the latest Iron Man suit, Mark III. Tears of all welled at the corners of Lin Yuan's eyes. It was simply magnificent. This was the epitome of a man's sanctuary. However, the armor was still a work in progress. Lin Yuan eagerly anticipated further enhancements from Tony, hoping that one day he might craft a suit for his bare form, thus bestowing him with a semblance of offensive capability. After all, one cannot solely rely on an adorable appearance to vanquish foes, can they? Chapter 17 The Bald Man Lin. Let us embark, Tony exclaimed, urging Lin Yuan to prepare for their heroic mission. Sure thing, Tony. Lin Yuan replied, exhilarated to partake in Iron Man's inaugural venture. The two ascended into the sky in an instant. Lin, can you keep pace with my speed? Who do you underestimate? You should be asking if you can keep up with me. Lin Yuan retorted, feeling slighted. Shall we compare? Tony challenged, skeptical. Let us indeed. Watch closely. You want to even catch a glimpse of my tail. With a powerful flap of his wings, Lin Yuan surged ahead, leaving Tony far behind in mere moments. Staring at the giant bird that had vanished from sight, Tony was taken aback. Jarvis, what is my current speed? Sir, your flying speed is 3 Mach. Goodness. Tony gasped. What about Lin's speed? Exceeding 10 Mach, sir. That is remarkable. 5 minutes later, a disheveled Lin Yuan reappeared beside Tony. For he was unfamiliar with the route to Kamara town, and this desolate place lacked even mobile phone signal, rendering navigation futile. Brother, once we return, I must have a navigation system for my flying form. This wretched place has no signal. Last time I visited Rabbit's house, I didn't get lost. Lin Yuan lamented. Not a problem, that's easily arranged. Wait, when did you go to Rabbit's house? The day you attended the banquet, I had nothing to do. So I went to Rabbit's for a barbecue. Tony fell silent. Next time, invite me along. Absolutely. In Kamara town? A KB thug was poised to execute a disobedient villager as an example, as the villager's wife and children looked on in despair. A young boy cradled in a woman's arms suddenly gazed up at the sky in astonishment. A humanoid mech descended majestically from above. The KB thug was startled by this aerial apparition and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The bullets merely grazed the armor of Mark III, leaving minimal marks. Unperturbed, Tony methodically eliminated the KB thugs with his hand's arc pulse cannon, then swiftly neutralized the thug holding hostages using the autolock feature. Such a show-off, but undeniably impressive. Lin Yuan mused, choosing to remain aloft, bestowing Tony with a buff while observing him show off. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Oh, ISNT, that my old acquaintance with the beard. He spotted a bearded little leader cowering behind an earthen wall, relieved to have narrowly escaped disaster. Suddenly, a strikingly handsome bird appeared before him, morphing into a somewhat familiar boy. The boy greeted him cheerfully, "Hi." Then, the boy transformed into a striking black and white bear. delivering a resounding slap that sent the leader flying. Lin Yuan felt a wave of satisfaction as he sent the bearded thug tumbling several meters away. As Lin Yuan prepared to administer a finishing blow to the bearded man, Tony's voice resonated, urging him to leave the man to the villagers' wrath and to proceed with their mission to obliterate the nearby base. Before Lin Yuan could respond, Tony executed a suave turn and soared into the sky, leaving behind the remark that the man was at their disposal. Such a flawless FAAD, Lin Yuan scoffed, transforming into a great bird and pursuing Tony. Meanwhile, the bearded man was left to face the approaching, enraged villagers who were unleashing their fury. Just as Tony ascended above the Ten Commandments gang's base, ready to strike, a shell struck him down, sending him crashing to the ground. The re-emerged Mark III was covered in dirt and appeared quite disheveled. Lin Yuan, amused, chuckled, "What a grandiose display. How the tables have turned." He then took out his phone and snapped several pictures of Iron Man's embarrassing moment. Tony, with a look of reproach towards his younger brother, fired a small rocket, obliterating the tank that had shot him down. He turned away from the ensuing explosion, braving the bullets aimed at him, and soared into the air, unleashing an enhanced arc reactor blast that detonated the munitions within the base. Ignoring Lin Yuan, he flew away. Lin Yuan found the situation amusing. He knew Tony was unharmed, as the Mark III was well protected, and with Tony's enhancements, sustaining injury was nearly impossible. Lin Yuan speculated that Tony felt embarrassed in front of him. "Oh brother, this is just the beginning. Wait until I host an exhibition of Iron Man's embarrassing moments. Then you'll truly appreciate the affection from your little brother." With a mischievous grin, Lin Yuan transformed into a great bird and headed home. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan was at a loss. He could not find his way back, and this desolate place had no signal. Reluctantly, he chose a random direction to fly in, hoping for a signal to assist his navigation. However, as he flew, he sensed something was amiss. The mountain before him appeared quite imposing. He had not seen such a lofty peak on his earlier journey. Suddenly, he spotted what seemed to be a temple atop the mountain. As he approached, it became clear that it was indeed a temple, bustling with people engaged in synchronized activities in the courtyard. So many people. What temple is this? Wait, is that the bald-headed figure? How did I end up here? Lin Yuan was nearly overwhelmed with fear, battling the urge to turn and flee. Inside the temple, the bald figure lifted her gaze toward Lin Yuan's direction. "Oh no. Is she looking at me? I can't run. I must act like an ordinary bird and fly past her. She surely won't notice," he reassured himself, steeling his resolve as he glided over the temple, quickly accelerating away. "Surely, she didn't see me. Thankfully, this is not the time to engage with her." Lin Yuan sighed in relief, finally understanding his location. Inside the temple, the bald figure observed the retreating great bird, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Upon finally returning to his villa, Lin Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. "At last, I have returned. I am utterly exhausted. Jarvis, has Tony come back?" "Yes, sir, Mr. Stark is in the laboratory." Lin Yuan made his way to the underground lab, where Tony was engrossed in his work. "Hey, I'm back," Lin Yuan greeted. "Why are you so late?" "I got lost, obviously. You need to set up a navigation system for my flight mode, one that connects to satellites." "That's not urgent. First, I need a favor from you. I've asked Pepper to gather evidence against Obadiah, and I would appreciate it if you could ensure her safety, all right? I recall that your cheetah form has the ability to become invisible. Why send her? It's far too dangerous. I can go. You are not familiar with the locations. Pepper has a better understanding." "Oh, that's true. When is she going?" "It should be in the next couple of days, so you should accompany her during that time." "Understood. I will ensure the task is accomplished." Chapter 18. A culinary journey through the rabbit family in the lair of the Ten Commandments. Lin Yuan's old acquaintance, the bald chief, was entertaining his benefactor. Within the tent, Obadiah Stane gazed longingly at the humanoid armor before him, his eyes reflecting boundless desire. He traced the circular opening on the chest of the armor, lost in thought. The bald chief continued to prattle on about his aspirations to dominate the world with such technology. And then, there was silence. Obadiah Stane effortlessly subdued him with a high-tech sonic paralysis wave, followed by a thorough cleansing of the entire Ten Commandments base. Lin Yuan, had he been present, would have scoffed at the bald chief, questioning how someone of his caliber could dare to entertain thoughts of world domination. At Stark Enterprises, Lin Yuan transformed into an orange cat, stealthily following Pepper Potts into the building. Once inside, Pepper entered the office to extract data from the computer, while Lin Yuan remained outside, keeping watch. Soon enough, he spotted Obadiah Stane approaching the office. Observing that Pepper was still occupied, he sighed. Realizing it would be another eventful day, Lin Yuan deactivated his invisibility and gracefully approached Obadiah Stane. The latter, puffing on a cigar and heading towards the office, was startled by the sudden appearance of a plump orange cat, prompting him to shout for security. "Security! There's a cat in here. Get it out immediately." Unperturbed, Lin Yuan strolled leisurely, halting before Obadiah Stane before leaping into action. With a swift motion, he unleashed his technique, cat's cross claw. Damn it. Obadiah Stane's face was instantly marked with 2 claw marks, and he clutched his face, yelling, "Security! Capture that wretched fat cat!" The security personnel, alerted by the commotion, rushed to apprehend Lin Yuan, who nimbly evaded their grasp. Chaos erupted throughout the floor. Inside the office, Pepper had successfully copied the incriminating evidence against Obadiah Stane. She hurriedly gathered her belongings and exited the office, making her way through the pandemonium to leave the company. Lin Yuan watched as Pepper departed safely, deftly dodging several security guards in pursuit before retreating to a secluded corner, activating his invisibility, leaving behind a bewildered group of security personnel and a furious Obadiah Stane. Returning to his office in a fit of rage, Obadiah Stane keenly noticed that his computer had been tampered with. Cautiously, he proceeded to review the surveillance footage. The image of Pepper appeared on the screen. Watching her hastily descend the stairs after leaving the office, accompanied by a government official awaiting below, Obadiah Stane smashed the screen in a fit of anger, his eyes narrowing with malevolence as he watched her retreating figure. After completing his mission, Lin Yuan returned to the villa, greeted Tony, and prepared to indulge in a culinary feast at the Rabbit family's establishment, intent on savoring every dish. Days later, having relished the gastronomic delights, Lin Yuan leisurely made his way back. Alas, I had hoped my speed would allow me to experience the entirety of the Rabbit family's offerings. Yet I scarcely ventured beyond the confines of the panda's homeland. A failure indeed, Lin Yuan lamented, asserting that it was not his combat prowess that faltered, but rather the overwhelming abundance of delectable dishes at the Rabbit family's table. "Hey, bro, what's up?" In the skies, Lin Yuan received a call from Tony. "Lin, where are you? I need your help." Tony's voice was laced with urgency. "I'm on my way back." "What happened?" Lin Yuan sensed that something was amiss and accelerated his flight. "Obadiah attacked me. He took the arc reactor from my chest." "Are you all right?" Lin Yuan asked, his anxiety rising. He had assumed that, because of his intervention, Pepper had escaped Obadiah's notice, and that he would not act so quickly against Tony. However, he had underestimated the cunning of that bald-headed fiend. "I'm fine. Just when I felt I was about to perish, an energy surged within me, rapidly restoring my strength. I managed to retrieve the original arc reactor that Pepper had secured for me." "Is that your ability?" Lin asked, relief flooding his tone as Tony expressed his gratitude for narrowly escaping death. "It's good to hear you're all right. That was a spell I cast for you previously. It can save your life in moments of near demise." Lin Yuan recalled the nurturing spell he had bestowed upon Tony and breathed a sigh of relief. "Lin, you've saved my life once more," Tony expressed, his words filled with gratitude. "No need for such formality. We are brothers, and there is no need for pleasantries. What do you need me to do now? By the way, Pepper has gone to find Obadiah. I need you to help me delay him for a moment." "I'll be there shortly." Tony's voice was once again tinged with urgency. "Rest assured, I will arrive soon. Pepper will be fine." After ending the call, Lin Yuan hastened his speed, slicing through the night sky like a golden lightning bolt. At the entrance of Stark Tower, Pepper was leading several agents into Stark Industries, preparing to apprehend Obadiah Stane. However, shortly after their entry, a violent explosion erupted from the basement of Stark Industries. In a state of panic, Pepper dashed out of the building, retrieving her phone to call Tony. Suddenly, a massive suit of armor emerged from the ground before her. It was none other than Obadiah Stane piloting the Ironmonger. With a sinister grin, Obadiah raised his hand, ready to eliminate Pepper. A piercing eagle's cry echoed, followed by a flash of gold that streaked before the Ironmonger, causing Pepper to vanish from sight. Enraged by her sudden disappearance, Obadiah shouted and prepared to sprint toward Tony's villa. In the air, Lin Yuan grasped Pepper's arm with his eagle talons, lifting her into the sky. Startled, she screamed and struggled. "Pepper, it's me," Lin Yuan quickly reassured her. "Lin?" Pepper recognized his voice and ceased her struggles, puzzled. "What is happening?" "I'll explain later. First, I need to get you to safety. Return to the villa. I will stop Obadiah." Lin Yuan set Pepper down in a secure location and turned to pursue Obadiah Stane, who was careening towards Tony's residence. Despite his ability to fly, Obadiah chose to run, his motives unclear. Lin Yuan observed as his Iron Titan sped down the road. The vehicles along the way hastily maneuvering to evade it. Those unable to escape were sent flying, while anguished cries and desperate pleas echoed throughout the streets. Cursing under his breath, he soared into the air, transforming into human form before unleashing a binding vine upon the Iron Titan, only to revert to his grand rock form once more. The Titan's feet were swiftly ensnared by a robust tendril, the immense inertia propelling it forcefully to the ground, face first. Struggling to rise, Obadiah gazed in bewilderment at the vine coiling around his foot, perplexed. What is this? Where did this vine come from? 10 seconds later, the binding effect dissipated, and the tendril vanished. Staring in utter confusion at the sudden disappearance of the vine, Obadiah found himself in a daze, pondering. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Chapter 19. Alas, this one is bound to fail. After a moment of bewilderment, Iron Titan pressed onward, undeterred by the minor distraction. Lin Yuan sighed. After all, the flying form was not meant for combat, and it could not impede Iron Titan's advance. There was no alternative but to summon the national treasure. Hopefully, this bald-headed fellow was a cat enthusiast. Soon, the rock materialized before Iron Titan, transforming instantaneously into an endearing panda. Charge. The panda surged forward with astonishing speed, and the formidable magical effect of its charge rendered Obadiah Stane momentarily dazed. Lin Yuan's panda stood upright and delivered a hefty slap to Iron Titan's face. Yet, Iron Titan remained unmoved. A crow flew overhead, and Lin Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Regaining his composure, Obadiah maneuvered Iron Titan to retaliate, landing a punch squarely on Lin Yuan's panda face. The powerful defense of the bear form, coupled with the wild March shield, made Lin Yuan feel as though the blow was merely a tickle. It was a clash of beast and machine, trading punches amidst a cacophony of sounds. Bystanders were left astounded. Was that black and white creature truly a panda? It certainly appeared so. But aren't zoo pandas usually adorable? Whose panda was this that exhibited such ferocity? Feeling somewhat vexed, Lin Yuan's panda lamented that the optimized bear form had no offensive skills. The panda's soft paws could not penetrate Iron Titan's armor. Although he possessed magical protection and was untroubled by Iron Titan's assaults, the exhausting exchange was becoming tiresome. Tony, hurry up. Obadiah Stane, equally exasperated, had just dealt with a bird that had whisked away Pepper and was now being persistently pursued by a panda. He decided to ignore the panda before him and unleashed a torrent of flames from the jet propulsion, preparing to take off. Upon seeing Iron Titan ready to ascend, Lin Yuan let out a challenging roar. Suddenly, a surge of rage coursed through Obadiah, an overwhelming impulse to tear the panda apart. He turned and unleashed a barrage of missiles towards Lin Yuan, then bellowed as he charged straight at him. Lin Yuan was met with an explosion of missiles to the face. Before he could regain his senses, Iron Titan had already seized his foot. Resigned and disheartened, Lin Yuan lay on the ground, feeling as though his very existence as a bear was rendered meaningless. Curse it, another overtime shift. And this time, it was to cover for Loki. Damn system. If it weren't for you, I would not be in this predicament. Lin Yuan blamed the system for his woes. As Iron Titan prepared to crush the panda beneath his foot, a crimson figure hurtled in, colliding with him and sending him flying. Brother, you finally arrived. Lin Yuan felt tears welling up. Are you all right, Lin? Tony exclaimed, concern etched on his face as he gazed at Lin Yuan sprawled on the ground. I'm fine. You go ahead. I need to contemplate the meaning of life. Lin Yuan waved dismissively, sprawled on the ground. Subsequently, Tony charged at Iron Titan in a furious rage. And then, there was silence. Iron Giant is equipped with Tony's latest arc reactor, which provides ample energy. Additionally, Iron Giant's large size and thick armor render it akin to a heavily armored warrior. Conversely, Tony currently relies on a makeshift reactor crafted from scrap materials in a cave, barely sustaining the operation of the Mark III suit, which resembles a lightweight assassin, albeit one lacking sufficient energy. This assassin faces off directly against the heavily armored warrior, leaving Tony on the brink of despair. Fortunately, unlike in the original narrative, Tony receives assistance from Lin Yuan. Previously, Tony had been experiencing gradual enhancements to his physique due to a nurturing effect, and now Lin Yuan has bestowed upon him the rejuvenation technique and the wild mark effect. Although he is utterly defenseless against Iron Giant's blows, Tony remains physically unharmed aside from his embarrassment. Tony swiftly extricates himself from Iron Giant's grasp and ascends into the sky, confident that Obadiah's hastily constructed Iron Giant cannot rectify the weaknesses he has discerned through personal experience. As anticipated, Iron Giant quickly succumbs to freezing temperatures at high altitude, causing its systems to malfunction and sending it plummeting to the ground, creating a significant crater in front of Stark Tower. Shortly thereafter, Tony descends unsteadily from the sky, prompting Lin Yuan to rush forward. Brother, are you all right? Lin Yuan inquires. I'm fine, just running low on energy. What about Obadiah? Did you handle him? He fell into the sewer. I believe he should be all right. What do we do now? I'm out of energy, Tony expresses his concern. Lin Yuan rolls his eyes and leans closer to Tony's ear. Brother, if you do this, then leave the rest to me. Is that feasible? Tony asks, a hint of worry in his voice. Don't worry. Even if we fail, he can't kill us. Worst case, we can have Rhodey clean up the mess. Lin Yuan replies nonchalantly. All right, let's proceed with this plan. Tony resolves. On the road in front of Stark Tower, Iron Giant emerges from the ground in a disheveled state. Thanks to its excellent shock absorption capabilities, Obadiah, who controls it, sustains minimal injuries. However, he is furious, feeling as though he has been toyed with by Tony, and resolves to end things swiftly. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls from behind. Well, if it isn't the bald giant, who are you looking for? Obadiah turns to see Lin Yuan. You? Where's Tony? What, is he too scared of me to face me himself? Sending a little brat to his doom? You needn't concern yourself with Tony's whereabouts. I'm here to convey a message, Lin Yuan replies, still grinning. What message? Obadiah, intrigued, asks despite the dire circumstances. Lin Yuan faces Iron Giant, his lips forming words that clearly register in Obadiah's mind. FXXKU, bitch. He then transforms into a panda and unleashes a challenge roar at Obadiah. Obadiah, whether due to the effect of the skill or Lin Yuan's brazen provocation, feels his vision redden with fury. At that moment, his focus narrows solely on the panda before him, consumed by an overwhelming desire to turn it into a carpet. Calm and unhurried, Lin Yuan proceeded to ensnare Ironclad's legs with entangling roots. With his face pressed against the ground, Ironclad fell with a thud. While the furious Obadiah struggled to rise, Tony emerged from his hiding spot, stepping onto Ironclad's back and swiftly severing the exposed wires at his neck. Obadiah Stark felt a sudden darkness envelop him as his optical connection malfunctioned. In a fit of rage, he opened Ironclad's cockpit. His face contorted with fury as he directed Ironclad towards Tony, shouting, Tony Stark, I have dedicated 40 years to this company, leading it from nothing to its current stature. And you dare obstruct my path. I shall not permit anyone to hinder my progress. Ironclad delivered a powerful punch that sent Tony crashing into Stark Tower. And he quickly followed inside. Hey, Tony, while you ceased weapon development, you have inadvertently created the most formidable weapon. Ironclad advanced step by step towards Tony, silent and resolute. Tony charged at Ironclad. Ironclad seized him with one hand, applying tremendous pressure on the Mark III. The suit emitted a distressing creaking sound as the metal was compressed. All that remained in Tony's ears was Jarvis's incessant alarm. This is bad. I might be in trouble. A sense of panic began to stir within Tony. Chapter 20, brother. I really don't want to go to school. Hey, Baldy, over here. Lin Yuan shouted as he noticed Tony was in dire straits. Without hesitation, he unleashed a swarm skill directed at Obadiah. Initially, he had intended for the summoned insects to create a distraction, allowing Tony to escape. However, to his astonishment, the sheer number of insects was overwhelming. They swarmed the cockpit of the Iron Giant, and the density of the creatures would surely incapacitate anyone with a phobia of clusters. Obadiah screamed in horror, flinging Tony away with great force while clawing at the insects infesting his face. What in the world? So many insects? Lin Yuan couldn't have anticipated such a potent effect from the swarm skill. It seemed prudent to test the attack skills optimized by the dog system once this ordeal concluded. As Lin Yuan contemplated this, he swiftly transformed into an orange cat and charged at Obadiah, delivering a flurry of feline punches directly to his eyes. Obadiah howled in pain and, disregarding the insects, began firing wildly with the Iron Giant, desperately attempting to obliterate the wretched orange cat with missiles. As a missile hurtled towards him, Lin Yuan nimbly dodged, watching in disbelief as it soared straight toward the massive arc reactor of Stark Industries. Alarmed, he executed a graceful backflip midair, transforming into a great rock and darting through the doorway. Exiting the building, the great rock seized Tony, who was poised to rush inside, and swiftly ascended into the sky. Behind them, a deafening explosion erupted, a brilliant blue light shooting into the heavens as the missile struck the arc reactor, causing an overload that engulfed the entire building in energy, creating a gaping hole in the sky. Lin Yuan carried Tony to the rooftop of a nearby building, both transfixed by the towering blue column of light. Tony remained silent, lost in thought. In the distance, police cars finally arrived, surrounding Stark Industries. Let us head back, brother, Lin Yuan said, patting Tony on the shoulder. Pepper is waiting for you at home. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Tony's face. All right. Let us go back first. At the seaside villa, an anxious Pepper paced back and forth in the hall, incessantly inquiring of Jarvis. Ms. Potts, Mr. Stark has returned and is currently in the lab, Jarvis announced suddenly. Pepper's expression brightened as she rushed to the laboratory. Upon seeing the battered exterior of Mark III, her eyes welled with tears. With the assistance of mechanical arms, Tony finally managed to extricate himself from the deformed suit. Just as he stepped down from the platform, a fragrant breeze enveloped him. Ignoring Lin Yuan's presence, Pepper dashed over and embraced Tony, her hands frantically exploring his body. Are you all right? Are you hurt? You scared me to death, Tony, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with concern. Tony gently wrapped his arms around Pepper, reassuring her. I'm fine. Don't worry. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate as their faces drew closer. Observing the two engrossed in their own world, Lin Yuan interjected, ahem, brother and sister. There are minors present. It was only then that Pepper Potts noticed Lin Yuan beside her and hurriedly pushed Tony away, blushing as she greeted him. Tony cast a displeased look at Lin Yuan, and then suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Lin, how old are you this year? Lin Yuan, bewildered by Tony's sudden change in demeanor, replied, what's the point of asking that? I'm 16. 16, Tony said, a mischievous grin forming. He turned to Pepper and instructed, Pepper, please help me contact the best high school tomorrow. A 16-year-old cannot possibly forego education. Pepper was momentarily taken aback, but quickly returned a smile, replying, "Of course, boss." "Seriously? Brother, how could you do this? I consider you my real brother. Yet you want me to go to school?" Lin Yuan was flabbergasted, unable to fathom Tony's seemingly cruel intentions. "Children must attend school to prevent them from wandering aimlessly and witnessing inappropriate things," Tony remarked, ignoring Lin Yuan's lamenting as he led Pepper out of the laboratory, leaving Lin Yuan to ponder his existence due to his brother's petty revenge. In the following days, the battle between Iron Giant and Panda, as well as Iron Man's confrontation with Iron Giant, stirred a significant uproar. The explosion at Stark Tower captured the attention of the media, which clamored for coverage. In an effort to quell the situation, Stark Industries announced a press conference, with Tony Stark himself stepping forward to dispel the rumors. At the press conference, Colonel Rhodes emphasized that everything was merely an accident, a malfunction of a robot prototype that caused the arc reactor to explode. Meanwhile, in the background, Tony was preparing, with Agent Coulson repeatedly reminding him of what to say during the conference. Lin Yuan, overhearing, smirked. "I'm quite curious how you'll explain the battle between Iron Giant and Panda." Agent Coulson, visibly annoyed, retorted, "There was no battle between Iron Giant and Panda. It was simply a dyed black bear that escaped from a circus, and you can refer to us as S-H-I-E-L-D. He then turned and walked away. Dyed black bear? Who would believe that? Lin Yuan scoffed silently, then suddenly had a thought, grinning mischievously. "Agent Coulson, I hope your hairline maintains its current state." Exiting the backstage area, Coulson felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed. After a barrage of meaningless chatter at the press conference, Tony delivered the world-shattering declaration, "I am Iron Man." In the background, Lin Yuan watched the spirited Tony, laughing joyfully. "Now that's the Tony Stark I know. This is the essence of him, without a doubt." On stage, Rhodes stared at Tony in bewilderment. "Dude, that makes everything I said before sound like nonsense." Below, Coulson facepalmed and sighed. "This is truly unpredictable. My poor hairline." When Tony returned backstage, Lin Yuan gave him a thumbs up. "Bro, you were fantastic." Tony chuckled. "In a while, you'll be heading to school. Pepper has already made the arrangements." Lin Yuan protested, "If you don't mention that, we're still good brothers." One evening, upon returning to the villa, Lin Yuan and Tony opened the door only to find a figure standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan unleashed a spell of lunar fire, a blinding beam of moonlight cascading from above, enveloping the figure in darkness. Caught off guard, the individual let out a pained exclamation. "Damn it, you've blinded my titanium eyes." Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He knew precisely who stood before him. Who else but that peculiar bald head could possess such eccentricities? He had initially contemplated experimenting with these modified attack skills, and the lunar fire indeed surprised him, proving itself to be quite effective as a flashbang. Splendid, splendid. Yet another useful skill added to his repertoire. Lin Yuan deemed the canine system not too disappointing after all. Moments later, as the figure's sight began to return, he cast a resentful glance at Lin Yuan. "Do you have any idea how frustrating it is to have your grandstanding interrupted?" Lin Yuan chose to ignore him, while Tony bluntly inquired, "Who are you?" Nick Fury composed himself and turned to Tony, stating, "I am Nick Fury, director of S-H-I-E-L-D. I have come to extend an invitation for you to join the Avengers. And you as well, Lin Yuan. I extend the same invitation to you." "Absolutely not." Before Lin Yuan could utter a word, Tony outright rejected the proposal. "Why not?" Nick Fury, though not surprised, still sought clarification. "He is underage and still has to attend school." Tony pointed at Lin Yuan. Bald head chimed in. "That excuse is irrefutable." Lin Yuan replied, "Brother, I genuinely do not wish to attend school." Chapter 21. In the North Sea, there is a fish named Kuan. Early the next morning, the exuberant little Pepper eagerly sought out Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes, still disoriented, he was dragged from his slumber by her enthusiasm. "Pepper, what is the rush so early in the day?" Lin Yuan's tone was laden with discontent. Little Pepper, undeterred by his complaints, beamed with excitement. "Lin, hurry. I want to see a panda." Lin Yuan, perplexed, retorted, "But I don't have a panda." He firmly refused to concede to such an absurdity, lest he be subjected to ridicule. "Come on," Tony told me. "You can transform into a panda, and even into a plump cat." Little Pepper wore an expression that suggested disbelief. "Damn Tony, I'll make sure to share those embarrassing photos of him later." Lin Yuan seethed, determined to take revenge on Tony for his indiscretion. He then turned to Little Pepper with a conciliatory smile. "Pepper, don't listen to my brother's nonsense. How could a person turn into a panda? Tony must have been intoxicated." Little Pepper scoffed at his explanation. "If a person cannot transform into a panda, can they turn into a giant bird? Do you take me for a fool?" Lin Yuan, still groggy, had forgotten that Little Pepper had indeed witnessed his flying form. "It seems you are not one to learn until faced with calamity." Little Pepper wore an expression of determination as she called out, "Jarvis, In 5 minutes, a black and white ball lay sprawled on the floor. Little Pepper gleefully petted the panda's head, occasionally leaning down to nuzzle the plush creature. Pepper, have a little decorum. Essentially, you're nuzzling me. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. You're my brother, what's the harm? Besides, pandas are simply adorable. Why hold back? Little Pepper continued to indulge herself without a care. At that moment, Tony arrived, and Lin Yuan promptly called for help. Brother, save me. Tony seemed oblivious, approaching to ruffle the panda's head affectionately. Lin Yuan, as the panda, was stunned, enduring the affectionate torment for half an hour. He felt that if this continued, he would surely lose his hair. Seizing a moment, he transformed into his cheetah form and escaped from their grasp. Little Pepper, noticing the panda's disappearance, found herself captivated by the sight of a plump orange cat. What a chubby cat. Come here, brother, let me pet you. Lin Yuan shuddered, fleeing in haste, shouting, Pepper, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave. He then dashed through the window of the seaside villa and leapt into the ocean. Little Pepper, startled, hurried to investigate, only to see the plump cat morph into a peculiar fish as it plunged into the sea. Lin Yuan was thrilled. Indeed, his aquatic form was that of Kuan. In an instant, he vanished beneath the ocean's surface, only to erupt once more, transforming into a magnificent rock soaring high above the waves. The great rock flaps its wings high in the sky, then plunges into the ocean, transforming into a massive fish known as Kuan. It repeats this transformation endlessly, murmuring, in the North Sea, there is a fish called Kuan, so immense that it cannot be contained in a single pot. Cough, cough, cough. Its size is unfathomable, spanning thousands of miles. When it becomes a bird, it is called Ping. In the villa, Tony stands side by side with Pepper at the window, watching Lin Yuan play joyfully in the sea, a smile gracing his lips. How wonderful! Pepper exclaims, holding Tony's hand and leaning against his shoulder. Tony, too, grips Pepper's hand tightly, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is wonderful. Perhaps it is fate. From their very first encounter, he found Lin Yuan to be remarkably endearing, which compelled him to protect him even in dire circumstances. Yet, in truth, it is Lin Yuan who often shields him. Observing Lin Yuan frolicking in the sea, Tony turns to Pepper and says, we must expedite matters at school. My dear brother, I am doing this for your own good. How can a child be so carefree? Suddenly, Lin Yuan feels a chill on his back and glances around, but sees nothing amiss. How peculiar. Could the seawater be too cold? Puzzled, he decides to disregard it for now. After all, it is still early. Perhaps he should visit Rabbit's house for breakfast? Lin Yuan silently contemplates. What a splendid idea. Let us go. He shouts towards the villa. Brother, I'm off to Rabbit's house for breakfast. Did he just say he is going to Rabbit's house for breakfast? Pepper asks Tony incredulously. You heard correctly. Tony grits his teeth. Although he too can fly, he knows that if he were to fly directly to Rabbit's house, Rod would likely be furious with him. Indeed, children ought to remain at school, otherwise they can be quite bothersome. Tony grumbles, but he still feels a twinge of envy. The allure of his armor pales in comparison. Jarvis, I want Chinese food for lunch. At Rabbit's house, in a bustling small-town eatery, Lin Yuan devours his meal with delight, initially intending to have breakfast. He forgot about the time difference and settled for a sumptuous late-night snack instead. Let us overlook the previous oversight regarding time zones. The author holds the final say. After all, haha. The eatery buzzes with life as Lin Yuan slurps on snails and sips cola, reveling in the atmosphere, for indeed, nothing compares to Rabbit's vibrant dining scene. After finishing his late-night feast, he checks the time and suddenly feels an urge to visit Tiananmen, wondering if a flag-raising ceremony occurs in this world. Without hesitation, he seeks out a secluded corner and transforms, declaring, Tiananmen, here I come. Soon, Lin Yuan soars above Tiananmen. Gazing down at the throngs of people below, he quickly descends to join the queue. One cannot simply hover in the air for such an occasion. As the first rays of the morning sun illuminate the earth, accompanied by the stirring strains of music, a vibrant red flag begins to rise. Among the crowd, Lin Yuan feels an exhilarating rush. He had envisioned witnessing the flag-raising ceremony countless times, yet never succeeded in his original world. In this unfamiliar world, he finally fulfilled his long-held desire. As he gazed upon the fluttering flag, Lin Yuan could not help but be overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. No matter where one may find themselves, the vibrant red of the Rabbit family's banner resonates deeply within the hearts of the people, symbolizing their profound affection and faith. Once he had composed himself, he realized that time was still on his side. Since he was already there, why not indulge in the famed mung bean juice? Half an hour later, as Lin Yuan soared through the air, he was met with a sharp tang that surged to his head. Indeed, some delicacies are not meant for every palate. Perhaps next time, he might dare to try canned herring? By then, he would transform into an orange cat. And surely a cat eating fish would not be too daunting. Yes, that shall be my plan. An opportunity to explore awaits. With a resolute heart, Lin Yuan made this silent vow. After satiating his hunger and thirst, he leisurely made his way back, reveling in the blissful tranquility of such leisurely days. How infuriating that Tony would insist on sending him to school. Is this truly a task fit for a person? Upon his return, he must devise a strategy to thwart this endeavor. Beware, Tony the monster, for this hero shall defeat you. Ha ha ha. Chapter 22. Whose hammer was thrown? On the way back, the sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars. The valiant Lin Yuan was lost in contemplation about how to vanquish the monstrous Tony when he noticed an increasing brightness before him. What could it be? Lin Yuan snapped back to reality. A meteor? It seemed to grow larger by the second. Good grief. With a swift dodge, a brilliant orb of light whizzed past him, and he felt a wave of heat rushing towards him. That nearly scared me to death. I was almost roasted. Still shaken, Lin Yuan exclaimed, "Which fool threw a hammer?" It nearly struck me. Just as those words left his mouth, Lin Yuan sensed something was amiss. A hammer? Oh no. My apologies, Odin. I wasn't cursing you just now. Please forgive my impudence. Lin Yuan bowed repeatedly towards the sky, albeit it looked strange in the form of a bird, but it was the thought that counted. The hammer had arrived, indicating that the oaf Thor had already made his move. At this moment, he must have been knocked unconscious by a stun gun and subsequently picked up. However, it was truly embarrassing for a mighty god of thunder to be subdued by such means. Though it was somewhat beneath him, this big oaf could prove useful. I should seize the opportunity to make his acquaintance. With that thought in mind, Lin Yuan swiftly turned and pursued the direction in which the hammer had fallen. Soon, the hammer struck the ground, creating a sizable crater. This was inescapable. I must locate a nearby vehicle. The foolish giant should be with Jane Foster. Before long, Lin Yuan spotted a car speeding away in the distance. It must be that one. I should follow it for a closer look. Trailing Jane Foster's vehicle, he watched as they took Thor to the hospital. Lin Yuan transformed into an orange cat, stealthily following them inside. There, he witnessed Thor awaken, struggle, and then get injected with a sedative in his rear. The orange cat couldn't help but grin mischievously as he pulled out his phone. Click, click. The god of thunder in an embarrassing moment. The next day, Thor, having finally escaped, was once again knocked to the ground by Jane Foster. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan hurried over, crouching beside Thor and mewing. Upon realizing she had collided with someone, Jane's face turned pale, and she rushed to check. Seeing it was the same foolish giant from yesterday, accompanied by a plump cat, she and her companions scrambled to lift Thor into the car. As Jane Foster turned back to lift Lin Yuan, she exclaimed, "This cat is so heavy. Did this cat consume your family's meat?" Lin Yuan thought to himself, "It's not my fault for being chubby, it's the dog system that designed this image." Nevertheless, being cradled by a beauty made him decide to forgive her. Back in the car, after examining Thor, they discovered the oaf was merely faint from hunger. Relieved, Jane decided to treat him to a meal, feeling quite guilty for having knocked him down twice. In a quaint little shop in town, Lin Yuan, the orange cat, sighed quietly as he observed the god of thunder devouring his food voraciously. The son of Odin, the future king of Asgard, reduced to fainting from hunger? What a sight to behold. Jane Foster was intrigued by the burly figure before her, who bore the appearance of a vagabond. While one might label him as such, there was an unmistakable aura about him that suggested he was no ordinary drifter. He frequently proclaimed himself to be a deity, exhibiting signs of a somewhat deranged mind. However, one could not deny that his physique was truly remarkable. Jane's thoughts wandered back to the moment when Thor had changed his clothes, and she found herself lost in reverie, absent-mindedly stroking the orange cat in Lin Yuan's arms. Lin Yuan, exasperated, let out a soft meow to regain Jane's attention. Snapping back to reality, Jane quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, dear cat. Did I hurt you?" Lin Yuan ignored her, wriggling out of her embrace and leaping onto Thor's shoulder, who was engrossed in his meal. Despite being mortal now, he was unperturbed by the added weight. Jane Foster and her companions continued to observe Thor intently. The previous day, they had spotted a silhouette in the meteor photographs they had taken. Though it seemed preposterous, Jane suspected that the figure might indeed be this large fellow. Other patrons in the small CAF were discussing the meteor that had landed the previous night. They had rushed to the site early that morning but found that none could lift the diminutive meteorite, which was rather extraordinary. Upon hearing the commotion, Thor immediately recognized that his hammer had accompanied him and hastily stood to inquire about the location from the customers. After learning where it had fallen, he dashed out of the CAF, prompting Jane to chase after him. "Where are you going?" "To retrieve my belongings," Thor declared with conviction. "Did you not hear that the area has been secured by the government?" Jane cautioned. "Moreover, it's a daunting 40 miles away. How do you intend to get there?" "If you can take me there, I promise to share everything with you once I reclaim Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor," he replied confidently. "Meow? Are you referring to the cat?" Jane asked, bemused. "Not this fat feline," Lin Yuan retorted, delivering a swift paw to Thor's face. Nearby, Professor Eric Selvig observed the eccentric Thor and promptly pulled Jane aside, convinced that this man was undoubtedly insane. Who in their right mind claims to be the god of thunder and hails from the mythical Asgard? As Jane was persuaded to leave, Thor continued to gaze after her. A look of keen interest etched upon his face. Why are you still staring? Aren't you going to retrieve your hammer? A strange voice startled Thor, causing him to flinch and inadvertently toss the orange cat from his shoulder. Lin Yuan landed gracefully on the ground, visibly displeased as she glared at Thor. What was that for? Why the sudden fright? How could the mighty god of thunder be so timid? Thor, feigning bravado, retorted, I am not afraid. I am Thor, the god of thunder. It is only natural for one to be startled when spoken to unexpectedly. Cut the bravado. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Yuan, a druid. With a playful leap, Lin Yuan bounded back onto Thor's shoulder, extending her paw toward him. Thor, bewildered, reached out to grasp the orange cat's paw. Greetings. I am Thor. Lin, may I call you Lin? I am curious. What exactly is a druid? Is it the name of a rotund cat? Lin Yuan's expression darkened, raising his paw to leave a paw print on Thor's face. Being a druid is a profession, but this orange cat is merely one of my abilities. And I am not fat. I am just pleasantly plump. Did you not see how light on my feet I am? Thor laughed heartily. Then what did you originally look like? Of course, I was human, but it is inconvenient for me to transform back right now. I will explain when we are alone. All right, I eagerly await that, Thor replied. By the way, Lin, I'm going to fetch my hammer. Would you care to join me? Thor patted the cat's head and inquired. Lin Yuan impatiently swatted Thor's hand away, saying, Unless you are a beauty, do not come too close. Of course, I cannot miss such a lively event. However, there is one question. How do you plan to go? Naturally, I will buy a horse. Thor responded with an air of certainty. Indeed. Lin Yuan covered his face with his paws. Brother, do you not pay any attention to the development of the realms under your jurisdiction while in Asgard? Even a cursory glance would reveal that horseback travel has long since fallen out of favor here. Thor still wore a look of naive certainty. I do not need to concern myself with such matters. I only need to fight. Lin Yuan was left speechless. No wonder this big oaf is led around in circles by his own brother. His brain is nothing but muscle. Odin, I can now truly empathize with your plight. Having such a successor is indeed exhausting. Chapter 23, Snowflakes Dance, the North Wind Whispers. Is there no horse to sell? Thor, scratching his head in a bewildered manner, exclaimed. Then let us run there. Sighing, Lin Yuan lamented the lack of common sense in this big oaf. Just as they took a few steps, Jian drove up in her car, asking, Hey, do you need a lift? Thor's face lit up with joy. Lin Yuan leaned closer to him, teasing softly. It seems this lady has quite the interest in you. Of course, I am Thor, the god of thunder. Thor beamed with pride. The vehicle headed towards the site where the hammer had fallen. Jian felt a twinge of anxiety. She had never driven alone with a stranger before. I've never done anything like this, she confessed. Thor, intrigued by her bravery, remarked, Well, you are quite courageous. They took all my research. I have nothing left to lose. Jian's voice brimmed with anger. But you are intelligent, far more so than the people of this kingdom. Lin Yuan interjected, his expression darkening. Thor, do you hear yourself? She just said her work was stolen, and you praise her intellect? How do you expect her to respond? You don't even know how to charm a woman. Must I teach you? Surprisingly, Jian seemed unfazed by the awkward dialogue. She was curious about Thor's kingdom, seemingly oblivious to the mismatched conversation. Lin Yuan felt a pang of realization. Perhaps he had underestimated their connection. The pair conversed animatedly, stealing glances at one another. Who exactly are you? Jian inquired. Her curiosity piqued. You'll find out soon enough, Thor replied, playfully withholding information. Jian turned to Thor, slightly annoyed. You promised to tell me. Lin Yuan, watching from the back, exclaimed, Miss, you're driving. Keep your eyes on the road. You can chat later, but don't keep staring at him. I want to get out. I'd rather run there myself. Thor, unfazed, chuckled. I know you are looking for a bridge. Jian, intrigued by his words, responded, Are you referring to the Einstein-Rosen Bridge? Indeed. We call it the Rainbow Bridge. Oh my, I hope you're not insane. By the time they arrived at the hammer's impact site, night had fallen. The crater was now surrounded by a well-guarded makeshift research base. Observing the brightly lit facility, Jian exclaimed, This cannot possibly be a satellite incident. They haven't removed the wreckage and have built a base here. It makes no sense. With gallant courtesy, Thor draped his coat over Jian's shoulders, instructing, Stay here. I shall go in and retrieve my belongings. How will you manage that? Don't you see all the guards? Jian felt increasingly concerned for his sanity. I will fly out with my things once I have them, he declared confidently. Lin, stay here with Jian. Lin, where did he run off to? No matter. Jian. I'm going. With unwavering confidence, Thor strode towards the base, while Jian watched him, bemused, as he ventured into the facility. At this moment, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, punctuated by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, soon giving way to a torrential downpour. As Thor approached the legendary hammer, Mjolnir, it seemed to sense the proximity of its master, emanating waves of energy that disrupted all the equipment within the base. Thor stealthily infiltrated the facility, his expertise honed by countless battles making such an endeavor appear effortless. However, he underestimated the advancements of Earth's technology. Before long, alarms blared throughout the base, and all guards began converging on Thor's location. In a fit of recklessness, Thor stirred chaos within the facility. Agent Coulson clutched his radio, inquiring about Hawkeye's status. From the vantage of an elevator basket, Hawkeye aimed his bow at Thor, asking, "Should I eliminate him, sir?" Coulson replied, "I believe you should ascertain his identity before issuing any orders." Just as he was about to respond, Coulson was startled by a voice in his ear, followed by a sudden weight on his shoulder. He turned to find a plump cat perched there. "Lin, what are you doing here? What do you mean by identity?" "Patience. Just enjoy the show. Tell them to refrain from using lethal weapons." Lin Yuan stretched lazily, unfazed by Coulson's awareness of his feline form. Given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation, Coulson had likely been stripped of his dignity, but it mattered little. He was merely seeking to gain favor. Meanwhile, Hawkeye continued to inquire about whether to take down the target. Coulson quickly interjected, "No, Barton, we need him alive," oblivious to the bow trained on him. Thor remained blissfully unaware, even if he would have shown no fear regardless. Gazing longingly at Mjolnir, which was now within arm's reach, Thor's excitement surged. He was eager to impress before the ladies. He reached out, attempting to grasp the hammer with flair, but to his disbelief, it remained unmoved. Straining with all his might, he found it still resistant. It dawned on him that he was no longer deemed worthy to wield Mjolnir. In the downpour, Thor threw back his head and howled in despair. Perched on Coulson's shoulder, Lin Yuan observed the scene with amusement, his tail swishing against the back of Coulson's head. Watching Thor kneel on the ground, Lin felt a fitting soundtrack play in his mind, snowflakes drifting, the north wind howling. Thor was unresistingly escorted to the base's interrogation room. While Coulson and Lin watched from behind the glass, Coulson turned to Lin and asked, "Who is he? His skills are extraordinary." Lin responded, "Are you familiar with Norse mythology?" "Yes, but why do you ask?" Coulson queried, perplexed by Lin's line of questioning. "The hammer is none other than the legendary Mjolnir, and its master is the man seated within. Surely you understand now." Lin pointed to the dejected Thor inside. "You mean he is Thor, the god of thunder? That is impossible." Coulson exclaimed, incredulous. "Impossible? Isn't he a figure from mythology? And yet, here he stands, alive before you." Lin Yuan chuckled as he addressed Coulson. "So, you're suggesting he is a deity? Yet, how can a god be so feeble? Shouldn't a god possess the power to obliterate the very heavens and the earth?" Coulson remained incredulous. "Do not be astonished. A god is merely a more formidable being. They too experience the cycle of life, aging, and mortality, and they can be wounded and bleed. However, in comparison to humans, they wield greater strength and enjoy extended lifespans. As for him, his situation is somewhat unique. Under normal circumstances, he is exceedingly powerful. A mere handful of you cannot hope to restrain him." Lin Yuan elucidated. "But why does Thor, the god of thunder, find himself on Earth?" Coulson inquired. "Ah, that is a lengthy tale. Ultimately, it boils down to a wealthy father who believes his son is disobedient and has consequently suspended his credit card, compelling him to survive on his own for a time. Had Barton released the arrow he held, although I cannot ascertain if it would have slain Thor, had it succeeded, I cannot guarantee the safety of Earth. However, it is certain that your S.H.I.E.L.D. would be utterly compromised," Lin Yuan remarked with a playful smirk, causing Coulson to feel a chilling dread surge through him. Chapter 24, Dear, do you require rejuvenation? What should we do next? Coulson inquired. "Let it unfold naturally. Soon someone will request to take him out. Just go with the flow," Lin Yuan replied. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow appearing before Thor in the interrogation room. "Loki? What brings that rascal here?" "Ah, right. He must be here to deceive this simpleton." Lin Yuan glanced at Coulson, who remained oblivious to the additional presence in the interrogation room. Observing Thor's fluctuating emotions, initially joy, then shock, and ultimately sorrow, Lin Yuan found it amusing. This fellow seems to be quite gullible. Shaking his head, Lin Yuan decided to refrain from intervening, allowing the simpleton to endure some hardship first. What hardship is he experiencing? Upon arriving on Earth, he encounters Jane, a stunning beauty, who saves him, provides him with clothing, food, and a place to stay. Most infuriating of all, Jane eventually becomes his girlfriend. How is that fair? The mere thought made Lin Yuan seethe with envy. Why did I have to traverse dimensions only to find myself in a desert, nearly perishing due to a treacherous system, then being bombarded, and even kidnapped? Although my current life is quite satisfactory, compared to Thor's experiences, it feels utterly miserable. When will I ever have a beauty like that treat me with such kindness? Lin Yuan Gang sighed dramatically. Oh, I am still underage, so that's a relief. After a while, one of his subordinates entered to report that someone had come to take Thor away. Lin Yuan Gang looked up and saw yet another familiar bald head. The bald man glanced at Coulson's fat cat perched on his shoulder, puzzled by the sudden addition. Coulson acknowledged him and followed him out. Lin Yuan Gang recognized the newcomer as Professor Eric Selvig, who was awkwardly attempting to explain the reason for Thor's intrusion into the base. Coulson seized the opportunity and entrusted Thor to him. Once they had departed, Lin Yuan Gang patted Coulson on the back. Old Coulson, I think I'll head home now. I haven't been back in days, and Tony has called several times. Pausing, he continued. Just keep an eye on that simpleton. He means no harm. Coulson raised an eyebrow in confusion. What is this nonsense? Lin Yuan Gang added. If you happen to see 4 oddly dressed individuals seeking Thor, give me a call. I'd like to witness the spectacle. What spectacle? Coulson asked, intrigued. You'll find out when the time comes, Lin Yuan Gang replied, leaping down from Coulson's shoulder and vanishing into the night. Upon returning to the seaside villa, Lin Yuan Gang discovered the place was enveloped in darkness. It seemed Tony had retired for the night. He quietly opened the door, tiptoeing to remove his shoes. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his ear, hearing Pepper's voice. Well, look who finally decided to return. You've been gone for so long. Do you have any idea how worried we've been? The villa lights flickered on, and Pepper tugged at Lin Yuan Gang's ear, chiding him, while Tony sat on the sofa with a serious expression. Ouch, that hurts. I'm sorry, Pepper. I want to do it again. Lin Yuan Gang hastily pleaded for mercy. Is there going to be a next time? Little Pepper furrowed her brows, applying a bit more force. Enough. I want to do it again. I was wrong. All right, Pepper, let him go. Tony intervened. Lin, tell me, where have you been? Lin Yuan recounted his encounter with Thor in detail. As Tony listened, he fell into deep contemplation. The god of thunder? Do gods truly exist? It seems there is so much in the universe that I do not comprehend. I must hasten my pursuits, alas, my body. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he observed Tony lost in thought, choosing to remain silent. Little Pepper, noticing the silence between the two, spoke up. Lin, you must be tired. Go rest for now. We can discuss this tomorrow. Tony, upon hearing this, snapped back to reality. Go rest, Lin. You needn't worry about these matters. I will handle anything that arises. Lin Yuan felt warmth in his heart and replied, All right, brother. He then turned and walked toward his room. Halfway there, he suddenly recalled something and turned back with a mischievous grin. Pepper, why are you still here so late? Could it be little Pepper blushed fiercely at Lin Yuan's teasing? Just as she was about to respond, Lin Yuan added, Brother, would you like some rejuvenation magic? Tony perked up and exclaimed, Yes, I need it desperately. Lin Yuan, sporting a cheeky smile, performed a rejuvenation spell for Tony and quickly made his escape. Little Pepper, puzzled, asked Tony what rejuvenation magic was, to which Tony, with a sly grin, whispered something in her ear. Immediately, she blushed and playfully hit Tony. Lin Yuan returned to his room, reflecting on the events of the past few days, and gradually drifted into slumber. The next morning, Lin Yuan awoke to find the house deserted. J-A-R-V-I-S. Where are Tony and Pepper? Sir, Miss Potts has gone to work, and Mr. Stark is in the laboratory. Lin Yuan made his way to the lab, where he found Tony engrossed in enhancing the Iron Man's suit. Good morning. Lin Yuan greeted cheerfully. Morning, Tony replied, not looking up from his computer. What are you working on? Optimizing the suit again? Lin Yuan inquired, curious. Indeed. You mentioned Thor yesterday, and I thought since he wields lightning, I should upgrade the suit accordingly. Tony continued his work. Lin Yuan was taken aback. You hear about Thor just once, and you start developing countermeasures? Is this what it means to be a genius? I cannot compete. I shall take my leave. Lin Yuan stood to depart. Wait, Lin. Tony suddenly recalled something and called him back. In a while, I'm going to Monaco for a car race. You should come along. Monaco? Lin Yuan mused, then turned to Tony and said, All right, just give me a shout when the time comes. With that, he slipped out the door. Tony watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure, smiled, and returned to his work. Stepping outside, Lin Yuan felt somewhat aimless. What should he do now? He had just visited the rabbit's home a few days prior, so he decided against going there today. Perhaps he should see what Thor was up to? Before departing, Lin Yuan had bestowed the fire of the elves upon Soul, and its effects still lingered, allowing Lin Yuan to sense Soul's whereabouts. Within mere minutes, he found himself soaring over New Mexico, and with a subtle focus, he pinpointed Soul's location. Upon arrival, he discovered that Soul was residing with Jane. The two of them engaged in a meal together, exchanging glances brimming with unspoken affection. Although their actions were not overly intimate, even a fool could discern the underlying flirtation in their eyes. Lin Yuan turned away, feeling exasperated. What a way to start the day, inundated with such romantic display. Should I encounter this pair of lovebirds again, I shall no longer consider myself human. Defeated, Lin Yuan returned in a state of melancholy. Chapter 25. Greetings, young lady. Lin Yuan, thoroughly satiated by the abundance of dog food, felt an immense sense of anguish that could only be alleviated by delectable cuisine. For an entire week, he diligently frequented the rabbit's abode to indulge in gourmet delights, departing early and returning late, ultimately savoring the culinary offerings of a quaint southern town. The aspiration to relish every dish at the rabbit's home remains a lofty endeavor. Hey, old Cole, what's up? One day, after finishing his meal, Lin Yuan received a call from Carlson. Oh, you're here, right? I'll be there momentarily. On the other end, Carlson informed him that 4 individuals clad in ancient armor had come seeking Thor, recalling Lin Yuan's prior remarks, hence his decision to notify Lin Yuan. Upon terminating the call, Lin Yuan hastened his pace, with the 3 fools from the Celestial Palace and Lady Sif already in pursuit of Thor. It was only a matter of time before Loki would unleash the destroyer armor upon Earth. As anticipated, Lin Yuan soon spotted a large contingent from S.H.I.E.L.D. outside the town where Thor resided, engaged in studying the intricate patterns formed by the rainbow bridge on the ground. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, and a colossal vortex of clouds materialized above, followed by a raging wind that rendered the agents on site unable to keep their eyes open. Once the tempest subsided, they beheld a massive humanoid mech emerging from the swirling clouds. Realizing the impending danger, Lin Yuan quickened his pace and dashed forward. Carlson, typically astute, displayed an unexpected lapse in judgment, brandishing a loudspeaker and imploring the destroyer to surrender. The destroyer seemed to acquiesce, lifting its helmet, but instead of revealing a face, it unveiled a conflagration of roaring flames. Recognizing the dire situation, Carlson shouted, "Run," and promptly fled into the distance, with the other agents scattering in panic. The destroyer commenced an indiscriminate assault on everything in sight. Carlson sprinted swiftly, however, the fiery beams of energy moved with greater speed. Though the rays did not strike him directly, they obliterated a nearby vehicle, resulting in a violent explosion. The shockwave, accompanied by flames and debris, surged towards him. Carlson felt an agonizing closeness to death. It's over. He shut his eyes, bracing for the inevitable. Then, he was propelled by the shockwave. Strangely, he felt no pain, only to realize he was caught mid-air by something before being gently placed back on the ground. "Why are you still with your eyes shut? Hurry and run," Lin Yuan exclaimed irritably. Had it not been for his quick reflexes in bestowing Carlson with a full set of buffs, transforming into a giant rock to catch the airborne Carlson, he would likely be gravely injured, if not dead by now. "I thought it was one of Stark's new products," Carlson squeaked, his voice as faint as a mosquito. "Let us move." Observing the flames within the destroyer's helmet beginning to coalesce once more, Lin Yuan urged Carlson to flee. After applying a full set of buffs to himself, he transformed into a panda, initiating his charge skill. At that moment, charging was the only ability capable of interrupting the impending attack. Indeed, the destroyer was struck by the charge, and the fiery rays within its helmet were momentarily disrupted. Lin Yuan, embodying the essence of a panda, leveraged the momentum of the charge to topple the destroyer to the ground. However, the destroyer quickly regained its footing, showing no signs of injury from Lin Yuan's assault. After unleashing a fiery ray towards Lin Yuan, the destroyer turned its attention towards the town, clearly intent on seeking out Thor. Observing this, Lin Yuan transformed into his human form and summoned entangling vines towards the destroyer. Vines sprouted from beneath the destroyer's feet, ensnaring its legs. Alas, the vines, which were meant to last for 10 seconds, were torn apart in a mere 3 seconds. It was evident that the current level of entangling vines was insufficient to contend with a magical entity of the destroyer's caliber. They might only serve to trouble lesser foes like Iron Fist. Lin Yuan sighed. Carlson, head of the town, and summoned Thor and the others. "This creature is after him. We cannot allow this battle to unfold within the town," he instructed as he dialed Carlson on his phone. Subsequently, Lin Yuan transformed back into a panda and activated his Roar of Challenge ability. The destroyer turned towards him, its fiery rays rapidly coalescing. The taunt was indeed effective. Regardless of its nature, it was compelled to direct its fire at him. Lin Yuan deftly evaded the ray's assault and unleashed a diminishing roar. The destroyer, affected by the diminishing roar, experienced a notable decline in its combat spirit, with both the speed of its fiery energy accumulation and its movements significantly hindered. It appeared that a decrease in combat spirit indeed affected both energy convergence and mobility. Lin Yuan silently noted this ancillary effect. However, he soon sensed the destroyer's attack frequency escalating. It seemed Loki, controlling the destroyer, was becoming increasingly impatient. At that moment, Loki indeed felt a sense of urgency. Ever since this black and white creature capable of transforming into a human appeared, an inexplicable urge to eliminate this bothersome entity had taken root within him. A feeling wholly beyond his control. He felt uncomfortable. He needed to eliminate this irritating fly before seeking out his beloved brother. As the destroyer's attack frequency surged, Lin Yuan found it increasingly challenging to evade. Given his current defensive capabilities, he was uncertain he could fully withstand an assault of this magnitude, while he would not perish. The pain would be considerable. Damn it, why are Thor and the others taking so long? If they don't arrive soon, I might as well become a permanent third wheel when I meet with Jane. In the distance, the silhouettes of the four from the Asgardian palace were hastily approaching. Thor was absent. He was currently in mortal form, presumably riding in a vehicle behind them. Upon their arrival, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. His offensive capabilities were woefully inadequate, essentially non-existent, and he could inflict no harm upon the destroyer, relying solely on his skills to draw its ire. This time upon returning, he resolved to have Tony construct a set of battle armor for him. Otherwise, enduring only blows would be exceedingly frustrating. As Lin Yuan, the panda, pondered these thoughts, he leapt to evade a ray of attack, only to be struck directly by another ray, sending him flying. Lin Yuan felt a searing ray strike him, its formidable energy penetrating the shield of the wild mark and directly impacting his form. The intense heat scorched his skin, turning his panda-like black and white fur into a charred mess. How painful. Fortunately, my defense is sufficiently high. Otherwise, a single hit would have been fatal. Soaring through the air, Lin Yuan swiftly reverted to his human form, casting the touch of healing and rejuvenation spells upon himself, his wounds mending rapidly. Sif raced alongside the three fools of the Celestial Palace towards the destroyer. From a distance, she noticed the destroyer relentlessly assaulting a peculiar black and white bear. One she had never encountered before, yet found irresistibly adorable. Each time the destroyer lashed out, the bear evaded the attack with a playful twist of its rear, evoking an inexplicable urge to embrace it. Then, her heart sank as she witnessed the black and white bear directly struck by the fiery ray of the destroyer. She sighed inwardly, lamenting the demise of such a charming creature. What a pity. However, the ensuing events left her utterly astonished. The bear transformed midair into a strikingly handsome young man, who then soared directly towards her. Instinctively, she reached out, catching the young man in a princess carry. Lin Yuan looked up to find himself cradled by a beautiful woman. With a wide grin, he greeted her. Hello, miss. My name is Lin Yuan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Eve gazed blankly at the young man she held, stunned, and replied, I'm Sif. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 26, Panda? God? What is wrong with this world? Lin Yuan leaped from Sif's embrace, gazing at the still-dazed girl, and pointed towards the other three who had already charged before the destroyer. Sister, aren't you going to help? At this moment, the trio of the Celestial Palace had reached the destroyer's front. Vandal, wielding a massive axe, made a tremendous leap, aiming for the destroyer's head. The destroyer merely lifted a hand and swatted Vandal down to the ground like a fly. The other two, startled, quickly attempted to divert the destroyer's attention. From a distance, Lin Yuan sighed, observing the scene. The three brave warriors of the Celestial Palace? Is this all they can do? Seeing her comrades under assault, Sif disregarded Lin Yuan and charged towards the destroyer, weapon in hand. Lin Yuan hastily cast rejuvenation and wild mark spells upon her. Though she was hundreds of years his senior, it did not hinder his desire to protect her. As Sif ran, she suddenly felt her weary body, initially fatigued from the swift pace, regain vigor. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind, yet now was not the time for contemplation. Defeating the enemy at hand was paramount. Without hesitation, she pressed on. In a swift motion, Sif leaped gracefully onto the back of the oblivious destroyer, her spear piercing through its neck. The radiance emanating from the destroyer's head gradually dimmed until it extinguished entirely. The destroyer slowly bowed its head, as if bereft of the life force that sustained it. The trio nearby witnessed this spectacle and erupted into exuberant cheers. Well done. They applauded Sif's valor and admired her formidable strength. Sif, equally elated, was astonished by how easily she had vanquished the destroyer. She had anticipated a grueling battle, but found the enemy's prowess lacking in comparison to her expectations. However, just as she prepared to celebrate her victory, Lin Yuan's voice echoed from a distance. Be careful. Suddenly, a glow emanated from the destroyer once more. Its armor shimmered, and its body pivoted to face Sif. The helmet of the destroyer opened, energy coalescing within, and then a fiery beam erupted forth. Sif sensed the peril and immediately evaded, the beam narrowly missing her. The trio, witnessing the sudden turn of events, were also taken aback and rushed to assist, leading to another intense confrontation with the destroyer. From Lin Yuan's perspective, it appeared that the destroyer was single-handedly overpowering the four warriors, who could scarcely evade the magical rays while occasionally being thrown back by the shockwaves of the explosions. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a horn echoed behind Lin Yuan, and he turned to see Jane arriving in a vehicle with Thor. To be fair, Jane was remarkably brave to approach amidst such danger. Thor, visibly anxious, leaped from the car, his heart racing as he witnessed his friends being mercilessly assaulted by the destroyer. In that moment, he profoundly missed the strength he had lost. Just then, Thor heard a familiar voice. Have you not yet found what your father hoped you would seek? Thor lifted his head and beheld a handsome youth gazing at him. Thor could not suppress his surprise. Lin? It is I who inquires. Do you comprehend the true intentions behind your father's exile of you to Earth? Thor furrowed his brows, lost in contemplation. He was aware that his father's decision to cast him out to Earth held profound significance, yet he had never grasped its essence. Now, confronted by Lin Yuan's inquiry, Thor felt a wave of confusion wash over him. With a visage marked by guilt, Thor replied, I do not know. I have been searching for the reason. Alas. It seemed that by the time this dim-witted giant came to understand, it would be too late, given the current circumstances. Who could predict whether Loki would first eliminate those around him before turning his wrath upon the giant? Thor, Lin Yuan began. Do you know what is most crucial for a king? Before Thor could respond, Lin Yuan continued, it is guardianship. A king may lack illustrious achievements or territorial expansions, but he must steadfastly protect his kingdom and safeguard his subjects. During your time here, as a mortal, have you not yearned for something to protect? Observing Thor lost in thought, Lin Yuan glanced at the 4 individuals, now in distress at the hands of the destroyer, and added, once you have come to clarity, come assist me. With that, he transformed into a panda and charged toward the destroyer. Standing beside the vehicle, Jane was utterly bewildered. What had she just witnessed? A youth conversing with Thor had suddenly morphed into a panda. Such a delightful, adorable panda, wiggling its ample behind as it rushed toward that terrifying entity. How could this panda be so endearing, so charming? She longed to embrace it, although Jane felt that this was not the appropriate moment for such thoughts. Her desire to cuddle the creature was undeniable. As Lin Yuan charged forth, he suddenly felt a chill above his head. Shaking it off, he roared and collided with the destroyer. The magical rays emitted by the destroyer were interrupted by his charge. Raising a hand, the destroyer delivered a punch that struck Lin Yuan's wild-marked armor, sending shockwaves through his rotund panda form, causing him to tumble over. With no time to ponder, Lin Yuan swiftly rose, evading the oncoming flames, and unleashed a challenging roar, followed by another defiant roar. As he dodged, he shouted to Sif and the others, Sif. The aggro is stabilized. You may commence your assault. And you 3, step it up. Your combined damage output is still less than Sif's alone. Though the trio, known as the 3 Fools of the Celestial Palace, could not comprehend Lin Yuan's words, it was evident that they felt belittled. Seizing the opportunity during the destroyer's attack pause, Lin Yuan reverted to his human form and bestowed buffs upon the 3 fools. Hey, you 3, stop standing there foolishly. I have granted you all buffs. Hurry up and engage. The 3 fools retorted, we have names, you know. As they felt their stamina rapidly replenishing and previous injuries healing swiftly, their spirits lifted. Was this what the panda had referred to as a buff? Truly exhilarating. The trio, armed once more, charged toward the destroyer with renewed fervor. Lin Yuan expressed that, were it not for the fact that he could not yet utilize the wild blessing, he would undoubtedly send these 3 foolish companions soaring into the heavens. Unfortunately, both Shifei and the trio's capabilities fell markedly short of the destroyer's. And even with Lin Yuan's buffs, they could barely ensure their survival against being obliterated. The most daunting aspect was that the destroyer, being a magical construct, neither fatigued nor suffered injury, leaving Lin Yuan uncertain of his own ability to wear it down. Given the current circumstances, the most likely outcome was that Lin Yuan would exhaust his magical energy, leading to the demise of everyone except himself and Thor at the hands of the destroyer. In another round, Lin Yuan was once again sent flying by a fiery ray, large patches of charred black marks now adorning his body, as his recovery speed could no longer keep pace with the rate of his injuries. Miss Shifei and the trio fared even worse, nearly unable to rise. Had it not been for Lin Yuan's protective buffs, they would have perished long ago. Thor, are you still not ready? Lin Yuan shouted, charging once more towards the destroyer, skillfully evading the incoming rays. As Lin Yuan's words echoed from the distant base, Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, suddenly soared skyward, propelled by unparalleled might, racing toward their position. It moved with astonishing speed, akin to lightning streaking across the sky, leaving a long trail in its wake. Thor extended his arm and caught Mjolnir with unwavering steadiness. The moment his grip tightened around the hammer, a colossal bolt of lightning struck down upon it. Thor, now firmly clutching Mjolnir, was enveloped in a radiant shield forged from lightning. His thunder god armor materialized piece by piece upon his form. While a vibrant red cape billowed behind him, Jane stood in awe, her worldview irrevocably reshaped. First, she witnessed a boy transform into a panda, and now, she beheld her beloved truly embodying the legendary thunder god. In the distance, the destroyer sensed the commotion from Thor's direction, abandoning its assault on Lin Yuan to begin gathering energy aimed at Thor. A hammer flew through the air, shattering its spellcasting, and then returned to topple the creature. Subsequently, Thor, wielding Mjolnir, soared into the sky, channeling the energies of thunder, bracing against the rays of the destroyer, and with a single strike, reduced it to scrap metal. From Thor's transformation to the destroyer's annihilation, merely 2 minutes had elapsed, not accounting for the time spent in grandstanding. Lin Yuan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, such as the prowess of a top-tier ADC. Chapter 27. Welcome to Asgard. Observing the destroyer being effortlessly vanquished by Thor. Lin Yuan cast a glance at his own chubby paws, exclaiming in frustration to the system, "You wretched system. You've robbed me of my potential. I could have been just as dashing." "Be advised, host," came the system's retort, "even with attack skills, you could never match his charm. Get lost." "Understood." Exhausted, Lin Yuan collapsed onto the ground, yearning for nothing more than to rest. Thor approached him, extending his hand with a smile. "Lin, is this also part of your abilities?" "It appears rather adorable." Lin Yuan, sprawled out, waved off Thor's hand. "Please, just describe me as handsome. Leave me be. I need a moment to recuperate. I'm utterly worn out." The trio of fools from the Celestial Palace surrounded Thor with eager expressions. Meanwhile, Lady Sif squatted beside Lin Yuan. Her eyes filled with delight as she contemplated reaching out to touch him, yet hesitated out of shyness. Lin Yuan, indifferent, closed his eyes to gather his energy. In the distance, Jane spotted the battle's conclusion and rushed towards them. Thor, seeing Jane approach, smiled broadly and opened his arms, ready to embrace the lovely lady. However, Jane bypassed him entirely, diving straight towards Lin Yuan, exclaiming, "Panda! Panda! I've always wanted to cuddle a panda." She landed on Lin Yuan, engaging in an enthusiastic embrace. Lady Sif, witnessing Jane's excitement, could not resist either, and joined in the fervent petting of Lin Yuan's panda form. Lin Yuan was taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, "What is happening? Can't you all act a bit more reserved? I am a man, after all." 10 minutes later, the two ladies, having thoroughly enjoyed their panda experience, finally stood up to seek out Thor, leaving behind a Lin Yuan who appeared utterly disenchanted. Jane composed herself and gazed at the handsome Thor, her eyes filled with affection. "Is this your usual attire?" Instantly rejuvenated from his earlier dejection, Thor swept Jane into a warm embrace. "Indeed. Would you like to see the Rainbow Bridge?" He then turned to the four companions from the Celestial Palace, instructing, "Let us proceed to the Rainbow Bridge. We are returning to Asgard. I must have a heart-to-heart with my brother." At that moment, Coulson arrived with agents in tow, accompanied by Professor Eric Selvig and his glasses-wearing assistant. Coulson greeted Thor with a smile. Thor, representing Asgard, solidified an alliance with Earth and reclaimed Jane's research materials previously taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. He then invited Jane to join the professor and the others to witness the Rainbow Bridge, assuring her he would return. They exchanged heartfelt sentiments, bidding a reluctant farewell. Lin Yuan, still lying on the ground in existential contemplation, suddenly noticed Thor and the Celestial Quartet standing beside him. "What brings you all here?" he inquired. Only to hear Thor call out, "Heimdall." "Oh no. Thor, I'm still here." Lin Yuan shouted in panic, desperate to avoid being taken to Asgard. Yet, it was too late. The brilliance of the Rainbow Bridge enveloped Thor, the four companions, and the panda Lin Yuan lying on the ground. As the radiance faded, a prolonged exclamation of astonishment lingered in the air. Coulson, witnessing Lin Yuan being taken away, stared in disbelief. "How on earth am I supposed to explain this to Tony?" In Asgard, as Thor and his companions emerged from the Bifrost, Lin Yuan unexpectedly collapsed before Thor with a thud. It was his first experience on the Bifrost, and he felt utterly disoriented. At that moment, Thor seemed to finally notice Lin Yuan, his face lighting up with joy. "Lin, you've come too." Lin Yuan, filled with indignation, rose and sank his teeth into Thor's head, muttering in frustration, "You, of all people, dare to ask me? Did you think I wanted to be here? Your eyes only see Jane, don't they? Did you even bother to look beneath your feet before calling upon the Bifrost?" Thor, completely unfazed, chuckled heartily as he patted Lin Yuan's panda head. All right. Now that you're here, let us enjoy ourselves. I must thank you for your assistance. Once I'm done with my business, I shall treat you splendidly. Sif, please take Lin Yuan to explore Asgard while I attend to some matters with Loki." With that, Thor swung his hammer and sword away, leaving everyone exchanging bewildered glances. Lin Yuan noticed Sif gazing at him with starry-eyed admiration and shivered, hastily reverting to his human form. The sparkle in Sif's eyes vanished, and Lin Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. "That was close. I nearly faced another awkward encounter." The three companions of the Heavenly Palace stared in awe at the young boy who had single-handedly drawn the destroyer's firepower, completely taken aback by the revelation of his youth. However, they quickly regained their composure, enthusiastically patting Lin Yuan on the shoulder, praising him as a true warrior. Particularly, the brawny vandal gave Lin Yuan a tremendous bear hug, nearly squeezing the breath out of him. At that moment, Lin Yuan regretted not maintaining his panda form. At least as a panda, he would have had the comfort of a sisterly embrace. Nearby, Heimdall lay on the ground, feeling a pang of sorrow. After enduring a long period of being encased in ice, he had fought through injuries to shatter the ice and desperately opened the portal to bring everyone back. Yet they returned without so much as a glance in his direction, leaving him feeling dejected. Lin Yuan then noticed Heimdall. exhausted and lying on the ground with a defeated expression. He wriggled free from the three companions' grasp and approached him. Squatting down, he poked Heimdall gently. Are you all right? Heimdall glanced at Lin Yuan with weary eyes. No, I feel utterly despondent. Seemingly ignoring Heimdall's response, Lin Yuan performed a healing touch and a rejuvenation spell on him. Extending his hand. Hello, I am Lin Yuan. Heimdall felt a peculiar energy enveloping him. His injuries began to heal swiftly, and his fatigue dissipated rapidly. Is this your magic? Quite an impressive ability, Heimdall remarked, standing up and smiling as he shook Lin Yuan's hand. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lin. I am Heimdall. And welcome to Asgard. Subsequently, Sif led Lin Yuan on a tour of Asgard, while Heimdall, at the insistence of the three companions, was taken to the palace hospital for treatment. As for Thor, no one paid him any mind. It was a matter solely between him and his brother Loki. And outsiders were ill-equipped to intervene. Strolling through the streets of Asgard, one could sense the fierce spirit of its people. The young maidens encountered along the way were mostly acquainted with Sif, greeting her with smiles and occasionally teasing Lin Yuan, which left him feeling somewhat bashful, if not exhilarated. After wandering for a while, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and the distant Bifrost Bridge activated, unleashing a beam of energy into the void. Unlike the usual brief transmissions, this one persisted, continuously emitting radiant pillars of light. Trouble was afoot. Something was amiss with the Bifrost. Sif's expression turned grave, and Lin Yuan's demeanor shifted as he recalled something significant, his face paling. Sif, I must go investigate. Without further ado, Lin Yuan transformed into a magnificent rock and soared towards the Bifrost. Sif gazed in astonishment as he took flight, exclaiming, what a splendid bird. Approaching the Bifrost transport hall with great haste, he beheld Thor raising his hammer to strike the bridge. No. Lin Yuan cried out in horror as he watched Thor's blow sever the Bifrost, causing the entire transport hall to begin collapsing. Thor, you fool, you've doomed me. It was over. There was no turning back. Chapter 28. If love endures, why must it be day and night? Lin Yuan landed on the remnants of the Rainbow Bridge. Gazing at the sorrowful Thor, who was deeply affected by the loss of his brother, anger surged within him, transforming into an orange cat. He leaped onto Thor's head and vigorously clawed and patted him. Why are you so upset? Your brother is tough. He is absolutely fine. The one with issues is me. I can't return now. It's all your fault. As his frustration mounted, his paws left fleeting shadows in the air. Upon hearing Lin Yuan proclaim that Loki was alive, Thor's spirits lifted instantly. For reasons unknown, he held an unwavering belief in Lin Yuan. If Lin said Loki was unharmed, then he must be. Thor reached up, scooping Lin Yuan into his arms and planting a fervent kiss on him, exclaiming excitedly, Thank you, Lin. I must introduce you to my mother. She will surely welcome you warmly. Without waiting for Lin Yuan's response, he summoned Mjolnir with a flick of his hand, soaring towards the celestial palace, leaving behind a lingering meow that echoed softly. In no time, Thor stood before the goddess Frigga. Mother, come quickly. I've brought a friend to play. Frigga, slightly perplexed, wondered where her son had been, as he had been pursuing Loki. Thor, where is your friend? How is Loki? Thor boldly presented the slightly dazed feline in his arms to Frigga. Loki fell into a black hole, but Lin says he is fine, and I believe him. Here he is, Lin, who helped me immensely on Earth. A cat? Frigga questioned, her curiosity piqued. However, as a powerful sorceress, she soon detected the magical aura surrounding the cat. This magic was peculiar, unlike anything she had encountered before. Frigga gracefully accepted the plump cat into her embrace, gently stroking its head, and said softly, Hello, little one. Thank you for assisting Thor. At that moment, Lin Yuan regained his human form, extricating himself from Frigga's hold. Blushing as he greeted her, Auntie, hello? I am Lin Yuan. Frigga regarded the handsome young man before her with unabashed affection, pulling him close and inquiring about his well-being. Lin Yuan, caught in her warm embrace, cast a pleading glance at Thor for assistance. However, Thor, the oblivious giant, merely stood by, chuckling foolishly. With no recourse, Lin Yuan continued to navigate the avalanche of Frigga's questions. Eventually, a deep, authoritative voice resonated. Thor, bring your friend to me. Lin Yuan's heart leaped. It must be Odin wishing to meet him. Regardless of the circumstances, he was relieved to escape Frigga's relentless inquiries. Not that she meant any harm. Her enthusiasm was simply overwhelming. Mother, I will take Lin to see father, Thor informed Frigga. Go on. I shall prepare a feast to properly entertain Lin Yuan later. Frigga replied, her expression still tinged with reluctance. Auntie, we shall take our leave now. See you shortly, Lin Yuan said hurriedly, tugging Thor away. Thor, exasperated, exclaimed, Lin, why are you running? Do you even know where my father is? Do you understand anything? Hurry up and let us go. Lin Yuan was filled with a desire to kick Thor's backside. You've taken the wrong path. It's over there, he exclaimed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Soon, Lin Yuan found himself face to face with the god King Odin in the Grand Hall. To his surprise, there was none of the overwhelming presence he had anticipated. Odin appeared simply as an ordinary, amiable old man. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Odin greeted him with a warm smile. Lin Yuan, welcome to Asgard. Lin Yuan bowed respectfully, replying, It is an honor to meet you, great god King Odin. Odin gazed at Lin Yuan, suddenly wearing an expression that Lin Yuan could not comprehend. Didn't you used to call me Odin the Great? I recall that in your rabbit family, great means uncle, so from now on, you may address me as uncle. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, silently thinking, oh no, the one who suggested throwing the hammer was that turtle. This divine being has indeed heard. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly and denied it. Haha, well done, me. Very well, Uncle Odin. May I inquire why you have summoned me? Lin Yuan responded without a hint of formality. For if Odin insisted on being called uncle, he would oblige. After all, this was a much sturdier leg to lean on than Thor's. Nothing of great importance. I merely wish to meet you, and to thank you for aiding Thor, Odin said earnestly as he expressed his gratitude to Lin Yuan. Oh, it was a trivial matter. Since you've allowed me to call you uncle, we are family now, and in a family, we do not speak of such formalities as helping or not helping. It is simply what one ought to do. Lin Yuan replied grandly. Odin paused, then burst into hearty laughter, clapping Lin Yuan on the shoulder with evident approval. Good child. Such a good child. Lin Yuan felt a tinge of bitterness. Why did everyone in the celestial palace enjoy patting shoulders, and why did they do so with such vigor? That evening, at the banquet in Asgard, Thor introduced Lin Yuan to the guests, loudly declaring him to be his good brother henceforth. The trio of fools from the celestial palace cheered enthusiastically below. Lin Yuan had earned their recognition through his battle against the destroyer on Earth. As the feast commenced, the three fools approached Lin Yuan, eager to challenge him to a drinking contest. Lin Yuan chuckled, I'm underage. I cannot drink. The trio stared in disbelief. Yet they were undeterred, ultimately forcing Lin Yuan to consume a bellyful of fruit juice before returning to their revelry with boisterous laughter. As Lin Yuan savored the exquisite delicacies of Asgard, he listened to the trio boast about their heroic exploits against the destroyer, feeling quite pleased. He noticed Miss Sif, clad in a vintage gown and exuding an air of grace, mingling with a group of elegant ladies, sipping wine and chatting. Occasionally, she would gesture towards Lin Yuan, eliciting gasps and giggles from the surrounding ladies. Lin Yuan was perplexed, sensing that whatever Miss Sif was saying was likely not favorable. It seemed prudent to keep his distance from her in the coming days. Thor, looking dejected, exited the banquet hall, and Frigga watched him with concern. Lin Yuan approached Frigga to offer solace, saying, Auntie, leave it to me. I shall speak with him. Frigga nodded. Thank you, Lin. Ah, Auntie, your words seem overly formal. Thor is also my brother, so I shall head over now. Behind them, Sif gazed at Thor's silhouette, her expression melancholic, before mustering her spirits to turn back and continue her revelry with her friends. Lin Yuan exited the banquet hall, where Thor and Odin were engaged in a heartfelt conversation on the balcony. Odin, admiring the sunset over Asgard, turned to Thor with a look of contentment and said, You shall be a fine king. Thor's visage reflected a hint of sorrow as he replied, There shall be no king greater than you, nor a father more exemplary. There is much I still need to learn from you. Perhaps one day I will make you proud. A faint smile graced Odin's lips as he patted Thor on the shoulder, proclaiming, I am already proud of you. With that, he glanced at Lin Yuan standing nearby, nodded, and returned to the banquet hall. Lin Yuan approached Thor, standing beside him as they both admired the sky painted crimson by the setting sun. Do you miss her, Thor? He inquired. Indeed, I do. Yet, there is much to be done, and now that the Rainbow Bridge is gone, I cannot visit her, Lin, Thor lamented, his countenance filled with sorrow. You know, Thor, in our rabbit kingdom, we have an old adage, if love between two hearts endures, does it matter whether they are together every day? It means that as long as two hearts remain steadfast in their love, distance is but a trivial matter. Lin Yuan contemplated embracing Thor's shoulders, but finding himself significantly shorter, he opted instead to give Thor a hearty pat on the back. Thor seemed to absorb the sentiment and, in a spontaneous gesture, wrapped his arms around Lin Yuan's neck, ruffling his hair playfully, exclaiming, You little rascal. Still with much growing to do, yet you possess quite the insight on matters of the heart. Lin Yuan, nearly suffocated by Thor's embrace, finally wriggled free and retaliated with a swift kick to Thor's leg, retorting indignantly, You big oaf. What do you know beyond brawling? I have read more romance novels than you have grains of rice. Thor erupted into laughter, pulling Lin Yuan along as he declared, all right, you're impressive. Come now. Let us drink. Goodness, you're going to strangle me. Let go. I'm underage. I don't drink. Lin Yuan protested. Then let us have juice. Thor responded cheerfully. Chapter 29. The enthusiastic Asgard. In the days that followed, the trio insisted that Sif extend an invitation to Lin Yuan, claiming it was to express gratitude for his assistance. Consequently, Lin Yuan found himself inundated with an abundance of fruit juice, clattering his way back to his residence in the celestial palace each day. The most excruciating aspect was the scarcity of delectable cuisine in Asgard. The banquets, though initially appealing with their exotic flavors, became monotonous after several repetitions. Lin Yuan found himself yearning for the culinary delights of Earth, particularly the dishes from a rabbit's home. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief after attending all the festivities, an odd occurrence presented itself. While strolling through the bustling streets of Asgard, Lin Yuan noticed young women casting peculiar glances his way, their eyes brimming with desire. For a moment, he pondered whether the ladies of Asgard harbored some unusual inclinations. This curiosity reached a peak when, during a shopping excursion, a bold young woman approached him and inquired, "Lin, may I touch you?" Lin Yuan was taken aback. Was it true that the maidens of Asgard were this audacious? Just as he was about to acquiesce, she added, "I heard from Sif that you can transform into an incredibly adorable creature. I wish to pet it." Lin Yuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "Sif, you have led me into this predicament." After declining the bold request, he hastily turned towards the celestial palace. On his way back, he was intercepted by several young women, all eager to see the panda, and soon, a throng of admirers surrounded him. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he struggled to escape, only to emerge with his face adorned with lipstick marks. With no time to wipe them away, he sprinted off and transformed into a great rock, soaring towards the palace. The young women watched in awe as Lin Yuan took flight, their spirits undeterred. They cheered enthusiastically, with one particularly daring lady calling out, "Lin, I love you. Your bird is magnificent." Almost losing his balance in midair, Lin Yuan steadied himself, a look of astonishment etched across his face. The fervor of the maidens in Asgard was indeed overwhelming. Upon returning to the celestial palace, Lin Yuan encountered Frigga. With a grin, she observed his lipstick-smeared visage and remarked, "Ah, it seems our dear Lin Yuan has quite the charm with the ladies." Lin Yuan forced a chuckle. "Oh dear, Frigga, please don't tease me. Is there something you need?" Still wearing a cheerful expression, Frigga grasped Lin Yuan's hand and said, "Little Lin Yuan, I have a favor to ask." Lin Yuan, patting his chest in assurance, replied, "You needn't worry, Frigga. Whatever the matter, just speak plainly." Frigga tightened her grip and continued, "Well, I heard from Sif that you can transform into a very beautiful creature called a panda. I would like to see it." Lin Yuan was left speechless, realizing once more that Sif had put him in a bind. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan found himself sprawled on the ground, while Freya affectionately caressed the panda's head. At that moment, Miss Sif arrived and seized the opportunity to lay herself upon the panda's back, nearly burying her face in its fur. Lin Yuan, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Sif, could you perhaps exercise a modicum of restraint? After all, I am still a boy." "Restraint? Nonsense. You are my little brother, and I am centuries your senior. What do you have to fear?" Sif replied with carefree exuberance. Lin Yuan silently muttered to himself, "I fear becoming bald under your relentless affection." "Little Lin Yuan, is this magic? I have never encountered such a form of sorcery. Is this panda a creature of Earth?" Freya inquired. Her interest piqued as she gently stroked Lin Yuan's hair. "Indeed, Aunt Freya, I am a druid, and this is one of my transformation forms, albeit a unique variant. As for pandas, they are indeed earthly creatures, and they are our family's national treasure." Lin Yuan expressed with deep respect for Freya. After all, who could fail to respect such a gentle, wise, and nurturing elder? "Is that so? Then I must visit Earth to see these pandas for myself. They appear utterly adorable." Freya's eyes sparkled with affection for the panda. "Huh. It seems that pandas are universally adored, whether by earthlings or extraterrestrials," Lin Yuan thought with pride, though he said aloud, "Certainly, Aunt Freya. When you arrive on Earth, I shall serve as your guide. I must tell you, our family has an abundance of culinary delights beyond pandas." Lin Yuan animatedly extolled the culinary treasures of his rabbit kin, while Freya listened with a smile, gently stroking the panda. Sif chimed in with occasional questions, giggling merrily. The trio engaged in spirited conversation, fostering a warm and harmonious atmosphere. After indulging their fascination with the pandas, Freya and Sif departed, leaving Lin Yuan to hastily return to his room. He had noticed that the maidens in the celestial palace were eyeing him with eager anticipation. This cannot continue. Tomorrow, I must seek out Heimdall to inquire if there remains a way back to Earth. As a teleporter, he might possess some knowledge. Lin Yuan resolved as he lay in bed, determined to consult Heimdall the following day lest he truly become bald from the incessant attention. The next morning, Lin Yuan promptly headed to the Rainbow Bridge in search of Heimdall. There stood Heimdall, unmoving at the edge of the broken bridge, while Thor conversed with him about some matters. Ever since the bridge's fracture, Thor had been visiting Heimdall every few days to inquire about news concerning Jane. Heimdall's eyes were capable of perceiving all that transpired across the 9 realms. Lin Yuan envied such extraordinary vision. "System, aren't you supposed to be a support system? Surely, this vision could be classified as a supportive skill. Could you not awaken such an ability for me, so that I might contribute to the peace and development of the 9 realms? Ding. Host, your ambitions are overwhelming. I suggest you return to slumber." In dreams. Anything is possible. Useless. Lin Yuan retorted, concluding his banner with the system before stepping forward to greet Heimdall. Good morning, Thor. Heimdall. Thor. Are you here once more to inquire about Jane? Do you have any delightful news? I see you smiling like a fool. Lin Yuan couldn't help but tease Thor. Noticing his wide grin, Thor, unfazed, chuckled heartily. Heimdall mentioned that Jane has been searching for me. Hee. That's splendid. When I return, I shall convey your message. By the way, Heimdall, aside from the Rainbow Bridge, is there another way for me to return to Earth? Heimdall maintained his usual stoic demeanor and replied coolly, indeed. Lin Yuan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, really? Please, do tell. Heimdall pointed towards the grinning Thor and said, ask his father. Lin Yuan paused, realizing that as the guardian of the Nine Realms, he must surely know alternative methods to reach Earth. Thank you, Heimdall. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan transformed into a great rock and turned to Thor, saying, Thor, I'm off to speak with Uncle Odin. Would you care to join me? Upon hearing that his father might have knowledge of how to reach Earth, Thor's spirits lifted. With a swift flick of his hammer, he followed Lin Yuan to seek Odin. Heimdall watched the two figures recede into the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips before he resumed his vigil over the Nine Realms. Chapter 30. Finally able to return home. Odin, Uncle, Father. The voices resonated in unison within Odin's grand hall, observing the arrival of a young man and a bird. Odin furrowed his brow and inquired, what brings such commotion? As Lin Yuan touched down, he transformed into his human form and eagerly asked Odin, Uncle Odin, are there alternative means to reach Earth? Upon landing, their two regarded Odin with hopeful anticipation. Odin looked at Lin Yuan and smiled gently. What is it, young Lin Yuan? Has Asgard not treated you well, that you are so eager to return home? Lin Yuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No, I am having a splendid time here. However, I was inadvertently brought over by Thor without informing my family, and I fear they may be worried about me. Upon hearing this, Odin shot a disapproving glance at Thor, who sheepishly scratched his face and chuckled. Turning back to Lin Yuan, Odin declared, I indeed know of a way to reach Earth. Lin Yuan exclaimed in excitement. Really? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Odin replied, you did not inquire. Lin Yuan conceded. All right, that was my oversight. Odin, observing Lin Yuan's eagerness, cautioned, hold your excitement. There are indeed options, but it depends on which you choose. Wow. There is more than one? Uncle Odin, please tell me. Lin Yuan's joy intensified. Odin composed himself and raised two fingers, speaking slowly. Firstly, I can summon a friend from Earth to retrieve you. Lin Yuan was taken aback and cautiously asked, Uncle Odin, your friend wouldn't be the one from Kamartaj? Would it? Indeed. You know her? Odin inquired, intrigued by Lin Yuan's awareness. Sure enough, it was that formidable figure. Odin's friend must also be of considerable stature. And the most prominent figure on Earth is none other than that bald sorcerer. However, for someone of that caliber to come for him, Lin Yuan felt unworthy of such attention. Realizing this, Lin Yuan vigorously shook his head in refusal. No. Uncle Odin, please do not trouble such an esteemed individual. I am but a mere mortal. Odin regarded Lin Yuan with curiosity but chose not to elaborate further, proceeding to explain. The second option is that I could employ dark magic to transport you back. Dark magic? Lin Yuan mused internally. Although he did not fully grasp the principles of the magic, he was aware that in the Marvel universe, dark magic often exacted a significant toll. Thus, he hurriedly asked, Uncle Odin, will using dark magic cause you great harm? Noting Lin Yuan's concerned expression, Odin laughed heartily. Do not worry, young one. The price is not beyond my capacity. However, I sustained severe injuries previously, which have yet to heal. Therefore, to send you back to Earth, I will require at least a year or two to recuperate before I can harness dark magic again. Observing the seemingly unscathed Odin before him, Lin Yuan pondered silently. It appears that Uncle Odin's notion of injury diverges significantly from my own understanding. I am uncertain whether my abilities will have any effect on his wounds, but it is worth a try. If I can restore him, that would be splendid, allowing me to return home sooner. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan addressed Odin. Uncle Odin, as you are aware, I am a druid. And druids are skilled not only in transformation spells, but also in restorative magic, which is among our specialties. May I attempt to heal your wounds with my spells? At this juncture, Lin Yuan felt a pang in his heart. Druids are also adept in natural magic. Alas, dear system, return to me my offensive skills. Oh, you possess healing spells? Odin's interest was piqued. Rising to his feet, he remarked, demonstrate a few spells for me to observe. Lin Yuan, undeterred, initiated with a touch of healing, followed by a rejuvenating spell, and after contemplation, added a newly acquired purification spell. Ah, natural energy, is it? Quite an admirable spell. It seems to have some effect, remarkable indeed. Regrettably, this little fellow is too feeble. My primordial injuries cannot be mended by magic of his caliber. However, This is commendable. With repeated applications, it may yield some recovery. The second spell possesses a sustained effect, does it not? Excellent results. The third spell is meant for detoxification? It astonishingly purges all lingering toxins from my body. Remarkable. True to his divine nature, Odin could discern that Lin Yuan was utilizing natural magic after a single experience. And he accurately assessed the efficacy of the spells. Most astonishing to him was the purification spell, which disregarded levels and eliminated the toxins accumulated in his body over the years, though such toxins had no real impact on him. Nevertheless, he found it impressive. This young one, when matured, could indeed assist him, yet time waits for no one, and Odin could not afford to wait for the young lad's growth. Little Lin Yuan, your spells are commendable. However, you currently lack strength. While your magic does assist me, its impact is minimal. Yet, it can certainly expedite my recovery. Here is the arrangement. You may come daily to aid my healing, but the first spell should be used only 3 times, as further applications would be ineffective. The second spell is a sustained one, so maintaining it suffices. The third spell is unnecessary, as it yields no benefit for my injuries. Lin Yuan exhaled in relief. Effectiveness was all that mattered. Yet, he was somewhat astonished by the severity of Odin's wounds, which were so grave that even his own healing spells could not mend them. With this realization, he resumed his complaints about the system. Curse you, system. How can you dare to call yourself a superlative support system when you cannot even heal a wound? What use are you? The system, now agitated, responded. Its voice slightly distorted. Host, have a modicum of self-respect. Did you not hear that you are too weak? I have warned you that the efficacy of your skills is contingent upon your magical strength. Just look at what you have accomplished since arriving in this world, indulging in feasting, playing, sleeping, and then repeating the cycle. In the battles I have participated in, I can count them on one hand. It is solely through my absorption of the surrounding energy that I have enhanced your magical prowess. How dare you question my capabilities? Lin Yuan was momentarily rendered speechless by the system's lengthy output, and after a moment of hesitation, he sheepishly murmured, all right, I concede. I will strive harder from now on. Ding. A teachable spirit, indeed. Keep it up, young one. The system's tone was tinged with a sense of pride. It relished the rare opportunity to educate its host. Wait a minute. Lin Yuan pondered for a long while, suddenly realizing, wait a minute. You wretched system. You nearly led me astray. How can you criticize me when you have rendered my offensive skills useless? Am I to fight with my teeth? Oh no. He has caught on. The system began to sweat. Ding. Host, you can still engage in combat using your teeth in transformed states. Get lost. Ding. Understood. Now aware of the way home, Lin Yuan ceased to be lackadaisical. During this period, he diligently reported to Odin every day. At last, after 2 months, Odin informed Lin Yuan that his injuries had nearly healed, and he was fully capable of wielding dark magic. Lin Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion. He could finally return home. How wonderful! Chapter 31. Farewells and gifts in the grand hall of the Celestial Palace. Thor, Heimdall, Lady Sif, and the trio of jesters bid farewell to Lin Yuan. The trio approached Lin Yuan, enveloping him in a warm embrace, which he did not shy away from this time, returning their affection vigorously. During his time in Asgard, Thor and the trio of jesters had formed a camaraderie with Lin Yuan, often inviting him for drinks. Despite Lin Yuan's consistent choice of juice, the four were unfazed, indulging in their revelries to the point of inebriation. Lin Yuan mused whether they merely used him as an excuse to drink. Through their shared experiences, Lin Yuan grew fond of the trio. Although he found them somewhat foolish, especially with Thor being the silliest among them, their shared simplicity and unpretentiousness endeared them to him. In Lin Yuan's view, these four were individuals whose minds were as robust as their physiques. Such a disposition made it easy for them to bond, and Lin Yuan was delighted to find a sense of camaraderie with them. By today, the entire realm of Asgard recognized that the youthful companion of Thor and his trio of jesters was under their protection, acknowledged as a brother by the Asgardian prince and the 3 valiant warriors. Now, a stroll through the streets of Asgard brought not only the warmth of Lady Sif's presence, but also the invitation of various muscle-bound individuals, eager to engage Lin Yuan in drinking. Consequently, Lin Yuan found himself reluctant to wander the streets, fearing he might be overwhelmed by Asgardians' robust physiques. One of the jesters, Vandal, heartily clapped Lin Yuan on the shoulder and cheerfully proclaimed, "Lin, we must visit Earth one day for a drink, and you simply cannot opt for juice then." Lin Yuan winced at the impact, replying, "Could you ease up a bit? At this rate, I might never grow taller." Rubbing his sore shoulder, he broke into a broad smile, adding, "When you come to Earth, I shall take you to my hometown, where you can savor our exquisite wines and delicacies, ensuring you won't leave sober." "Absolutely, we shall not leave sober." The trio laughed heartily in agreement. Turning to Lady Sif, adorned in traditional Asgardian garb, Lin Yuan remarked, "Sif, it is rare to see you dressed so elegantly. You look splendid." Sif, with an air of playful indignation, lightly tapped Lin Yuan on the head and said, "Hey, You cheeky little brother, do you dare to tease me? Rubbing the spot she had tapped, Lin Yuan pouted. Not at all, I am merely speaking the truth. With a radiant smile, Sif embraced Lin Yuan gently and whispered, Dear brother, I hope to visit you on Earth someday. Lin Yuan reciprocated the embrace, exclaiming, Absolutely, Sif. You are always welcome to come to Earth, where I will show you the true pandas. Sif's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can I pet them? It seems that might not be possible. Sif pouted. Well, in that case, I shall just pet you instead. Lin Yuan decided to ignore her playful banter. Thor. Lin Yuan approached Thor, playfully punching his chest, and cheerfully declared, As soon as I return, I shall make it my priority to have Jane send you a message. Thor was overjoyed, giving Lin Yuan a hearty embrace and patting his back. Good brother. Lin Yuan nearly suffocated in Thor's powerful chest, shoving him away and kicking him lightly in irritation. Are you trying to smother me? Goodness, I need to eat more supplements when I return. I wonder what the Asgardians consume to grow so tall and strong, and they all seem to enjoy hugging. Lin Yuan silently complained to himself. Thor, unfazed by Lin Yuan's actions, laughed heartily. Lin Yuan, glancing at the lovable giant, couldn't help but chuckle. He playfully punched Thor's arm, saying, Next. Learn from Uncle Odin how to be a proper king. Make sure to read more. Don't let your mind be filled only with muscles. And keep your wits about you. Don't believe everything others say. Don't act as if it's a life and death situation. Once the Bifrost is repaired, I'll visit you on Earth. Thor chuckled, completely unconcerned about Lin Yuan's words. It's a promise. It's a promise. Lin Yuan then glanced at the stoic Heimdall nearby and nodded at him. Heimdall acknowledged with a nod. Truly, he remained as cool as ever. Odin and Frigga watched Lin Yuan bid farewell to everyone with warm smiles, showing no signs of impatience. Lin Yuan felt a bit embarrassed and chuckled sheepishly. Uncle Odin and Frigga, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Frigga smiled gently, reaching out to softly grasp Lin Yuan's hand. Her eyes filled with affection and care. She then tenderly tidied Lin Yuan's slightly disheveled hair, her touch delicate and meticulous, as if handling her most cherished treasure. Subsequently, she spoke softly, Good child, remember to visit Asgard again when you have the chance. You will always be welcome here. Lin Yuan felt a swell of emotion. During his time in Asgard, he had experienced a profound maternal love from Frigga, a feeling he had never encountered in 2 lifetimes. He felt a lump in his throat and gently embraced Frigga, his voice slightly choked. Thank you, and Frigga. Frigga lightly patted Lin Yuan's back, offering no further words. Odin, observing silently nearby, then spoke up. All right, young Lin, it's not as if we want to see each other again. There will be plenty of time ahead. Lin Yuan, feeling a bit shy, released Frigga and smiled. Indeed, there will be plenty of time. Uncle Odin, I am ready. Please send me back. Odin nodded, preparing to cast a spell when Lin Yuan suddenly recalled something and quickly interrupted. Wait, Uncle Odin, I have a gift for you all. Odin halted his actions, looking at Lin Yuan with curiosity, as did everyone else. Lin Yuan summoned his magical energy, casting a nurturing spell on each person present. This is one of my spells. It plants a magical seed within you, which will absorb surrounding energy to nourish your bodies. Most importantly, when you face life-threatening danger, this seed can save your lives. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their gratitude for such a wonderful gift. Lin Yuan signaled Odin to proceed. Odin gazed deeply at Lin Yuan, saying nothing, and began to cast the dark teleportation spell. After a surge of magical energy, Lin Yuan vanished before the eyes of the Asgardians. On Earth, in Kamartash, the bald sorcerer meditating opened his eyes and glanced into the distance before closing them again, returning to his meditative state. When Lin Yuan emerged from the teleportation, he was utterly disoriented. The discomfort of this dark magic's transportation was vastly inferior to that of the Bifrost. He felt nauseous, overwhelmed. After a moment, he finally regained his composure and began to observe his surroundings. He found himself on a cliff by the sea, facing the boundless, shimmering azure ocean, with an expansive, verdant prairie stretching behind him. What a splendid view! As Lin Yuan gazed at the vast sea before him, his spirits lifted. At last, he had returned. He hoped that Coulson could provide him with a plausible excuse. Otherwise, after being away for so long without a word, Tony and Pepper would likely be furious. Chapter 32. Are you trying to show off without consulting me? He retrieved his phone and took a look. To be fair, it was indeed a marvel of technology. Modified by Tony Stark, even after more than 2 months, the battery remained fully charged. Suddenly, the phone erupted with a flurry of notifications, inundating him with months' worth of messages. Lin Yuan surveyed the hundreds of missed calls and text messages from Tony and Pepper and felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom, one that no skill could assuage. He decided to return a call. After all, whether he faced his fate sooner or later, he might as well embrace the inevitable. With trembling fingers, he dialed Tony's number. The line rang, but no one answered. Lin Yuan was puzzled. How could neither Tony nor Jarvis be available? Such a scenario seemed implausible. Was something amiss? Growing anxious, he searched for Pepper's number and dialed. The call connected swiftly, and Pepper's voice came through. Hello, who is this? Clearly preoccupied with work. She hadn't even glanced at the caller ID. Pepper, it's me, Lin Yuan, he replied, his voice slightly shaky. Lin, you actually remembered to return? She exclaimed, her tone rising in pitch. Where have you been all this time? Lin Yuan hastily pulled the phone from his ear to shield himself from her fervent outburst. After 5 minutes of venting, Pepper finally calmed down, and he seized the moment to apologize. Pepper, I'm sorry. It was truly an accident. I promise it won't happen again. I know, but both Tony and I have been deeply worried about you. Pepper's tone softened unexpectedly. A warmth spread through Lin Yuan's heart. It was a comforting feeling to know someone cared. Don't worry, Pepper, I'm fine. He quickly reassured her, then added anxiously, but I just called Tony. And he didn't answer. Jarvis isn't picking up either. Is something wrong with Tony? There was a heavy silence on the other end. After a prolonged pause, Pepper's voice emerged, laden with fatigue and concern. After your disappearance, Congress held hearings to discuss seizing Tony's suits. Tony vehemently opposed, insisting he alone could maintain world peace. Rhodey backed him, assuring that he would never misuse the armor. However, inexplicably, Tony has been flaunting the suit everywhere. Last night, at his birthday party, he even used it to smash bottles while showing off. Rhodey was furious and confronted Tony in the lab, donning the Mark II armor for a bout. In the end, Tony shockingly allowed Rhodey to take the Mark II away, which was quite out of character. Lin. At this point, Pepper's voice grew plaintive. Tony even hired a beautiful secretary. The way he looks at her is unmistakable. He has donated all the modern art we collected together. I once thought he appointed me as the CEO out of trust. But now something feels off. I know he is hiding something from me, yet he refuses to confide in me. I don't know what to do, Lin. I'm really worried about him. Her voice quivered, tinged with the threat of tears. Lin Yuan was taken aback and quickly reassured. It's all right, Pepper. I'm here for you. I'll go find him right now. Leave this matter to me. After hanging up, Tony's call came through. Lin, have you returned? Come see me. I wish to discuss something. With that, the call ended. Tony's voice remained calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Before long, Tony sent his location. Lin Yuan flew swiftly, and upon reaching Tony, he found him clad in armor, sporting sunglasses, seated amidst a large donut advertisement, and savoring a cheese donut. You really should accompany me to the land of bunnies for a proper meal. You spend your days consuming such dreadful fare. Lin Yuan hovered beside him, transformed into his human form, and disdainfully eyed the donut in Tony's hand. He then gently embraced Tony, apologizing. I'm truly sorry for missing your birthday party, Tony. Tony was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and patted Lin Yuan's back. It's good to have you back. The two sat side by side on the donut advertisement, gazing at the sunset. After a while, Lin Yuan broke the silence. Pepper informed me about your situation. It seems a great deal has transpired during my absence these past 2 months. He nudged Tony's shoulder, adopting a serious expression. Tony, do you doubt my abilities? Why do you ask that? Tony queried, perplexed. Lin Yuan pointed at the horrifying purple streaks on Tony's neck, his tone laced with anger. If you trust my capabilities, why didn't you confide in me about this? Did you think your fate was sealed and that I couldn't assist you? Thus, you entrusted the company to Pepper and took the opportunity to pass the Mark II to Rhodes. Tony fell silent, murmuring, I just couldn't find the words. Lin Yuan sighed and confessed, to be candid, Tony, while my abilities have yet to reach their zenith, they're undoubtedly beyond your imagination. To put it plainly, even if you were to perish now, I could retrieve you from the depths of hell. He silently added in his mind, of course. After resurrecting you, we would likely be pursued by Mephisto. Tony stared at Lin Yuan in disbelief. Why would I go to hell if I died? Lin Yuan sighed. Is that really your main concern? He then patted Tony's shoulder, invoking a healing spell. Instantly, Tony felt an overwhelming sense of relief as the agony from palladium poisoning dissipated, leaving him feeling invigorated. The return of his long-lost health nearly brought him to tears. See, such a simple matter, and you were ready to give up. You are Iron Man, after all. Have you any idea of the embarrassing things you've done lately? I heard you even urinated in public. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to tease Tony mercilessly. Perhaps I should just die. How humiliating. Tony lamented, wishing he could vanish into the earth. Oh, come on, Tony. These are mere trifles. I am now curious about how you intend to placate Sister Pepper. Lin Yuan suddenly chuckled mischievously, raising his eyebrows and winking. Tony was taken aback, thinking to himself that it was indeed the end. At that moment, a dark figure approached them. Lin Yuan pointed at the approaching figure and said to Tony, What do you suppose he is coming over for? Tony scoffed. Isn't it to recruit me? Though I wonder what his justification will be this time. I bet he is here to show off, pretending to assist you with your chest concerns to lure you in. But at this point, it seems he has lost the opportunity to impress. Lin Yuan chuckled heartily. Nick Fury arrived beneath the donut, hands on his hips, calling up to the two above, Gentlemen, could you possibly descend from the donut? Upon seeing Lin Yuan and Tony looking at him, he chose silence and turned to walk towards the nearby CAF. Lin Yuan remarked to Tony, "See, he is already starting to put on a show. Come on, Tony, let us see what he has to say." The two entered the CAF, where they found Nick Fury seated by the window. The establishment was empty, likely cleared out by S.H.I.E.L.D. With a cheerful grin, Lin Yuan approached and greeted, "Hello, Director Egghead. Long time no see." Nick Fury's veins bulged on his forehead. "Calm down," he reminded himself silently. He is still just a child. Just as Nick Fury was about to speak, he suddenly noticed that Iron Man appeared unusually vibrant. There was a peculiar energy about him, and the telltale purple lines on his neck had vanished. Nick Fury felt a sense of foreboding and reluctantly asked Tony, "Have you recovered from your palladium poisoning?" Lin Yuan eagerly interjected, "Of course, I have fully recovered. Now that I'm back, such trivial matters are easily resolved." Nick Fury gazed at Lin Yuan with a look of exasperation, internally cursing, "Damn it, not you again. Last time, I was trying to impress with a grand display, and you shone a spotlight on me. This time, I intended to showcase the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. before Tony Stark. But you've gone and healed him prematurely. How am I supposed to proceed?" Feeling uneasy under Nick Fury's gaze, Lin Yuan leaned back, attempting to distance himself from the director. "What are you doing? Don't look at me like that. I'm not interested." At that moment, a melodious female voice chimed in. "Then what should I do?" Chapter 33. Your posture is so impeccable that I couldn't help but take action. The speaker was an exceptionally beautiful woman with striking features and an alluring figure, none other than Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon recognizing her, Tony was taken aback. "Goodness, isn't she my newly recruited secretary? I can't believe she's affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. This egghead is truly infuriating, resorting to such charm. Thankfully, I, Tony Stark, possess remarkable self-control and was not ensnared." Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, turned his gaze and exclaimed, "Wow, the Black Widow is stunning and her physique is remarkable." He added playfully, "Sister, I am still a minor." Natasha approached Lin Yuan, affectionately ruffled his hair, and smiled. "No worries, sister can wait for you to grow up." Tony, upon hearing this, swiftly pulled Lin Yuan behind him, eyeing Natasha warily. "What? Are you plotting against my brother?" "I haven't settled the score with you yet." Natasha, unfazed, took a seat beside Nick Fury and winked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan chuckled silently. Nick Fury introduced, "This is Agent Romanoff. As soon as you appeared unwell, I had her stay by your side. She is responsible for reporting your condition to me, which is how we became aware of your unusual state. So I should be grateful to you then." Tony's expression darkened slightly, and he directed a sarcastic tone towards Natasha. Natasha merely smiled gently. "You're welcome." At this moment, Nick Fury shifted to the main topic, his demeanor serious. "Tony, I am aware that something is amiss with you." Tony's face fell. He felt like he was being reprimanded. "No, I'm perfectly fine," he insisted. Nick Fury, clearly irritated, raised his voice. "If everything is fine, then why did you entrust her company to your girlfriend? If everything is fine, why did you give your armor to a friend? Allowing him to soar through the skies in your suit?" Tony made a final desperate attempt to defend himself. "It wasn't me who gave it. He took it." Natasha interjected. "As far as I know, Mr. Stark's database security protocols prevent unauthorized use of products." All right, I concede. No need to pile on." Tony, feeling embarrassed and unable to argue any further, attempted to change the subject. "What do you need from me?" Nick Fury was on the verge of exploding, shouting, "What do we need from you? You dare ask? You've become a problem, a situation I cannot ignore." After calming himself slightly, he continued, "I initially brought medication to alleviate palladium poisoning, but since you seem fine, it appears unnecessary." He then turned to Lin Yuan, asking, "Can your magic cure palladium poisoning?" Lin Yuan shook his head and pointed at the reactor in Tony's chest. "My magic can eliminate all toxins, but as long as that device remains in Tony's chest, the toxins will continue to accumulate." At this point, Tony chimed in, "I've been searching for alternatives to palladium. I've experimented with various combinations of all known elements." Lin Yuan interrupted, "No, you haven't tried all the elements." Tony looked at Lin Yuan with a puzzled expression. Lin Yuan, with a mischievous grin, pointed at Nick Fury and said, "Ask him." Nick Fury, feeling somewhat annoyed, thought to himself that Lin Yuan had stolen his moment to shine. However, as Tony continued to gaze intently at him, he had no choice but to respond honestly. "Indeed, it's not everything, Tony. Your father left you a gift, but it is not suitable to discuss it in public. Let us converse at your home." He then turned to Lin Yuan and added, "By the way, do tell me where you have been." Lin Yuan, with an air of indifference, shrugged, as there was nothing he felt compelled to hide. The four of them exited the CAF, and Lin Yuan smiled at Natasha, saying, "Sister, how will you get there? Do you need me to accompany you?" Nick Fury interjected, "No need for that. We will drive. You and Tony can wait for us at home. Lin Yuan pouted, thinking, you stubborn old man. Interrupting my time with the beautiful sister. All right then, we're heading back. With that, Lin Yuan transformed into a magnificent bird and soared homeward. Natasha, witnessing Lin Yuan's transformation for the first time, displayed a look of curiosity but remained silent as she got into Nick Fury's vehicle, heading towards Tony's villa. At the seaside villa, Lin Yuan surveyed the disarray and asked Tony, brother, are you considering a renovation? Tony, feeling a bit embarrassed, offered a sheepish smile and chose not to respond to Lin Yuan's inquiry. Before long, Nick Fury arrived, bringing with him a large box labeled property of H. Stark. The three of them casually found seats, observing the windows devoid of glass as they began their conversation. Nick Fury wasted no time and got straight to the point, gesturing towards the reactor on Tony's chest. This device is based on an incomplete technology. Tony interrupted, visibly displeased. It's actually quite refined now. It was merely incomplete until I miniaturized it. Undeterred, Nick Fury continued. No, your father mentioned that the arc reactor was merely the cornerstone of a significant open project. His ambition was to reduce the nuclear reactor to the size of a 7-cell battery. Was he working alone? What about Anton Vanko? Tony inquired once more. Anton Vanko is different. He merely sought to profit from this, and your father dismissed him. He was later exiled to Siberia, where he succumbed to alcoholism and madness. How normal could a child raised in such an environment be? The person you encountered at the Monaco Grand Prix was his son. Nick Fury paused for a moment before continuing. He stated that you alone possessed the capability to inherit his legacy and fulfill his ambitions. Tony, wearing a disdainful expression, retorted, impossible. He never liked me. He was always cold towards me and never expressed any affection. I cannot comprehend how he would want me to carry on his legacy. Having listened attentively, Lin Yuan could not restrain himself any longer and interjected, is it possible that your father was simply like you, not adept at expressing his emotions? Tony turned to Lin Yuan, pointing at himself, incredulous. Me? Not good at expressing my feelings? What nonsense! Lin Yuan nodded vigorously, expressing his affirmation. Tony's expression darkened, and he disregarded Lin Yuan, turning to Nick Fury. You seem quite familiar with him. Of course, he is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury replied, glancing at his watch before rising from his seat. What? Tony exclaimed in astonishment, about to say something further when Nick Fury interrupted him. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. There is a box containing items left for you by your father. Additionally, Natasha will continue her stay at Stark Industries. Lin, you must be acquainted with Coulson. Please discuss your affairs with him shortly. With that, Nick Fury stood to depart. Halfway through his exit, he turned, widening his singular eye, extending 2 fingers to gesture to his own eye, then pointing at Tony. Tony, I shall always keep a watchful eye on you, he declared, his gaze intensifying. In the next moment, a brilliant beam of light descended from above, enveloping him. Nick Fury let out a cry of dismay. Damn it, not again. My titanium dog eye has been blinded once more. Lin Yuan rubbed his hands together, apologetically saying, I am truly sorry. Your stance was just too impeccable. I couldn't help but intervene. Chapter 34. Brother, our father is truly exceptional. Nick Fury departed, shielding his eyes. Lin Yuan pondered how he could navigate the path with one eye covered, yet he walked away with an air of nonchalance. Tony, gazing at the box, wore a look of dejection. This egghead had spoken at length without providing a solution, and he detested such enigmatic individuals. Standing beside him was Coulson, maintaining his signature hairstyle and unwavering smile. Ah, old Coulson, it has been quite some time. Lin Yuan greeted him. What a ridiculous address, Coulson thought to himself, though his outward demeanor remained cheerful. Mr. Lin, could you please share what transpired after your disappearance? Lin Yuan had no intention of concealing the truth. He recounted how he had been inadvertently transported to the legendary Asgard by Thor, the reasons for the god of thunder's arrival on Earth, and revealed the mastermind behind the destroyer. Tony listened in stunned silence, his mind racing with questions. You went to Asgard? The Einstein-Rosen bridge truly exists? You became brothers with Thor? And Odin himself used magic to send you back? Are they genuinely gods? Are there other deities in the universe? Lin Yuan clarified that gods are merely humans endowed with extraordinary abilities, and the universe is home to a myriad of races, with the Asgardians being but one. Will they covet Earth? What is their technological proficiency? Tony's thoughts immediately turned to this concern. Rest assured, Earth is quite secure at present. As for technological advancement, we still have a considerable way to go, Lin Yuan replied candidly, laying bare Earth standing. A wave of alarm coursed through Tony, causing his hairs to stand on end. Lin Yuan offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder, saying, Do not fret, my brother, you need not bear such immense pressure. Focus on the task at hand. Earth is under guardianship. For instance, that egghead knows a certain lady who can be regarded as one of the pinnacle forces. Natasha and Coulson were equally astonished. They were privy to more information within H-I-E-L-D, than Tony. Yet much of what Lin Yuan divulged surpassed their understanding. All right, enough said. I have shared all that is necessary. Tony, do not be overly concerned. There is a saying in our rabbit nation, the boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. Let things unfold naturally, and all shall be well. Lin Yuan concluded the discussion to alleviate Tony's burden. Tony remained silent for a considerable time before he lifted the box and entered the laboratory. He was eager to discover what his father had left for him, seeking to enhance his own strength. Noticing Tony's disquiet, Lin Yuan exchanged greetings with Natasha and Coulson before following him. Upon entering the laboratory, Tony opened the box. Its contents were rather simple: a blueprint, 2 reels of film, and a notebook. Tony placed the film reels into the projector and perused the notebook. Lin Yuan settled beside him, captivated by the film. In the movie, Howard Stark stood before a layout of a futuristic city, articulating his visions for the future. Tony remained indifferent, dismissing the outdated information before him. After a brief glance, he felt there was nothing of value and was about to leave when Lin Yuan stopped him, gesturing towards the screen. Turning back, Tony heard Howard call his name. Tony, this future city is my design for you. You may not understand its significance now, but one day you will grasp its true value. With the technology and knowledge of my era, I cannot bring it to fruition, but I believe that only you can achieve my vision in the future. Tony, regardless of the time, my greatest invention is you. These words struck a chord deep within Tony. Lin Yuan, brimming with excitement, tugged at Tony. See, I told you. Dad just struggles to express himself. Now he can speak his heartfelt truths directly to the camera, just like you. Tony shot Lin Yuan a look. It's our dad. Lin Yuan replied. Oh. After watching the film, Tony fell into deep contemplation. After a while, it seemed he had made a decision, standing up resolutely. Lin Yuan inquired. What is next? First, I'll go apologize to Pepper tomorrow and take this along, Tony said, pointing to the model of the future city on the screen. Of course, we should go, Lin Yuan exclaimed. His face lit up with excitement. This is going to be a great show. How could we possibly miss it? The following day, Tony drove with Lin Yuan towards Stark Industries. Along the way, he spotted a strawberry vendor and considered stopping to buy some. Lin Yuan intervened. Tony, I advise against buying strawberries. Confused, Tony asked, why? Don't you remember? Pepper is allergic to strawberries, Lin Yuan reminded him, hoping to keep Tony safe. Oh no. Tony felt a cold sweat break out on his back. Good brother. He patted Lin Yuan's shoulder in gratitude. They soon arrived at Stark Industries. And as they approached the CEO's office, Tony nudged Lin Yuan forward, urging him to gauge the atmosphere first. Lin Yuan entered the office, where Pepper was on the phone discussing the ownership of the Mark II. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, her face lit up with surprise, signaling him to wait a moment. Unfazed, Lin Yuan took a seat at the desk. Once Pepper finished her call, she stood and embraced Lin Yuan, her joy evident. Lin Yuan, equally happy, returned the embrace and asked, Pepper, how does it feel to be CEO? Pepper's expression quickly soured as she began to vent. Lin, while I truly enjoy this job, Tony has practically offloaded all responsibilities onto me, which is incredibly stressful. Even worse, he recently declared to the world that he is Iron Man and vowed to uphold world peace. Yet, look at his recent antics. And I am left to clean up the mess. Lin Yuan promptly defended Tony. Pepper, Tony has his struggles too. I assure you, from now on, he will change. If he doesn't, I'll help you set him straight. As the conversation unfolded, a voice suddenly emerged from outside. Mr. Stark, what are you doing out there? Natasha entered, holding some documents, prompting Tony to follow her in, wearing a sheepish grin as he glanced at Pepper. Upon seeing Tony, Pepper's expression soured once more, and she turned away, ignoring him. Lin Yuan greeted Natasha with a smile. Hello, Sister Natasha. He then subtly gestured at Tony, urging him to say something kind to Pepper. In a moment of foolishness, Tony foolishly inquired why Natasha was at Pepper's place, having assumed there was a lack of chemistry between them. Lin Yuan couldn't help but facepalm. Pepper was clearly irked and had no desire to engage with Tony at that moment. Seizing the opportunity for a brief escape, she shared a gentle embrace with Lin Yuan before bypassing Tony and heading straight out to catch her flight. Watching his driver and bodyguard Happy trailing behind Pepper with her suitcase, Tony felt a pang of despair. He had lost this battle thoroughly. Natasha continued to organize the documents on the desk, paying no mind to Tony's glowering gaze. Before exiting, she threw a flirtatious glance at Lin Yuan. Tony sat dejectedly in his office chair, feeling disheartened as the person he cherished was upset with him. His newly hired secretary had been swayed, and even his driver and bodyguard seemed to have defected. Lin Yuan found amusement in Tony's gloomy demeanor and stifled a laugh as he nudged him, pointing at a model on the office shelf. Come on, don't be like this. Pepper is just upset. It will pass. Why don't you take a look at the future city model Dad left for you? Tony perked up, beginning to examine the model. As he scrutinized it, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickly pulled Lin Yuan over to help transport the model back to the lab. Once in the lab, Tony instructed Jarvis to scan the entire layout of the model into the computer, meticulously eliminating unnecessary trees, roads, and other distractions. Finally, using the central structure as a framework. The surrounding buildings arranged themselves into a perfect sphere. With a swift motion of his hand, the spherical structure magnified, revealing a brand new element before the two of them. Lin Yuan, astonished, tugged at Tony's sleeve, exclaiming, "Brother, it seems Dad might be even more brilliant than you." Tony smiled and replied, "Indeed, he is the most exceptional father." He then patted Lin Yuan on the head and declared, "Now, let us get to work and prepare for a large-scale model renovation, commencing a new hardware development. First, let us dismantle the house." Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. He had longed to tear things apart, transforming into a whirlwind of activity. He began to dismantle everything with fervor. As Tony wielded a high-energy ion beam, slicing through half of the lab's contents, it directed a beam onto a fixed triangular material. After a dazzling flash of light, the new element within the triangle ignited. It was a success. As Tony placed the new element into the new reactor, Jarvis announced, "Sir, the new energy source has been successfully integrated." Thus, a new era began. Chapter 35, delivering a message. Lin Yuan gazed quietly as the new element was born and the arc reactor was completed, a deep sense of pride swelling within him. After all, he had dismantled the house, moved the materials, and constructed the safeguards. By this reckoning, he could indeed consider himself one of the inventors of the new element. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Once he had completed these tasks, Tony still needed to wait in the laboratory for Jarvis to collect data from the reactor. It was then that Lin Yuan recalled he had another matter to attend to. A certain large fellow in Asgard was eagerly awaiting a message for his beloved. Having returned only to be occupied with Tony's affairs, he almost forgot. Now that everything seemed settled here, he decided to handle this task first before indulging in a delightful meal at Rabbit's house. The cuisine in Asgard over the past few months had been quite subpar, to say the least. "Tony, you keep busy. I have a little errand to run." After bidding farewell to Tony, Lin Yuan called Coulson. "Hello, Coulson. Could you do me a favor?" After inquiring about Jane's whereabouts, Lin Yuan took to the skies. Since the incident with the destroyer, Jane, along with Professor Eric Selvig and the bespectacled Daisy Lewis, had been under the protection of SHIELD, effectively becoming part of the organization in a roundabout way, ever since witnessing the legendary Bifrost with her own eyes. Both Professor Selvig and Jane had become increasingly obsessed with their studies in that realm. As Heimdall had mentioned, Jane had been diligently working for months, yet regrettably, the technology of the Bifrost was beyond Earth's current capabilities. Although Jane's research had made significant strides, it could never quite meet her expectations. On this particular day, after a long day's toil, Jane sat alone on her balcony, gazing up at the brilliant starry sky. She wondered where Thor might be among the stars. He had promised to come find her, and yet, it had been so long. Why had he not arrived? Was something amiss? Her heart was a tumult of longing, anxiety, and a hint of resentment. During this time, everyone around her urged her to let go, insisting that once Thor had returned, he would not come back. Yet she steadfastly held to her conviction. Thor would surely return for her. Suddenly, she spotted a large bird soaring through the sky, resembling an eagle, though distinctly unlike any eagle she had ever known. The majestic creature glided across the luminous moon, heading directly toward her. Before Jane could fully process the sight, the great bird transformed before her eyes into the form of a handsome youth. "Lin?" Jane exclaimed in delight, recognizing him as the young man who had fought alongside Thor, the very panda who had been taken away by the Bifrost. If Lin had returned, then surely Thor must have come back as well. Jane's excitement was palpable. "Hello, Jane. It's been a while." Lin Yuan greeted her with a warm smile. "Lin, you're back. But what of Thor? Has he returned with you?" Jane's voice rose with anticipation. Lin Yuan quickly reassured her, calm down, Jane. I've come back alone this time. Unfortunately, due to special circumstances, Thor is unable to return to Earth at the moment." The entire figure of Jian drooped, her head bowed in silence, tears cascading onto the floor. Lin Yuan was taken aback. "Sister Jian, please don't cry. Come, take a seat, and allow me to recount what transpired after we arrived in Asgard." He guided Jian to a nearby chair and began to narrate the events that unfolded. Jian listened quietly, her emotions gradually settling. "Is it true? Thor destroyed the Rainbow Bridge to save the lives of an entire planet? He did the right thing. He is a hero." Pride and melancholy flickered in Jian's gaze. "Lin, how did you return? Can Thor come back to Earth?" Jian looked at Lin Yuan with eyes full of hope. Lin Yuan nodded. "He can come back. I was brought here using dark magic by Thor's father. The dark magic teleportation is one way. If Thor were to come here, he would be unable to return temporarily. As the future king of Asgard, he cannot forsake his people. Furthermore, Thor's father is injured and cannot use dark magic repeatedly for the time being. Thor wanted me to tell you that he is tirelessly working to repair the Rainbow Bridge, and once it is restored, he will certainly return to you." Jian murmured. Her head bowed, I knew he hadn't forgotten me. He will find a way back. Then she looked up. A smile gracing her face as she said to Lin Yuan, "Thank you for bringing me this news, Lin. I will wait for him. Indeed, he will be back soon." This was not mere consolation from Lin Yuan. It was a certainty that Thor would soon return to Earth. "All right, Sister Jian, I've delivered the news. And I must take my leave." Lin Yuan stood up to bid farewell. "Why don't you stay and have something to eat before you go?" "No. I'm off to Rabbit's house for some delicious food. Let me tell you, Sister Jian, there aren't many tasty things in Asgard. These past few months, I've been craving Rabbit's culinary delights." Lin Yuan couldn't help but chat a bit more before transforming into a large bird. Waving his wings at Jian, "I'm off now, Sister Jian. I'll just make it in time for breakfast at Rabbit's. I'll come back to play with you next time." With that, the giant bird flapped its wings and vanished into the night sky. Jian gazed enviously at the departing creature, murmuring to herself, "Rabbit's delicacies? I want to try them too. Lin's ability is incredible. He looks majestic and flies so swiftly. Oh, and he can transform into a panda. Next time he visits, I must ask him to become a panda so I can pet him." As Lin Yuan soared towards Rabbit's house, contemplating where to dine next, his phone rang. "Hello? Who is this?" Lin Yuan answered the call with irritation. "Lin, it's me." The voice of Tony Stark echoed through the line. "Tony, what's up? Ivan Vanko just hacked into my communication lines." Tony's voice carried a somber tone, likely clad in his Iron Man suit. "What?" Lin Yuan exclaimed, realizing the impending events that were about to unfold. Tony's voice echoed with urgency. He declared his intention to conclude 4 decades of Stark family legacy within a mere 40 minutes. I traced his call to the East Coast, surmising he aimed to strike at the Stark Expo, undoubtedly linked to the products of Hammer Industries. Today, they were set to unveil their drone suits at the expo. Pepper was also present, and a wave of concern washed over me for her safety. "I am en route to assist. The location has already been sent to your phone." "No problem, Tony. I'm on my way." In the night sky, the mighty wings of the great bird unfurled gracefully, carving a golden silhouette as it soared toward the East Coast. Chapter 36. I do not know. On the East Coast. At the Stark Expo press conference, the main venue buzzed with excitement. At the Hammer Technologies booth, CEO Justin Hammer personally introduced their latest product. He first made a snide remark belittling Tony's armor before proceeding to showcase his own innovations. "Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the latest creation from Hammer Technologies, the Hammer Iron Soldier." As Justin pointed, a series of unmanned armored drones slowly ascended from beneath the stage, all equipped with Hammer Technologies' advanced weaponry. Amidst the audience's enthusiastic cheers, he gestured to the center of the stage, announcing, "Now." Making his entrance is the first prototype of the Iron Soldier, the comprehensive threat response combat armor, alongside its pilot, Air Force Colonel James Rhodes. Illuminated by the spotlight, Rhodes emerged from the center of the stage, clad in the War Machine armor, and saluted. In unison, all the Iron Soldiers followed suit. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch until, suddenly, a roaring sound of flames echoed from above. Tony, adorned in the latest Mark VI suit, soared into the venue and landed gracefully on the booth. The crowd erupted with even greater fervor, and Tony waved to the audience, further intensifying the excitement. Tony leaned towards War Machine and whispered urgently, "Listen, Rhodes, I suspect Justin Hammer is colluding with Ivan Vanko. They are planning to make a move here." Rhodes, equally astonished, responded, "Ivan Vanko is still alive?" Ignoring the audience, Tony confronted Justin Hammer directly, demanding, "Where is Ivan Vanko?" Justin feigned ignorance, vehemently denying any knowledge. Just then, the weapon systems of War Machine activated, targeting Tony, while the weapons of the surrounding drones followed suit, aiming at him. Startled, Tony exclaimed, "What the hell, Rhodes? What are you doing?" Rhodes, panicking, replied, "Tony, the system has been hacked. I can't control the armor." Reacting swiftly, Tony shot into the sky, soaring out of the venue. The weapons on War Machine's shoulder fired directly at him, while the other drones unleashed their firepower, bullets shattering the glass ceiling of the expo, sending shards raining down upon the audience. Chaos erupted as horrified screams filled the air, and the crowd scrambled to escape outdoors. War Machine activated its thrusters, pursuing Tony with the airborne drones in relentless chase. Tony evaded their attacks with agility, while behind him, War Machine and the drones pressed on, determined to strike. "Lin, where are you?" Tony dodged the oncoming drone assaults while contacting Lin Yuan. "I have arrived. Tony, how are you?" "I'm fine. Head to the venue. There are still many who cannot fly. Be cautious, and I shall take charge of the venue." In the midst of conversation, Lin Yuan has already ascended above the event hall. Within the venue, the Army's steel soldiers, equipped with sniper rifles, and the Navy's steel soldiers, armed with rockets, moved with the crowd toward the exit. Fortunately, the primary target of Ivan Vanko, who was controlling from behind, was Tony. Thus, the remaining unmanned mechs refrained from attacking the audience. However, As the mechs reached the outdoors, the army's steel soldiers began to lock onto Tony for an assault. Tony adeptly evaded the bullets, which struck an unmanned mech trailing behind him. The destroyed mech's debris scattered into the crowd below. With a swift flap of his wings, Lin Yuan seized the wreckage and hurled it into an uninhabited area. Meanwhile, the Navy's steel soldiers commenced indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding ground with their rockets. Good heavens. This is merciless. Lin Yuan felt a headache coming on. He had no means to prevent the rocket launch, and chaos erupted as explosions rang out, causing further panic among the people. These capitalists truly disregard human life. Alas, another beating awaits. Resolute, Lin Yuan leaped into the throng of mechs on the ground. In an instant, the great eagle transformed into an adorable panda, and with a mighty roar, he activated his challenge skill. All unmanned mechs within the skill's radius instantly redirected their targets toward Lin Yuan's panda form. Ivan Vanko, secretly controlling the mechs, was dumbfounded. What was happening? Why did all systems appear normal, yet every mech inexplicably targeted that panda? Lin Yuan paid no heed to Ivan Vanko's thoughts. He was now engulfed in a hail of gunfire. The concentrated fire struck him, and although he was shielded by magic and remained uninjured, the pain was still palpable. He charged into the densest cluster of unmanned mechs, using their own firepower against them. Soon, most of the unmanned mechs were annihilated by their own weapons, and the few remaining mechs posed no threat, easily dispatched by a single strike from Lin Yuan's panda form. Phew, finally dealt with that. Lin Yuan exhaled in relief and hurried to find Pepper inside the venue. Upon reaching the backstage, he discovered Pepper urging the staff of Hammer Industries to expedite the system repairs. Just as Lin Yuan was about to greet her, Natasha's and Tony's faces appeared in the communication window on the computer. Meanwhile, in the exhibition's backstage, Natasha was questioning Justin Hammer alongside Pepper about the unfolding events. As Justin attempted to ramble on, Natasha lost her temper, forcefully pinning him against the table. After extracting information about Ivan Vanko's whereabouts in his laboratory, she left Pepper to report Justin Hammer to the authorities and set off directly to the source. Happy drove Natasha toward Hammer Industries, where she changed into a fitted combat suit in the car, almost causing Happy's eyes to bulge in surprise. Upon storming into the laboratory, Happy managed to take down a guard with great difficulty, only to find Natasha had already cleared the entire area. Staring at the fallen guards, Happy was left in utter astonishment. When Natasha discovered the room where Ivan Vanko was located, he had already fled, yet the computer remained operational. As a top-tier agent, Natasha effortlessly rebooted Rhodes' armor. In the sky, Tony evaded attacks, utilizing the terrain to destroy several drones. However, in a moment of carelessness, he was struck from the side by War Machine, and the two became entangled, plummeting into an ecological garden. War Machine pinned Tony down. Its shoulder-mounted machine gun aimed directly at him, unleashing a barrage of fire. Concerned about injuring Rhodes, Tony refrained from using high-powered weaponry, instead bracing himself against War Machine's gun to prevent it from striking him. Suddenly, War Machine powered down, devoid of energy, prompting Tony to hastily push it away. Then, Natasha's communication window appeared before him. Your ally has returned. Thank you, Agent Romanoff. Tony exclaimed in gratitude. No need to mention it. Your new equipment's energy is stable and more powerful, and your vital signs are normal, she replied. Indeed, I'm not dying anytime soon, thanks to you. Tony responded. What? Tony, were you close to death before? How could you keep such a significant matter from me? Pepper's voice echoed in their ears, filled with indignation. Startled, Tony hurried to explain. I'm sorry. I meant to tell you earlier, but so much happened that I didn't have the chance. I'll explain everything later. At that moment, Natasha noticed multiple drones approaching from the surveillance radar, quickly alerting him. Pepper, recognizing that this was not the time for such discussions, suppressed her anger for the moment. She then turned her icy gaze towards Lin Yuan, gritting her teeth and asking, My dear brother, were you aware of this matter as well? Lin Yuan felt a tightening in his chest and quickly denied, I didn't know anything. Sister, I want to help Tony. With that, Lin Yuan swiftly transformed into a giant eagle and soared towards Tony's direction. Chapter 37, The ADC's Downfall. The support emerges not long after Lin Yuan took flight. A sudden thought struck him, prompting him to return to the side of Little Chili. Under her bewildered gaze, Lin Yuan transformed back into his human form, bestowing upon her the Wild Mark and rejuvenation spells. He then cautioned her, Sister, when we venture out, keep your distance from those mechs by the entrance. They might explode. Little Chili nodded in understanding, and only then did Lin Yuan feel reassured enough to head towards Tony. As he soared above the botanical garden, Lin Yuan observed Tony and Rhodes surrounded by a multitude of unmanned mechs. He swiftly cast buffs upon them before settling into a spectator's role in the air. It was not that he was unwilling to assist, rather, he felt powerless. For he was merely a support character, and the task of dealing damage was best left to the two ADCs below. Tony, feeling the familiar sensation enveloping him, glanced upward to see Lin Yuan, the great Peng, hovering above. Instantly, he felt a surge of confidence, with support by his side. These mechs were nothing more than fragile nuisances. Excited, he turned to Road and exclaimed, "Road, do you feel that? Our ally has arrived. Let us take them down." With that, Tony charged forward without hesitation. It was Road's first experience of Lin Yuan's buffs, and he marveled as he felt his injuries and stamina replenish rapidly. Although unsure of who this ally was, witnessing Tony's bold advance inspired him to follow suit without a second thought. The battle erupted, and the unmanned mech surged towards them. The duo fought in perfect harmony, backs against one another, wielding various weapons to effortlessly dismantle the oncoming foes. However, the sheer number of mechs proved overwhelming. And despite Lin Yuan's protective buffs, they found themselves struggling. Eventually, Tony could no longer bear the slow pace of taking them down one by one. It was simply too cumbersome. He shouted, "Road, duck." This moment showcased the depth of their camaraderie. At Tony's command, Road immediately crouched, their synergy remarkable. The Mark VI's hand-mounted energy surged, and with a swift rotation, a crimson laser erupted forth, cleaving through all nearby mechs with precision. Lin Yuan, observing from above, couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "What an incredible move. Absolutely stunning. How I wish to replicate that." Road, with a look of mild reproach towards Tony, remarked, "That was impressive. You should use that technique sooner next time." Tony, removing the laser apparatus from his arm, explained, "It's a one-time use. I save it for critical moments." Before Road could respond, Natasha's voice echoed, "Be cautious. Another mech is approaching, and this one feels different. Its energy signature is off the charts." Instantly alert, the two men turned their gaze to the mech descending from the sky. As it landed and its visor opened, they were met with the formidable figure of Ivan Vanko. With an air of arrogance, the grounded Vanko brandished two whips, crackling with high-voltage electricity that emitted a menacing hiss. Road's eyes lit up with excitement as he recognized the ultimate boss had arrived. It was finally his turn to shine. He bellowed, "Let me take this one. Watch me obliterate him with my ex-wife's missiles." Lin Yuan, watching from above, felt a rush of anticipation. Here it comes, the iconic moment. Suddenly, a missile launcher sprang from Rod's shoulder, igniting and launching a small missile towards Ivan Vanko. Indifferent to the impending threat, Ivan had long perused the database and was well aware of the missile's capabilities. As anticipated, the missile collided with the armor of Ivan's mech, only to plummet to the ground, sparking briefly before falling silent. Lin Yuan, observing from above, erupted in laughter, while Tony gazed at Rod in disbelief. "Hammers?" Rod, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Indeed. Allow me." Tony, seizing the initiative, activated the mech's auto-targeting system, which swiftly aligned itself with the exposed head and vital chest of Ivan Vanko, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Unfortunately, Ivan was well prepared. His helmet descended instantaneously, deflecting the onslaught. The battle ignited as Ivan swung his electric whip towards Tony and Rod, who hastily evaded and retaliated. Regrettably, clad in his iron armor, Ivan was impervious to the bullets. With a flick of his whip, he severed the weapon mounted on War Machine's shoulder. Tony attempted to ascend for an aerial assault, but was swept down by Ivan's whip. The subsequent lashes left deep gashes on the Mark VI armor. Rod rushed to assist, only to be ensnared by the whip, toppling to the ground. War Machine lacked defenses against electric currents, and its control systems were clearly compromised, rendering it incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. Placing a foot upon War Machine, Ivan aimed to crush it beneath his weight. Tony launched a surprise attack, but was flung aside by a whip strike. The whip then coiled around the neck of Mark VI, prompting Tony to seize it and pull fiercely, causing Ivan to stagger, which allowed Rod to escape. However, Ivan retaliated with another whip, ensnaring War Machine once more. In an instant, both were immobilized by the two electric whips, each gripping tightly, maintaining a precarious balance. Ivan, perhaps feeling assured of victory, lowered his mask, mockingly regarding the duo. "Rod, do you recall what transpired at the banquet?" Tony bellowed. Rod instantly comprehended. They raised their hands. Energy emitters gathering power, intending to unleash a dual laser blast to obliterate Ivan Vanko. Upon noticing their movements, Ivan swiftly donned his helmet again and yanked forcefully, causing both to stumble, their laser cannons firing askew. Lin Yuan, taken aback, wondered how the villain had outsmarted them. This deviation from the expected script left him pondering their next move. With renewed vigor, Ivan exerted his strength, hurling both adversaries away. Ignoring the War Machine behind him, he advanced towards Tony, relentlessly striking the Mark VI, which left Tony reeling, unable to defend himself. With a sigh, Lin Yuan lamented his ADC's incompetence while the opposing ADC was performing flawlessly, compelling him to intervene as the ace support. The great rock dove down, its claws aimed at Ivan's head. Caught off guard, Ivan stumbled momentarily. Regaining his composure, he lashed the whip towards Lin Yuan, who deftly dodged and, upon landing, transformed into a panda. As Ivan Vank charged forward, he was suddenly confronted by a panda that came rushing at him. its presence overwhelming in an instant. When the panda's paw struck him, an inexplicable force surged into his mind, plunging him into darkness and unconsciousness. Seizing the opportunity, the panda, Lin Yuan, raised its paw and unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes, the swiftness of its movements leaving afterimages in the air. 5 seconds later, Ivan Vank regained consciousness, completely unharmed. Lin Yuan, exasperated, shouted towards Tony. Tony, once this is over, you must craft me a suit of armor. This battle has been utterly frustrating. Tony, struggling to rise, replied. No problem, after this is done, I shall create one for you. As Lin Yuan evaded Ivan Vank's relentless attacks, he contemplated his strategy. Given the current circumstances, Ivan Vank's electric whip was a perfect counter to both Mark VI and War Machine, not to mention that both their close combat abilities had been outmatched. Conventional ranged weaponry could not breach Ivan Vank's formidable defenses. It seemed that he would have to resort to that particular tactic. Chapter 38. Are you crying? Tony, Rhodey. I can hold him in place for 10 seconds. You two use that trick again. Lin Yuan shouted as he deftly evaded the lash of the whip, urging Tony and Rhodey. Absolutely. They replied in unison, raising their hands to aim at Ivan Vanko, uncertain of their intentions. Ivan Vanko felt a surge of impending doom that compelled him to abandon his assault on Lin Yuan and charge towards Tony. However, Lin Yuan was not about to let him succeed. Transforming into his true form, he unleashed his entangling vine skill. A robust vine swiftly ensnared Ivan Vanko, immobilizing him. Startled, Ivan Vanko lifted his whip, attempting to sever the vine. With a sly grin, Lin Yuan morphed into a panda and bellowed, Hey, you scoundrel. Challenge roar skill activated. Ivan Vanko felt an overwhelming rush of rage surge within him. The whip veered and lashed out directly at Lin Yuan. Taken aback by the swiftness of his opponent, Lin Yuan could not evade in time and found himself ensnared, trembling uncontrollably. It hurt so much. Tony, do something. Seeing Ivan Vanko bound, Tony and Rhodey raised their hands towards one another, unleashing beams of laser energy that collided before Ivan Vanko. The ensuing explosion hurled him far away. And as the smoke cleared, he lay on the brink of death. In his eyes, there was no fear of death, only a bewildering utterance directed at Tony. You lost. Then, he breathed his last. Immediately, the armor on his body ignited with a crimson light and emitted a series of beeping sounds. Soon after, all nearby drones radiated the same ominous red glow. Understanding the imminent danger, Rhodey shouted, These armors are going to self-destruct. We must flee. Tony, Pepper is at the venue. Lin Yuan cautioned. In an instant, Tony comprehended the urgency. Flames erupted as Mark VI surged forth at maximum speed towards the venue. Lin Yuan followed closely behind, watching with a sense of glee as Tony rushed away. Tony, don't hold this against me. I am merely looking out for you. Consider it a contribution to your relationship. Meanwhile, in the backstage of the venue, Pepper, having handed Hammer over to the arriving Uncle Ben, made her way outside. Upon witnessing the debris glowing ominously red, she recalled Lin Yuan's warning and instinctively stepped back. Yet, it was too late. With a thunderous roar, all the debris detonated simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, Pepper was engulfed by a raging inferno. At that moment, Tony was racing towards her, witnessing the love of his life being consumed by flames. No, he cried out, his voice laced with profound sorrow and anguish. Tony dashed towards Pepper with all his might, his heart filled with despair and dread. When he saw her lying there still, it felt as though his heart had been torn asunder. No, this cannot be. Unable to accept the grim reality before him, Tony knelt beside Pepper, trembling hands caressing her cheek as tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Little Pepper, you will be fine. You absolutely will. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. I cannot imagine a life without you. I need you. Please do not leave me. Tony sank to the ground, clutching little Pepper, his tears flowing uncontrollably. A hand gently caressed his face, accompanied by a familiar voice. Are you crying? Tony was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the lovely figure before him. Little Pepper wore a smile, her eyes brimming with affection as she gazed at Tony. Regaining his composure, Tony wiped away his tears and stubbornly replied, I'm not crying. You must be mistaken. He then embraced little Pepper tightly, exclaiming, I'm so relieved you are unharmed. Lin Yuan and Rode watched the scene with amusement. Rode excitedly shouted, He cried. Did you record it? Lin Yuan raised his phone triumphantly, grinning, Of course. In high definition. I'll send you a copy later. Tony helped little Pepper to her feet, only to find his two brothers capturing his embarrassing moment on camera, which incensed him, prompting him to snatch the phone. However, Lin Yuan was determined not to let him succeed, with Rode assisting him in blocking Tony. Little Pepper observed the playful antics of the trio, her face alight with joy. In truth, she was not fond of Tony going out to maintain peace. It frightened her, as she feared that one day he might not return. Yet today, having experienced Lin Yuan's magic firsthand, She was astonished that she emerged unscathed from such a fierce explosion. Thus, her perspective shifted. She believed that as long as Lin Yuan was by Tony's side, he would remain safe. Since Tony enjoyed soaring through the skies in his armor, she resolved to alleviate his burdens by safeguarding his rear. After a while, the playful banter ceased, and Tony embraced Lin Yuan wholeheartedly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Lin. You have saved me once again and secured my future. Lin Yuan understood he was being thanked for saving little Pepper and replied with a smile, Come on, what else with the thanks among brothers? Besides, Pepper is not only my sister, but also my future sister-in-law. I could never allow her to come to harm. Similarly, Tony, I will ensure your safety as well. Road, observing the affectionate display between the two brothers, could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy, remarking, It seems I am the only superfluous one here. Lin Yuan approached with a grin, playfully punching Road's chest. Hey, I haven't forgotten about you. I even granted you a buff during the scuffle. Road's eyes lit up with realization. Oh, you're the support Tony mentioned. Your abilities are truly remarkable. And you can transform into a bird and a panda? Can I learn that magic? Lin Yuan chuckled. That's not possible. It's my unique skill. I have even more impressive tricks up my sleeve. Would you like to experience them? Road thumped his chest confidently. Come on then. Show me just how powerful you are. Here I come. Get ready. Lin Yuan raised his hand and unleashed a surge of energy. Road sensed it briefly but felt nothing significant, puzzled as he inquired. Is this what you meant by more powerful? Why don't I feel anything? Lin Yuan elucidated. This skill will continuously enhance your physical constitution and save your life when you face peril. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? Rod nodded eagerly, exclaiming. Truly remarkable. Thank you, my brother. Tony interjected, asking, Lin, is this the skill that saved my life before? He recalled the surge of power he felt when Obadiah had taken the arc reactor from his chest. Indeed, Tony, this skill is called nourishment. And Pepper possesses it as well. I have it too. No wonder I've been feeling increasingly better lately, despite having no time to exercise. I truly appreciate it, Lin. Pepper expressed her gratitude to Lin Yuan with a look of astonishment. Oh, there's no need for thanks. I could never let you come to harm, Pepper. Lin waved dismissively, indicating it was a trifling matter. A sinister voice from the side chimed in. So, you already knew Pepper would be fine. You just wanted to see me embarrassed? Embarrassed? If I didn't do this, how would Pepper know her position in your heart? I'm merely assisting you, you know. Lin wore a proud expression. All right. Assisting me, is it? Then I will assist you too, Tony said through gritted teeth. Turning to Pepper and declaring, no matter the cost, I want to see him in the classroom next week. Lin looked on in shock at Tony's ingratitude. No. Chapter 39. Have you heard? The incident involving Ivan Vanko and Lin Yuan's assault by KB has concluded splendidly. Road has refrained from returning the war machine to Tony, fully aware that Tony had deliberately gifted it to him, albeit under circumstances where Tony was on the brink of death. However, Road now intends to retain the armor, as he is a military personnel utilizing the war machine, which, in essence, belongs to the military and can significantly alleviate the pressure on Tony. At this moment, Tony and Pepper have just bared their hearts to one another. Immersed in a tender exchange, Lin Yuan, sensing the intimacy, decides to distance himself to avoid being a third wheel, especially after realizing Tony's somewhat possessive nature. Thus, he resolves to spend a few days at Rabbit's home. After bidding Tony farewell, Lin Yuan swiftly makes his way to Rabbit's residence. Having just returned from several months in Asgard, he was eager to enjoy a sumptuous meal but was abruptly summoned back by Tony. After such a prolonged ordeal, he was finally ready to indulge in culinary delights. Delicious food, here I come. Upon arriving in a quaint southern town near Rabbit's home, dawn was just breaking. Yet the vibrant atmosphere filled with the aroma of street food brought Lin Yuan great comfort. This is what life should be. Elated, he relished this lifestyle, this world. Rabbit's home mirrored his previous one, peaceful and serene. Although he yearned to remain at Rabbit's abode, the system had warned him that, due to the influence of the world's will, various events would inevitably seek him out. Thus, he decided to stay at Eagle's Place, given the abundance of superheroes there. He found a breakfast shop bustling with families and indulged in a delightful meal. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit sat beside him, and Lin Yuan, assuming he was just another breakfast patron, instinctively made space for him. Mr. Lin Yuan, may I have a word with you? To Lin Yuan's astonishment, the man called out his name. Puzzled, Lin Yuan considered that he had no relatives in this world and lacked even an identification card. How could this stranger know him? Nevertheless, sensing no malice in the man's demeanor, he replied, All right, just give me a moment to finish my meal. Please, take your time. We are in no rush. The man responded warmly. Lin Yuan quickened his pace, yet maintained a leisurely rhythm, only setting down his utensils after savoring the last morsel. Wiping his mouth, he stood and inquired, Now, shall we discuss business? Where shall we talk? Right this way, Mr. Lin. The man gestured for Lin Yuan to follow him out of the breakfast shop, leading him to a sleek black sedan. He opened the door and invited Lin Yuan to enter. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan complied, and the man joined him in the vehicle. As the car roared to life, the man extended his hand towards Lin Yuan, introducing himself. Mr. Lin Yuan, I am Zhang Xian, director of the Spear Bureau. Taken aback that it was the Spear Bureau, Lin Yuan composed himself and shook Zhang Xian's hand, replying, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Director Zhang." Zhang Xian scrutinized Lin Yuan before querying, "May I ask what you know about our Spear Bureau?" Lin Yuan shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge. Zhang Xian smiled and explained, "Our Divine Spear Bureau is a department responsible for handling extraordinary events, akin to the shield agency of the Eagle Nation." Lin Yuan nodded and straightforwardly inquired, "Is there a specific matter for which Director Zhang sought my presence?" Zhang Xian maintained his smile and calmly replied, "Mr. Lin, the moment you first stepped into the rabbit house, our monitoring department keenly detected your arrival and promptly initiated a comprehensive investigation into your background. After an in-depth inquiry, we made a startling discovery. There exists no information about you in our population database. This has left us both perplexed and intrigued. According to our records, your identity was first documented when Stark Enterprises filed your identity information. Prior to that, it appears that this world had left no trace or record of your existence. Such a situation is exceedingly rare and bewildering." Lin Yuan, composed, asked, "So, Director Zhang, what are you implying? Are you intending to arrest me?" He had anticipated this scenario. Having arrived in this world clad in unfamiliarity, it was no wonder that there were no remnants of his past life. He had presumed that the first to seek him out would be the relevant departments of the Eagle Nation, but it seemed they had been thwarted by Tony. Zhang Xian quickly clarified, No, Mr. Lin, please do not misunderstand. Our observations unanimously suggest that you harbor no ill intentions towards the rabbit house, and we will continue to extend goodwill towards you. What I mean to say is, would you be interested in joining us?" Lin Yuan pondered in silence for a moment before responding, "Director Zhang, to be frank, I would love to reside in the rabbit house, but due to certain special circumstances, I cannot stay here long term. Therefore, I regret to say I cannot join your ranks." He paused briefly before adding, "However, rest assured, as long as the rabbit house requires my assistance, I shall certainly return." Although Zhang Xian had anticipated this response, he still expressed his regret. "Very well. It is indeed a pity. While we may not be able to work alongside you, we welcome you to visit the rabbit house whenever you wish." Lin Yuan nodded with a smile. "Thank you. I will certainly come often. By the way, Director Zhang, I have a small favor to ask. I wonder if you could assist me with it." Zhang Xian promptly replied, "Mr. Lin, please don't hesitate to speak. As long as it is within our capabilities, we will do our utmost to assist you." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "It's really not a significant matter. I merely wish to request your help in obtaining an identification card." Zhang Xian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Ah, is that all? Of course. That's no problem at all, Mr. Lin. Once the documentation is prepared, I will notify you, and you can come to collect it." Lin Yuan nodded. "All right. Thank you very much, Director Zhang." Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively. "Mr. Lin, you are too kind. This is but a trivial task. Is there anything else you require our assistance with?" Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment before asking, "May I bring some friends to the rabbit house in the future?" Zhang Xian replied without hesitation, "Certainly. Just inform us in advance, and it shall be arranged." Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief, expressing, "That is splendid. I was concerned that I might cause you trouble." Zhang Xian smiled and replied, "How could that be a burden? Mr. Lin Yuan's friends are also our friends." After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian inquired, "Mr. Lin Yuan, may I ask if your friend refers to Tony Stark?" Lin Yuan, not wishing to conceal the truth, candidly responded, "It is not Tony, but rather my friends in Asgard, namely, King Odin, his queen, and their son, Thor. There may also be their younger son, the god of mischief, Loki." Zhang Xian was left astounded, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? Is it true?" Chapter 40, The End of the World? Having bid farewell to the still doubtful Director Zhang Xian, Lin Yuan felt a surge of happiness. He had successfully resolved his identity concerns through official channels, liberating himself from the exhausting daily commutes between the Rabbit family and the Eagle family's residence. Though it hadn't consumed much time, it had been tiresome. Now, with the prospect of an identification card on the horizon, life would undoubtedly become more convenient. After placing a call to Brother Tony to explain the situation, Lin Yuan was met with no opposition. Tony had grown quite confident in Lin Yuan's abilities, especially after his months spent on an alien planet. What was there to worry about in a mere foreign country? Thus, Lin Yuan embarked on a journey of self-indulgence. After parting ways with Zhang Xian, he first ventured to northeast China to savor a delightful dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms. In the afternoon, he made his way to the beaches of Hainan to admire the beauty of bikini-clad women, indulging in a lavish seafood feast. Sated and content, he reclined on the beach, basking in the sun. Lin Yuan mused that such a life was precisely what he desired. He felt fortunate to have met brother Tony in this world, economically speaking. His situation was already of top-tier quality, rivaling the advantages of a golden finger in a different realm. Zheng Xian acted swiftly, contacting Lin Yuan that very evening to inform him that his identification card had been processed. Lin Yuan flew over and collected his identity card from the rabbit family in this unfamiliar world. Holding the familiar document, he felt a profound sense of belonging. A small anchor in the strange land. After securing his ID, Lin Yuan resolved to celebrate. Boss, I'll have 20 skewers of beef, 10 skewers of lamb, 5 skewers of, and a bottle of chilled soda. All right, find a seat. I'll get started on your skewers right away. Lin Yuan settled into his spot, eagerly awaiting his feast. Just then, his phone rang. Hello, brother Tony, what is up? Lin, I have something to tell you. Tony's voice echoed through the receiver. What is it? I've become an advisor for S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, and what of it? Lin Yuan felt no stirrings of excitement. Aren't you the least bit curious? What is there to be curious about? It was inevitable, wasn't he it? Fine, let us drop the subject. By the way, there's a commendation ceremony in 2 days. Are you coming? I requested that the egghead who grilled me at the hearing personally present me with my award. Tony's tone was tinged with pride. Brother Tony, you're so childish. This isn't childish. It's about clarity in relationships. Lin Yuan silently scoffed. Clearly, it was Tony who was being petty. Of course, he dared not voice this sentiment aloud. Brother Tony, I think I'll pass. I'm still young and wish to remain low-key. You and Brother Road can take the spotlight. All right then, I won't bother you anymore. With that, Tony abruptly hung up. Lin Yuan gazed at the disconnected call, resuming his enjoyment of barbecued delicacies. What was the point of fame? Relishing his meal in peace was far more pleasurable. Let the spotlight be on the frontline ADC. As a support, he was content to linger in the background. For 3 whole days, Lin Yuan's presence graced the expanse of the country. He dined wherever his cravings took him, visiting any place that piqued his interest. Lin Yuan declared his love for the Druid's flight form ability. Although this flight may not compare to the swirling dance of camartage, it possesses its own unique skill. It can transform into a panda, a feat surely beyond camartage's capabilities. I wonder if I could master the art of spinning. Perhaps I should pay a visit to camartage? Lin Yuan vigorously shook his head, striving to dislodge this dreadful thought from his mind. No, I must not indulge. I must remain cautious. How could I entertain such a terrifying notion? Lin Yuan patted his heart, which was racing in fright, and resolved to treat himself instead. It seems I have yet to savor mushrooms. Perhaps I should venture to Kainan for a taste? In his previous life, Lin Yuan had longed to enjoy mushrooms in Kainan after watching videos from various online influencers, but he never found the opportunity. Now, why should I hesitate? If the thought arises, I shall act upon it. Upon arriving in Kainan, he sought out a renowned local mushroom establishment and promptly began to place his order. Owner, bring me a plate of every type of mushroom. The more poisonous, the better. He possessed the skill of toxin immunity. It was said that the more toxic the mushroom, the more delectable it was. How could he resist such a temptation? Dear customer, please refrain from jesting. Mushrooms cannot be toxic. Our dishes are absolutely safe. The proprietor firmly denied any suggestion of toxicity. Very well, I misspoke. Please expedite the service. Understood. Please hold on for a moment. Soon, a large pot was placed before him, brimming with a variety of mushrooms. The server ignited the flame beneath the pot and placed a timer on the table, offering Lin Yuan numerous warnings. Customer, you must wait until the timer rings before you can eat. Please remember. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, but internally scoffed, as if I wouldn't know that. I am not a child. However, as the mushrooms began to release their enticing aroma, he found his mouth watering. With more than 10 minutes left on the timer, his resolve began to waver. Perhaps I should just have a taste? The moment this thought entered his mind, it spread like a contagion. Before he realized it, his hand had reached into the pot, retrieving a mushroom. This is not my fault. It was my hand that acted first. Soon after, the succulent morsel was devoured. Delicious, exquisitely so. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. The reputation was indeed well-deserved, as it was utterly delightful. He couldn't help but take several more pieces. Had he been equipped with chopsticks, he would have likely emptied the pot before the time was up. As for the possibility of poisoning, please, that is absurd. I am a druid, immune to toxins. Mere mushrooms are inconsequential. At long last, the timer chimed, and the server brought him chopsticks. Lin Yuan eagerly began to feast. Delicious, delicious, delicious. Next time, I must bring Tony and his wife along. I wonder if he could fly over in his battle suit. Probably not. That would cause quite a stir. Lost in thought while eating, Lin Yuan's chopsticks never paused. And soon the pot was nearly empty. Burp. After consuming an entire pot of mushrooms, Lin Yuan let out a satisfied belch, rubbing his belly with a look of contentment. Wait a moment. I will inquire with the waiter if they sell mushrooms, so I can purchase some to bring back for Tony to taste. After settling the bill, I asked the waiter where I could find mushrooms. and then Lin Yuan proceeded to buy a few varieties of mushrooms that he found particularly delectable. Lin Yuan leisurely flapped his wings, soaring towards Eagle Sauce's abode, admiring the scenery along the way. What a delightful experience. Suddenly, an unexpected figure materialized before him. A being with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a deer appeared in the sky ahead. Lin Yuan, the Great Roc, executed an emergency stop, momentarily forgetting to flap his wings. Goodness, is that Cenarius? Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Immediately following, another figure emerged beside Cenarius, with demonic horns upon his head, a pair of massive demonic wings upon his back, and wielding 2 warglaives of Azzinoth. This figure was all too familiar. Oh my, it is the demon hunter Illidan Stormrage. Next, there was the Moon Priestess Tyrant, riding a white tiger and wielding the Moonblade, the Lich King Arthas, brandishing Frostmourne, and Deathwing, Neltharion, clad in molten armor. One after another, various iconic figures from the World of Warcraft materialized before Lin Yuan's eyes. Stunned, Lin Yuan urgently called out to the system. System, oh system. Come forth quickly. Something monumental has occurred. You must see this. Azeroth is invading the Marvel Universe. This is calamity. The end of the world is upon us. Chapter 41. The elegance of the water entry. Lin Yuan gazed at the formidable bosses before him, trembling in fear, well aware that they were beyond his current capabilities. So many powerful figures had descended upon Earth, and even the esteemed Ancient One had failed to notice. Just as Lin Yuan lamented the lack of support from these titans, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? Panicking, Lin Yuan flailed his wings, pointing at the array of bosses ahead, shouting, You blind system! Can't you see all these bosses? Look, that Deathwing is yelling at me. Ding! Host! These are merely figments of your imagination. The system's tone was peculiar, as if stifling laughter. Could it be that you consumed some undercooked mushrooms? Impossible. Absolutely not. I possess detoxification skills, rendering me immune to toxins. Lin Yuan asserted vehemently, refusing to concede. Ding. Host, I never claimed you were poisoned. I merely suggested that you ate undercooked mushrooms. What's the difference? Ding. Host, mushrooms can't possibly be toxic. They are simply uncooked. Goodness, system, are you from Kainan? Realizing that his plight stemmed from consuming undercooked mushrooms, Lin Yuan fell silent. Observing the chaotic scene unfolding before him, he resolved to close his eyes and fly back. After all, what one cannot see cannot harm them. Moreover, flying at such heights, he figured he could hear any approaching aircraft's engine and open his eyes in time to evade it. Thus, he leisurely closed his eyes and soared through the skies for several hours before finally daring to open them again. Phew. Lin Yuan exhaled deeply, relieved to find himself back to normal. He couldn't endure such heart-stopping visuals for much longer. Where am I now? Peering down from the sky, he beheld a bustling city below, ablaze with lights as bright as day. Descending, he prepared to investigate this new location. As he lowered his altitude, Lin Yuan suddenly noticed a busy street in the city where vehicles were being hurled violently, crashing into buildings and igniting explosions, accompanied by the frantic screams of fleeing pedestrians. A disaster was unfolding. Lin Yuan quickened his pace, and as he drew closer, he finally discerned the source of the chaos. A colossal figure, brimming with terrifying muscles. Abomination. It was him. This meant that Banner must be nearby as well. Lin Yuan muttered to himself as he observed the giant below, then glanced upward to see a helicopter hovering nearby. That must be it. The old man must be General Ross. TSK, Banner certainly has a share of luck. Betty Ross is indeed a stunning beauty. Lin Yuan's keen eyesight allowed him to spot the 3 individuals aboard the helicopter without difficulty. However, now was not the time for idle speculation about them. The frenzied destruction caused by the abomination was his most pressing concern, given my current physique. A single blow from the abomination would likely send me flying a great distance. This was insurmountable. Sigh, I must lure this fiend to a more desolate area. The crowd here is far too dense. If the Hulk arrives and engages him in combat, this neighborhood will be utterly devastated. Lin Yuan, in a state of agitation, resolved to draw the abomination away. First, he dialed Agent Coulson, requesting him to facilitate communication with General Ross, hoping to avoid any interference. Hello, Coulson. I've encountered a situation relating to General Ross. Yes, indeed. Please reach out to him and ensure they do not obstruct my efforts. I plan to lead that creature to the nearby Central Park, where there are fewer people. All right, hurry up. I will act immediately. Lin Yuan had just observed Central Park. It was sparsely populated and replete with lush vegetation, providing him ample opportunity to escape if necessary. After hanging up, he sighed. Why must I, the support, take on the role of a tank? Such misfortune. He dove downwards, delivering a swift blow to the abomination's head, then stood defiantly before him, raising a finger in a gesture of disdain, ultimately transforming into a panda to unleash a mighty roar. This sequence of actions would surely amass a significant amount of enmity, ensuring he would not be outmatched. The abomination rampaged through the streets, wreaking havoc upon vehicles and everything in sight, seeking to draw out the Hulk for a confrontation. Suddenly, a peculiar large bird struck him on the head, and in a bizarre twist, the bird raised a middle finger at him. He was baffled as to how it managed such a gesture with its wings. Moments later, the bird transformed into a panda. Yes, he rubbed his eyes. But he was not mistaken. It was indeed a panda. Then, he heard the panda unleash a fierce roar, and in that instant, the world around him shifted. His reality narrowed to the panda before him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to rend it apart. With a colossal roar, the abomination seized a nearby car and hurled it at the panda. Lin Yuan, startled in his panda form, swiftly transformed back into a giant rock to evade the incoming vehicle, which narrowly missed him and crashed into another car behind. The explosion sent flames erupting. Good heavens! How ferocious! If caught, I would surely be reduced to mere shredded chicken. Terrifying, indeed. Time to flee. Lin Yuan began to entice the abomination toward Central Park, cautious not to fly too high lest he lose its attention, maintaining a low altitude instead. The abomination bounded between towering edifices, fixated on the large bird, perplexed by the creature's incessant transformations from panda to bird. Yet, regardless of the form, he yearned to obliterate it. Adding insult to injury, the bird taunted him mid-flight. Oh, so close. You can do it. Just a tad higher, and you could grasp me. Keep trying, darling. The abomination, now dismissive of the Hulk, was singularly focused on destroying this insufferable bird. His thoughts were consumed by this desire. Soon enough, seizing a moment of distraction from the insolent bird, he unleashed his full power, leaping atop the bird's head and delivering a powerful punch to its avian visage, though it transformed back into a panda. Striking the panda felt even more gratifying. A rush of exhilaration surged through him, compelling him to roar in triumph. What bliss! Lin Yuan swiftly lured the abomination into the confines of Central Park. Indeed, the area was vast and desolate, with the few homeless individuals having been frightened away. Turning his gaze towards the helicopter hovering nearby, Lin Yuan finally felt at ease. His task was complete, and now it was Hulk's turn to take action. Suddenly, Lin Yuan sensed the moonlight being obscured by an enormous shadow. Goodness! In terror, Lin Yuan watched as the abomination loomed overhead, its colossal fist growing larger in his vision. Don't strike my face! He screamed in despair, transforming midair into a panda, only to be met with a devastating punch from the abomination. The panda's face contorted from the blow, saliva splattering everywhere, as its entire form spun like a cannonball and plummeted into the park's Grand Lake, creating a tremendous splash. The entry was rated 0 points. The abomination landed by the lake's edge, observing the gradually calming waters, before throwing back its head and unleashing a mighty roar. Chapter 42. Farewell. At the bottom of the lake, Lin Yuan, now transformed into an aquatic form, quietly observed the abomination, who was standing on the shore and roaring incessantly. Damn it, one must be too reckless. Fortunately, my magic is powerful enough. Otherwise, a punch like that would surely mar my visage. What followed was a spectacle involving Hulk. If he possessed any sense, he ought to descend now. Just as this thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind, a figure plummeted from the sky, creating a splash upon hitting the water's surface before gradually sinking. Lin Yuan instinctively recoiled, gritting his teeth and rubbing his nose. That looks excruciating. Banner is truly a warrior. Soon, the sinking figure began to expand, its skin transitioned to a verdant hue, while its clothing was torn to shreds by the burgeoning muscles. Only the resilient pair of underpants remained steadfast in its duty. Lin Yuan shielded his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Oh, Hulk, do refrain from shouting underwater. It lacks all grandeur. Hulk had already reached the lake's bottom, and with a vigorous push, the lake floor erupted as if from a nuclear explosion, propelling Hulk upwards like a missile. On the lakeshore, the abomination reveled in his recent triumph of crushing that loathsome bird, only to witness a violent eruption on the water's surface as a green figure soared forth. Hulk! The abomination's excitement surged. Today was indeed fortuitous, having just vanquished the detestable bird. Now Hulk was at his doorstep. As Hulk landed on the shore, he too fixed his gaze upon the abomination. The two titans, akin to long-lost lovers, stared at each other intensely. Suddenly, they both surged forward, as if to express their pent-up longing through a fierce clash. The two commenced a fervent exchange of blows, each strike imbued with unparalleled force and velocity. Their silhouettes danced amidst the flurry of punches, accompanied by the thunderous sound of impacts. Wherever they fought, trees and park structures succumbed to destruction. The cacophony echoed throughout Central Park, as though it were under bombardment. Suspended in the air, Lin Yuan beheld the ravaged landscape of Central Park below and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, the destructive power of these two is truly formidable. If this were to occur in the city, countless lives would be lost. The battle continued beneath, though Hulk gradually found himself at a disadvantage. After all, the abominations beneath the abhorrent force, my own bare form is merely a root vegetable, rendering it impossible to vanquish the loathsome creature in such a guise. Currently, The only means to defeat this abomination rests upon the might of Hulk. While I can bestow buffs upon Hulk, my enhancements are primarily defensive and restorative in nature. Areas in which Hulk is already well equipped, thus their impact is minimal. Alas, the wild blessing remains inaccessible. Otherwise, bestowing it upon Hulk would have propelled him to new heights. Lin Yuan perused his skill list, lamenting silently. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a nearly forgotten ability, Fury. Originally a primary offensive skill for druids, it had been optimized by the system to evoke mere anger in its target. Typically, inciting anger serves little purpose aside from potentially clouding one's judgment. However, Hulk is an anomaly. His power intensifies with his rage, stacking infinitely. One could indeed argue that Fury is Hulk's exclusive buff skill. With a look of sheer delight, Lin Yuan swiftly descended, concealing himself behind a tree to shift into human form and unleash the Fury skill towards Hulk. There stood Hulk, momentarily subdued by the loathsome creature, his chest on the verge of being pierced. He paused, then his eyes blazed a vibrant red. With a thunderous roar, his muscles swelled, and his form expanded further. He pried apart the loathsome creature's left hand with his left, while his right hand grasped the spiked elbow, gradually pushing the piercing thorn from his chest. The creature's face contorted in disbelief, yet no matter how it struggled, Hulk steadily pried its hands apart. In an instant, Hulk delivered a headbutt that staggered the abomination. Following this, he unleashed a ferocious punch, striking the creature's grotesque visage and sending it flying. Hulk propelled himself with tremendous force, akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards the creature. He pursued its silhouette relentlessly, each punch infused with boundless fury and strength. The loathsome creature twisted through the air, desperately attempting to evade Hulk's relentless assault. Yet it remained ensnared. Hulk's fists rained down upon the creature like a torrential downpour, producing a series of resonating thuds. The creature was forced to retreat with every punishing blow, each impact enveloping it in excruciating pain. It attempted to retaliate, but the enraged Hulk's speed was unparalleled, and his might was overwhelming, leaving it no opportunity to counter. Indeed, I cannot compare to Hulk. Before the abomination could fully process its thoughts, Hulk charged once more, delivering an uppercut that sent it soaring into the air. With a mighty leap, Hulk appeared above, his fist crashing down upon its face, rendering the creature unconscious as it spiraled into the lake below. The entry into the water, a score of 0. From a distance, Lin Yuan, reveling in the spectacle, shouted exuberantly, "Yes, strike like that. How exhilarating." Once Hulk landed, his crimson gaze locked onto Lin Yuan, still watching the fray. Lin Yuan's smile froze instantly, a sense of dread creeping in. As anticipated, Hulk charged towards him, obliterating every tree in his path. Lin Yuan was nearly terrified to death and hastily intervened. Hey, Hulk, we are on the same side. I just helped you." Hulk, however, showed no signs of halting his advance. In a moment of panic, Lin Yuan unleashed his entangling vines to impede Hulk's progress. The vines ensnared Hulk's legs, and with a thunderous crash, he fell face first to the ground. Supporting himself with his hands, Hulk lifted his head, and a trickle of blood streamed from his nostrils, splattering onto the ground. His gaze towards Lin Yuan grew increasingly ferocious. In an instant, Lin Yuan erupted in anger, pointing at Hulk and shouting, "Are you trying to play the victim? After taking so many blows from the abomination, not a scratch on you, and now a simple fall causes you to bleed? Nonsense. What are you staring at? I refuse to take the blame for this." Hulk slowly began to rise, completely ignoring Lin Yuan's insults. His fists clenched as he charged towards him. Bro, Hulk, I was wrong. We are on the same side. Please don't come any closer." Lin Yuan pleaded, watching Hulk approach relentlessly, when suddenly a thought struck him. Wait a minute, I can fly. Why should I be afraid of you? With that, he raised his middle finger at Hulk and transformed into his flying form. I'm not sticking around. Farewell. Chapter 43. Absolutely non-toxic. Having mocked the Hulk, Lin Yuan was preparing to ascend and return home when he suddenly felt a weight on his claws. Looking down, he was met with the sinister smile of a green face. Whoa! Lin Yuan let out a piercing scream. The Hulk had seized Lin Yuan and brought him crashing to the ground, presenting the large bird in his grasp to his own eyes, hanging upside down. Lin Yuan gazed at the Hulk, the bird's face adorned with a sycophantic grin. Well, Hulk bro, if I said that the middle finger signifies friendship, would you believe me? The Hulk remained silent, merely curling his lips into a smirk. Lin Yuan's heart sank, and in an instant, he transformed into a panda. As anticipated, the sound of slaps echoed incessantly thereafter. The Hulk paid no heed to whether he was holding a bird or a panda, swinging Lin Yuan about with abandon before casually tossing him aside. Gazing up at the helicopter hovering nearby, the Hulk exhibited a flicker of reluctance before bounding away into the distance. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, now a crumpled panda on the ground, shed a few crystalline tears. Woe is me. Why must misfortune always befall me? Loki, please hurry and come. I do not wish to cover for you again. This is the second time. General Ross. Witnessing the defeat of Abomination, swiftly summoned his subordinates from outside the park to assist in the aftermath. Upon the helicopter's descent, Ross ordered his men to take Abomination away. Then approached Lin Yuan alongside Betty. Observing the panda sprawled on the ground, Betty felt her sorrow dissipate somewhat. She poked the panda gently and inquired softly, "Hey, are you all right?" Lin Yuan, disinclined to speak, merely raised a hand to signal that he was fine. General Ross regarded the panda lying on the ground, pondering whether he should take this youth with transformative abilities, uncertain if the boy's powers could aid in the research of the super soldier serum. Unfamiliar with Lin Yuan, he only knew through S-H-I-E-L-D that there existed an individual with special abilities who could handle Abomination, ensuring he would not interfere. Watching the boy shift between a bird and a panda, and noting that he remained unscathed despite being tossed around by the Hulk, Ross mused that this capability and quality were certainly on par with that of a super soldier. Lin Yuan lay on the ground, observing the elderly man before him. The old man, muscles bulging beneath his military uniform, exuded a quintessential tough guy demeanor. Lin Yuan recognized General Ross only from films of his former life, recalling him as a quintessential antagonist who relentlessly pursued the Hulk. However, upon entering this world and encountering Banner, the Hulk, and Betty, Lin Yuan found that Ross did not seem inherently malevolent. Consider the scenario: if his daughter were taken away by a hot-headed youth who could not provide her with happiness. What father could endure such a fate? For this reason, Lin Yuan could understand Ross's perspective, yet understanding did not equate to aligning with him. After all, the Hulk's existence was partly due to Ross's actions, and Lin Yuan had sensed an unsettling glint in the old man's gaze. Growing wary, Lin Yuan resolved that should this old man dare to harbor intentions against him, he would ensure that Ross experienced the formidable prowess of a true steed of Chiyu. For he was not to be trifled with. On high alert, Lin Yuan suddenly heard the familiar sound of flames jetting through the air. He looked up to see Tony descending gracefully, clad in his Mark 6 armor. "Lin, are you all right?" Tony inquired, glancing at Lin Yuan on the ground. Lin Yuan rose and transformed into his human form, shaking his head in response. "I'm fine. What brings you here?" "I learned from Coulson that there were some issues here and knew you were involved, so I came to check on you. It appears my timing couldn't be more perfect," Tony remarked, casting a sidelong glance at General Ross. General Ross offered an awkward smile and greeted Tony. Approaching General Ross, Tony pointed at Lin Yuan and asserted, "That's my brother. You cannot lay a finger on him. Moreover, I doubt your super soldier program will succeed. I've already informed you that the cessation of the super soldier project was for a reason." He gestured toward his armor, adding, "I still trust hardware over human enhancement." General Ross smiled wryly, remaining silent. Tony continued, "We are in the process of assembling a team, and Hulk is one of our targets." Before General Ross could respond, Tony turned back to Lin Yuan and declared, "Let us head home." "All right, brother." Without waiting for General Ross's reaction, the pair took flight, vanishing into the night sky, leaving General Ross in contemplative silence. In the air, Tony questioned, "Lin, how did you get involved in this?" "Oh, don't mention it. I happened to be here and saw that giant causing destruction down below, so I thought I'd lure him away," Lin Yuan replied. "Next time, try to avoid such situations. The waters here run deep," Tony cautioned. "Okay, brother. Did you enjoy your visit to the rabbit's house?" "Of course. I must tell you, I savored numerous delicacies I had long desired. I even brought some back. I'll personally cook it for you and Pepper. It's a famous dish from the south." "Is that so? I'm eagerly anticipating it." Upon returning to the villa, Lin Yuan entered the kitchen carrying a bag of mushrooms. Noticing his entry, Pepper looked at Tony with concern and asked, "Tony, it seems Lin brought back mushrooms, many of which I've never seen before. Are you sure it's safe?" Tony shrugged helplessly. "I'm not certain. He claimed they were delicious at the rabbit's house, so he brought them back for us to try." "Pepper, we mustn't undermine the child's confidence. Rest assured, with Lin's abilities, he could handle even poisoning." Tony held great faith in Lin Yuan's capabilities. After an hour of diligent work in the kitchen, Lin Yuan finally presented the mushrooms. Tony and Pepper gazed at the dish in silence. "Lin, are you certain this is safe to eat?" Pepper asked, still apprehensive as she picked up a piece. "Don't worry, Pepper. It's absolutely edible and incredibly delicious. You must try it," Lin Yuan encouraged as he took the first bite. It's tasty. Although it may not be as exquisite as in a restaurant, it's still quite good." Seeing Lin Yuan enjoy it, Pepper took a piece and tasted it, her eyes lighting up in surprise as she exclaimed, "Wow. It's so fresh. It was truly delectable. I had never experienced mushrooms in such a delightful manner." Tony also took a piece, tasted it, and his eyes lit up. Indeed, it was splendid. The three of us, each with our chopsticks, swiftly devoured an entire large plate of mushrooms. After finishing, we settled on the sofa, engaging in conversation, primarily as Lin Yuan recounted his observations from the rabbit's home. Suddenly, Tony stood up, pointing at the air before him, exclaiming, Little Chili, Lin, look. There's a flying little sprite right here. Little Chili stared intently for a moment before replying seriously. Where's the sprite? Clearly, it is a tiny unicorn. Just look how adorable it is. Lin Yuan countered. What kind of eyes do you both have? Can you not see that enormous slime? Observe how bouncy it is. Tony, with a serious expression, continued to point at the air, insisting, no, the sprite is right here. I have never seen a sprite before. Jarvis, do a scan. Jarvis responded, sir, I have not detected any beings here aside from the three of you. Silence, an eerie silence. After a long pause, Tony managed to speak. Lin, are you certain that the mushrooms we consumed are not toxic? Lin Yuan confidently replied, the mushrooms cannot be toxic. Perhaps I simply did not cook them thoroughly. Chapter 44. The new year approaches after a night of considerable turmoil. The three of them finally regained their composure. With the detoxification spell at their disposal, their physical well-being was assured, yet the psychological scars lingered. Currently, Tony and Pepper were imparting a lesson of love to Lin Yuan. Lowering his head in contrition, Lin Yuan vowed never to attempt cooking mushrooms himself again and strongly suggested that Tony and Pepper visit Rabbit's home to indulge in mushrooms. Though Tony and Pepper verbally declared their aversion to mushrooms, their eager expressions betrayed their true intentions. In the ensuing days, Lin Yuan enjoyed a remarkably tranquil existence. Whenever he felt a pang of hunger, he would soar to Rabbit's abode for delectable treats, returning home satiated to engage in video games. As for attending school, that was utterly out of the question. After relentless persuasion, Lin Yuan finally convinced his brother Tony to abandon his cruel plans. Nevertheless, Tony did not relinquish all aspirations. He insisted that Lin Yuan must enroll in college by the second half of the coming year, leaving the choice of institution to him. Lin Yuan mused. As long as he could avoid school for now, he would deal with next year when it arrived. Time flew by with the swiftness of a great bird, and today, Lin Yuan found himself once again at Rabbit's residence, indulging in culinary delights. However, this visit felt somewhat peculiar. The entire realm of Rabbit seemed enveloped in a sea of red lanterns, red couplets, and red characters of fortune. Was the new year nearing? Alas, it had been nearly 2 years since he arrived in this world. How swiftly time passes. The last time he experienced the new year, he was trapped in Asgard, devoid of any festive spirit. This year marked his inaugural encounter with the essence of the new year at Rabbit's home. Determined to infuse this first New Year celebration with a sense of ritual, Lin Yuan resolved to embark on a shopping spree. By the time he returned to the villa, he was laden with bags. Tony, curious about his acquisitions, inquired, Lin, what have you bought? Why so many packages? One by one, Lin Yuan unveiled the contents of his bags, introducing each item to Tony. This is a couplet, this is the character for fortune, and these are red lanterns. What are these for? Tony asked. Brother Tony, these are essential for the New Year celebration. The New Year? Are you referring to New Year's Day? No, not New Year's Day. It's the Spring Festival. This celebration holds great significance for Rabbit's family. Do you need any assistance? Yes, indeed. Come, Brother Tony, let's hang the couplets first. At the entrance, Lin Yuan affixed the couplets, hung 2 large red lanterns on either side of the door, and placed the character for fortune on the door itself. Subsequently, he adorned each window of the villa with window decorations, the character for fortune, and hung red lanterns on the balcony of the second floor. After 2 hours of diligent effort, the villa was transformed. Now, Tony's residence radiated a festive aura, a single word encapsulating the atmosphere: joyous. When Pepper returned from work and beheld the transformed villa, her astonishment left her speechless. Lin, Tony, what have you done? Why are there so many red lanterns and such an abundance of red paper? Lin Yuan hurriedly explained. Sister Pepper, with the new year approaching, it is customary in the Rabbit family to hang red lanterns and paste couplets with the character fu. It certainly looks splendid. All bright and red. On New Year's Eve, I shall personally prepare the reunion dinner for you all, allowing you to immerse yourselves in the festive atmosphere of the Year of the Rabbit. Tony and Pepper exchanged uneasy glances, cautiously inquiring. We want to have mushrooms for the reunion dinner, will we? Lin Yuan frowned, sensing the weight of this concern. No mushrooms, the Rabbit family boasts many delectable dishes. Just wait and see. Relieved, Tony and Pepper sighed. As long as there were no mushrooms, everything would be fine. Time flew by, and before they knew it, New Year's Eve had arrived. Lin Yuan began his preparations early in the morning, as a considerable number of guests were expected. Friends of Tony and Pepper, upon hearing that Lin Yuan would celebrate the Year of the Rabbit at home, expressed their eagerness to attend, prompting Tony and Pepper to organize a small gathering, inviting only close friends. As for Lin Yuan's own friends, they were likely still on another planet, beseeching Heimdall for a glimpse of their beloved. Thus, Lin Yuan was determined to make a splendid impression, ensuring he did not tarnish the reputation of the Rabbit family in either realm, while also allowing these prominent individuals from another world to experience the essence of the Rabbit family's New Year celebration. In terms of culinary skills, Lin Yuan felt confident. Although that troublesome system posed challenges, its self-proclaimed auxiliary features were indeed effective. His culinary abilities, while not at a divine level, were certainly akin to that of a master chef. Preparing a lavish reunion dinner was well within his capabilities. Throughout the morning, Lin Yuan diligently completed the preliminary preparations for the evening's feast, even starting to cook some dishes that required early preparation. Just after noon, the doorbell rang, and to his surprise, it was Ethan who had arrived first. Lin Yuan's face lit up with delight. He hadn't seen Ethan in ages. Ever since he began working at Stark Industries, Ethan had become a workaholic, spending nearly all his time in the laboratory, making it more challenging for Lin Yuan to see him than to meet the president. After embracing Ethan, Lin Yuan teased, Well, Uncle Ethan, you finally managed to pull yourself away from the lab." Ethan chuckled. "What can I say? As a solitary soul, I can only pass the time with work." "Solitary? You don't consider us family?" Lin Yuan pretended to be offended. Ethan laughed heartily, quickly apologizing. My mistake. According to our rabbit family customs, an apology warrants a round of drinks, so you'll have to indulge me later." "Not an issue." Lin Yuan welcomed Ethan inside, who immediately sought out Tony for a chat, discussing topics Lin Yuan could not comprehend. The plight of a struggling student was not easily understood. Before long, Happy and Natasha also arrived. Natasha, still an employee at Stark Industries, had grown quite close to Pepper since the last incident, so her presence at Lin Yuan's gathering was hardly surprising. "Hey, Happy." "Hello, Sister Natasha." Natasha winked and smiled. "I heard today's feast is being prepared by my little brother himself. I am quite looking forward to it." Lin Yuan patted his chest confidently and proclaimed, "Sister, just you wait. The dishes I prepare will be delectable." Natasha chuckled, her laughter tinkling like chimes, and swayed away to engage in conversation with Pepper. Lin Yuan gazed admiringly at Natasha's retreating figure. Though she was somewhat older, her physique was truly remarkable and exuded a captivating charm. Nearby, Happy observed the interaction between Lin Yuan and Natasha with a look of discontent, lamenting, "We arrived together, and yet you merely greeted me before leaving me here in solitude. Do I not deserve any acknowledgement?" Rod was the last to arrive, and Lin Yuan had anticipated he would soar over, yet he approached in a most conventional manner, driving. Suddenly, the doorbell rang again, and Jarvis's voice chimed in. "Sir, a new guest has arrived." Tony was puzzled. All of the friends he and Pepper had invited were present. Could it be one of Lin Yuan's acquaintances? Lin Yuan shook his head, indicating that he had not invited anyone. "Jarvis, project the surveillance from the entrance." "Certainly, sir." The projection materialized, revealing two unexpected figures at the door. Chapter 45, The Dog Magnate. At the entrance stood two figures. One was Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, and the other was his capable aide, Phil Coulson. "What brings them here?" Tony murmured softly. Nevertheless, he instructed Jarvis to open the door and let them in. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson entered the villa, each carrying a bottle of red wine as a gift. "Hey, Tony, long time no see," Nick Fury greeted, a rare smile gracing his face. "Well, if it isn't our busy Director Fury, what brings you to my humble abode?" Tony teased. "I heard Lin was planning to celebrate the spring festival at the rabbit's house, so Coulson and I thought we'd join in the festive spirit. Hence our unannounced visit." Nick Fury remarked without a hint of embarrassment, as if it was entirely natural. "All right then, guests are always welcome. Let us sit and chat." Tony conceded. After all, they had arrived, and it would be rude to send them away. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan struck up a conversation with Coulson. "Old Coulson, I still owe you thanks for what happened last time." "Oh, Lin, it was nothing significant. You were just doing what you could to save someone." Coulson replied with his characteristic smile. "I truly appreciate it. You carry on chatting with them. I must start preparing the meal. Soon, you shall savor my culinary skills." With that, Lin Yuan retreated to the kitchen to commence preparations for the evening's New Year's dinner. He had long decided on a menu that included a variety of dishes from both northern and southern cuisines, with dumplings as the main fare. He planned for everyone to participate in making the dumplings together, as it would truly embody the spirit of the new year. As time passed, an enticing aroma wafted into the living room, captivating everyone's senses. "Wow, it smells divine. I can hardly wait for dinner," exclaimed Pepper, visibly thrilled. "Indeed. I never anticipated your culinary prowess to be this remarkable," Natasha chimed in, nodding in agreement. The others echoed their enthusiasm, each eagerly awaiting the feast. Lin Yuan then emerged from the kitchen, bringing forth the prepared dough and the filling he had mixed that very morning. "Now, let us make dumplings. Who among you would like to join?" Everyone eagerly responded, including Nick Fury, who expressed his desire to give it a try. As Lin Yuan rolled out the dumpling skins, he guided everyone in the art of dumpling making. "Yes, Pepper, just fold it over like this. Oh dear, too much filling. Use a little less, or it might burst. Very nice. Natasha, yours looks splendid. Goodness, Director Fury, I never expected your hands to be so deft." Lin Yuan offered instruction to each participant, and to his astonishment, The best dumplings were crafted by none other than Nick Fury. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought Nick Fury had such skill? Lin Yuan mused. Of course, I am an exceptional agent, after all. Having nimble fingers is quite normal for me, Nick Fury replied with a touch of pride. Are you sure about that? Lin Yuan chuckled, pointing at Coulson, who was frantically attempting to shape his dumplings, each one an unfortunate sight, crooked and leaking fillings. Or with torn skins. Coulson stands as an exception. Just look at how splendidly Natasha has prepared her dumplings. Fury wishes to bestow some honor upon the agents. Laughter erupted among the group as Lin Yuan entrusted the task of rolling dumpling skins to Natasha while he ventured into the kitchen to prepare other dishes. Soon, an array of steaming, aromatic dishes graced the dining table. The braised pork, glistening with a rich hue, boasted a robust flavor, the sweet and sour ribs. A delightful balance of tanginess and tenderness. The stewed knuckle, tender and succulent, rich yet not greasy. The crispy fried pork, golden and crunchy, perfectly sweet and sour. The poached chicken, retaining its original essence, skin golden and meat white. The braised fish, fresh and flavorful, with a deep savory aroma. The ate treasure rice, fragrant and soft. A kaleidoscope of colors. A veritable feast of culinary delights from both northern and southern regions of the rabbit family's cuisine left all in attendance yearning for a taste. As those preparing dumplings could scarcely contain their salivation, hastening their efforts. Before long, all the dumplings were neatly wrapped. Natasha carried the dumplings into the kitchen to hand them to Lin Yuan. Then returned to the living room with a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall that Lin Yuan had been simmering since yesterday, meticulously selecting only the finest ingredients. Ensuring absolute authenticity, Lin Yuan emerged from the kitchen bearing the cooked dumplings, placing them on the dining table and inviting everyone to partake in the meal. This dining table had been specially commissioned by Tony, a round table that Lin Yuan deemed perfect for a family gathering during the New Year's Eve feast. He believed that dining together in unity was far more delightful than the Western custom of individual servings. As everyone took their seats, curiosity about this novel dining experience filled the air. The sight of the sumptuous dishes nearly made their mouths water. Lin Yuan cheerfully beckoned, "Please, everyone, don't hold back. Dig in." Among them were elite individuals, adept at using chopsticks with ease. Tony was the first to dive into the braised pork. "Delicious, Lin. From now on, you shall be our chef. I had no idea you possessed such culinary prowess," he exclaimed, thoroughly enjoying his meal and unable to restrain his praise. Pepper, standing beside him, chimed in with a smile, "Indeed, Lin, you must cook for me more often. This is simply divine." Hearing their compliments filled Lin Yuan with joy, though he humbly replied, "Oh, it's merely home-cooked fare. I'm glad you all enjoy it." At that moment, Rhoda approached with a grin, inquiring, "So, can I come over for dinner every day?" Tony playfully retorted, "No way. I fear you'd become addicted and steal Lin away." This elicited a hearty laugh from the group. Observing the happiness radiating from everyone as they savored their meal, Lin Yuan felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Having spent nearly 2 years in this world, he felt fortunate to have met Tony and forged many friendships in this often lonely existence. The joy of sharing a New Year's Eve feast with such a large gathering was truly a blessing. Do try this Buddha jumps over the wall. It's a remarkable dish. Hurry and taste it. Lin Yuan served each person a bowl of the delicacy. Tony took a bite, his eyes lighting up. "Wow, this is even better. Pepper, you must try it." He then turned to Lin Yuan, saying, "This is delicious. You must make it more often." Lin Yuan chuckled and remarked, "Tony, your imagination is quite fanciful. Not only are the ingredients for this dish of the highest caliber, but its preparation is also exceedingly time-consuming. I began preparing this pot several days in advance." He proceeded to introduce the ingredients and the lengthy process involved in making Buddha jumps over the wall, leaving everyone utterly astonished. This delicacy is not something ordinary people can afford. What if the ingredients are top-notch? Do you really think I, Tony Stark, cannot afford it? Tony retorted dismissively. "As for the time, you've been rather idle lately. What is the big deal about cooking a dish? I'm quite busy, you know." Lin Yuan defended himself, but upon seeing Tony's knowing smile, he quickly conceded, all right, if you really want it. I can just go to the Rabbit-S house and have it packed to take back. The chef there specializes in this dish, and will surely make it taste better than I could." "That sounds good. I want to eat it for an entire month," Tony declared, satisfied. A unified thought echoed in everyone's mind. What a lavish spender. Chapter 46. The Form of the Beast. The New Year's Eve feast continued. With an abundance of delectable dishes, everyone indulged heartily, praising Lin Yuan's culinary skills and the exquisite cuisine from the rabbit family. They all expressed their desire to savor Lin Yuan's creations again if given the chance, to which Lin Yuan readily acquiesced. "When the opportunity arises, I shall prepare a mushroom feast from the rabbit family for you. It is simply divine." Upon hearing this, the crowd responded with eager anticipation. Tony and Pepper remained silent, focusing on their meals. Jarvis activated the projection, showcasing the rabbit family's spring festival gala. Suddenly, Lin Yuan recalled something. There seemed to be a lack of background music. As the program unfolded, he nodded in approval. This was the right ambience. The onlookers curiously engaged with the show, expressing their delight in the singing and dancing. As for the comedic sketches, they were lost on the audience, who refrained from commenting. After finishing the New Year's Eve dinner, Lin Yuan took the purchased fireworks outside to play. Pepper and Natasha, intrigued, followed him to enjoy the fireworks, while the others continued their conversations indoors. Lin Yuan stood outside with Pepper and Natasha, each wielding a sparkler, engaging in lighthearted banter. "Hey, can I touch a panda later?" Pepper asked, twirling her sparkler. Her eyes sparkling with hope as she looked at Lin Yuan. Natasha chimed in, "Yes, little brother, I want to touch one too. I've never petted a panda before." Lin Yuan felt overwhelmed, exclaiming, "Sisters, I will be 18 next year. I am no longer a child. You cannot just touch me. Oh please, we're not touching you. We want to pet the panda. Besides, I am your sister. You will always be a little brat in my eyes." Pepper retorted, exuding confidence. Indeed, indeed. Little brats have so many ideas. Natasha added, embellishing the moment. "Hurry up. If you don't let me touch it, I will have Tony take you to school." "No way, Pepper. We agreed on this, and you're using it as a threat?" Lin Yuan gazed at Pepper in disbelief. "This isn't a threat. It's a sisterly love," she insisted. "Now, stop dawdling. Are you even a man? Just a moment ago, you called me a child, and now you question my manhood." Lin Yuan thought to himself, but he dared not retort, fully aware of the power of a whispering sister. There was no escaping it. Within the villa, Pepper's authority was absolute. Lin Yuan's standing was barely above that of a pet, even though there were no pets in the house. Desperate for a reprieve, Lin Yuan threw out a tempting bait. "Sister Pepper, Sister Natasha, touching a panda is always an option. But today, let me teach you a popular game from the rabbit family. It's incredibly fun." "Really?" Pepper eyed Lin Yuan skeptically. "You're not trying to deceive me, are you?" "Impossible. How could I ever deceive Sister Pepper?" Lin Yuan quickly assured her. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Yuan retrieved the mahjong table he had previously purchased, silently congratulating himself. "Indeed, I was foresight. This mahjong will come in handy." "What is this?" Pepper inquired, her curiosity piqued. "This is mahjong, a game that nearly everyone in Bunny's household is familiar with, and it is indeed quite enjoyable." Lin Yuan introduced the game, and then called out to the group engaged in conversation. "We are 3 players short. Who wants to join?" Curious about mahjong, the chatting crowd gathered around, and Lin Yuan took the opportunity to enlighten them on the gameplay and rules. Their eyes sparkled with interest, and they eagerly expressed their desire to participate. Thus, Tony, Little Pepper, Natasha, and Lin Yuan formed a table to demonstrate the game. After just one round, except for the clueless Happy, everyone had grasped the mechanics. After all, the gathering comprised scientific geniuses, business elites, and super agents. The straightforward rules of mahjong were child's play for them. However, from the second round onward, Lin Yuan found himself at a disadvantage. Seated at the table were a super genius, a business mogul, and a super agent, whose cunning combined surpassed the very pores on Lin Yuan's skin. While Lin Yuan managed to win a few rounds in the first circle due to his familiarity with the rules, he was utterly dominated from the second round on, unable to eat, unable to meld, and perpetually falling victim to others' plays, suffering the most exasperating defeats imaginable. After enduring another round, he could take no more and stood up, exclaiming, "You all continue. I'll just go buy a new set of mahjong." He then hastily fled. When Lin Yuan returned with a brand new mahjong set, he found the original quartet transformed into Tony, Ethan, Natasha, and Nick Fury. This new group, comprising 2 scientists and 2 agents, engaged in a fervent exchange of strategies, their competitive spirits igniting a fiery atmosphere. Lin Yuan watched for a moment, drenched in cold sweat. Relieved he had escaped, playing mahjong with such astute individuals was truly a recipe for self-inflicted torment. Seeking a softer target, Lin Yuan turned to the observing Happy, grinning as he said, Come, Happy, let us start another table." Thus, Lin Yuan gathered Happy, Rhodey, and Little Pepper to form a new table and commence their battle. Initially reluctant to play, Little Pepper only agreed after Lin Yuan wagered that he would transform into a panda if he lost. With renewed vigor, Lin Yuan prepared for a victorious onslaught. An hour later, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and the light in his eyes had dimmed as he watched Happy flip his cards. "I win." A grateful rejoice. Despair washed over Lin Yuan, for he could not fathom that despite Happy's lack of skill, he possessed remarkable luck. Throughout the hour, Happy had drawn nearly every high card, while Lin Yuan had not even managed a single melt. The outcome was clear. Lin Yuan was the sole loser. Indeed, the only one. Everyone else had emerged victorious. Lin Yuan felt like crying without tears. He had intended to dominate but had instead been outplayed, the unpredictable nature of life proving to be utterly confounding. Little Pepper gazed at him with sparkling eyes, a smirk playing on her lips, urging Lin Yuan to fulfill his wager, with no choice but to accept his fate. Lin Yuan transformed into a panda, experiencing both humiliation and secret delight as he lay there, while Little Pepper, eyes aglow, eagerly dove in, occasionally erupting in joyful laughter. Upon noticing Lin Yuan's transformation, Natasha abandoned her game and joined in the fun. As others observed the playful pandas, they eagerly joined in. Lin Yuan had already succumbed to despair. Had he known earlier, he would have indulged in the delight of petting them outside. Now, not only were there beautiful women, but also a throng of men engaging with the cats. What a loss it was. Lin Yuan silently vowed, from next year onward, anyone who expresses a desire to pet a panda shall face my wrath. Just as Lin Yuan solidified his resolve, Jarvis initiated the countdown. Sir, we are approaching midnight. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, 0. This countdown had been prearranged by Lin Yuan. As the countdown concluded, a new year dawned. A system notification rang unexpectedly. Host. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. Lin Yuan responded, wishing to engage in cheerful conversation during this festive occasion. Ding. Host. With the arrival of the new year comes fresh beginnings. The system will present you with a New Year's gift pack. Wait, why wasn't there one last year? Lin Yuan probed, catching a hint of inconsistency. Ding. Last year you were not on Earth. If one is not on Earth, it does not count as celebrating the new year. The system's voice clearly conveyed a sense of guilt. Really now, you forgetful system. Lin Yuan retorted angrily. The system's voice carried a tone of frustration. Ding. Enough of the chatter. Do you want the gift pack or not? Yes, yes, yes. Lin Yuan quickly exclaimed. All the while thinking, this forgetful system must have overlooked it. I'll claim this gift pack first and settle the score later. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the New Year's gift pack. Do you wish to open it? Yes. Ding. The gift pack is now open. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Beast Form. Chapter 47. A new year? A new beginning, is that all? Lin Yuan asked with a hint of reluctance. Ding. That's all. Just one skill, and you dare to call it a grand gift? Which family offers a gift that contains only a single item? Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and inquired. Ding, mine does. The system's voice had a cheeky tone. Come on, host, don't be too greedy. Having something is already quite good. Calm down. Don't let anger get the better of you. Lin Yuan reassured himself. One skill is better than none. At least the Druid's Albert form is a valuable asset, being the very core of the Druid's balanced talents. With this core, my output capabilities should become significantly stronger, right? Wait. Lin Yuan suddenly grasped a terrifying truth. Where are my offensive skills? Damn system. You've given me the Albert form, but what does that mean? Are you mocking me? On this New Year's Day, are you compelling me to insult your entire family? Lin Yuan was seething with rage, his chest rising and falling dramatically. Little Pepper and the others mistakenly thought he was enjoying himself and ended up teasing him even more. Ding, host. Please don't say that. Even without offensive skills, the Owlbear form is still quite useful. The system's voice came forth weakly. Then tell me, what use does it have? Ding, it can be cute. Due to the festive spirit of the new year, Lin Yuan refrained from unleashing a torrent of curses. He resolved to unleash his fury upon this foolish system once the celebrations were over. Eventually, the gathering that brought joy to everyone concluded, leaving only Lin Yuan feeling wounded as the crowd dispersed, each returning home. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan knocked on Tony's door. Tony, still bleary-eyed, opened the door. Lin, why are you knocking so early? Happy New Year, Tony. I've brought you some clothes. Tony's eyes flickered with awareness. What clothes? And what are you wearing? At that moment, Lin Yuan was clad in a distinctive northeast floral cotton-padded jacket, holding two matching pieces. According to the customs of the rabbit family, one must wear new clothes for the new year. Here, I brought you something new, he said, handing over the garments. You want me to wear this out? Tony stared at the vibrant red floral jacket in disbelief, shaking his head vigorously. Even if I were to leap off this villa cliff and meet my demise, I would never don this outfit. Little Pepper, emerging from behind, glanced at Lin Yuan's attire and then at the clothes in his hands, resolutely declaring that she too would never wear such an outfit to work. After all, she was a CEO and had her dignity to uphold. Ah, what a pity. I think it looks rather splendid. Lin Yuan tugged at his bright red jacket, expressing his disappointment. Tony and Little Pepper exchanged incredulous glances, as if contemplating Lin Yuan's sanity. Then you two should wear these, Lin Yuan insisted, presenting the other two sets of clothing to them. Tony and Little Pepper hesitantly accepted the garments, their skepticism evident as they retreated to change. Tony was the first to emerge, adorned in a resplendent red tang suit that Lin Yuan had gifted him. He is inherently a remarkably handsome individual, and when adorned in a crimson tang suit, his allure only intensifies. Gazing into the mirror, Tony nods in satisfaction and remarks, this ensemble is rather splendid. What is this outfit called? It's a tang suit. Lin Yuan exclaims, admiring the dashing Tony. Tony, you truly look magnificent in that tang suit. Of course, I look splendid in anything. Tony replies with an air of self-importance. Do you think I look all right? A voice interrupts, and both men turn to see Pepper emerging from the room, her eyes sparkling. She is clad in an elegant red cheongsam, its fitted design accentuating her flawless figure, while the vibrant hue complements her complexion, making her appear as radiant as a blooming peach blossom. Tony's jaw nearly drops in awe, and Lin Yuan can't help but exclaim, Wow, Pepper, you are absolutely perfect in that cheongsam. You look stunning. Pepper blushes slightly, though her delight in the attire is evident as she admires herself from various angles before the mirror. Tony subtly nudges Lin Yuan and whispers, You should order a few more of these cheongsams for your sister. I truly adore it. Lin Yuan gives an affirmative gesture, indicating his understanding. Pepper joyfully dons her cheongsam and heads off to work, knowing that there are no holidays for her at Stark Industries. Lin Yuan also plans to slip out for a bit of fun when Tony calls out to him. Lin, wait. What is it, Tony? Come here. I need to discuss something with you. They make their way to the laboratory, where Tony informs Lin Yuan, Yesterday, Nick Fury came by with a matter he needed your assistance with, but seeing you so occupied, he didn't find the chance to speak with you. He mentioned it to me and asked me to relay the message. I knew that Egghead wouldn't come without a reason. Lin Yuan mutters, then inquires, What does he need my help with? He mentioned that he would need your assistance in treating someone in the near future. Is that all? That's no problem at all. Did he say who it was for? No, he said you would know when the time comes. Oh, well, that is fine. He can just come and get me when he is ready. Lin Yuan shrugs, accustomed to Fury's enigmatic ways. All right, I'm heading out now, Tony. Go on. Go on, just be back early. Will do. Today, he intends to pay a New Year's visit to Jane, who can be considered his sister-in-law in a roundabout way, thus making the visit quite appropriate. Before departing, Lin Yuan shouts to the heavens, Heimdall, can you hear me? Today is the New Year in my hometown, and I'm sending my greetings from here. Also, please inform Thor that I'm off to deliver New Year gifts to Sister Jane, and let him know I'm doing this at your behest. Isn't that what friends do? Feeling assured that Heimdall has heard him, he waves to the sky and sets off towards Jane's home. Upon arriving at Jian's residence, the bespectacled Daisy Louise and Professor Eric Shavig were already present. Lin Yuan, in the name of Thor, presented the meticulously prepared gifts. In addition to an array of delectable delicacies from the rabbit family, he gifted Jian a beautiful qipao, while Daisy received a stunning hanfu, and Professor Shavig was bestowed with a distinguished Zhongshan suit. The trio expressed great enthusiasm for both the culinary delights and the exquisite garments, promptly donning their new attire. When they emerged, Lin Yuan was taken aback by the sight. Jian, clad in the qipao, exuded elegance with her graceful figure. Daisy, in her hanfu, appeared charmingly plump, and Professor Shavik, in his Zhongshan suit, emanated maturity and composure. Lin Yuan eagerly captured the moment with his phone, intending to share these memories with Thor. After engaging in light-hearted conversation and checking the time, Lin Yuan felt it was time to bid farewell. Initially, he had hoped to dine at the rabbit family's establishment, but upon arrival, he was nearly overwhelmed by a shower of fireworks. After managing to navigate through the spectacle, he discovered that most shops were closed, and he reluctantly returned home. As the new year passed swiftly, Lin Yuan found himself lounging at home one day when the phone rang. Hello, old Ku. What? Is it starting? All right. Please send me the address. I will be there immediately. Oh, you're coming to pick me up? Very well. I'll be waiting at home. Chapter 48. Arise, my warrior. Before long, Carlson's call came through again. Lin, we are hovering above your residence. Can you ascend? Carlson's voice echoed from the other end of the line. Lin Yuan leisurely exited the villa and gazed upwards, only to find a vast expanse of clear sky dotted with fluffy clouds, yet no flying object in sight. He grumbled. Carlson, did you just step out? I never expected you to be one of those who claim to be near right after leaving. Carlson hastily refuted, That's not the case. I truly have arrived. Just hold on a moment. Then Lin Yuan heard Carlson yelling on the other end, Are you all fools? Why are you still cloaked while picking someone up? Then, Lin Yuan observed a disturbance in the air above, and gradually, a somewhat peculiar aircraft came into view. It was none other than S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Quinjet. Wow, this aircraft can cloak itself. Truly advanced. Lin Yuan had thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. did not possess such technology yet. It seemed their technological prowess was indeed profound. After concluding the call, Lin Yuan wasted no time, transforming into his flying form and soaring towards the Quinjet. The cabin door of the Quinjet was already ajar, and he entered directly. Inside the cabin, Carlson and a few agents whom Lin Yuan did not recognize awaited him. Nick Fury was noticeably absent, presumably engaged in other matters. Upon Lin Yuan's arrival, Carlson greeted him with a smile. Lin, thank you for coming to assist us. We will need your help moving forward. Lin Yuan waved dismissively, responding nonchalantly. Hey, old Carlson. No need for thanks, it's a trivial matter. Carlson then turned to the pilot, signaling them to depart, and handed Lin Yuan a laptop, saying, "Lin, take a look at this." Lin Yuan accepted the laptop, the screen displaying a familiar shield. Carlson began to elaborate. "Here is the situation. During our expedition in the Arctic, our research team discovered a crashed aircraft. Upon entering, they found the shield. Subsequently, we uncovered the frozen form of Captain America, Steve Rogers, nearby." Carlson pointed to the screen, where the silhouette of a figure encased in ice was distinctly visible. "This is Captain America." When Carlson spoke of Captain America, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. It seemed he was quite the fan. "Indeed, it is Captain America," Lin Yuan thought, confirming his own suspicions. However, as he gazed at the frozen figure, curiosity prompted him to ask, "By the way, how did you ascertain that the person inside is still alive?" "Our life detection equipment indicated faint signs of life within." Carlson appeared somewhat exhilarated, pausing before continuing. "We were hesitant to extract the captain directly for fear of unforeseen complications, hence we requested your assistance. In case of any mishaps, you would be able to lend a timely hand. Rest assured, I will handle everything," Lin Yuan assured confidently. He recalled that even without his intervention, Captain America would eventually awaken normally. However, it could take a considerable time for him to recuperate. Now, enabling a swift recovery for Captain America would indeed forge a favorable bond. After all, Captain America can be regarded as a formidable ally, one of the three pillars of the Avengers, whose strength should not be underestimated. Although he is often teased about having a 50-50 chance against any adversary, by that logic, if the odds were originally even, with his own enhancements, they would surely skew to 70-30 or 80-20. Thus, it is wise to embrace this ally. For who would ever disdain the addition of a strong companion? The Quinjet soared swiftly, soon reaching the Arctic. Under the guidance of Carlson, Lin Yuan arrived at a temporary camp. The ice block housing Captain America had been meticulously secured, awaiting Lin Yuan's arrival to commence excavation. Observing the frozen figure, Lin Yuan couldn't help but remark on the impressive physique, chuckling, "Hey, Carlson, when do we begin the treatment?" "No rush. First, we need to assess his vital signs. If they are unstable, you must act immediately. However, if they are stable, we shall arrange everything before you assist with the treatment." "What kind of arrangements?" Lin Yuan inquired. "We plan to awaken him in a familiar environment. After 70 years of slumber, we fear he might struggle to accept the new reality, potentially leading to a mental breakdown." Lin Yuan gazed at the ice-encased Captain America and jested, "A Truman Show scenario? You underestimate him. He is not psychologically fragile, and his intellect surpasses mere physical prowess. If you overlook even the slightest detail, he will likely detect it." "Are you truly certain about deceiving him in this manner?" "Why do you say that?" "We are not deceiving him. This is for his own good," Carlson replied, somewhat perplexed. "Do you believe that a man who has slept for 70 years, upon awakening to a foreign world, would not feel as though he has lost everything? And then, a group of strangers concocts a charade under the guise of goodwill. How can he possibly trust you?" Carlson fell silent, pondering for a moment before responding, "I cannot decide this. I will report back to Fury and let him make the determination." Lin Yuan gestured toward the massive ice block, asking, "Do you need my assistance in the excavation?" "Oh, do you possess any magic to expedite his extraction?" Carlson's eyes lit up with anticipation. If there were magic, it would be incredibly convenient and save us time and effort. "Alas, I do not," Lin Yuan replied with conviction. "Then why ask at all?" Carlson exclaimed, exasperated, letting slip a rare curse. "I merely inquired, since I am here. It is only polite to ask." Shortly thereafter, Captain America was carefully extracted from the ice and transported aboard the aircraft. Lin Yuan accompanied the jet back to the SHIELD headquarters, where Fury awaited his arrival. "Long time no see." "Oh, no, Director Fury," Lin Yuan greeted cheerfully. Nick Fury's expression darkened. "Do not think I am unaware of your intention to call me Egg. Come now, let us not dwell on trivialities," Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Calm down. Calm down. I invited you here." Nick Fury composed himself, managing a faint smile. "Lin, thank you for your assistance." Lin Yuan affectionately draped his arm around the shoulder of Lu Dan, cheerfully proclaiming, "No need for formality. We are old friends, after all." Nick Fury shrugged off the hand resting on his shoulder and approached the still-frozen Captain America, subsequently instructing his subordinates to escort him to the medical bay. "Come along, Lin. We must head to the thawing room as I will require your expertise in his treatment later." With that, Nick Fury led the way towards the medical facility. As they journeyed, Carlson relayed Lin Yuan's sentiments to Fury. After a moment of contemplation, Fury turned to Lin Yuan and inquired, "Lin, what do you believe our course of action should be?" "Me? I wouldn't presume to instruct SHIELD on how to operate. I merely express my thoughts," Lin Yuan replied. Fury fell silent. Upon their arrival at the medical bay, they watched as the medical personnel commenced the thawing process for Captain America. His skin gradually regained its natural hue, and his body began to soften. Soon, Captain America was transported to a recovery room, awaiting his awakening. Gazing at the figure resting on the hospital bed, Nick Fury suddenly addressed Lin Yuan. Lin, should I assign you the task of familiarizing him with this world upon his awakening? Would you accept? Lin Yuan initially thought he had misheard. What did you say? Fury repeated his request, leaving Lin Yuan momentarily speechless. After a long pause, Lin Yuan asked, by the way, why do you want me to take him? Do you truly trust me? Fury shrugged and remarked, it's not so much about trust. I simply believe you are the most suitable choice. What you mentioned to Coulson previously resonated with me, so I decided to be forthright. Moreover, although Captain America has been frozen for 70 years, he is still relatively young. Having a young person like you guide him should facilitate his integration. Besides, my agents are quite occupied and lack the time to accompany Captain America on leisurely excursions. Lin Yuan's forehead twitched with exasperation. So, your reasoning for assigning me is that you think I have too much free time? I never said that. You implied it yourself. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. Fine, I will take him. However, I have a few stipulations that you must agree to. Given his desire to align himself closely with Captain America, Nick Fury's proposal was fortuitously in line with Lin Yuan's wishes. All right, state your demands. First, I will only take him for 1 month. After that, he should have acclimatized, and you can make arrangements accordingly. Agreed. Second, you cannot interfere with my methods or destinations, and all expenses must be reimbursed. Should any issues arise, you must assist in resolving them. Fury raised an eyebrow in confusion. Where do you intend to take the captain? That's for you not to concern yourself with. Rest assured, it won't be a perilous location. Even if there were dangers, do you think Captain America and I couldn't handle it together? Absolutely not. He cannot go to any dangerous places. It's not about doubting your abilities, but rather avoiding potential complications. Relax, relax. It certainly won't be a dangerous place. Lin Yuan assured, yet inwardly mused, of course. It won't be dangerous. I merely wish to transform Captain America into Bunny Captain. Although Lin Yuan was aware of the slim chances, realizing that it would only be possible if Captain America awakened with amnesia, he still believed it feasible to persuade him to embrace the notion of the rabbit. With a sense of relief, Nick Fury nodded and said, very well, you shall have complete authority over all matters. Furthermore, he added, this time, I am indeed assisting you. In the future, should I require assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D., you cannot refuse. Without hesitation, Nick Fury acquiesced. May our collaboration be fruitful. Lin Yuan exclaimed joyfully, shaking hands with Nick Fury to signify the completion of their agreement. Subsequently, Lin Yuan was ready to commence his task. He entered the hospital room, gestured haphazardly at Captain America, and then, pointing with both hands, proclaimed loudly, arise, my warrior. Chapter 49. Your methods are quite wild. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson stood in stunned silence as they observed Lin Yuan's exuberant display. After a moment of contemplation, Nick turned to Coulson and inquired, Coulson, has Lin always performed spells in such a manner? Coulson, equally taken aback, shook his head in uncertainty but managed to offer a tentative explanation. I haven't seen anything like this before. Perhaps this time is different. It might be that the captain's condition is quite dire, and Lin is compelled to exert himself in a unique way to fully unleash his powers. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, who was blissfully unaware that the two outside were deliberating his rather eccentric behavior, he had merely recalled a classic line that seemed fitting and exclaimed it, adding some gestures to enhance the dramatic effect. As healing light enveloped Captain America, his condition began to improve rapidly. The reason Captain America could survive after 70 years of being frozen was due to the high glucose content in his blood. The glucose stored in his liver was released, lowering the freezing temperature of his blood and creating a cryoprotective substance. This process resembled the physiological adaptations of tardigrades and hibernating frogs as they endure harsh, low-temperature environments. This phenomenon had yet to be observed in any other human apart from Captain America, likely due to the effects of the serum. Thus, even in the absence of Lin Yuan's healing, Captain America would eventually recover, albeit at a slower pace. Lin's magic significantly expedited this process, and the rejuvenating spell also swiftly restored his mental faculties, allowing him to regain consciousness quickly. An hour later, Steve Rogers, lying on the hospital bed, opened his eyes. By this time, all extraneous personnel had been politely ushered out, leaving only Lin Yuan, Nick Fury, and Coulson in the room. As Captain America surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and the three unfamiliar faces, he voiced his confusion. Am I not dead? Where am I? Welcome back, Captain Rogers. You are an S.H.I.E.L.D., and I am Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury replied with a smile as he introduced himself, gesturing towards Coulson. This is Phil Coulson, also a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hello, Captain Rogers. Welcome back. Coulson exclaimed, his excitement evident as he confronted his idol, momentarily abandoning the poise expected of a senior agent. This is Lin Yuan, the second son of the Stark Group. Your swift recovery is largely thanks to him. Captain America directed a curious gaze toward the young man before him. Lin appeared quite youthful, bearing distinct features reminiscent of a rabbit. He pondered, is this truly the second son of the Stark Group? The Stark Group belongs to Howard. But did he later marry someone from a rabbit family? Unlikely. Howard would never do that, and he certainly does not appear to be of mixed heritage. Noticing Captain America's perplexity, Lin smiled and clarified, Hey, Captain, don't heed Director Fury's fanciful words about being the second son of a group. I'm merely Tony's recognized godbrother. Captain America was even more bewildered. Who was Tony? Howard's son. He pushed aside his confusion and turned to Lin, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you for saving me. Lin Yuan, displaying no desire for glory, smiled and clarified. Captain, there's no need for such formality. Besides, it was not I who saved you. I merely facilitated your recovery. That alone warrants gratitude. Captain America nodded in appreciation towards Lin Yuan and then turned to Nick Fury, asking, what exactly is S-H-I-E-L-D? Could you enlighten me about the current situation? Nick Fury replied earnestly, the founders of S-H-I-E-L-D are Howard Stark and... He paused momentarily before continuing, and Peggy Carter. The expression on Captain America's face shifted dramatically. His lips quivered, yet he refrained from interjecting. Nick Fury continued, Captain, it is now the year 2011. It has been nearly 70 years since your crash. Captain America's countenance transformed, his intention to speak faltered, and he merely gazed down at the bedding, his expression filled with sorrow. Concerned, Coulson asked, Captain, are you all right? Captain America glanced at him and muttered, It seems I have missed a date. Both Nick Fury and Coulson were perplexed, but Lin Yuan understood all too well. What are your plans, Captain? Nick Fury, noticing Captain America's troubled demeanor, hurriedly sought to redirect his focus. Plans? I have none. 70 years have passed. I possess nothing. I am lost as to where to go or what to do, Captain America lamented, his face shadowed with uncertainty about the future. How about this, Captain? Allow me to take you for a stroll, so you can witness the current state of society. Once you acclimate to this world, you may decide what you wish to pursue. Lin Yuan interjected at an opportune moment. Captain America regarded Lin Yuan, then pondered for a considerable time before smiling and replying. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Lin. There's no need for formality, Captain. Simply call me Lin. That feels less distant. All right, Lin. You need not address me as Captain either. Just call me by my name. Understood, Steve. I shall take care of everything from here on. Lin Yuan quipped lightly. Captain America responded with a chuckle. Haha, I leave it in your capable hands, Lin. Director Fury, have you made arrangements for the captain's accommodations? Lin Yuan inquired. Turning to Fury, arrangements are in place. Though it's a bit far from your residence, I suppose that distance is nothing to you, Fury replied. Very well. Please provide me with the address. The captain's health is stable now. Drive us to the designated residence, and thereafter, I will manage everything. You need not concern yourselves further. Nick Fury scowled internally, thinking, who was in charge here, you or me? Yet, he had no choice, as he was currently in need of assistance. Coulson, drive the captain and Lin to the arranged villa. Yes, Coulson responded eagerly, delighted at the prospect of spending more time with his idol. Before long, Coulson drove the two to a tranquil villa neighborhood. The area was expansive and serene, with villas elegantly scattered throughout. The villas are spaced quite far apart, ensuring minimal disturbance among them, making this location ideal for the current Captain America. As the three disembark, Coulson opens the door and inputs the captain's information into the access control system. Inside the villa, all necessary amenities are abundantly provided, indicating that Nick Fury had made prior arrangements. Upon entering, Lin Yuan begins to introduce the various living facilities to Steve. Steve, here is the bathroom. This is the water heater, and that is the shower. Over here is the living room. This is the television, and that is the air conditioner. There is the laundry room, and this is the washing machine. Steve, overwhelmed, responds with exasperation. Lin, I was asleep for 70 years, not 700. Although the technology back then was not as advanced as it is now, I am still familiar with most of these things. Apologies. I must have read too many novels. I mistook you for someone who had traversed from the ancient past. Steve and Coulson both find Lin Yuan's comments perplexing. Never mind these details. So, Captain Steve, would you prefer to rest for a while, or shall we venture out now? Let us go out for a stroll. Steve chuckled, playfully adding, I've already slept for 70 years. I've had my fill. Very well, I will make a phone call to arrange things. In the meantime, you can chat with Coulson, Lin Yuan assured him, patting his chest, before stepping out to make the call. First, he contacted Tony. Hello, Tony. Lin here. Just wanted to give you a heads up that I will be away for an extended period. What's going on? Why will it take so long? I've taken a job to escort Captain America on a little adventure. There was a long pause on the other end, during which Lin only heard Tony questioning Jarvis. Did I hear that right? Did Lin just say he is taking Captain America out to play? Jarvis's voice resonated through the phone. Sir, you heard correctly, mister. Lin indeed mentioned Captain America. Tony's voice returned, tinged with amusement. Lin, your escapades are becoming increasingly adventurous. All right, I understand. Just be careful. Sure thing, Tony. After hanging up, Lin dialed another number, and the call connected swiftly. Hello, Mr. Lin. Long time no see. How may I assist you today? The voice of Director Zheng greeted him. Director Zheng, it's been a while. I actually have a favor to ask, though it's nothing too significant. I'd like to show a friend around our place. Welcome, welcome. Is there any trouble? Do you need assistance with a visa? No need for a visa. I plan to fly him directly over. The distance is quite far, and flying would be too slow. What I really need is your help with a temporary document. Otherwise, buying tickets and booking accommodations would be quite inconvenient. After a prolonged silence, a voice emerged from the other side. Sure, what is the name of the individual? We need to register first. Steve Rogers, came the reply. All right, no problem. Is he the Falcon? That name sounds quite familiar. Isn't that the name of Captain America? Are his parents perhaps fans of Captain America, given that they chose such a similar name? Zhang Xian chuckled, making a jest. Could it be that this is the Captain America himself? Lin Yuan felt increasingly embarrassed. Zhang Xian, however, was at a loss for words. This individual was too unpredictable, and he simply could not keep up. Chapter 50. Why didn't you say so earlier? Director Zhang, will this cause you any trouble? Lin Yuan inquired, feeling somewhat awkward as he noticed the prolonged silence from across the table. You are aware that there could be complications. Zhang Xian silently chastised himself. Yet he maintained a reassuring facade. No worries, Mr. Lin. We have faith in you. Zhang Xian refrained from uttering any unnecessary words, solely conveying his trust in Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a warm glow in his heart. Indeed, it was comforting to have family support. I truly appreciate it, Director Zheng. I will be relying on you moving forward. Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude earnestly. Do not mention it, Mr. Lin, regardless of who you bring. Even if they are extraterrestrial beings, they will be welcomed with open arms. Zhang Xian's words were delivered with utmost conviction, leaving Lin Yuan feeling buoyant. Yes, indeed. Director Zheng, when Thor and the others arrive on Earth, I will take them to our home for a visit. Zhang Xian was momentarily speechless. He had forgotten that Lin Yuan was acquainted with the family of the God of Thunder. After all, they were indeed otherworldly beings, and legendary ones at that. He mused about what sorts of individuals might visit in the future, perhaps not even human. Nevertheless, as long as they bore no ill intent, the Great Rabbit would welcome anyone. Having resolved the travel arrangements for the captain, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, I owe you a significant favor for this. I hope this journey to the rabbit's abode allows you to move past the past. I'll make some arrangements to ensure you're not perpetually fixated on this territory of the eagle. If it doesn't work here, it might flourish over there. Indeed. A splendid idea. Once the seeds are sown, they will eventually germinate. As they strolled back to the villa, Coulson was engaged in cheerful conversation with the captain. Albeit it was mostly Coulson doing the talking while the captain listened attentively. This was Lin Yuan's first encounter with Coulson being so loquacious. Steve, I have everything arranged. Are you ready? We shall depart now. Coulson exclaimed, surprised. Lin, are you leaving so soon? What are your plans next? Lin Yuan did not hold back. I intend to take the captain for a vacation at the rabbit's home, to indulge in delightful cuisine and witness different scenery. This should elevate the captain's spirits. By the way, old Coulson, please inform Director Fury that I plan to stay at the rabbits for about a month. He need not worry. I will ensure the captain returns safely. The rabbit's home? You're going all out. Coulson was taken aback, uncertain if entrusting Lin Yuan with Steve's acclimatization to society was indeed wise. Lin Yuan's intentions were enigmatic. He had assumed Lin Yuan merely intended to show the captain around New York. Yet, he lacked the authority to deter Lin Yuan. After all, they had previously agreed. Wait. Lin, don't leave just yet. I need to report to Fury first, Coulson said, dialing Fury's number. Once connected, Coulson relayed his report. Fury fell silent for a moment before instructing Coulson to hand the phone to Lin Yuan. Hello, Lin. Although I am unaware of your intentions, the fact that I have decided to entrust you with the captain signifies our faith in you. Therefore, you shall not betray our trust, will you? Rest assured. It is merely a conventional journey. You lot always harbor such impure thoughts. Lin Yuan retorted without hesitation, fully aware that Fury's concerns stemmed from the fear that Captain America might never return. While Lin Yuan harbored similar desires, he also needed to maintain his standing with Falcon. Moreover, his aspirations extended beyond merely acquiring the captain's presence. He sought to capture the captain's heart as well. On the other end of the line, Fury took Lin Yuan's words in stride, accustomed as he was to such banter. That's good. I have placed the documents in the captain's room, and we will handle the visas. You must purchase your own plane tickets. Our flight cannot conveniently take us there. No need for a visa. I have already coordinated with Rabbit's side. I will escort the captain directly through immigration. Taking a plane would be far too slow and a waste of time. Nick Fury was left speechless. You don't even require a visa for entry? Your methods are more audacious than mine. With that, the call ended abruptly, leaving Lin Yuan puzzled. What just happened? Returning the phone to Coulson, Lin Yuan noticed Coulson seemed hesitant to speak, so he nudged him. Old Coulson, just say what's on your mind. This isn't like you. Coulson, with an embarrassed smile, retrieved a stack of small cards from his pocket. Gazing eagerly at the captain, Lin Yuan leaned in for a closer look, discovering they were cards featuring Captain America. Oh, old Coulson, I didn't know you had this hobby. Let me take a look. As Lin Yuan reached for them, Coulson dodged. No way, these are limited editions. Captain, could you sign one for me? Steve observed the card bearing his likeness with a hint of bemusement, yet he graciously fulfilled Coulson's modest request. After watching Coulson depart in high spirits, he turned to Lin Yuan. Lin, where are we headed next? To the airport? I have no documents on me. The director has placed your documents in your room, but we need them for what comes next. We're flying directly there. Directly there? Isn't that just taking a plane? As Steve began to inquire further, Lin Yuan flashed a mischievous grin, causing a chill to run down Steve's spine. Followed by Lin Yuan's query. Steve, do you fear the cold? We will be flying at great speed and altitude, and it might get a tad chilly. Steve found Lin Yuan's words peculiar, but retorted defiantly. I was excavated from ice. Do you think I fear the cold? Very well. Let us depart. With that, Lin Yuan led Steve to the entrance, transforming into his flying form, manifesting as a majestic rock before Steve's eyes. The rock then flapped its wings, expanding in size, its wingspan growing from roughly 3 meters to nearly 6, resembling a small aircraft. This transformation stemmed from the rather lackluster skills bestowed upon Lin Yuan by the Spring Festival gift package, which had profoundly wounded his sensitive spirit, compelling the system to provide him with a new ability under Lin Yuan's insistence. After the new year, Lin Yuan incessantly murmured in the system's ear. Unable to endure it any longer, the system cast a skill, wishful transformation, compelling Lin Yuan to cease his chatter. Wishful transformation allows you to freely adjust your transformed shape within a range of 50 to 100 of your normal size. Steve, witnessing this magical spectacle before him, was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Am I still dreaming? Has the world transformed while I slept? How can an ordinary person turn into a bird? Am I still on Earth? Observing Steve standing there, dazed and questioning his existence, Lin Yuan called out to him, Brother, why are you just standing there? This is merely a bit of magic, nothing to be alarmed about. Come on. Magic? Is this even scientific? Shouldn't this be cause for astonishment? Confused, Steve, however, was Captain America, and he couldn't possibly be intimidated by this. He feigned calmness and climbed onto the back of the giant rock. Hold on tight, we're off. Let us go. Once Steve was secure, Lin Yuan flapped his wings, and the rock soared into the sky, riding the winds and ascending to great heights. Oh my! Steve's body lurched backward. He couldn't believe Lin Yuan's speed could be so astonishing. Luckily, his reflexes, enhanced by the serum, allowed him to react swiftly, grasping a feather of the rock to steady himself and prevent being thrown off. Then, Steve felt a fierce wind tugging at him, and the temperature around him plummeted, frost forming on his clothes. He dared not shout for Lin Yuan, relying on his formidable physique to endure the chill. Fortunately, unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan had already bestowed upon him various protective buffs. Clinging tightly to the rock, Steve gripped the feathers beneath him, tears welling in his eyes. This is definitely not the world I once knew. Is this speed even achievable by a bird? I don't want to ride anymore. I want to go home. Thankfully, Lin Yuan's speed was brisk, and Steve did not have to endure the ordeal for long, though he would have preferred a slower pace. As Lin Yuan approached the capital of the Rabbit Kingdom, both speed and altitude gradually diminished, allowing Steve to breathe a sigh of relief. At least it was not as cold. Lin Yuan directed the rock towards the headquarters of the Spear Bureau in the capital, where he had previously arranged to meet Director Zhang Xian to obtain Steve's temporary identification. Upon arriving at the Spear Bureau headquarters, Lin Yuan landed the rock at the entrance. Steve awkwardly dismounted, his hair standing on end from the wind, his clothes covered in frost, shivering from the cold, and his face tinged with purple. The sentry at the entrance of the headquarters, noticing the enormous birdland and the oddly shaped figure disembark, immediately became alert and shouted, Who goes there? What is your business? Lin Yuan transformed into human form and replied to the sentry, My name is Lin Yuan. I have an appointment with Director Zhang Xian. Please inform him of my arrival. The sentry, likely having heard Lin Yuan's name before, saluted and promptly returned to the guardhouse to report. Steve, trembling slightly, approached Lin and pleaded, Lin, I beg you. Can we take a plane on our way back? I've just awakened and simply cannot endure the strain. Lin promptly administered some treatment to him, then shrugged his shoulders. Responding with a hint of exasperation, "Brother, we lack entry and exit records, as well as passports. We cannot board a flight." He then cast a disdainful glance at Steve, questioning, "Are you truly Captain America, yet unable to withstand such a minor chill? How has your resolve become so feeble?" Upon hearing this, Steve exclaimed, "What? You dare to doubt my resolve as Captain America?" He confidently thumped his chest and declared, "I could fly with you for an entire day." Chapter 51. We must depart immediately. When Zhang Xian received the report from the sentry and emerged, he was greeted by the sight of a muscular man slapping his own face. A hint of confusion crossed his mind, yet he warmly approached Lin Yuan. "Mr. Lin, it has been a while. Welcome back to the Rabbit House. Director Zhang, I trust you have been well." "I must trouble you once again," Lin Yuan replied, smiling as he shook Zhang Xian's hand. He then introduced the man beside him, who was still engaged in his peculiar behavior. "This is Captain America, Steve Rogers. I brought him to the Rabbit House for a bit of respite." "Steve, this is Director Zhang Xian of the Divine Spear Bureau. He has been immensely helpful during our visit." Zhang Xian paused, scrutinizing the robust figure before him, pondering to himself, "As far as I know, Captain America has only recently awakened. Why is he indulging in such a peculiar pastime? His physique does bear a resemblance to that of a scion. Yet why was he just slapping himself? How strange." Despite his internal musings, he maintained an outward demeanor of warmth, exclaiming, "Captain Rogers, it is a great honor to finally meet you in person. On behalf of the rabbits, I extend a heartfelt welcome to our nation. I hope you enjoy your stay at the Rabbit House." Steve felt a tinge of embarrassment from his earlier antics and promptly adjusted his appearance. He shook Zhang Xian's hand and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Director Zhang, for your hospitality. I appreciate your assistance moving forward." "Oh, it's no trouble at all," Zhang Xian responded hastily. He then turned to Lin Yuan, suggesting, "Mr. Lin, shall we go inside and sit for a moment? We want to be joining you." Lin Yuan replied, "I flew a bit too swiftly earlier, and the captain is quite chilled. We'll find a place to settle down first. Then I'll take him for hot pot. Director Zhang, do join us later. The more, the merrier." "I shall pass on the hot pot. I have matters to attend to." "But, Mr. Lin, doesn't your aircraft have windows? How could it be cold?" Zhang Xian inquired, his curiosity piqued. He was aware of Lin Yuan's abilities, yet the majestic rock, despite its striking appearance, seemed too small to accommodate someone as robust as Steve. Lin Yuan replied calmly, "Oh? No, I transformed into a rock and flew him here. I can now alter my size." Zhang Xian's eyes brightened at this revelation. "It seems we have underestimated this young man's abilities. It has only been a short while, and he has already acquired new skills." With this thought, he became even more enthusiastic. "Mr. Lin, here is the captain's identification. Using this for tickets and accommodations at home will pose no issues. I am truly grateful." Lin Yuan accepted the identification, expressing his thanks. "There is no need for such formality. We are all family. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." "Very well, we shall take our leave now." After bidding farewell to Zhang Xian, Lin Yuan and Steve found a hotel to settle down in, where they enjoyed a warm bath. Shortly thereafter, they ventured out for a meal, and Lin Yuan led them to the renowned Lao Capital Copper Pot, placing their order. Once the dishes arrived, Lin Yuan began to teach Steve how to use chopsticks, adjust the seasonings, and introduce the various culinary techniques. Steve, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the nuances, and soon they were both joyously competing to savor their meal. "Lin, this hot pot is truly delectable. I have never tasted anything so exquisite." Steve's chopsticks hardly paused as he continued to eat, showering compliments. "You must be famished. This is rather ordinary in our homeland." Lin Yuan began to boast. "Are there other delightful dishes? I must try them." "Oh, there are countless culinary treasures. We have merely sampled one variety of hot pot." Steve's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are there other types? Are they available here?" "Fear not. I shall take you to savor them all. Tomorrow, we shall indulge in Peking duck first." Lin Yuan assured him, yet inwardly he mused, "What a sin, what a sin. I have lied again. Despite my travels, I have yet to explore a single province." After finishing their hot pot, the night had already fallen. Lin Yuan led Steve down the bustling streets of the capital, where the city was illuminated with vibrant lights, and the sounds of life filled the air. Steve exclaimed in wonder, "Is this what the world looks like 70 years later? Everything is so peaceful, it is truly wonderful." Lin Yuan shook his head, replying, "No. This is merely the world of our homeland 70 years on." "Why do you say that? Isn't it different elsewhere?" Steve felt a hint of confusion. Lin Yuan solemnly responded, "Indeed, it is different. There is a saying in our homeland that I wholeheartedly agree with. We are not born into a peaceful world. We are simply born into a peaceful country. Is that so? Has the War of the 70s not yet concluded? Then have my previous efforts been in vain?" Steve's spirits dampened, for those who have experienced war understand its terrors all too well. Noticing his melancholy, Lin Yuan gently patted his shoulder and smiled, "Do not be disheartened. Your efforts shall not be in vain. Moreover, you now reside in the most peaceful nation on earth. For the moment, forget all past sorrows and savor life. Steve glanced at Lin Yuan and then at the vibrant scene before him, smiling. You are right. Let us enjoy life. Seeing that the hour was still early, Lin Yuan took Steve to a large shopping mall, where he purchased a smartphone for him. Using his own identification, Lin Yuan arranged for a SIM card and activated the internet, then taught Steve how to use it. Steve held the phone with delight, exclaiming, "This is far superior to my old device. However, I am not accustomed to such advanced technology." Lin Yuan chuckled and playfully tapped him. "What nonsense. You are no fool. This is quite simple to grasp. Even a 3-year-old can master it quickly. Surely you cannot be outdone by a child. Very well. I shall attempt to learn. Let us return to the hotel and explore it at our leisure. For now, let us continue to wander this mall." After meandering through the myriad of goods, Steve marveled. "Your homeland truly excels. I recall that in my time, it seemed rather underdeveloped. It is astonishing how much you have advanced in just 70 years. Not just 70 years. Lin Yuan proudly stated, in reality, the rabbit family has only begun to develop its economy for a mere 30 years. Steve was taken aback. What? In just 30 years? You've managed to reach this level? Well, theoretically, it should be even shorter. In practice, it might be less than 20 years. This is indeed not my world. Haha. You'll get accustomed to it. The upcoming journey will be eye-opening. Tomorrow, I will take you to the Forbidden City. All right, but what about the Great Wall? You will know in due time. Let's head back for now. The following day, the two arrived at the Great Wall. With their physical prowess, they were more than capable of conquering it. Steve was astonished by the ancient rabbit family's ability to construct such magnificent architecture. In the subsequent days, Lin Yuan guided Steve through the Summer Palace, the Forbidden City, and Tiananmen Square. Their final stop was the monument to the people's heroes. Standing before the towering monument, both Lin Yuan and Steve gazed at the throngs of people in the square, their faces beaming with happiness. Children frolicked and played, their laughter resonating throughout the plaza. Lin Yuan remarked to Steve, "Look, this prosperous age has come to fruition as they wished." Steve smiled in agreement. "Indeed, they are all heroes." Lin Yuan patted him on the shoulder, saying earnestly, "Steve, you are also a hero. You all are great heroes who are willing to sacrifice your lives to protect the people behind you." Steve merely smiled, his gaze fixed on the monument. Suddenly, he stood at attention and saluted the monument. After completing his salute, he tugged at Lin Yuan and said, "Let us go, Lin. I'm hungry. We need to eat. And today I want to have Peking duck." Over the next few days, Lin Yuan took Steve on a culinary tour of the capital, indulging in various local delicacies. Aside from hot pot, Steve's favorite was undoubtedly Peking duck. He also relished the assortment of snacks, especially since his own era lacked such variety. Lin Yuan playfully introduced him to dojier, fermented mung bean juice, and surprisingly, Steve enjoyed it, even mimicking the locals by pairing it with fried dough rings. Lin Yuan watched as Steve savored the dish, and upon trying it himself once more, he confirmed that he truly could not acquire a taste for dojier. After finishing breakfast, as they headed back, they strolled past a park where numerous people were exercising. Steve was captivated by the elderly gentleman practicing various forms of morning exercises. He approached them and soon struck up a conversation. Steve had a delightful time engaging with the elderly, trying out different exercise equipment, and even arranged to work out with one of the gentlemen the next day. True to his word, the following day, Steve rose early and went to the park, while Lin Yuan lingered in bed, knowing the park was not far and that Steve wouldn't get lost. When Steve returned, he eagerly inquired about where Lin Yuan could buy a birdcage and a little bird, as he had made plans with one of the gentlemen to take care of birds the next day. Lin Yuan was left speechless, wondering how the elderly gentleman could possess such a good command of English and charm even a robust American into joining their ranks. "Brother, you are not yet 30. How is it that you can lead a retired life like the elderly?" Steve chuckled, replying, "In theory, I am soon to be a century old. Thus I can be considered an elder. Moreover, those gentlemen are brimming with vitality each day, exhibiting more energy than I do. I find great joy in their company. Now, tell me where I can procure a birdcage. I have made arrangements with a few of those older gentlemen to engage in morning exercises and take strolls with our birds." Lin Yuan, feeling somewhat helpless, acknowledged the infectious spirit of these elderly gentlemen in the capital. "No, we must set off immediately for the next destination. If we linger any longer, by the time the captain returns, I fear I may have to apply for an early retirement." With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan urged Steve to check out. "Brother, we must go. Our next adventure awaits. Wait a moment. Let me finish my bird walk tomorrow." "No. We must depart at once." Chapter 52. The power buff of 50-50. On the way to the train station, Steve incessantly murmured into Lin Yuan's ear, lamenting his missed appointment and expressing his certainty that the elderly gentleman would be disappointed. Lin Yuan, overwhelmed by the incessant chatter, could do little but endure until they finally arrived at the station, where Steve's attention was finally captured by the grandeur of the place. allowing Lin Yuan to exhale in relief. Goodness, Lin, this is a train station. It is absolutely immense. Steve exclaimed in astonishment. Calm down. This isn't even the largest. What on earth? Are you serious? Something this large isn't the biggest? Steve responded incredulously. Indeed, there are several that are larger. The biggest is nearly twice this size. Lin Yuan proudly elucidated. Wow, that's impressive. Is everything in your country this remarkable? Steve still seemed somewhat incredulous. Absolutely. Our nation's motto is everything for the people, which means our investment in public infrastructure is unparalleled globally. We are renowned for our infrastructural prowess. Haven't you noticed? We have been traveling via public transport these past few days. It dawned on Steve. Oh right, we've been using public transportation. Isn't that the norm everywhere? Lin Yuan merely smiled in response. Before long, the two boarded the train. Steve gazed in awe at the bullet train before him, marveling at its design. Lin Yuan found his Na'vi astonishment amusing, considering Steve hailed from 70 years prior, a time when technology was far less advanced than today. Little did he know that even modern foreigners visiting his homeland often bore expressions of bewilderment. What more could be expected from a man of ancient times? Settled in their seats, Steve's curiosity led him to glance around the carriage, brimming with questions. Lin, where are we headed? Didn't I mention? No. You just urged me to hurry without revealing our destination. My apologies. Our next stop is Chang'an, the ancient capital of 13 dynasties in our nation, boasting several millennia of history. In fact, its train station is the largest in our country, nearly double the size of the one we just departed. Steve's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? I can't wait to see it. An ancient city with thousands of years of history. Surely there must be an abundance of delicious food. Is there hot pot? Lin Yuan facepalmed, realizing that Captain America had already begun to exhibit a penchant for gastronomic delights before even leaving the province. When did you develop such a taste for food? It doesn't quite align with your character. Steve, munching on a snack, replied, What character? I've always enjoyed good food. As a child, I was rather frail, and though I craved it, I could hardly eat. After receiving the serum, I grew stronger, but was too busy fighting during the war, and food was scarce, let alone these delightful snacks. Oh, how I adore these treats. He concluded by holding up the snack he was enjoying as if to emphasize his fondness. Lin Yuan observed Steve relishing his meal, and he too felt a wave of happiness. Yet, he harbored a deep sympathy for Captain America. Indeed, Captain America was a true hero, but in Lin Yuan's eyes, his life was also steeped in tragedy. Born during a time of war and suffering from frailty in his youth, he endured bullying until the serum transformed him into a robust figure. However, his benefactor, Dr. Abraham Erskine, perished in his arms. Subsequently, he became one of the most renowned heroes, yet witnessed his closest friend plummet from a cliff, leaving his fate uncertain. Ultimately, he himself was encased in ice for 70 years in a bid to protect the populace. Upon awakening, he found himself utterly alienated from society, having missed the chance to be with his beloved. In the days that followed, he never ceased to fight, resulting in a rift between him and Bucky, and ultimately witnessing Tony's sacrifice before his very eyes. Captain America's life was devoid of joy. Perhaps the happiest moments were those spent after returning the Infinity Stones, when he could rendezvous with Peggy Carter in another world. However, such events lay in the future, and for now, seeing Steve so joyfully content, Lin Yuan silently resolved to protect those he held dear, whether they be prominent figures or others. Yet he quickly dismissed this overly sentimental thought, feeling a twinge of disgust at his own musings. Upon their arrival in Chang'an, Steve was awestruck by the rich historical ambience, indulging in every local delicacy available. Lin Yuan watched in envy as Steve feasted without pause throughout the day. For the first time, he realized how perfectly the super soldier serum suited a gourmand, allowing one to digest swiftly without gaining weight. Oh, if only he could transform into a panda in public without fear of being left hairless. He would relish the chance to feast like one. Alas, such was not to be. After their culinary adventure in Chang'an, their next destination was the mountainous city, renowned for the hot pot that Steve yearned for. Lin Yuan wondered if the super soldier's constitution could withstand the fiery spiciness of the local cuisine. Upon reaching the mountain city, they headed straight to a hot pot restaurant. Steve, confronted with the vibrant red broth that starkly contrasted with the traditional copper pots of the capital, was eager to dive in. Soon, he was sipping ice-cold beer while deftly placing slices of tripe into the spicy broth, skillfully savoring the flavors. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan could only shamefully indulge in the mild broth. As they continued their hot pot escapades over several days, Steve opted for the spicy variety at every meal, relishing each bite. Before long, he had become more adept at navigating the intricacies of hot pot than Lin Yuan himself, taking charge of the ordering while Lin Yuan merely acted as a translator. Lin Yuan felt a sense of indignation. How could this foreigner eat so heartily and so expertly, just as he had with Doji? It seemed the spicy hot pot was no different, since Steve was so skilled at feasting. Lin Yuan thought it only fair to introduce him to something he personally found challenging, the infamous beef tripod pot. Yet, much to Lin Yuan's surprise, Steve devoured it with great enthusiasm, continuously exclaiming how delicious it was. Lin Yuan could only acknowledge his defeat. Captain America truly lived up to his reputation. His skill, which was evenly matched with anyone, was indeed impressive, even extending to his dining habits, which aligned seamlessly with the locals. Lin Yuan also took Captain America to savor mushrooms. And this time there were no issues. Captain America could not stop praising the delicacy. Brother, once we return to Falcon's home, I will prepare mushrooms for you. I assure you, they are delicious. Tony and Pepper raved about my cooking for an entire night. Lin Yuan promised earnestly. Is that so? If I feel like eating them after we return, I shall seek you out. Steve replied, visibly pleased, knowing that he would not have to travel far for a delightful meal. Time flew by, and soon a month had nearly passed, bringing them to the final destination of their journey. Throughout this month, Lin Yuan had taken Steve to various places, allowing him to witness the rich culture and customs of the local people, as well as gain insight into the nation's circumstances. Steve even learned a considerable amount of Chinese from Lin Yuan. Overall, Steve had enjoyed himself immensely, both in terms of exploration and culinary experiences. Thus, after careful consideration regarding the arrangement for this last stop, Lin Yuan decided to impart a weighty memory to Steve in Nanjing. After visiting the memorial hall, an unmistakable anger flickered in Steve's eyes. These beasts are truly more vile than Hydra, Steve said through gritted teeth, his voice laced with fury. The most despicable part is that there are still people who deny this history and even built a toilet for these monsters. Lin Yuan was equally incensed. Steve continued with indignation. If those beasts had met an early demise, had I been there at that time, I would have eradicated them just as I did Hydra. Who told you that Hydra was completely eliminated? What? Chapter 53. This captain is absolutely unfit. Lin, what did you say? Steve's eyes widened, his face a mask of astonishment and disbelief, his voice involuntarily rising a few notes. I said Hydra has always been present, and they are right beside you. Lin Yuan fixed his gaze on Steve's eyes, gently prodding his chest with his finger, his tone calm yet resolute. Steve furrowed his brow tightly, confusion and bewilderment filling his eyes. How is that possible? Didn't I already destroy Hydra's base? Could there still be remnants of their power? Lin Yuan nodded, explaining, indeed. While you obliterated Hydra's base, they did not vanish entirely. After Dr. Zola was captured, he joined S.H.I.E.L.D. through the agency's Project Paperclip, seizing the opportunity to shift Hydra from the public eye into the shadows. Upon hearing this, Steve's expression darkened. He realized the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Is Nick Fury also part of Hydra? Steve hesitated, but could not suppress his concern and unease. Lin Yuan shook his head, responding with certainty. No, Nick Fury is not one of them. He and his few loyal subordinates are trustworthy individuals. However, I sense he may have already detected some issues within S.H.I.E.L.D., though he remains unaware that Hydra is orchestrating behind the scenes. Lin Yuan paused before continuing. I brought you to Rabbit's home to prevent Hydra's agents from infiltrating and clouding your judgment. Once we return, act as if you know nothing. Slowly investigate their members, and when the time is right, strike decisively. I understand. I will do that. Steve's expression was grave. He comprehended the formidable nature of Hydra. Don't worry too much. I will assist you. Lin Yuan reassured him, patting his shoulder. Initially, Lin Yuan contemplated revealing the matter concerning Bucky, but he decided against it, resolving to take things step by step. It would be more prudent to wait until Bucky reappeared to discuss it. Mentioning it now would only serve to create unnecessary distress. Come on, what are you pondering? We should prepare to return. Do you want to buy some gear? Lin Yuan inquired, noticing Steve still lost in thought. Buy. Of course, we must. Steve, momentarily forgetting about Hydra, prioritized acquiring equipment. He did not wish to relive the unsettling experience from before. After procuring the necessary flight gear for Steve, the two embarked on their journey home. This time, fully equipped, Steve was notably different, striking various poses while riding on Lin Yuan's giant eagle, treating Lin Yuan as a steed. Frustrated, Lin Yuan increased his speed, causing Steve to obediently lie still on the giant eagle's back. Humph, you think you can outsmart me? After dropping Steve off at home, Lin Yuan contacted Nick Fury. Hello, Director, the task is complete. The current captain is undoubtedly a quintessential modern man now. Could you reimburse the expenses? All right, send me the bill. Nick Fury readily agreed, considering the expenses for the two of them to travel were merely trifles for S.H.I.E.L.D. He sent the bill to Nick Fury and, after bidding farewell to Captain America, Lin Yuan returned home. Just as he reached the doorstep, Nick Fury's phone call came through. What on earth, Lin? What did you two get up to? How could you spend so much? Nick Fury's voice was tinged with irritation, unable to fathom how their trip could incur such costs. Lin Yuan unapologetically retorted, I'm not taking the blame for that. Did you not see that most of it was for food? You have no idea how much Steve can eat. He could devour food all day long. You should be grateful I didn't take him to any fancy places. All right. Nick Fury sighed, feeling a bit of a headache coming on, then inquired, did the captain mention what he plans to do next? Why don't you ask him yourself? With that, Lin Yuan abruptly hung up the phone, muttering, such a lack of courtesy for a director. Jarvis, where's Tony? Lin Yuan called out as he stepped inside. Welcome home, sir. Mr. Stark is in the laboratory. Upon entering the lab, Lin Yuan spotted Tony engrossed in his work. Hey Tony, I'm back. Back already? Did you have fun? Tony looked up, inquiring. Did you really take Captain America out to enjoy himself? Indeed, I just unearthed him from his past. I took him out to acclimate to the present world. Captain America. He must be from my dad's era, right? Absolutely. He is a friend of our father. That shield he wields was a gift from him. Technically, you should be calling him uncle. Lin Yuan teased with a grin. Tony shot him an exasperated glance and returned to his work. What are you working on, Tony? Lin Yuan asked, eyeing a design blueprint of a building on the computer. Now that I have developed new energy sources, I'm planning to redesign a Stark Tower to promote our energy business. It will also serve as a symbol of Stark Enterprises. Wow, that sounds fantastic. I want to live on the top floor. I'll make sure to reserve a room for you. Don't worry. By the way, since you're here, I'll scan you and design you a suit. Lin Yuan scratched his head, feeling a bit reluctant. No need for that, Tony. I've thought it over. I don't need a suit right now. I have a new ability that allows me to change my size during transformations, and wearing a suit would hinder that ability. I see. That complicates things a bit. Let us put that on hold for now, and I'll do some research. No worries, take your time. I'm not in a hurry. Although he said that, Lin Yuan secretly contemplated waiting for Tony to develop a nanotech suit first. Speaking of which, Wakanda seemed to have one as well. He wondered if it had been completed yet. I'll check it out in a few days. Well, I'm going to rest now, Tony. Go ahead. Oh, and add some rejuvenation treatment for me. Without your treatment, I can only rely on coffee to stay awake. Recently, with nothing much to occupy his time, Lin Yuan found himself languishing at home, out of boredom. He would occasionally visit the laboratory to engage in conversation with Tony, much to Tony's chagrin, as he found Lin's presence a distraction from his work. Not long after returning, Steve called Lin to vent his frustrations. Lin, he lamented, I am truly miserable. Upon my return, I realized how inconvenient everything is. There are no hot pots, no skewers, and the variety of snacks has diminished significantly. The park is devoid of the usual old men, replaced instead by vagrants. At night, the bustling street vendors are nowhere to be seen, and I hardly encounter a soul when I step outside. It is so annoying. Lin Yuan, suppressing his inner thoughts about Steve's rather odd mention of old men, replied soothingly, you'll soon adapt. Whenever you have the time, come over. We can enjoy a hot pot together. I can even prepare some mushrooms for you. Steve sighed. I'm merely venting. I've been swamped lately, working for Nick Fury. I'm quite busy. Once I finish my tasks, I'll seek you out for that hot pot. Make sure to prepare the ingredients. I want the spiciest. And don't forget the mushrooms. Oh, and roasted duck, and... Steve continued to rattle off a list of dishes. Lin couldn't help but think, alas. This captain is utterly hopeless. He has truly transformed into a glutton. Chapter 54. The goddess's attention after several days of idleness. Lin Yuan felt it was time to venture forth and address his issues. Hello, Director Fury. I require your assistance. Lin Yuan promptly placed a call to Fury. As he was unaware of Wakanda's precise location, surely S-H-I-E-L-D possessed relevant information. Speak. Fury's demeanor today was particularly aloof. His words articulated with deliberate precision. It's nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to ascertain the whereabouts of Wakanda. Why don't you consult a world map? Aren't they readily available? Lin Yuan emphasized, I mean the true Wakanda, not the surface version. How do you know about Wakanda? That's not your concern. Just tell me if you can provide the information. Fury fell into a prolonged silence before responding. Hold on, I will send it to you. Remember, keep it confidential. Understood. Lin Yuan replied eagerly. Before long, he received the coordinates from Fury on his phone. Off I go. Lin Yuan transformed into a great bird and soared towards Wakanda. Swiftly arriving at the designated point, before him lay an expanse of pristine forest, and Lin Yuan marveled. This cloaking technology is truly remarkable. It could easily be termed an illusionary array in a world of fantasy. After a few more moments of flight, the verdant wilderness faded from view, replaced by a city pulsating with futuristic technological aesthetics. Lin Yuan's arrival did not trigger Wakanda's defensive alarms, likely due to his avian form, which rendered him inconspicuous. As he observed the local customs and scenery, Lin Yuan could not help but exclaim, what an eye-opening experience. Wakanda was indeed a uniquely exceptional nation. its technological advancement entirely reliant on a rare metal known as vibranium. This metal, however, did not originate from Earth. It was a divine gift. Upon acquiring vibranium, the primitive Wakandans embarked on a divergent technological trajectory. The molecular structure of vibranium is extraordinarily stable and nearly non-conductive of energy, granting it an almost indestructible quality, capable of absorbing nearly all heat, energy, and kinetic force. For a primitive tribe, the immediate inclination upon discovering such a superior material was to forge melee weapons. Furthermore, due to Wakanda's relative isolation, many traditional tribal customs have persisted to this day. For instance, they maintain a tribal system and possess a deep affinity for close combat weaponry. This resulted in the curious sight Lin Yuan beheld, a hypermodern city juxtaposed with individuals resembling primitive tribesmen utilizing cutting-edge products. Soon, Lin Yuan located the royal palace, unmistakably the largest, tallest, and most opulent structure in the vicinity. However, it was peculiar to observe the king of Wakanda, the current Black Panther T'Chaka, accompanied by his queen, and their children, T'Challa and Shuri, standing at the entrance, gazing in the direction of Lin Yuan's approach, as if awaiting something significant. Feeling a sense of intrigue, Lin Yuan hovered in the air, observing the figures below. Could it be that an important guest is arriving in Wakanda today? Perhaps it would be best for me to return another time. As Lin Yuan contemplated his departure, the voice of T'Chaka suddenly resonated. Greetings, my friend from the skies. Welcome to Wakanda, please descend so we may converse. Lin Yuan was somewhat taken aback. How did he know that he was not truly avian? Was Wakanda's technology so advanced that it could detect his abilities? Nevertheless, having been discovered and since he had come to visit, he decided to land and engage in conversation. Saving himself the trouble of seeking out T'Chaka, he descended and transformed into human form, waving his hand in salutation. Greetings, everyone. My name is Lin Yuan, and I humbly apologize for my unexpected visit. Hello, child of nature. Welcome to Wakanda. I am King T'Chaka, and this is my wife, Ramonda. These two are my children, T'Challa and Shuri. T'Chaka gazed at the magnificent bird transformed into a handsome youth, his eyes reflecting curiosity and astonishment, yet he maintained his composure and invited Lin Yuan inside. Mr. Lin Yuan, please come in. Let us converse within. Lin Yuan, filled with questions, recognized that it was evidently not the time to inquire. So he followed the T'Chaka family into the palace. Upon entering the palace's reception hall, everyone took their seats. It was then that Lin Yuan began to observe the future Black Panther, T'Challa, now nearing 30, as the heir to the throne. He possessed an extraordinary composure that surpassed the ordinary. Lin Yuan found him far more impressive than that foolishly large figure, Thor. As for Shuri, she was still a little girl, curiously observing him while, when caught in his gaze, she would flash a broad smile. Yes, it was confirmed, this little girl was quite sociable. Regarding their mother, the future Queen Ramonda, her poise was indeed remarkable. Although she did not conform to Lin Yuan's aesthetic preferences, grace transcends ethnicity. Barely had they settled when an array of exquisite dishes was presented. Eager to taste the local cuisine for the first time, Lin Yuan found it surprisingly palatable. Not as heavily seasoned as he had anticipated, and rather delightful. T'Chaka warmly welcomed Lin Yuan, and initially intended to offer him a drink, but Lin Yuan declined. Citing his underage status, T'Chaka's curiosity intensified. I did not expect Mr. Lin Yuan to possess such abilities at such a young age. A true hero emerges in youth. Lin Yuan internally mused, this king, while generous in praise, seems to misunderstand the connection between ability and age. However, given the compliment, he felt it inappropriate to retort. Shifting the conversation, Lin Yuan inquired, King T'Chaka, please just call me Lin. It feels strange to be addressed as sir. T'Chaka beamed at Lin Yuan, as if viewing a cherished treasure. Very well, Lin, and do refrain from calling me king. It feels too formal. You are merely a few years older than my Shuri, so you may call me uncle. Lin Yuan readily acquiesced. All right, Uncle T'Chaka. Haha, good boy. T'Chaka laughed heartily, clearly delighted. Uncle T'Chaka, how did you know of my arrival? And that the bird was indeed me? Lin Yuan expressed his curiosity. T'Chaka reverently raised his hands to the heavens in a gesture of prayer, then turned to Lin Yuan and said, just before your arrival, the goddess of the Black Panther bestowed upon me a divine revelation, instructing me to welcome a friend from afar. She mentioned that this friend is a child of nature and shall arrive in the guise of a divine bird. The mention of the Black Panther goddess startled Lin Yuan, who pondered internally, how could she possibly take notice of me? It seems that she sensed my presence the moment I entered Wakanda. Could it be due to my druid vocation? That seems plausible. As druids are indeed known as the children of nature, it is only natural that the goddess of the Black Panther would be sensitive to the essence of nature. It appears she holds me in good favor. This bodes well. Thus, the forthcoming events should unfold smoothly. With these thoughts, Lin Yuan decided not to dwell on it further, recognizing it as a positive omen. Uncle T'Chaka, does the Black Panther goddess have any additional instructions? None, she simply instructed us to treat you well. T'Chaka replied with a warm smile. Gratitude to the Black Panther goddess, and thank you, Uncle Chaka, for your hospitality. Lin Yuan expressed his thanks earnestly. With that, he resolved to be straightforward about his intentions for the visit. Uncle Chaka, I have come to Wakanda to request your assistance in forging a piece of equipment. Absolutely. Chaka responded promptly and decisively. Such a swift agreement? Lin Yuan was taken aback and curiously inquired, aren't you going to ask what sort of equipment I need? With a confident demeanor, Chaka replied, no need for that. Whatever type of equipment you desire, Wakanda is capable of creating it. Then I would like a sword blessed by the storm's fury, the Wind Chaser. What is that? Chapter 55, Physical Examination, Nothing's wrong, nothing's wrong. I was merely jesting. Chaka wiped the perspiration from his brow and quickly assured, let us dine first. After our meal, I shall take you to craft your equipment. The atmosphere was one of joy and camaraderie, with everyone engaging in delightful conversation. As Lin Yuan had anticipated, Su Rui proved to be quite the social butterfly. Even before the meal was concluded, she incessantly called out, Brother Lin Yuan. Brother Lin Yuan. Her tone more affectionate than when addressing Chala. Chala, unfazed, gazed at his younger sister with a fondness that only a doting elder could possess. From the moment Su Rui met Lin Yuan, she was consumed by curiosity regarding his ability to transform into a large bird. Throughout the banquet, she persistently questioned him, and Lin Yuan, far from being averse to her inquisitiveness, patiently explained that it was his unique power. As for her inquiries concerning the scientific principles behind his transformation, he chose to feign ignorance. Chaka and Ramonda watched with amused smiles as their daughter engaged with Lin Yuan. They were pleased to see their children grow closer to him, especially since he was someone of great significance to the goddess of the Black Panther. After the banquet, Chaka led Lin Yuan to a laboratory nestled beside a waterfall. With pride, he gestured towards Su Rui, saying, for any of your needs, simply consult Su Rui. Do not underestimate her youth. She is quite the prodigy. Most of the inventions here are her handiwork. Wow, Su Rui, you truly are remarkable. Incredible. Lin Yuan offered heartfelt praise, recognizing her brilliance rivaled that of Tony Stark. Of course, whatever you need, just let me know, and I shall help you create it, Su Rui declared, puffing out her small chest with pride. With that encouragement, Lin Yuan felt free to proceed. My ability allows me to transform into various animal forms and adjust my size. Wow, Brother Lin Yuan can change into other animals too? I want to see. Please show me. Su Rui interrupted, her eyes wide with wonder. While Chala beside her displayed a similar curiosity, Lin Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Sister, shouldn't your focus be on my requirements? Why are you so interested in what forms I can take? I need to understand what you can transform into so I can design accordingly. Su Rui replied with a mischievous glint in her eye. Very well, you are the expert. Your word is law. Lin Yuan conceded, realizing he had no choice but to comply with her wishes. He first demonstrated his flying and aquatic forms, which were intrinsically linked, inspired by the mythical Kuanping from the legends of the Rabbit clan. When I fly, I become the Peng, and when I am in water, I take on the form of the Kuan. Upon finishing his explanation, Lin Yuan transformed into his flying form, having minimized his size due to the indoor setting. He now resembled an ordinary crow. After soaring around the room, he shifted into the Kuan form, resembling a whale-like creature that bounded briefly on the ground before reverting to his human form. Su Rui's eyes sparkled with excitement, her desire to investigate unmasked. Ah, but there is no water here. This will have to suffice, Lin Yuan remarked helplessly, moving on to the cheetah form. This form was originally intended to be that of a Black Panther, but due to certain circumstances, I altered the appearance. Before the crowd appeared a plump orange cat. Tekker laughed aloud, only to stifle it immediately. Su Rui, undeterred, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ha, Brother Lin Yuan, this cat you transformed into is so fat. I want to hug it. Lin Yuan, visibly annoyed, quickly evaded her, insisting, what hugging? We need to focus on the task at hand. Ignoring Su Rui's disappointed expression, he continued, next, I will demonstrate my primary combat form, the giant bear form. Just so you know, you are not allowed to hug me, Lin Yuan preemptively warned. To which Su Rui eagerly nodded, though the mischief in her eyes was unmistakable. With a sigh, Lin Yuan resigned himself and transformed into the giant bear. A gasp escaped Su Rui's lips, and suddenly, Lin Yuan felt a weight on him. Su Rui was clinging to him. I knew it, Lin Yuan thought, speechless. Who could resist the charm of a giant panda? Su Rui nuzzled against the panda's back, her face alight with fascination, as she chanted, Brother Lin Yuan, I want this. Don't change back. I want to sleep while hugging you. The other three looked on in astonishment at the giant panda, their hands itching to reach out. Even the usually composed Tekker was no exception. Lin Yuan, exasperated, quickly reverted to his human form. Realizing the panda was gone, Su Rui pouted, her lips forming a perfect OAS. She complained, How mean, Brother Lin Yuan. I wanted to hug the panda. Be good, let's first handle the important matters and design the equipment. Lin Yuan coaxed. Fine, but once I finish the design, you have to let me ride the panda. She insisted. All right. Lin Yuan acquiesced, prioritizing the equipment first. After all, a true gentleman knows how to endure, and allowing a little girl to ride on his back was hardly a problem. Then you must transform into a panda first. I need to take measurements. Lin Yuan regarded her with skepticism. Su Rui stomped her foot in frustration, pouting, Brother Lin Yuan. I am being serious. All right. It's my fault. He quickly apologized and transformed back into a panda. Su Rui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she restrained herself from reaching out, beginning to measure data with various instruments. Brother Lin Yuan, what do you rely on for your attacks? Lin Yuan raised his paw, exclaiming helplessly, just these claws. They work well against ordinary people. But they can't penetrate the defenses of stronger foes. Oh, understood. Now, let's measure the data for all your forms. In her work mode, Su Rui was nothing like a typical 10-year-old girl. She conducted her tests with precision and efficiency. Lin Yuan felt like a fish on a chopping board, completely at her mercy. After 3 full days of testing, it finally concluded. Su Rui compiled all the data, projected it onto a screen, and began her summary. Brother Lin Yuan, after testing, your physical strength is equivalent to twice that of an average human. Your defenses are remarkably strong, capable of withstanding conventional weapon attacks. However, there exists a phenomenon that perplexes me. Your power has increased slightly since yesterday's test, a rarity indeed. After Su Rui uttered this, he gazed intently at Lin Yuan, seeking an explanation. That's because I leveled up. Yes, I have indeed leveled up. The energy absorbed by the system the day before yesterday has augmented my magical prowess. And the druidic constitution strengthens concurrently. This is the reason behind Lin Yuan's surge in power. What do you mean by leveling up? If you choose not to divulge. So be it. You would not believe me anyway, Lin Yuan replied, somewhat exasperated. Su Rui did not linger on the matter for long and continued to elaborate. Next, we shall discuss the giant panda form. Lin Yuan interjected, that should be referred to as the giant bear form. Do not dwell on such trifles. Su Rui waved his hand dismissively and continued. The strength of the giant bear form is approximately double that of the human form, and during testing, instances of sudden power surges have occurred. As for defense, it is truly formidable. Currently, Wakanda possesses no weapon capable of breaching your defenses. At least not without the use of large-scale weaponry. At this juncture, Su Rui cast a glance at Lin Yuan and added, there is yet another curious aspect. When you utilize your charge ability, your speed exceeds the speed of sound. Strangely, however, there is no accompanying shockwave, which defies logic. Lin Yuan remained silent, inwardly murmuring, the charge skill inherently carries no damage. How am I to explain this? Noticing Lin Yuan's reticence, Su Rui did not press further, instead swiping across the screen, where a large orange figure appeared. Now, let us discuss this hefty creature. The cheetah form. Su Rui hastily corrected himself under Lin Yuan's scrutinizing gaze. This cheetah form possesses relatively lesser strength, with defenses akin to the human form, yet its speed is astonishing, surpassing that of an actual cheetah. And its burst speed can even double upon activation of its rapid ability. However, these attributes are not its most remarkable features. Lin Yuan, do you know what the true strength of the cheetah form is? At this point, Su Rui was visibly animated with excitement. Chapter 56, Brother, one more time. What is it? Lin Yuan inquired with utmost cooperation. It's invisibility, Su Rui exclaimed, leaping with excitement. The cheetah form's stealth mode surpasses even our Wakandan cloaking technology. Not even our most advanced detection equipment can uncover it. It's truly remarkable. If only I could grasp the principles behind it. Our invisibility technology would ascend to a new level. Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, apologies, dear Su Rui, but this is the power of magic. A realm entirely separate from technology. You may find yourself disappointed. Besides, what use is such an extraordinary stealth capability to someone as virtuous as I? After a moment of exhilaration, Su Rui continued. As for the flying form and aquatic form, they are even more astonishing. The maximum speed of the flying form exceeds 20 Mach. The aquatic form has yet to be practically tested due to environmental constraints. But the ability to thrive in any aquatic habitat is truly remarkable. Brother Lin Yuan, you are simply extraordinary. What nonsense. How am I extraordinary? Lin Yuan replied, a frown creasing his brow. Let me clarify. It's the speed that is exceptional, not me. Su Rui, slightly embarrassed, stuck out her tongue and added, Brother Lin Yuan, you've actually misunderstood something. You often claim your attack power is low, which is incorrect. You should say your attack power is merely average. It's just that your defense and speed are rather extraordinary. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and found merit in her words. He had indeed lost his attack skills. But that didn't mean he was incapable of delivering a punch. However, he was once adept at both magic and martial arts. Damn that system. Surui pressed on. Brother Lin Yuan, logically speaking, the kinetic energy produced by your flying form, exceeding 20 Mach, should be terrifying. Yet, oddly, the kinetic energy generated is quite minimal, which defies logic. Lin Yuan could only murmur to himself, because the flying state is also a non-attack skill. Besides, isn't it reasonable for systems to be illogical? Do not dwell on such details. Consider it simply a characteristic of my abilities. Surui nodded, then asked, do you have any specific requirements for your equipment? Brother Lin Yuan, just stronger than my claws would suffice. Previously, I struck an iron lump, and it didn't even break through its defenses. Additionally, I need this equipment to adapt to my form changes, and above all, it must be easy to carry. Huh? Can't you just wear claw covers for your claws? Surui was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yuan's simplistic request, but after some thought, she continued, the shape-shifting aspect is a bit tricky. However, fear not. I happen to have a nanosuit project that perfectly fits your requirements. I initially planned to launch this project in a couple of years, but I can expedite it. However, you will need to be patient for a while. No rush, dear sister Surui. Take your time with the design. I can wait. Thank you in advance. Lin Yuan recognized that the nanosuit Surui mentioned was the future Black Panther suit. No need for thanks. I'll contact you once it's ready. After Surui finished speaking, she looked at Lin Yuan with hopeful eyes. Now that everything is settled, what about? Lin Yuan found himself at a loss. One must be true to their word. Having made a promise, he felt compelled to fulfill it. Come on up. Lin Yuan transformed into a panda, beckoning Surui over. She eagerly climbed onto the panda's back, and Lin Yuan gleefully dashed around the laboratory with her, her laughter ringing out like a melody. She relished this game immensely. After the panda ride, Lin Yuan morphed into a rock and soared through the skies with the little girl. However, upon landing, her braids stood on end, and she pouted, expressing her displeasure. That wasn't fun at all. The wind was too strong. She continued, once I design my battle suit, Lin Yuan brother, you must take me flying again. Then you can wrap me in the suit to shield me from the wind. Of course, no problem. Lin Yuan readily agreed, his heart brimming with anticipation. Once she had her battle suit, he thought, he could find a girlfriend and take her out for joyful flights as well. Otherwise, with their current method of flying, any potential girlfriend might be blown away. Having completed his tasks, Lin Yuan intended to take his leave. However, due to Chalia's enthusiastic invitation and Surui's persistent coaxing, he stayed in Wakanda for an additional 3 days. During this time, Surui accompanied him on tours around Wakanda. Chala, meanwhile, was quite busy, gradually learning to take over many of his father's responsibilities, which often kept him out of sight. One day, Chala approached Lin Yuan, expressing a desire to spar. Lin Yuan was eager to test his skills, and they quickly agreed. Dressed in the classic Black Panther suit, Chala faced Lin Yuan from a distance, while Surui cheered them on. Panther brother, I'm coming in, Lin Yuan called out, playfully addressing Chala as Panther brother. Although Chala insisted he was not yet the Black Panther, Lin Yuan disregarded this, and Chala had no choice but to acquiesce. As soon as Lin Yuan shouted, Chala lunged forward. With a mischievous grin, Lin Yuan opted not to transform into a panda. Instead, he swiftly unleashed a tangle of roots. Chala's feet became ensnared, and he was propelled face-first into the ground. Surui doubled over in laughter at her brother's predicament. Lying on the ground, Chala looked up at Lin Yuan with a forlorn expression, but Lin Yuan feigned ignorance. Once the vines dissipated, Chala, wary now, chose to circle around Lin Yuan cautiously, seeking an opportunity to strike. Lin Yuan flashed him a mysterious smile, causing Chala to feel a sudden tightening of apprehension. Indeed, the next moment, Lin Yuan raised his hand, and a sudden whirlwind swept Chala into the air, spinning him helplessly. I'm so dizzy. Quickly, let me down, Chala cried out from above. Hang in there for 30 seconds. Panther brother. Haha. Lin Yuan chuckled. This was not the first time Lin Yuan had used the whirlwind. Previously, he had not wielded such formidable power. The small whirlwinds that appeared on the playground were hardly controllable. It was unexpected that his increased level now yielded such impressive results. The system had indeed been correct about the effects being poor at lower levels. 30 seconds later, Chala landed against a tree, retching uncontrollably. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that the tornado summoned by his whirlwind skill was spinning at an extraordinary speed, and it likely possessed unique additional effects, such as making those caught within it more susceptible to dizziness. If it were not for this, given Chala's physical prowess after consuming the heart-shaped herb, he should not have been so severely affected. Surui stifled a laugh as he patted his brother's back, while Lin Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. Brother, are you alright? I haven't used this ability in a long time, and I didn't expect it to be so potent now. Chala lowered his head, waving his hand to indicate that he was fine. Once Chala regained his composure, Lin Yuan timidly inquired, Brother, shall we continue? Of course, why would we not? Chala gritted his teeth, determined to give this little brother a good thrashing today. However, His tone softened immediately, but just to be clear, those two skills from earlier cannot be used again. No problem. Lin Yuan readily agreed, though internally he mused, hee, my dear brother, without those two skills, I still have others up my sleeve. T'Challa crossed his arms and struck a pose before charging forward once more. Hurricane technique, Lin Yuan called out. And a formidable wind wall, so intense it was visibly shaped, formed before him, crashing toward T'Challa. T'Challa could only exclaim in astonishment before being blown away. Wow, brother, you flew so far. Su Rui exclaimed, then turned to Lin Yuan and shouted, Lin Yuan, do it again. Do it again. T'Challa muttered. Are you truly my biological sister? Chapter 57. Oh, mortal. The effect of the hurricane spell was discovered during a recent trip to Rabbit's house with Captain America. After enjoying a hot pot in the mountainous city, both were drenched in sweat. Lin Yuan decided to use the typhoon spell to provide them with a refreshing breeze. However, Steve found the wind insufficient, prompting Lin Yuan to unleash the more powerful hurricane spell. The result was that Steve was sent flying a considerable distance. Fortunately, the road was relatively deserted at the time, though a few parked cars were damaged. Ultimately, Director Zheng had to intervene to resolve the situation. It was then that Lin Yuan truly comprehended the meaning behind the spell's description of enhanced wind power. This wretched system's skill descriptions were as misleading as the skills themselves. Today, Lin Yuan decided to experiment with T'Challa, and the results were indeed impressive. He was curious whether this forceful gust could also affect particularly heavy targets. That would be worth testing in the future. T'Challa, somewhat irritated, struggled to approach Lin Yuan due to the troublesome abilities of his younger companion. Come again. T'Challa shouted defiantly and charged forward once more. Prepare yourself, Brother Panther. Lin Yuan responded with youthful exuberance, pointing at T'Challa as he unleashed the spark spell. A fire spark, no larger than a coin, shot toward T'Challa at great speed. Startled, T'Challa slammed to a halt, but the spark was too swift for him to evade, leaving him no choice but to rely on the formidable defense of his Black Panther suit. The spark struck him and then plummeted to the ground. T'Challa felt the spot where he was hit and sensed nothing amiss. Brother, what is the effect of this spell? He inquired. I have no idea. It just launches a spark that can ignite a prairie. They responded. The three of them crouched down to examine the spark, which continued to burn on the ground for a full 10 minutes before finally extinguishing, leaving behind only a charred mark. Is that all? T'Challa and Su Rui questioned Lin Yuan, their expressions filled with confusion. Lin Yuan offered an awkward smile. It seems that way. Damn, this wretched system, once again. Its skill description proved to be quite literal. However, given the spark's enduring nature, Lin Yuan reassured himself that he would no longer fear a lack of fire in wilderness survival. It could even be used to light a cigarette. T'Challa, observing this peculiar spell, found himself at a loss for words. His brother possessed some truly powerful spells, yet others were utterly useless. Brother, do you have any other spells? Why not test them all and enlighten me? There are a few I haven't tried yet. Let's give them a go. Lin Yuan decided to release both the Thorn spell and the Grip of Nature, which were both passive triggers, so he tested them together. He then said to T'Challa, Brother, hit me and see. Oh, is that a request? Here I come. T'Challa exclaimed with excitement, throwing a punch. The moment his fist made contact with Lin Yuan, it was blocked by a wild shield, and Lin Yuan felt nothing at all. However, T'Challa experienced a sharp pain in his fist, as though he had struck a bed of nails. As he felt a sudden tightening around his feet, the previously encountered vines ensnared him once more. However, this time he did not flee, thus he did not stumble, he was merely rendered immobile. Ouch, my fists ache, even while clad in my battle attire. I can feel the piercing pain. Strangely, my hands bear no wounds, yet the pain is excruciating. Takara removed his gauntlets to inspect his fists, finding no signs of injury whatsoever. This phenomenon is known as the Thorn technique. It appears the spell's effect is to inflict pain upon those who strike me. The harder the attack, the more intense the agony, and it disregards armor entirely. The drawback, however, is that it causes only pain without inflicting any actual harm. Lin Yuan began to reflect. Overall, it could be deemed a commendable support skill, as excruciating pain could indeed deter adversaries. Yet, for those with formidable willpower or insensitivity to pain, it would prove rather ineffective. Among the skills currently at his disposal, only the falling stars remained untested. This skill was originally meant to be Lin Yuan's most dazzling ability, yet it had been altered by that wretched system, likely rendering it suitable only for wooing women. Sigh. I might as well give it a try. Who knows, it could provide me with some psychological assurance in my future pursuits. With this thought, Lin Yuan turned to Takara and Su Rui, exclaiming, Brother, sister, I am about to summon meteors. Please observe their trajectories. Takara and Su Rui were momentarily taken aback, with Su Rui incredulously asking, What? Brother Lin Yuan, you can actually summon meteors? Are you calling upon celestial bodies that already exist in the universe? What are the components of the summoned meteors? How large are they? Lin Yuan gazed blankly, spreading his hands in resignation, I have no idea where the meteors come from. But the ones I summon will not strike the ground. They will merely traverse the sky. Then wait. Let us go to the laboratory, and you can summon them there. I will record the data with my instruments. The three returned to the laboratory, where Su Rui set up the equipment and indicated that Lin Yuan could begin. Pointing toward the heavens, Lin Yuan released the falling stars. 3 seconds later, the first meteor streaked across the sky, followed by the second, the third, until a total of 10 meteors illuminated the firmament. Observing the readings from the instruments, Su Rui exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Lin Yuan, there are 10 meteors in total." They appeared out of thin air, soaring across the sky before vanishing just as mysteriously. The brilliance of the meteors we witnessed did not arise from atmospheric friction, but rather emanated from the meteors themselves. These are all energy entities, not physical bodies. Suddenly intrigued, Lin Yuan inquired, "What if a plane happened to fly by? Could it be struck by a meteor?" "No, because planes do not fly that high. If you were to mention satellites, there might be a possibility, as these meteors exist in outer space. Alas, it seems the wretched system has altered the flight paths of the meteors summoned by falling stars. It truly appears that this skill is relegated to the realm of courting women. Such a magnificent ability wasted. How frustrating." Lin Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. How splendid the skill could have been if not for the modifications. All right. I shall cease for today. Brother Lin Yuan, are these all the spells you possess?" Su Rui still harbored a flicker of curiosity. "In addition to the abilities you have previously witnessed, I also possess healing spells and supportive enchantments. I want to see. Su Rui incessantly pleaded with Lin Yuan. All right, I shall show you." Lin Yuan gently patted her head and cast a rejuvenation spell. This feels wonderful. I feel increasingly invigorated." Su Rui exclaimed with delight. Lin Yuan, with a hint of pride, explained, "This is called the rejuvenation spell. It continuously restores your stamina, mental energy, and vitality, while also swiftly healing any minor wounds you may have." "Wow, this spell is incredible. If I had this spell every day, could I work on inventions without ever needing to sleep?" Lin Yuan was taken aback, as this idea mirrored that of Tony. Could this be a common affliction among geniuses? It was rather alarming that such a remarkable skill was first considered for overtime work. Lin Yuan playfully tapped Su Rui on the head. "If you don't sleep, you 1T grow taller. This spell is not meant for late-night work." Su Rui pouted, cradling her head, and asked Lin Yuan with a look of innocent grievance, "Then what is this spell actually for?" "Why, it is certainly for gaming all night long." Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Rui. "Oh, mere mortal." Chapter 58. The gift today marks Lin Yuan's farewell to Wakanda. "Brother Lin Yuan, remember to come play with me when you have time." Su Rui reluctantly bids him goodbye. Lin Yuan gently ruffles her hair, smiling as he replies, "Of course. I will come often, and next time, I shall bring you some delicious treats." "Yes, it's a promise." Having made this small pact with Su Rui, Lin Yuan turns to bid farewell to the others. "Uncle Chaka, Aunt Ramonda, I am leaving now. Panther, do come visit me in New York when you can." Waving goodbye to everyone, Lin Yuan transforms into a great bird and soars homeward. Chaka watches the departing figure of the great bird, feeling a sense of admiration. Truly, he is the child of nature. Such abilities are indeed enviable. His admiration extends beyond the shape-shifting spell to encompass the nurturing skills Lin Yuan possesses. Just yesterday, Lin Yuan had bestowed the nurturing ability upon Chaka's family, for he found them truly remarkable and wished to repay their kindness during his visit. Upon receiving the nurturing, both Chaka and Shuri felt an immediate transformation within their bodies. As recipients of the blessing from the Panther goddess, they distinctly sensed the natural energy converging within them, enhancing their physical constitution. After Lin Yuan's explanation, they gazed at him in astonishment. What sorcery is this? To recover swiftly from injury or near death. This is akin to granting them a new lease on life. At that moment, Su Rui leapt into Lin Yuan's embrace, showering his face with kisses. Lin Yuan, playfully annoyed, pushed her away. "Little rascal, what are you doing? You're making me all wet with saliva." The others looked at Lin Yuan with expressions of profound gratitude. Chaka even contemplated bestowing a title upon him, though Lin Yuan declined. "It's simply too much trouble. With a title comes responsibility. I prefer this carefree existence." Seeing Lin Yuan's resolute refusal, Chala ultimately conceded. But he assured Lin Yuan that he would enjoy the same benefits in Wakanda as he did. Lin Yuan gladly accepted this arrangement. After all, who could resist such generous perks? Once beyond the borders of Wakanda, Lin Yuan leisurely flew back, his spirits high. This journey to Wakanda had been immensely rewarding. Not only had he validated the efficacy of his abilities, but he had also addressed his equipment concerns. While the resolution might not have been entirely comprehensive, it sufficed for the time being. If needed, he could always persuade Thor to accompany him in search of dwarves to forge a set of divine armor. Moreover, Lin Yuan had brought a gift for Tony to avoid being chided for neglecting to bring him something upon his return. This time, the gift was a hefty 10-kilogram piece of vibranium. Initially, Chaka had hoped Lin Yuan would take more, but Lin Yuan politely declined, not out of courtesy, but because he simply had no need for it. If one were to suggest selling vibranium, Lin Yuan was not in want of funds. Even without relying on Tony's influence, his skills could easily attract the attention of wealthy patrons, ensuring abundant returns. As for crafting equipment, the challenge of working with vibranium was trivial. Who could rival Su Rui's understanding of it? Consequently, Lin Yuan procured a small piece of vibranium as a gift for Tony, intending for him to examine it and potentially enhance his armor, thus avoiding the embarrassment of returning home after battles with a tattered suit. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived home, energetically flinging open the door and making a beeline for the laboratory without even inquiring with Jarvis. "Tony, guess what I've brought you?" Lin Yuan exclaimed, brandishing the vibranium. To his surprise, Tony was conspicuously absent from the lab. "Well, this is a rare occurrence. At this hour, Tony is not in the laboratory," Lin Yuan mused aloud, prompting him to call out to Jarvis. "Jarvis, where has Tony gone?" "Sir, Mr. Stark is currently at the construction site of Stark Tower." "Oh, has the construction commenced so soon? Just a few days ago, I saw Tony still working on the design plans. He is remarkably efficient." "What do you mean by efficient?" "Lin, clarify yourself." Suddenly, Tony's voice echoed in the laboratory, startling Lin Yuan, who quickly realized that Jarvis must have contacted Tony. No. I meant you were progressing with the design too swiftly," Lin Yuan hurriedly clarified, knowing that failing to explain would lead to dire consequences. After a few moments of silence from Tony, Lin Yuan heard the familiar sound of a jetpack igniting. "Tony, how did you return so quickly? Aren't you supposed to be overseeing the construction?" Lin Yuan asked with a smile as he watched Tony land on the rooftop, where he was removing his suit with the assistance of mechanical arms. "The primary structure of the building is under construction. My presence is not required for now," Tony explained briefly before turning to Lin Yuan. "You haven't been home for several days, have you? Where have you been?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Tony, are you really uncertain about my whereabouts? Your concern is truly touching," he emphasized sarcastically. "Please, if it weren't for your Pepper constantly inquiring about you, I wouldn't be concerned at all," Tony retorted, his cheeks slightly flushed, deflecting the attention onto Pepper. All right. I understand that you care, Tony. By the way, I brought you a gift," Lin Yuan proclaimed, revealing the vibranium and showcasing it proudly before Tony. Dun. "Do you see what this is?" "What metal is this?" Tony inquired, his curiosity piqued as he took the unfamiliar metallic piece from Lin Yuan's hands, immediately sensing something amiss. This size, this weight, the density is astonishingly low," Tony exclaimed with excitement, quickly summoning Jarvis. "Jarvis, initiate a scan. Check the database for any records of this metal." "Sir, scanning complete. There are no records of this metal in my database. Calculations indicate that this metal's density is merely 1/3 that of iron, yet its strength surpasses all known metals." Tony was taken aback, astonished to discover the existence of such an exceptional metal that he was previously unaware of. "Lin, where did this come from? Do you know what this metal is?" "Brother, this is vibranium, which I acquired from Wakanda." "Vibranium? I seem to have heard of it before," Lin Yuan reminded. "Brother, our father incorporated vibranium into Captain America's shield." "Ah, the SHIELD database must certainly contain information on vibranium. That simplifies matters." JARV. "Ah yes, sir, I have accessed the SHIELD database, and the information has been retrieved," Lin Yuan observed as Tony and JARV seamlessly collaborated, each at their respective computers, and was momentarily taken aback. "What is this? Are they treating the SHIELD database as if it were their own home, entering at will?" Furthermore, judging by their harmonious coordination, it was evident this was not their first endeavor. "Tony, you are impressive." Lin Yuan gave Tony a thumbs up. However, at that moment, Tony had already entered research mode, completely disregarding Lin Yuan as he engrossed himself in the data. Lin Yuan chose not to disturb him and quietly exited the laboratory. Just as he stepped out, his phone began to ring. Upon seeing the caller ID, Lin Yuan smiled. This fellow is likely calling to complain again. Chapter 59, The Chattering Boy. "Hey, Steve, what's up? No tasks today?" Lin Yuan answered the phone, a smile gracing his face. "The mission just concluded, and I'm on leave. Lin, I'm craving hot pot. The meals during this mission nearly sent me over the edge." Lin Yuan chuckled heartily, amused that their captain had returned from his mission transformed into a foodie. "Shall we head to Rabbit's place for a meal?" Lin Yuan inquired about Steve's thoughts. "Oh, let us skip Rabbit's. It's too much hassle to go back and forth. I heard there is Chinese food in Chinatown. Why don't we check it out?" Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment and found the suggestion agreeable. "Sounds good. How about Flushing? There is bound to be authentic Chinese cuisine there. We can search for hot pot and if we can't find it, we can buy some ingredients and cook ourselves. What do you think? Steve found the idea quite feasible and replied cheerfully, "Great idea. Let us do that. Tomorrow at 11 in front of the Flushing Library, okay? Do you know where it is? Do you think so little of me? Even if I didn't, I would use a navigation app. Haha. See you tomorrow." The next day, at the entrance of the Flushing branch of the New York Queen's Library, Lin Yuan arrived half an hour early. Steve had yet to show up, but he wasn't in a rush. He sat on the steps, engrossed in his phone. Just as he was deeply focused, Lin Yuan suddenly felt something gently poking him. He put down his phone and turned around to find a rather small boy. Initially, Lin Yuan thought the child might be in some sort of trouble and was seeking his assistance. He kindly asked, "Little brother, is there something you need?" The boy's face lit up with a surprised smile upon seeing Lin Yuan. "Brother, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken. I never expected to see you here today. It's truly my lucky day. Coming here to borrow books was the best decision ever. Brother, I'm so happy. What brings you here? Are you also here to borrow books? Do you need me to take you inside?" "I know it very well." Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the boy's enthusiastic chatter. How could this child be so talkative? It would be a pity if his talent for gab was not put to use in a comedy routine. Stop, stop, stop. Lin Yuan quickly interrupted the child, looking at him with a bemused expression. "Let us pause for a moment. I'll ask a question, and you can answer, all right?" The boy blinked rapidly, obediently replying, "Sure." "Brother, you ask away, and I promise I'll listen. What do you want to know? Why aren't you asking? What on earth am I supposed to ask?" Lin Yuan silently fumed, but maintained a smile on his face. "Little brother, did you mistake me for someone else? I don't believe we've met before." "Oh right. I was wearing an Iron Man helmet that day." Brother, let me tell you, it was during Mr. Stark's expo. There were so many bad robots. And I even defeated some of them. Then I saw you, transforming into a magnificent bird soaring down from the heavens, and subsequently into a grand panda, vanquishing those malevolent robots. Brother, do you realize that from that day forth, you became my idol, second only to Mr. Stark? I hold Mr. Stark in the highest regard. He is truly remarkable, and I aspire to become as exceptional as he is when I grow up. Alas, I cannot transform into a bird, otherwise I too would combat evildoers like you do." The boy rambled on, and Lin Yuan was nearly in tears, overwhelmed by the child's incessant chatter. Help, however. Recalling the boy's words reminded him of that day at the expo entrance, where indeed there was a little boy donned in an Iron Man mask, mimicking Tony's stance as he aimed at a drone with a charged cannon. That drone nearly mistook him for Tony and almost shot him down, but fortunately, Lin Yuan had unleashed a challenge roar, drawing all the attacks away. The boy showed remarkable skill. Amidst the chaos that night, Lin Yuan had scarcely retained his human form. Yet this child managed to remember his appearance. Such observational prowess was truly impressive. "Brother, may I have your contact information? Rest assured, I promise I won't bother you." The boy exclaimed, eyes gleaming with hope. "All right, what is your name?" Although the little brat was rather loquacious, Lin Yuan found him endearing. It was normal for children to be chatty, even if this one was exceedingly so. Moreover, this boy could be considered his first little fan. Granting him contact information seemed perfectly acceptable. "That's wonderful. My name is Peter Parker, and I am 11 years old. I live in Queens." "Brother, let me tell you, my Aunt May is the best. She makes the most delicious cookies." The boy was exceedingly elated, nearly divulging his entire family history. What did you say your name was?" Lin Yuan was taken aback. "Peter Parker. What's wrong, brother?" Peter inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Nothing. Mystery solved. It turns out he is the little spider. No wonder he is so chatty. It appears he has been like this since childhood. "All right, Peter, my friend has arrived. How about we?" Lin Yuan was about to bid farewell to the little spider when he glanced down to see Peter gazing incredulously at Steve approaching them. "Oh no." Lin Yuan sighed, exasperated. Indeed, the next moment, Peter's chatter erupted once more. He tugged at Lin Yuan's sleeve, exclaiming, "Brother, I can't be mistaken, can I? That's Captain America. Is this real? Captain America is still alive. My goodness, I am so fortunate today. I must take a picture to show Aunt May. Oh my. He is coming this way, he is coming." From a distance, Steve noticed the little boy pulling at Lin Yuan's clothing, animatedly saying something, and inquired with curiosity, "Lin, who is this child? Is he your relative?" Lin Yuan had yet to respond when Peter interjected, Captain, I am Peter Parker, and I must say, I admire you dearly. You are my idol, second only to Mr. Stark." This little rascal, who had just moments ago declared his allegiance to me, now so swiftly shifted his affections. Lin Yuan silently scoffed, deciding to ignore the boy, and gestured towards Chinatown as he said to Steve, "Come on, brother. Let us first seek out a hot pot restaurant. Peter, we shall take our leave now. You ought to hurry home," Lin Yuan instructed, only to be met with Peter's eager, longing gaze. That look nearly inscribed "I want to join too" upon his forehead. Defeated, Lin Yuan sighed, ruffled Peter's hair, and said, "Very well. Peter, would you like to accompany us?" Peter nearly leaped with joy, nodding vigorously, but as he prepared to speak, Lin Yuan swiftly interrupted him. "Hold your tongue for a moment and listen to me. You may join us, but we must establish 3 rules. First, you must call Aunt May. Only with her consent may you accompany us. Second, from this moment on, you are not permitted to speak. Can you manage that? And the third?" Peter inquired, perplexed. "Silence. Just answer whether you can comply," Lin Yuan replied. Peter covered his mouth and nodded fervently. Chapter 60. Shall I bring you a grandmaster? Lin Yuan asked Peter to use his phone to call Aunt May. Upon hearing that Peter was dining with Captain America, Aunt May nearly panicked, suspecting that Peter had been deceived, and almost called the police. Eventually, Lin Yuan took the phone and explained the situation to Aunt May. To Lin Yuan's surprise, upon hearing his name, Aunt May immediately relaxed and warmly invited him to visit her home. Lin Yuan made his first public appearance during the press conference following Tony's kidnapping. On that occasion, Tony publicly declared Lin Yuan to be his brother, which caused quite a stir. However, the subsequent announcement of the closure of his weapons division overshadowed Lin Yuan's moment in the spotlight. After that, Lin Yuan rarely ventured into the public eye, maintaining a low profile. Thus, he was unperturbed by the absence of onlookers, as very few could recognize him. Aunt May's awareness of Lin Yuan was likely due to Peter. Disregarding the previous exhibition, it was evident that Peter, being a devoted fan of Tony Stark, would certainly keep abreast of all news concerning him. Moreover, the young Spider-Man was exceptionally astute, yet retained the innocence and candor of youth. He could easily identify Lin Yuan and Captain America and, upon seeing Captain America's appearance, believed him to be the real deal, without pondering the implausibility of a figure from 70 years ago appearing in the modern world. Lin Yuan led the young Spider-Man as the trio made their way to Chinatown, where he inquired about the nearby rabbit family's recommendations. They soon discovered a reputed Sichuan hot pot restaurant, well regarded within the rabbit community. Diners consistently praised the flavors, with many ingredients imported from their homeland. Upon entering the bustling establishment, the trio found a vacant table and began to order. Steve took charge of the ordering. Having developed a greater appetite than Lin Yuan after just 3 days in the city, he selected an array of dishes and opted for a dual flavor pot, combining both spicy and mild. With a disdainful glance at Lin Yuan, he remarked, "Weakling, I've ordered the mild for you." Lin Yuan's forehead tightened with vexation, yet he felt unable to retort. The dishes soon arrived, and Steve was the first to drop tripe into his spicy pot. After a few bites, he sighed in disappointment. Alas, this spicy pot lacks the heat of the mountain city. The tripe is not as delectable, and the seasonings are subpar. Lin Yuan's thoughts drifted back to his days in the mountain city, where even his very being had begun to ache from the spice. He quipped, "All right. This is still quite good. Who else can handle spice like you?" Turning to Peter, he added, "Stick to my pot base. Captain America's is far too spicy." Noting Peter's gaze lingering on Steve's pot, Lin Yuan issued a warning. However, Peter, ever headstrong, insisted, "Lin Yuan, I want to try that one." Steve, beaming with delight, promptly offered Peter a piece of freshly cooked tripe. "Now that's a real man. Give it a try." Peter took a bite, his face contorting as he exclaimed, "So spicy." He frantically sipped his ice-cold cola. Lin Yuan erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "I told you it was too spicy. Although it is quite spicy, it is truly delectable. Far superior to what you have here." Peter again scooped a piece of lamb from the bottom of the pot in front of Steve. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of betrayal from this little traitor. The 3 of them chatted and laughed while eating, and of course, young Peter adhered to his promise to eat quietly. After satisfying their appetites, Lin Yuan accompanied Steve to escort Peter home. Peter's residence was not too distant from Flushing, making it a pleasant stroll to aid digestion. "Peter, which grade are you currently in?" Lin Yuan inquired. "Brother Lin Yuan, I am in the 4th grade. But I have already self-studied all the material from the higher grades," Peter proudly declared. "That's fantastic. Keep up the good work. And I will ensure you get an internship at Stark Industries in the future." "Really?" Peter exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. Working at Stark Industries was his dream. "Absolutely," Lin Yuan assured him with a pat on his chest. "Yay." Peter leaped for joy. "Brother Lin Yuan, I will definitely work hard." All right, stop jumping around. Be careful of the cars." Lin Yuan quickly grabbed the excited little spider. Steve watched with a smile, only to see the little spider turn his gaze towards him. Lin Yuan chuckled, stepping back, and the little spider rushed up to Steve, bombarding him with questions. Steve felt his head nearly explode. Yet he could do nothing but respond to the incessant chatter with half-hearted replies. At last, they arrived at Peter's home, and Steve let out a sigh of relief. This kid was truly loquacious. "All right, hurry inside. Here is my number. If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out." Lin Yuan pressed his number into Peter's hand, urging him to enter quickly. Thank you, brother. Goodbye." Peter cheerfully waved as he accepted the number. Lin Yuan nodded and turned to leave with Steve, or rather, it seemed that Steve was dragging Lin Yuan away in a rather hasty retreat. Steve, is there anything else you wish to do? Not really. I just wanted a good meal, and now that we've had hot pot, I feel quite content. As Steve said this, he turned to Lin Yuan with a feigned look of reproach. Lin, it's all your fault for taking me to Rabbit's house right after I woke up. Now eating a proper meal has become a challenge. Haha, my bad, my bad. If you have anything specific in mind, just let me know. And I will personally fetch it for you. That is what you said, huh? I'm craving some fermented bean juice. Look at you. Can't you wish for something a bit more upscale? Lin Yuan scoffed at Captain America. Hey, I simply love this. Remember to add a few crispy rings. Bring along some roasted duck, and also, I want a meat sandwich, and, oh, get me some pastries from Rice Aroma Village too. I'm also in the mood for chicken feet, some rice rolls, shrimp dumplings, and don't forget the stinky tofu. Steve's excitement grew with each mention, completely oblivious to the darkening expression on Lin Yuan's face. Are you placing an order right here? And look at the variety of things you want. From all corners of the earth. What do you think? Do you want to wear me out? Steve scratched his head and chuckled, patting Lin Yuan's shoulder. It just all came to mind at once. Besides, you're so capable. This little task should be a piece of cake for you. Fine, fine. Who told you to be my brother? I'll go get it for you shortly. Lin Yuan initially had no intention of paying any heed to Steve. Yet upon hearing him boast of his prowess, he found himself obliged to assist him with the purchase. Steve, beaming with delight, slung his arm around Lin Yuan's shoulders, exclaiming that he was a good brother. Lin Yuan, with a hint of annoyance, shrugged off his hand and, with a serious demeanor, quietly inquired, Brother, have there been any developments regarding Hydra? Steve also adopted a serious tone as he replied softly, Not at the moment, however, I have begun to uncover some leads. Lin Yuan nodded, urging caution. Well, do not rush, just prioritize your safety. With a dismissive snort, Steve asserted confidently, Am I to fear them? If I was able to vanquish them once, I can certainly do so again. Lin Yuan interjected, Enough of the bravado, they remain in the shadows while you are exposed. Exercise utmost caution. Steve, being receptive to counsel, nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. Lin Yuan playfully punched Steve's arm, signaling the end of their discussion. In any case, just reach out to me if you need anything. You are well aware of my capabilities. After a brief pause, Lin Yuan continued. Since you are not inclined to pursue anything further today, let us conclude here. I shall fetch you some food shortly. Is there anything else you desire? I can bring it back for you. Steve pondered for a moment before weakly requesting, Could you bring me a birdcage? Lin Yuan, bemused, responded. Are you still fixated on that birdcage? Shall I also procure a grandpa for you? Is that possible? Steve inquired. Well, what do you think? Chapter 61. A small gift. After bidding farewell to Steve, Lin Yuan swiftly made his way to Rabbit's residence, arriving just in time for breakfast. Upon reaching Rabbit's home, he purchased a bucket of soybean milk from a nearby breakfast establishment. Since Steve had taken a liking to it, Lin Yuan thought it best for him to indulge freely. Should he be unable to finish it, it could simply be stored in the refrigerator, even if it's spoiled. Lin Yuan surmised that Steve's robust constitution would likely withstand any adverse effects. Lin Yuan had always been curious about the peculiar taste of soybean milk, which was inherently sour and pungent. He wondered if the flavor would become more pronounced if left to spoil. Perhaps he would let Steve be the judge of that. After thoroughly perusing Rabbit's abode, Lin Yuan finally gathered all the items that Steve desired. He was grateful for his ability to fly swiftly. Had he relied on a plane, it would have taken a week. As for the birdcage, Lin Yuan resolutely ignored that request. There was no way he would bring one for Steve. After all, how old was Steve? He was hardly a century old, and yet fantasized about retirement? Such notions were utterly fanciful. By the time Lin Yuan returned to Eagle's residence, it was already quite late. He contemplated delivering the items to Steve immediately, for if he left them at his own place, Tony might succumb to curiosity and consume the entire bucket. Lin Yuan found it hard to believe that anyone besides the peculiar Steve would have an affinity for soybean milk. He simply could not accept it. When Lin Yuan presented the items to Steve, he discovered that Steve was still awake. Upon seeing the large bucket of soybean milk along with a plethora of food, Steve's joy was palpable, causing him to dance with excitement. Lin Yuan could hardly bear to watch. The great Captain America, usually so composed, was reduced to such a state over food. It seemed he bore some responsibility for this behavior. Brother, there is quite a bit of soybean milk. Hurry up and drink it before it spoils. Despite his curiosity about how Steve would react to spoiled soybean milk, Lin Yuan felt it prudent to offer a reminder first. All right, you may go back now. With a heap of food in hand, Steve turned and retreated to his room. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, leaving Lin Yuan staring in disbelief at the closed door, wishing he could rush in and reclaim the food. What a cad, once he had received what he wanted. He disregarded Lin Yuan. The following morning, Lin Yuan was roused by a knock at his door. Tony, what brings you here so early? Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes and opened the door to find Tony standing there. Early? Hurry up and get dressed. We're heading to Stark Tower. Instantly alert. Lin Yuan inquired. Is Stark Tower already completed? How could it be so fast? Tony retorted with irritation. How could that be? It hasn't been long at all. I just need to personally attend to some equipment and wiring. I need your assistance. All right, just give me a moment to brush my teeth. Lin Yuan was thrilled to finally be of help. However, merely 2 days later, Lin Yuan found himself regretting his decision. Tony, isn't your suit supposed to be powerful? Why must I be the one to carry everything? He grumbled as he toiled away. Does the suit not require electricity? Enough chatter. Move faster. Tony snapped back. Lin Yuan was exasperated. The suit's power source was merely that contraption on his chest. It seemed absurd to suggest that it would even need a significant amount of electricity for moving such a small load. Tony, I am going to report you for the abuse of minors. Lin Yuan exclaimed. Go ahead, my legal team is rather idle these days. Tony, engrossed in his work, replied calmly, just bring that over here. Lin Yuan obediently assisted. Tony, when will you remove those shards from your body and perhaps take off that thing from your chest? Won't it be too bright to sleep at night? Tony looked at Lin Yuan as if he were foolish. His brother's focus was always somewhat peculiar. Let us wait until I finish this busy period. Currently, all the suits I design utilize this as an energy source, so removing it would be quite inconvenient. This was the second time Lin Yuan had broached the subject. Tony had evaded the topic previously. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly, realizing that Tony still lacked a sense of security. He feared that without that piece on his chest, he would no longer be Iron Man, that he would be unable to protect himself and his family. Well, he'll come to terms with it eventually, and we'll take it off when he's ready, Lin Yuan thought, steering the conversation in a different direction. Brother, how's your research on the vibranium I gave you last time going? Oh, that? It has been very helpful for me. Although vibranium is a remarkable material, the difficulty of processing it is quite high, and the quantities are too scarce. Indeed, the processing difficulty is significant. Su Rue mentioned that it takes her great effort to make a set of equipment. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Who is Su Rue? She can make equipment with vibranium? Tony paused his work, astonished. Su Rue, she is the little princess of Wakanda. Little princess? How old is she? Only about 10 years old this year. Lin Yuan replied casually. This time, it was Tony who fell silent. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately chose not to. Lin, go bring that thing over here. Didn't I just move it? Lin Yuan questioned, puzzled. Can't I say I misspoke? Tony, you're not trying to get back at me, are you? The days passed swiftly in a busy manner. The Stark Tower was progressing rapidly. The main structure had been completed, and the primary pipelines and equipment were nearly installed. From this point onward, Lin Yuan found himself less involved. As Tony began to find him bothersome, after all, his strength still could not match that of Tony clad in the iron suit. So, Tony, you simply don't want me to be idle at home, do you? Lin Yuan gazed at the Iron Man, who was effortlessly moving various items. Indeed. Who told you not to want to go to school? If you went to school, you would have nothing to worry about. Tony, why do you keep bringing this up? Didn't we agree that I would go straight to university next year? Then you have nothing to do this year. All right, hurry along. Don't linger and obstruct me. Tony waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Frustrated, Lin Yuan retorted, Fine, I will go seek Su Rue for the vibranium suit right now. He turned to leave, and Tony shook his head with a smile as he watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure, transformed into a majestic rock. Lin Yuan soared through the skies, grumbling. Cads, every last one of them, all too quick to criticize the chef after feasting, and once used, they hastily cast me aside. Humph. Once I acquire my gear, both Steve and Tony shall not escape my wrath. I shall deliver a thorough beating to each of them. I wonder how Su Rue's battle attire design has progressed. I should pay her a visit, as it has been several months. That little girl must be quite displeased with me. I ought to bring her some gifts. Considering the affluence of Wakanda, Lin Yuan first visited the rabbit's abode, procuring an array of exquisite trinkets emblematic of Chinese culture. For King Chaka, he selected a premium purple clay teapot set, and for Queen Ramonda, a splendid cloud-patterned chipao. Additionally, he acquired a piece of cloison for Chala, and lastly, a double-sided embroidered fan for Su Rue. These gifts were not overly extravagant, for Lin Yuan found the act of purchasing such items to be rather effortless at present. Nevertheless, it is the thought that counts. Chapter 62. This color must change. The location of Wakanda remained enveloped in a vast forest, and without hesitation, Lin Yuan delved into its depths. As the scene transformed, the distinctive architectural style of Wakanda unfolded before his eyes. Lin Yuan leisurely soared towards the royal palace, taking in the scenery along the way. Upon his arrival at the palace, he was surprised to find Su Rue standing at the entrance, gazing eagerly in his direction. Perplexed, Lin Yuan wondered if the goddess of the Black Panther had sent word again. Surely not. This was not his first visit. And could a goddess truly have more leisure than himself? It appeared Su Rui had spotted him as well, joyously jumping up and waving. Lin Yuan hastened his pace, swiftly arriving before her. While Su Rui initially wore a bright expression, it faltered into a pout upon his arrival. Lin Yuan, confused, inquired, "What is the matter? Are you unhappy to see me, dear sister?" With a huff, Su Rui retorted, "Brother, you deceived me. You said you would come quickly to see me. Yet it took you so long to arrive. Ah, I wished to come sooner. But I was held up by a wicked person who insisted I help him with his tasks. If I hadn't obliged, he would have pummeled me in his armor. And it would have hurt terribly." Lin Yuan silently apologized to Tony. "My apologies, Tony. This burden falls solely upon you." Su Rui, now more incensed, stamped her foot and chided, "Brother, do not treat me like a child. That wicked person must surely be Iron Man, your brother. Do not think I am ignorant of the affairs outside." Caught off guard, Lin Yuan realized he had underestimated her. These clever children were far too difficult to deceive. Surrendering, he quickly admitted his fault. "All right, brother was wrong." He then produced a gift for Su Rui, presenting it to her. "Look, this is a gift from me, filled with delicious treats. And behold this exquisite double-sided embroidered fan." However, Su Rui maintained her stern expression, still appearing quite miffed. "I shall not forgive you so easily, What is this? Delicious." As Lin Yuan offered her a pastry, her eyes lit up, and she eagerly began to chew. "Very well, seeing your sincere apology. I shall forgive you," she declared, her mood brightening as she continued to savor the treats. "Brother, I want more. Here, take as much as you like. There is plenty. Once you finish, I shall buy you more." Lin Yuan stuffed the bag into her hands and took her small hand in his. "Come, let us find your father. I want to ride the panda." "All right, hop on." Within the palace, a panda ambled along, carrying the little girl on its back. "Su Rui, how did you know I was coming? Did the goddess of the Black Panther inform you as well?" Lin Yuan inquired, seeking clarity on his lingering curiosity. "No. I designed a detection program. As soon as you cross the border, I am alerted," Su Rui explained, munching happily atop the panda. "Impressive," Lin Yuan marveled, realizing that this genius had created something far more efficient than his own efforts to procure countless delicacies for Captain America across several provinces. Takarka was delighted to see Lin Yuan, and his joy only increased upon receiving the gift from him. Ramanda was utterly enamored with the cloud-patterned qipao gifted by Lin Yuan. However, it was regrettably too small for her to wear, leaving her with no choice but to hang it up as a decorative piece. In the absence of Takarla, Lin Yuan entrusted Takarka with the gift intended for him, but judging by the gleam in Takarka's eyes, it seemed Takarla would not be receiving it after all. As Lin Yuan finished giving out his gifts, Su Rui eagerly took his hand and led him to the experimental building. In an instant, Lin Yuan transformed into a giant rock, soaring through the air with Su Rui. She insisted that her motive was not simply to ride the rock, but rather that it was significantly faster than traveling by car. Upon arriving at the laboratory, Su Rui could hardly contain her excitement as she projected the design of the battle suit she had meticulously crafted, enthusiastically introducing it to Lin Yuan. "Brother," she began, "this battle suit is entirely forged from vibranium and woven with nanometal technology. The initial form of my brother's suit was a necklace, while I designed yours as a pair of wrist guards." She pointed to the wrist guards displayed on the screen and continued, "These guards can change size at will, covering either just the hands or the entire body. As for their defensive capabilities, I won't elaborate. The primary function is that this suit can convert absorbed impact into energy and release it." With a tap on the screen, a sleek black battle suit appeared. "I designed Takarka's battle suit in black, but since you are revered as the son of nature by the goddess, I envisioned yours in green. What do you think, Brother Lin Yuan?" As Su Rui swiped her finger, a conceptual image of a green battle suit materialized before Lin Yuan's eyes. He nearly choked in disbelief, gritting his teeth. "I do not like it. Change it. Change the color immediately." Su Rui, bewildered, queried, "Why?" "I think the green is quite beautiful. Just look at that green hood. It's lovely." "Absolutely not. Change it at once. You are but a child and do not grasp the preferences of adults. It must be altered." "All right. I thought you would like it. What color would you prefer?" There was a hint of disappointment in Su Rui's voice, yet Lin Yuan remained unyielding. While he was amenable to other aspects, the color was non-negotiable. "Let me think for a moment." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he chuckled mischievously. "What are you thinking, brother? You look rather sinister," Su Rui remarked. "Nothing, nothing." "Su Rui, my dear sister, do you think this design can be realized?" Lin Yuan leaned in close, whispering his idea to her. Su Rui regarded him with curiosity before lowering her head in contemplation. "It could be done, but do you truly wish to proceed with this?" "Yes, indeed. Sister Su Rui, can the battle suit be produced right away?" Lin Yuan was practically itching to don the suit. "Not at this moment, I suppose." Let me think. It will likely take about a month." "A month? That seems like an eternity." Lin Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment, lamenting that such a splendid suit could not be worn immediately. However, he reassured himself that a month was not an excessively long wait. What do you mean? A month goes by quickly. Do you think we are constructing an aircraft? Lin Yuan was taken aback. Is this even human language? It sounded as if constructing an aircraft were a trivial task. If it were so simple, why couldn't I manage it? Goodness, thankfully this girl is still young. If she were any older, she might find herself facing disdain. Her thought process is entirely beyond my comprehension. Wiping the virtual sweat from his forehead, Lin Yuan felt a pang of anxiety. Why does it feel as though I fear my daughter growing up? Worrying that I won't be able to help her with her homework? Shaking his head, he dismissed the strange notion and lavished praise upon Su Rue. Indeed. A month passes swiftly. Su Rue, you are truly remarkable. Come, let us go have some fun together. Upon hearing this, Su Rue's spirits soared. Brother, I want to ride the panda. Oh, what's so amusing about a panda? I shall take you to the skies. No, it's too windy. Then let's head to the seaside. I will take you to ride a whale. All right, that sounds wonderful. I've never ridden a whale before. Then let us embark, climb aboard, and I will fly gently, ensuring your hair remains untangled. With a hint of skepticism, Su Rue climbed onto the back of the giant bird, and with a flap of his wings, Lin Yuan took off. Ah, brother, you're deceiving me. As they soared through the sky, a great bird carried a little girl further and further away. Chapter 63, Captain America's Urgent Call. Lin Yuan spent an entire week in Wakanda, accompanied by Su Rue, who energetically guided him around the realm. Due to time constraints during his previous visit, this time, under Su Rue's companionship, Lin Yuan had the opportunity to visit several significant tribes of Wakanda. With the exception of the secluded Jabari tribe residing in the snowy mountains, the leaders of various tribes, having heard of Lin Yuan, the natural child favored by the goddess of the panther, hosted grand banquets to welcome his presence. As Lin Yuan traversed the land, he indulged in the culinary delights offered. And although Wakanda bore a semblance to primitive tribes in many aspects, the food was rather exceptional, certainly far superior to that of Asgard. One might ponder what the Asgardians have been preoccupied with all this time. Naturally, the festivities included traditional entertainment, prominently featuring duels, which led Lin Yuan to engage in friendly sparring with warriors from different tribes. This was not conducted with the solemnity of formal combat, but rather as a casual exchange of skills. Lin Yuan bestowed upon the tribal members the privileges enjoyed by Chala, the heir of Wakanda, resulting in the rumor circulating among the tribes that the natural child, under the goddess's gaze, could induce bouts of nausea. As for how this rumor would evolve, Lin Yuan preferred to remain oblivious. There were, of course, some discontented warriors who believed Lin Yuan's victories were unearned and demanded a true contest of strength. However, they were swiftly silenced when Lin Yuan skillfully incapacitated one with a deft maneuver, leading to a newfound respect for him. Uncertain if such displays of prowess were appropriate, Lin Yuan departed with the tribal leaders now affectionately calling him brother. Whether he had gained an advantage or suffered a loss in this exchange remained unclear. His journey through Wakanda was thoroughly enjoyable. When it was time to leave, Su Rue did not insist on prolonging his stay, but rather emphasized the importance of bringing back more delicious treats next time. Lin Yuan pondered the implications of promoting these culinary delights, with just 2 people now needing to bring provisions. He feared he might become a professional supplier when the numbers increased. Upon returning home, he found Tony absent, likely busy at Stark Tower. Lin Yuan chose not to intrude, fearing disdain, and decided to wait until the suit was completed before confronting Tony, after which he would seek Pepper's assistance to see if Tony dared to bully him again. After languishing for a few days, Lin Yuan suddenly recalled Jane. The last time he visited her was during the new year, and now, as the year drew to a close, he realized he had not seen her once, feeling guilty for disappointing Thor's expectations. Resolving to make amends, Lin Yuan searched his room for a suitable gift, but found nothing to offer. Thus, he resolved to make another trip to Rabbit's house. The system, which claimed to be a super auxiliary, was utterly useless, lacking even a system space. What a disappointment. After considerable deliberation, Lin Yuan decided to purchase some specialty pastries from Rabbit's place, as they would make for a splendid gift. You might wonder why he would journey so far for these pastries. It was all in the spirit of promoting rabbit culture, starting from the very essence of being a traveler. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived at Jane's residence, where both Jane and her friend Darcy were present. Sister Jane, I have come to see you. As Lin Yuan entered, he greeted everyone. The bespectacled girl, feeling somewhat displeased, playfully chided, Lin, why do you only greet Jian? Lin Yuan pretended as if he had only just noticed her, exclaiming, Ah, Sister Daisy, you're here too. Daisy, miffed, turned her back on him in annoyance. Lin Yuan, with a cheeky grin, approached her and presented a gift. I was just teasing, Sister Daisy. It's been ages since we last met, and look, I've brought you a present. Only then did Daisy's expression brighten as she accepted the gift, her spirits lifting as she eagerly opened it. Upon discovering it was something edible, She wasted no time in indulging herself. Jian observed their playful banter with a smile, yet soon her expression darkened. Lin Yuan, recognizing that she was reminiscing about Thor, swiftly shifted the topic. Sister Jian, is the professor not around? Jian snapped back to reality, offering an apologetic smile before replying. The professor is currently at SHIELD, participating in a confidential project. We haven't seen him in quite a while. Is there something you need from him? Oh, nothing much, just curious. Lin Yuan waved his hands dismissively, though he pondered to himself. SHIELD is already researching the Tesseract. It seems Loki will be arriving soon. If he dares to make me work overtime again, I'll just have to steal his brother away and leave him to weep alone. Imagining Loki's 3 princesses sobbing in a corner filled him with a sense of pride. Noticing Lin Yuan chuckling to himself, Jin nudged him, asking Lin, "What are you laughing about?" "Oh, nothing. Lin Yuan was startled and quickly explained himself. After a while, he stood to take his leave. "Sister Jian, I'll be on my way now. Don't worry, Thor should be arriving on Earth soon." Lin Yuan spoke the truth. Thor would indeed be coming to Earth shortly. However, Jian seemed to think he was merely trying to comfort her, so she smiled gently, patting him softly. "I understand. Thank you, Lin." "Oh, there is no need for that. We're all family." "Well, I'm off now. Sister Daisy, I'm leaving." Lin Yuan called out to Daisy, who was still munching on her food. With her mouth full, Daisy replied, "Oh, are you leaving already, brother? Be sure to come again and bring me some delicious treats." "Great." Another food lover added to the mix. On his way back, Lin Yuan pondered the matter of the Tesseract, contemplating whether he should inform the captain. As for Fury, Lin Yuan had no intention of alerting him, for even if he did, that arrogant fool would not believe him. Fury was not only fond of posturing but also incredibly conceited, believing he could control everything. Thus, even if Lin Yuan warned him that researching the Tesseract could attract an alien invasion, he would likely dismiss him as a fool. Lin Yuan wrestled with his thoughts for quite some time, but ultimately made no decision. In truth, informing the captain would be futile. Nick Fury would never allow Captain America to partake in the Tesseract research, given the captain's strong aversion to it. Revealing this to the captain could potentially spark an argument with Fury, which would not bode well for the unity of the Avengers. Just as Lin Yuan was still mulling over the dilemma, his phone rang. It was Captain America calling. What a coincidence. Lin Yuan murmured to himself as he answered the call. "Hello, brother. What brings you to me?" Steve's voice on the phone carried a hint of urgency as he urged Lin Yuan. "Lin, come to my house immediately. It's urgent." "All right. I'll be there shortly." Lin Yuan assumed something was amiss with the captain. After hanging up, he accelerated swiftly towards Steve's residence. The villa stood quietly, devoid of any signs of disturbance. Lin Yuan felt perplexed. It seemed there was nothing amiss. Could it be that the matter lay within? Chapter 64. Why are you so fast? Lin Yuan cautiously approached the door, his hand poised to push it open. Suddenly, the door swung wide, and before he could react, Steve pulled him inside. Lin Yuan, bewildered, was led into the living room, where a table adorned with mahjong tiles awaited him. The Black Widow, Natasha, and Hawkeye, Barton, were seated at the table, their faces beaming with anticipation. "Brother, you finally arrived. We're short one player," Natasha exclaimed, her smile radiant as she ushered Lin Yuan to a chair. Dumbfounded, Lin Yuan turned to Steve. "Is this the urgent matter you called about?" "Indeed, is this not urgent? We're short one player," Steve retorted with conviction. Such a compelling argument left Lin Yuan momentarily speechless. He turned to Natasha, gesturing toward the mahjong. "Sister, this was your idea, wasn't it?" Recalling that Hawkeye and Steve had not participated in mahjong during the last Lunar New Year when they were absent, Natasha smiled at Lin Yuan, her lips curving into an attractive arc. "What is the matter? Is it so wrong to play mahjong with your sister?" Feeling an ominous aura, Lin Yuan quickly nodded. "Of course, it would be my honor to join you for mahjong." Steve also took a seat, his excitement palpable. "Lin, when we visited the mountain city, I saw many people playing this. I've wanted to try it for ages. Today, since we both have the day off, and Natasha mentioned playing mahjong at your house during the new year, I thought I'd join in." "Where did you get the mahjong?" Lin Yuan inquired, glancing at Steve. "Natasha brought it," Steve replied, looking toward her. "It's from your home," Natasha responded, directing her gaze back to Lin Yuan. "Are you 3 playing a game of pass the buck? One watching the other?" Hawkeye interjected, unable to contain his sarcasm. It dawned on Lin Yuan that this was his first formal meeting with Hawkeye, and he hastily extended his hand. "Hello, Barton. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, Lin. I've heard about you." They shook hands. But Natasha could no longer hold back. "Enough with the delays, let us get started," she exclaimed, slapping the table. Yes. Let us begin." "Lin, teach Barton." Steve chimed in enthusiastically. "I don't need your help. I've already taught myself," Barton boasted. "Look at you. Just wait until I make you lose your shirt." Lin Yuan thought that this time, he might not be the one at the bottom, considering there was a novice and an overconfident player present. Lin Yuan explained the rules to Barton, who quickly grasped the gameplay. Thus, the competition commenced. I've won, Lin Yuan declared, pushing his tiles forward. First blood. I've won again. Double kill. I've won again. Triple kill. Lin Yuan was on a winning streak, his fortune shining brightly today. Finally avenging the losses from the last new year. Steve, receiving Lin Yuan's winning tile, lamented, his face a picture of despair. Lin Yuan reached out and touched a card, casually asking Steve, "Brother, have we finished the mung bean juice from last time?" In truth, several months had passed, and Lin Yuan was well aware it had been consumed. He merely asked out of habit. However, he suddenly noticed Natasha and Barton gazing at him with an expression of deep lament. Feeling somewhat bewildered, Lin Yuan weakly inquired, "What's wrong?" Natasha revealed a perilous smile and gritted her teeth, saying, "That thing called mung bean juice was purchased by you?" "Yes, and?" Steve interjected, eager to respond. "Oh, it's nothing. You just bought too much. I thought it might spoil if left too long, so I shared it with some colleagues at SHIELD. The two of them, seeing how much I enjoyed it, merely indulged a bit more. A bit more? I drank an entire mouthful. Ugh. Just thinking about it makes me feel nauseous," Natasha exclaimed, retching slightly, before continuing her reproach towards the captain. "And you, captain, were eating that foul-smelling noodles you bought from who knows where, making the entire SHIELD building reek of it. That S called Luosafen. Alas, Fury won't let me eat it anymore," Steve lamented, looking disappointed. Lin Yuan was sweating profusely. What was wrong with the captain? Eating Luosafen indoors? This wasn't his homeland, and a bunch of foreigners hadn't been exposed to such flavors. How could they possibly endure it? Moreover, had the captain awakened some peculiar taste? Why were all his food choices so intense? Perhaps it was because he had taken him to eat bulls by hot pot. Lin, from now on, you must refrain from introducing the captain to such bizarre foods. The dishes you prepared during the new year were excellent. Stick to those, Natasha advised earnestly. What do you mean by bizarre foods? Those are delightful. You simply lack the appreciation, Steve retorted, somewhat displeased. By the way, Lin, when I visited Chinatown last time to buy Luosafen, many people recommended Wangzi and stinky tofu to me and urged me to buy herring in a can, claiming these two were delicious, but the store was out. Could you help me bring some back? I'd like to try them. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. Brother, that stinky tofu is not the same as what I bought for you last time. It cannot be eaten raw. How is it supposed to be eaten? Steve asked curiously. Lin Yuan thought to himself, how would I know how to eat it? I've never tried it. But he attempted to suggest a way. It should be like butter, spread on bread, perhaps. Then go buy some. I want to try it. Along with the herring in a can, Lin Yuan was somewhat tempted. After all, he had previously made a vow to try it in a cheetah form. Why not give it a shot? All right, you two wait for me. I'll go buy it. Lin Yuan disregarded the mahjong tiles in his hands and abruptly dashed out the door. Natasha and Barton stared blankly at the two as they harmonized, completely unconcerned about their well-being while making decisions. Hearing the captain mention buying Luosafen based on recommendations, how good could those two items possibly be? The two exchanged a glance, silently rising to flee. However, Steve, quick on his feet, grasped them both firmly. Where do you think you're going? Lin Yuan has gone to fetch some food. Wait a moment. The mahjong game isn't finished yet. Natasha forced a smile. I just remembered I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. Barton nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes. The three of them were still in a tug-of-war when Lin Yuan's voice rang out from the doorway. I'm back. Lin Yuan returned, carrying a bag. Natasha despaired, exclaiming, Lin, how could you be back so soon? What do you mean, so soon? Sister Natasha, don't slander me. Steve took the bag, pulled out a jar of fermented herring, and observed, it seems quite different from the stinky tofu I had before. With that, he unscrewed the lid. Lin Yuan barely had time to intervene before a foul odor assaulted their senses. Natasha and Barton began to retreat, although they were agents accustomed to worse smells. The thought of consuming this particular stench was almost unbearable. Lin Yuan gagged slightly, about to voice his concerns when he suddenly realized, with horror, that Steve had lifted the jar of herring once more. Wait a moment, brother. The sound of the can hissing reached every ear present. Chapter 65. Another year, an indescribable stench wafted from the canister, mingling with the pungent aroma of stinky tofu. Both Natasha and Barton could hardly bear it, gagging as they rushed towards the door. Lin Yuan, too, found it unbearable and swiftly transformed into a large orange cat, reasoning that a feline might be less affected by such odors. However, his plan backfired. In his feline form, his sense of smell was heightened. The revolting odor assaulted his senses more intensely, and he felt darkness closing in, nearly fainting. Summoning the last vestiges of his consciousness, Lin Yuan staggered towards the exit, ultimately collapsing a few paces away from the door. In a display of camaraderie, Natasha turned back, grasped his tail, and pulled him to safety, thereby saving his feline life. Steve, puzzled by the trio's frantic escape, sniffed the air and murmured, "How dramatic. They're overreacting." He then picked up a herring, taking a few bites before extracting the fish bones, smacking his lips in satisfaction. Not bad, though a tad salty. Oh, there's bread in the fridge. Let us see how this stinky tofu pairs with it. With that, he cheerfully made his way to the refrigerator, regaining his composure. Lin Yuan followed Natasha and Barton away from Steve's residence, vowing never to return within the next month. "Sister, what a coincidence that you all have the day off today," Lin Yuan inquired curiously of Natasha. She shot him an exasperated glance and did not conceal the truth. "I just completed a mission, while Barton has been on leave for a while. Though he'll soon have a new assignment." Lin Yuan glanced at Barton and, after a moment of contemplation, offered a reminder. "Brother Barton, as a ranged DPS, maintaining distance is crucial. Be sure to keep your enemies from closing in on you." Barton looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend. "I'm off now." Lin Yuan bid farewell to the two before heading home. Barton, watching Lin Yuan's departing figure, turned to Natasha with a perplexed expression. "Natasha, what did he mean by that?" "I have no idea. He can be quite mysterious at times. Perhaps it's some enigmatic force from the east. Just be cautious," she replied. Lin Yuan leisurely made his way back, pondering Captain's current interests, and sighed. "What a predicament. I've led the Captain astray. I wonder if, when he eventually seeks out Peggy, she will accept his taste." Upon returning home, he was surprised to find Tony there. "Lin, didn't you say you were going to retrieve the armor?" "Show it to me," Tony queried. Upon hearing Tony's question, Lin Yuan was instantly alert. "Not so soon. The young lady has just finalized the design. It will take a month to produce the final product. But I assure you, Tony, this armor will be spectacular. I've even added my own creative touch." "You'll see." Tony regarded Lin Yuan with skepticism. "Oh really? You've added your own creativity? Then it probably won't be that impressive." Lin Yuan felt insulted. It's definitely better than that hunk of metal you call armor. When I'm done, I'll make sure you're unrecognizable, even to Pepper." "Certainly." "I await with bated breath." Tony's calm demeanor suddenly made Lin Yuan feel a twinge of guilt. He timidly inquired, "Tony, you haven't already constructed the anti-Lin Yuan battle armor, have you?" Tony cast a disdainful glance his way and retorted, "What on earth is that? Do I need to specifically create an armor just to deal with you?" Lin Yuan clenched his fists, feeling quite vexed. "I'll make sure to have you spinning in the sky for half an hour." Just then, Tony called out to Lin Yuan, who was about to head to his room, saying, "Come to Stark Tower tomorrow to lend a hand." "I'll endure." Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, then turned around with a smile. "All right, Tony. A true hero does not seek immediate revenge. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be exacted until 10 years later. Those who toil with sincerity will be rewarded by the heavens. Patience and perseverance can conquer even the mightiest foes." Tony watched Lin Yuan muttering to himself as he returned to his room, shaking his head with a smile before heading to the lab, where many tasks awaited him. The day Lin Yuan had agreed upon with Su Rue was fast approaching, yet as he glanced at the calendar, he realized Christmas was just around the corner, soon to be followed by the Lunar New Year. Thus, Lin Yuan resolved to ensure Tony had a pleasant holiday, so as not to dampen his spirits with any untoward encounters. He also looked forward to this year's New Year's gift, hoping the system would grace him with something worthwhile. Christmas arrived swiftly, yet Tony and Pepper seemed indifferent, both being workaholics, especially Pepper, whom Lin Yuan hadn't seen in quite some time. This year's New Year's Eve, Lin Yuan discussed plans with Tony and Pepper. They had already invited Ethan, Happy, and Rhodey. As for Natasha, she had departed from Stark Industries to return to SHIELD, and thus was uncertain if she would have any assignments during the new year, as agents do not observe the holiday. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, had exclusively invited Steve. "Are we having hot pot for the New Year's Eve dinner?" Lin Yuan asked, his expression darkening. "What kind of dinner do you have at your place?" "No, I will personally cook the New Year's Eve meal. Make sure to arrive early." "All right, I will," Steve replied. "Can I order the dishes?" Lin Yuan immediately grew wary and firmly rejected, "Absolutely not. Goodness, if Steve were to choose the dishes, Tony would likely demolish the villa for a complete remodel." As expected, Steve's voice was filled with regret. "Well, that's too bad. What on earth are you regretting?" Lin Yuan thought, finding the captain increasingly peculiar. Lin Yuan then busied himself, during which he made a trip to Wakanda to greet Su Rue and explain the situation. Su Rue expressed a keen interest in the Rabbit Festival, yet regrettably, Wakanda was not yet prepared to open its doors, preventing her from attending. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan prepared numerous small gifts for her, allowing her to experience a semblance of the festive atmosphere. As with the previous year, Tony assisted Lin Yuan in adorning the villa in vibrant red, and Lin Yuan had also prepared all the ingredients for their New Year's Eve feast. On the eve of the new year, guests gradually arrived. Natasha came alongside Steve, who was meeting Tony for the first time. due to Lin Yuan's presence. Tony treated Steve with considerable courtesy. After his journey through the rabbit hole, Steve had fully integrated into modern society. In fact, Lin Yuan felt he had embraced it so thoroughly that he had developed some rather peculiar tastes. Consequently, the two interacted harmoniously, with Steve refraining from chastising Tony for his lack of decorum, while Tony no longer viewed Steve as an antiquated relic. During their conversations, Steve even introduced Tony to some of his more adventurous culinary preferences. Observing Tony's intrigued demeanor, Lin Yuan sensed that he might soon need to give Pepper a heads up. As everyone gathered to make dumplings, they chatted while awaiting Lin Yuan's grand feast. Once everything was prepared and they settled down, Lin Yuan instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to play the New Year's gala. The festive dinner felt somewhat incomplete without this accompaniment. Following the meal, Lin Yuan taught Tony and the others how to play do di ju. The outcome was evident as Lin Yuan, thoroughly defeated, retreated to join Steve and the others for a game of mahjong. At least in mahjong, luck could grant him a glimmer of victory. However, in do di ju, he had been utterly outmaneuvered. Henceforth, Lin Yuan resolved never to engage in any game requiring even a modicum of strategy with this group, save for a lighthearted game. When J.A.R.V.I.S.'s countdown reached 0, Lin Yuan, who had been comfortably lounging on the floor for some time, heard the familiar voice of the dog system. Ding. Happy New Year, host. Ding. Here's this year's grand gift. Ding. Farewell, host. Chapter 66. The Treant form. Lin Yuan was utterly bewildered by the system's unexpected maneuver. Was the system malfunctioning? Goodness. Could it be that the wretched system had presented him with an empty gift package? No wonder it had rushed so hastily. Lin Yuan quickly opened the New Year's gift. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Treant form, exclusive skin from the Rabbit clan. Note. This message has been pre-recorded, and the host is advised not to respond, as this system is currently occupied. Bam. Haha, just kidding. Good grief. Lin Yuan exclaimed. This dog system not only plays tricks, but is also utterly unprofessional. However, this time the system had indeed provided him with something beneficial, a Treant form, which suited him quite well. Treant form, exclusive Rabbit clan skin. Transform into a Ginkgo Treant, possessing magical skin, robust defense, and average speed. While in Treant form, the consumption of auxiliary skills is reduced by 50, skill effects are enhanced. Skill duration is increased by 100, and skill range is augmented by 100. Unique skin effect. The Druid's healing skills come with a slight disease removal effect. Exclusive skill, rooting. The Treant will take root in the ground, becoming immobile, while rapidly restoring its mana, vitality, mental strength, and stamina. As Lin Yuan perused the skill descriptions of the Treant form, he found them quite impressive. Yet, he could not help but chastise the system. Why were there no skin effects for other forms? The skills of the Treant appeared straightforward, but each was incredibly practical. The Ginkgo skin even offered a disease removal effect. Albeit minor, it was certainly better than nothing. Lastly, the rooting ability seemed inconspicuous and of little use. But the rapid recovery it provided was formidable. Even a powerful healing spell like Tranquility merely offered quick restoration. He imagined a scenario where a formidable foe nearly defeated him. Once he rooted himself, he could spring back to life. Although I may not be able to defeat you, I can certainly outlast you, Lin Yuan mused, a grin spreading across his face. The two ladies petting the cat noticed Lin Yuan's broad smile and asked curiously, Brother, what are you thinking about? You seem so cheerful. Lin Yuan sprang up with excitement, exclaiming, I've awakened a new ability, a new form. Upon hearing of the new form, the ladies' eyes sparkled with intrigue, urging Lin Yuan to transform for them. The other players, having overheard the commotion, gathered around as well. Seeing that his audience had assembled, Lin Yuan wasted no time and activated his transformation. Before them stood a Treant adorned with golden ginkgo leaves, towering at a height of a person. The appearance, however, was a matter best left unspoken. Suddenly, someone couldn't contain their laughter, and soon everyone was in fits of giggles. Natasha, amid her laughter, remarked, Ha, brother. Your form is rather unsightly, but in a quirky way, it's quite endearing. Little Pepper doubled over with laughter, then playfully plucked a leaf from Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan retorted, Sister Pepper, you just pulled my hair. If my hairline ends up like Coulson's, you'll be entirely responsible. Little Pepper laughed even harder. At that moment, Jarvis projected Lin Yuan's holographic image in real time. Lin Yuan gazed at the image projected by Jarvis, taking a few more steps and finding himself chuckling. The others were in fits of laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Lin, don't go. This tree person is utterly ridiculous, especially the way it wobbles its backside. Steve exclaimed, pounding the table and gasping for breath from laughter. Lin Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. What qualifications do you have to criticize me with that posterior of yours? Concerned that the mirth might lead to someone collapsing from laughter, Lin Yuan quickly reverted to his human form, feeling no displeasure. After all, though the form was rather unsightly, it was undeniably practical. Amidst the laughter and joviality, Lin Yuan marked the 3rd year since he arrived in this world, turning 18 this year, which meant he was on the brink of adulthood. However, his birthday was in June, so he had not yet officially reached that milestone. No rush, in the latter half of the year. He had promised Tony to attend university, and perhaps he would find a girlfriend to date, as there would surely be many attractive young women there. He chuckled to himself, excitement bubbling within him. Upon returning from seeing off the guests, Tony and Pepper noticed Lin Yuan grinning foolishly and instinctively moved a bit farther away. Alas, this child seems to grow more foolish by the day. Pepper sighed to Tony. Tony chuckled in response. It might be due to his new form. After all, they say he's as dense as a block of wood. He has literally turned into a tree, so it's no wonder he appears daft. Hey, Tony. Could you refrain from speaking ill of others so loudly while I'm right here? Lin Yuan protested loudly. Tony shot him a sidelong glance and retorted dismissively, nonsense. If I didn't say it to your face, how would you know I was talking about you? If you didn't realize, I'd be rambling for nothing. Such a compelling argument. Lin Yuan nodded, then quickly realized, pish-posh, what nonsensical reasoning. Never mind, it's already the first day of the new year. I shan't lose my temper. Time for bed. The next morning, Lin Yuan dutifully wished the elderly couple a happy new year. Happy New Year, Tony. Happy New Year, Pepper, he said cheerfully, subsequently presenting the New Year gifts he had prepared. This time, the gifts were still clothing from the rabbit family. But he gifted Pepper a beautiful hanfu and Tony a traditional tank suit. Pepper eagerly dashed off to change into her new attire, while Tony seized the opportunity to chide Lin Yuan, "You rascal, another set of clothes for Pepper. There's no originality in that." Lin Yuan looked at him disdainfully. "Just admit you like seeing Pepper in these outfits." "Well, they are quite nice," Tony conceded. "Is that all?" "I seem to recall someone drooling the last time they saw her in these clothes," Lin Yuan teased. "Ridiculous." "Me, drooling? Tony Stark, have been with more women than you've ever encountered," Tony exclaimed, flustered. "What women you've been with, Tony? Don't lead Lin astray." Pepper emerged from the room just in time to hear Tony's words. Tony quickly laughed nervously. No, just kidding. Then, upon seeing Pepper in her attire, his eyes sparkled. "Pepper, you look absolutely stunning in that outfit. It truly accentuates your grace." "Indeed, I think so as well," Pepper replied, beaming with delight. The set of hanfu worn by the little Pepper is indeed exquisite, exuding an air of opulence and a regal demeanor. This also reflects Lin Yuan's discerning taste. "Sister, if you could find a makeup artist to create a traditional rabbit-themed look, it would harmonize beautifully with the attire." "Indeed, I shall instruct my assistant to seek one shortly." "Tony, I am off to the company now." "Lin, thank you for your generous gift." The little Pepper, brimming with joy, prepared to head to the company. Lin Yuan discreetly turned to Tony and inquired, "Brother, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" Tony gave him a thumbs up, replying, "Very satisfied, indeed. Let's continue this next year." The two brothers chuckled as they watched the little Pepper silhouette fade away. The festive season follows the Laba Festival, and after the Lantern Festival, Lin Yuan remained at home until he finally set off for Wakanda, ready to retrieve his battle attire. Chapter 67. I want to be the 6th. Upon arriving in Wakanda, the little girl was once again waiting for her at the entrance. Lin Yuan felt a surge of emotion, and his descent quickened. Su Rue dashed toward him, and Lin Yuan called out for her to slow down. He crouched down, ready to embrace the little girl. However, Su Rue ran straight to him, seemingly ignoring his outstretched arms, or rather, focusing solely on those arms. This was because Lin Yuan held 2 large bags of gifts. "Brother, where are my gifts? Which one is mine? I want those delicious pastries from last time," Su Rue exclaimed, pulling the bags from Lin Yuan's hands and rummaging through them. Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. Oh no, his little cotton jacket was exposed. After stuffing her mouth with the pastry she found, Su Rue finally took Lin Yuan's hand. "Let's go, brother. We need to see your battle suit." She pulled him along like a zombie, instinctively transforming him into a giant bird. And together they made their way to the laboratory building. In the display area of the lab, upon seeing the 2 battle suits before him, Lin Yuan felt revitalized. Who needed a little cotton jacket when there were battle suits to behold? The 2 suits, one black and one silver, were displayed on mannequins. The black suit exuded a fierce aura, resembling a formidable black panther, while the silver suit appeared softer, designed to resemble an adorable panda. "Wait, a panda?" Lin Yuan turned to Su Rue and asked, "Did you model the design after my panda?" Enjoying her snacks, Su Rue nodded yes. "I originally wanted to design yours in a leopard form, but you strongly protested and insisted on this design. How frustrating. Thank goodness, brother leopard, that you stood your ground. Otherwise, transforming from a black panther to a black orange would have been my fault," Lin Yuan thought to himself, feeling relieved. As for his own suit, it mattered not. He was indifferent to its appearance, for Lin Yuan was about to declare his intention to be the 6th. "Su Rue, can I wear it now?" Lin Yuan inquired, pointing at the battle suits. Of course. Just wait a moment. Su Rui replied, stuffing another pastry into her mouth. She tapped the wrist of the mannequin in the silver suit, and instantly, the silver suit flowed like water, coalescing around the mannequin's wrists, leaving behind only a pair of shimmering wrist guards. Su Rui removed the wrist guards and handed them to Lin Yuan. Eagerly, Lin Yuan donned the guards and looked at Su Rui expectantly. Sister, how do I use this? Su Rui explained, just touch the wrist guards together. The suit will record your brainwaves, allowing you to control it with your thoughts in the future. Mimicking the pose of the Black Panther, Lin Yuan crossed his arms over his chest. At the moment the wrist guards made contact, silver liquid spread from his wrists, enveloping his entire body. Sister, is there a mirror? Su Rui projected Lin Yuan's real-time image before him, gazing at himself clad in the battle suit. Lin Yuan could not help but think, this young man looks extraordinarily handsome. Su Rui stood nearby, elucidating the functions of the battle suit. Brother, the suit has been equipped with an invisibility feature as per your request. Once activated, it will absorb the energy emanating from your body, allowing you to maintain an invisible state for an extended period. You can activate this function using your brainwaves. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan endeavored to engage the suit's invisibility. Gradually, his armor began to turn transparent, until it completely vanished. Gazing at his projected image, he marveled at how not a trace of his suit was visible. Incredible. Su Rui is truly a genius. I wonder how he compares to Tony. Well, regardless, they are both far superior to me. Lost in his thoughts, Lin Yuan touched the suit. Even in its invisible state, it retained a distinct tactile sensation. A wide grin spread across his face, his spirits soaring. Today, he had finally stood tall. Ha ha ha, I could take on 10 foes. The more he pondered, the more elated he became, striking a heroic pose and laughing heartily. The laboratory staff turned their gazes towards him, while Su Rui, face-palming, lamented, how embarrassing. At your age, you should be more mature. Sister, is your brother around? I want to beat him up. Lin Yuan exclaimed, brimming with bravado. Who wants to fight me? Chala entered from outside, looking at Lin Yuan. Lin, are you the one who wants to challenge me? Come on, Chala, let's spar. Lin Yuan pulled Chala outside. Wait, I need to put on my suit. In the arena, Chala had donned the Black Panther suit, and, noticing Lin Yuan's lack of armor, asked with puzzlement, Brother, are you not going to wear your suit to fight me? We agreed that you wouldn't use any magic. I'm ready. Lin Yuan concentrated, and the suit materialized around him. This was Chalia's first experience of the suit's capabilities. And he gasped in astonishment. Wow, you sly one. How did you conceive of such a feature? Hee, impressive, isn't it? Come on, Chala. Let me show you some love in action. Lin Yuan cracked his knuckles, approaching Chala with a villainous demeanor. 3 minutes later, Lin Yuan lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes vacant as he stared at the sky. Su Rui approached, poking him and sighing, Brother, Chala is one of the foremost warriors of Wakanda. You really dared to take him on. Indeed, relying solely on brute strength rather than skill, Lin Yuan was utterly overwhelmed by Chala, suffering a thorough defeat in both technique and power. I can't just fall here. I must avenge myself. Lin Yuan rallied his spirits, rising to his feet and shouting at Chala, Brother Panther, I concede that I cannot defeat you in my current state. I shall now employ magic. Chala retreated 2 steps. Little brother, how about I let you throw a few punches, and we call it a day? Realizing Chala had misunderstood, Lin Yuan quickly clarified. I just don't want to fight you in human form anymore. I want to transform into my bear form. Chala sighed in relief. Oh, as long as you don't use magic, everything else is fair game. Let us do this. Lin Yuandang let out a thunderous roar, transforming into the form of a colossal bear. T'Challa, eager to seize the opportunity, was about to charge forward when he noticed Lin Yuan standing still, his hands wandering over his own body. T'Challa was taken aback. What peculiar affinity had his brother awakened? Su Rui also observed Lin Yuan's strange behavior, inquiring with curiosity. Brother Lin Yuan, what are you doing? My battlesuit has vanished. What? Both T'Challa and Su Rui were dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Surely, a battlesuit could not simply disappear into thin air. Could it be invisible? Lin Yuan, exasperated, replied, Why don't you feel for yourself? It's not there. After both of them thoroughly searched Lin Yuan, they nodded in unison. Indeed, it's gone. Lin Yuan wore a look of exasperation. If you too wish to touch me, you could have just said so. Chapter 68. The cunning Tony seated on the ground. The 2 companions and a panda pondered whether they had overlooked something significant. Suddenly, Su Rui exclaimed, Brother Lin Yuan, why don't you transform back into your human form and take a look? Lin Yuan, struck by a moment of clarity, smacked his forehead in frustration and replied, I understand the reason now. He promptly reverted to his human form, and indeed, his battle attire remained perfectly intact. Curious. Su Rui inquired, Brother, could you explain what is going on? Lin Yuan, visibly troubled, elaborated. My transformation possesses a hidden characteristic. Any clothing or items in my possession vanish upon transformation. I had always utilized this trait as a makeshift storage space, otherwise I could never carry all the items I purchase as a bird. Now, it seems the same applies to my battle attire. What should I do? Te Chala proposed a solution. Why not allow your transformed state to wear the battle armor? After all, you remain in your transformed state during most of your battles. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up with newfound hope. It seemed feasible. He first removed his wrist guard and handed it to Su Rie, then transformed into a panda before donning the wrist guard once more. The armor successfully enveloped him, revealing a shimmering panda before the onlookers. Lin Yuan then shifted into various other forms, all proceeding smoothly. The armor was remarkably intelligent, adapting seamlessly with every transformation. Perfect. This will suffice. Lin Yuan sighed with relief, pleased with the outcome. All right, Brother Leopard, let us resume our sparring. He invited Te Chala to continue their practice. The final result was a stalemate, without employing any skills. Lin Yuan found it challenging to land a hit on the agile Te Chala, while Te Chala, conversely, could not inflict any damage on him and dared not recklessly engage with Lin Yuan's attacks. Lin Yuan felt satisfied with this result. Te Chala's current combat prowess was undoubtedly at its peak, yet Lin Yuan had only just emerged from the novice stage. Both his physical attributes and skill effects were still lacking, particularly as he was unable to utilize the wild blessing skill at present. With a playful grin, Lin Yuan looked at Te Chala and said, Brother Leopard, I have a new transformation. Would you help me test its capabilities? Te Chala felt a chill run down his spine, his apprehension palpable. Su Rie, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Brother, do you have a new form? I wonder if it will be as adorable as the panda. When Lin Yuan's triumph form materialized, Su Rie erupted into laughter, rolling on the ground. Once he calmed down, he climbed atop Lin Yuan's head and plucked a leaf, declaring it a bookmark. Te Chala laughed heartily, but Lin Yuan shot him a sidelong glance, saying, Brother Leopard, let us begin. The laughter abruptly ceased. As Lin Yuan departed from Wakanda, he soared through the skies with his head held high, feeling quite triumphant. His foremost task was to return home and solidify his familial status. Aware that Tony was currently occupied in Stark Tower, he headed straight for the building. From a distance, he spotted Tony welding equipment on the rooftop while clad in his mark armor. With a booming voice, Lin Yuan shouted, Cunning Tony, take this. He approached Tony, seizing his shoulder and launching them both into the skies towards the outskirts. Tony did not resist and helplessly remarked, Lin, are you feeling a bit adventurous today? If I don't give you a good thrashing, I don't deserve to be called Tony. Lin Yuan chuckled heartily, old rogue Tony. Today's version of me is not the same as yesterday's. Just wait for the beating. In the outskirts, Lin Yuan cast Tony aside and then transformed into human form, gazing at Tony with his hands clasped behind his back and a solemn expression. Old rogue Tony. This battle suit of mine is forged from extraterrestrial vibranium, impervious to blades and bullets. Wherever my armor resides, it remains unassailable. Tony inhaled deeply, stifling the urge to strike immediately, and replied with a serious demeanor, Where's your battle suit? Realizing his mistake, Lin Yuan exclaimed, my apologies, Brother Tony, old rogue Tony, let me don my armor. With a roar, the panda appeared. Tony covered his face. Where's the battle suit? Oh, just a moment. With a thought, Lin Yuan's suit enveloped him, transforming him into a silver steel panda, and then the armor became invisible, revealing yet another adorable panda before Tony. Brother Tony, do I look handsome? Tony's expression suddenly turned grave. Nano armor? And invisibility technology? Did that little girl create this? Is she really just 10 years old? Actually, she should be 11 this year, Lin Yuan interjected, causing Tony's veins to bulge. He felt an overwhelming desire to strike right then and there. Yet, he was somewhat astonished. An 11-year-old girl possessing such technology was truly remarkable. Could he, at 11, accomplish something similar? Well, if the materials were sufficient, perhaps he could. Never mind then. Tony waved at Lin Yuan. Come on, show me your trivial power. Let me see what you're capable of. As the words left his mouth, Tony began to doubt himself. Why was he speaking so dramatically? Shaking his head, he suppressed the embarrassment and initiated an attack, firing a concentrated energy cannon directly at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, in panda form, stood upright and braced himself against the incoming blast. Splendid. I felt absolutely nothing. Tony's pupils constricted. Such formidable defense. It seems I must get serious. All weaponry compartments of the mark suit opened, unleashing a barrage of various weapons towards Lin Yuan. Instantly, Lin Yuan was enveloped in a multitude of attacks, smoke billowing around him, until a blue electric arc shield suddenly expanded, radiating outward in all directions. Tony quickly ascended into the air to evade the onslaught. It can even absorb damage to retaliate. This armor is indeed impressive. Lin Yuan looked up at Tony. Scratching his head, He realized he couldn't fly, and the panda's jumping ability was inadequate. The rock could fly, but its attack power was lacking. Should he throw Tony to the ground instead? Seeing Lin Yuan gazing up at him on the ground, Tony instantly understood that Lin Yuan lacked ranged attack capabilities and couldn't help but taunt. What's the matter? Can't do it now? Weren't you going to beat me? Lin Yuan's veins bulged with rage. All right, brother Tony, I was trying to give you some face, but since you're asking for trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless. In an instant, a charmingly grotesque ginkgo tree spirit manifested before them, ensnaring Tony with its fortified entangling roots, binding him securely. This was far more effective than the unenhanced version of the roots, leaving only Tony's head exposed as he plummeted from the sky. Lin Yuan transformed into a great rock, swiftly approaching Tony before shifting into a panda and seizing the vine. With a series of resounding slaps, he delivered a divine treatment to Tony. Knowing that the vines would not inflict significant harm, yet the humiliation was undoubtedly maximized. Thus, the performance commenced. Here, one must extend heartfelt gratitude to Prince Chala of Wakanda for his remarkable contributions to this skill assessment. Chapter 69, Sister. Your tale is showing. As the duration of the vine came to an end, Lin Yuan felt a sudden emptiness in his hand. Tony was flung away by inertia. And before Lin Yuan could react, he charged forward, delivering a stunning blow. The seventh set of calisthenics commenced. Lin Yuan unleashed the exquisite skills of the rabbit family, pummeling Tony relentlessly. As Tony regained his senses from the daze, he immediately activated his thrusters to distance himself from Lin Yuan. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Lin Yuan transformed into his tree form, hurricane technique. In this arboreal state, he could manipulate the wind at will, creating a powerful wind wall that drew Tony back towards him. With a swift shift, the tree form transformed into a panda, delivering an uppercut that sent Tony soaring as he passed overhead. The panda seamlessly reverted back into the tree form, summoning a whirlwind. Charge forth, whirlwind, tornado of might. Within the swirling tempest, tiny bolts of electricity danced, each possessing a paralyzing effect. Tony was utterly bewildered by the relentless onslaught. He felt increasingly dizzy and nauseous. The screen before him flashed with a multitude of red alerts, interspersed with a solitary green message indicating sufficient power. Gritting his teeth, he cranked the thrust to maximum, finally breaking free from the whirlwind. Upon witnessing Tony's escape, Lin Yuan pondered. It seems the weakness of the whirlwind lies in the high mobility of the mark armor. Tony landed not far away, his helmet retracting as he promptly vomited onto the ground. Transforming back to human form, Lin Yuan grinned at him. Once Tony finished, he approached Lin Yuan without donning his helmet, his expression devoid of emotion. Tony, what are you doing? As Tony drew closer, Lin Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. He dared not attack. Tony remained silent, steadily advancing towards him. Lin Yuan retreated, calling out, Tony, if you come any closer, I might just hit you. I really might. Tony, you're cheating. A cacophony of sounds erupted, and Lin Yuan found himself sprawled on the ground. Alas, yet another day devoid of hope. Tony, how could you cheat? You know I want to hit you if you're not in your armor. Lin Yuan lamented. With an impassive face, Tony remarked, today, SA draw. He then turned and soared away. Lin Yuan stared at his retreating figure, suddenly feeling a shiver down his spine. It's over. Tony will undoubtedly devise an anti-Lin Yuan suit. He surely will. In the ensuing months, life returned to a mundane rhythm. Lin Yuan continued to visit the rabbit family occasionally, bringing snacks for Captain Steve. Initially, he contemplated giving Steve a good thrashing, but reconsidered. Firstly, engaging in magical combat would be too messy and damage their camaraderie. Secondly, in a physical brawl, he knew he could never outmatch the seasoned captain. He couldn't possibly go all out, could he? Thus, Lin Yuan chose to believe that he had triumphed over both of them. In his mind, he had won every encounter. Far away in Wakanda, Chala mused, at least half of these victories are attributed to my influence. Today, Lin Yuan returned from the rabbit family, carrying a bag of goodies. Steve was oblivious to when he had learned to circumvent restrictions, but he had already begun to self-study Chinese and navigate the internet at Rabbit's Place. His taste had become increasingly adventurous, and under the suggestion of online friends, he had already persuaded Lin Yuan to purchase 5 out of the top 10 exotic delicacies from Rabbit's list. Lin Yuan had to pinch his nose while buying them. Yet Steve relished every bite. Arriving at Steve's doorstep, Lin Yuan knocked for quite some time without anyone answering. He found it peculiar. It was unusual for the captain to venture out without waiting for him to deliver items. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he initially thought it was Steve calling, but upon checking, he saw it was Natasha. As soon as he answered, Natasha's voice came through. Lin, I need your help. Detecting a hint of fear in her tone, Lin Yuan realized that not much could instill fear in such a formidable agent. Sister Natasha, whatever it is, I will assist you. I want you to accompany me to Brazil. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was just that matter, which seemed simple. He had feared something grave had occurred. Actually, something significant has happened, hasn't it? How's Barton? After a brief silence, Natasha replied, you indeed know something. Barton has been compromised by the enemy. That guy never listens. You know, as a ranged attacker, he has to engage in close combat with a control mage. Why didn't he bring a powerful artifact like my brother Tony? Look what happened. He got controlled. Natasha retorted, what are you rambling about? Lin, do you have a way to help Barton? Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Simple. Just give him a good thrashing. Natasha was speechless. Are you serious? Of course. As long as he appears before me, I will take care of him. I appreciate your help on behalf of Barton. No need for thanks. Lin Yuan quickly caught up with Natasha's aircraft, entered the cabin, and greeted her. Natasha glanced at Lin Yuan, who was carrying 2 large bags. What do you have there? Oh, just some snacks. The captain requested them. He treats me like a delivery person for his food cravings. Natasha took a few steps back, eyeing the bags with caution. Relax, I packed them well. Want some chips? They're cucumber flavored. Yes. The two enjoyed the chips, and Lin Yuan asked, Sister Natasha, how do you plan to approach Dr. Banner? Natasha paused, then smiled. You don't need to worry. I'll handle it. Just hide nearby, and if Dr. Banner shows any signs of trouble, I'll call for you. After saying that, she seemed to have an amusing thought, giggling as she mumbled, when Hulk appears, I'll make a gesture. And a panda will charge in. Wow, I adore this scenario. Hey, Lin Yuan said, feeling a bit exasperated. Sister, you've revealed your thoughts. And wipe that drool away. Natasha awoke, hastily wiping away the drool, and, realizing she had been deceived, cast a captivating glance at Lin Yuan. Yet, Lin Yuan remained unfazed. Inside a secluded house on the outskirts of a Brazilian slum, Lin Yuan inquired with curiosity, Sister, are we to wait here? Indeed, right here. Our people will bring Dr. Banner to us, she replied. But where should I hide? Lin Yuan surveyed the dilapidated abode, noticing the lack of suitable hiding spots. Suddenly, Natasha's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lin Yuan. What is it? Lin Yuan felt somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny. Brother, can't you transform into a cat? If you do, I can hold you, and in the face of danger, I could toss you aside, allowing you to change into a panda, thus offering me better protection. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Yuan was left speechless. Sister, your tail is sticking out. Chapter 70, Hazardous Factors. Ultimately, Lin Yuan conceded, transforming into a large orange cat for Natasha to cradle in her arms. He vowed that his acquiescence was not motivated by the desire for her embrace. Just envision a mature and alluring beauty, radiating a captivating aura, gazing at you with those sparkling eyes. Who could possibly withstand such an enchanting gaze? Natasha, holding the large orange cat, sat gracefully in a chair, awaiting their agents to lure Dr. Banner over. Before long, a little girl dashed through the door and promptly escaped through the window, followed closely by a man. The man, observing the fleeing child, felt a twinge of frustration. After traveling such a distance to offer a consultation, the patient had fled. Had he known, he would have collected his fee beforehand. It seems you've maintained control rather well, Dr. Banner. Banner appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this day would arrive. Are we surrounded? He inquired calmly. Natasha rose, stroking the large orange cat, and approached Banner with a smile, saying, No, it's just me. And, well, this cat. Banner glanced around, pointing towards the direction the girl had escaped. Is that one also an agent? I am as well. Natasha did not respond directly. Who are you? I am Natasha Romanoff. Are you here to kill me? Though perhaps the one capable of killing me does not yet exist. No, Dr. Banner. I represent SHIELD, and we wish to invite you to join a special team. How did you find me? We have been monitoring you and have protected you from those who might pose a threat to you. Before Banner could articulate further, Lin Yuan could no longer contain himself. This was becoming tedious. Such a straightforward matter was being unnecessarily complicated. Doctor, to put it simply, Earth is in peril, and we require your intellect along with the formidable strength residing within you. The team is assembled. Will you join us? Lin Yuan's directness startled both Natasha and Banner. He extricated himself from Natasha's embrace, reverting to human form, and extended his hand towards Banner. Greetings, Dr. Banner. My name is Lin Yuan. Banner stared blankly as he processed the transformation from cat to human, instinctively shaking Lin Yuan's hand. I have encountered the formidable being within you once and engaged in a brief sparring match. It ended in a draw, I suppose. At these words, Banner's expression shifted dramatically as he struggled to say, Run. He is about to come out. Natasha instantly tensed, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yuan, as if preparing to issue a command. However, Lin Yuan would not allow this to transpire. He firmly placed his hand on Banner's shoulder. Hibernate. In an instant, Banner's expression relaxed, feeling the Hulk within him settle. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, yet the last remnants of vigilance kept a flicker of awareness alive. Lin Yuan moved to support Banner, softly whispering, Rest for a while. We mean you no harm. Banner could no longer hold on. His body softened, and he fell into a deep slumber. Lin Yuan gazed at Natasha and said, Sister, Let us depart. Our mission is complete. Natasha cast a melancholic glance at Lin Yuan, feeling frustrated that she had not summoned the panda for a grand display this time. After relocating Banner to the aircraft where they had arrived, Lin Yuan arranged him in a comfortable position, allowing him to rest peacefully. Given the turmoil of the past few days, Banner had likely been deprived of sleep, constantly on edge, fearing capture or the potential wrath of the Hulk. This moment afforded him a chance to recuperate. Once he awakened, Lin Yuan would perform a rejuvenation spell, and he would once again be a competent worker. The aircraft soared towards the temporary headquarters of SHIELD, an aerial aircraft carrier. One might wonder why they were not returning to the original headquarters, which had been destroyed. From the cockpit, a colossal aircraft carrier rested majestically in the midst of the ocean. Is this the aerial carrier? It appears rather ordinary, Lin Yuan thought, glancing at it briefly before diverting his attention, finding it wholly uninteresting. Observing Banner still lost in slumber, Lin Yuan swiftly approached with a rejuvenation spell, exclaiming, "What are you sleeping for? Rise and shine." As Banner's consciousness gradually returned, he sensed a surge of vitality coursing through him, as if the exhaustion accumulated over the past 2 years was being expelled from his body. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the interior of the aircraft, with the youth who introduced himself as Lin Yuan grinning at him. "Awake? If you're awake, get up. We have work to do." Banner, still not fully alert, asked casually, "Who is we?" Lin Yuan was taken aback, surprised at this sight of Banner, while Natasha squinted at him in curiosity. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Banner's face flushed, and he stammered, No, I. After struggling for a moment without articulating much, Lin Yuan patted his shoulder, earnestly stating, "No need to explain. I understand. Sister, please show him the materials." Natasha handed a laptop to Banner and proceeded to brief him on the current situation regarding the Tesseract. "This is the situation. We require your assistance in locating it. The gamma radiation it emits is currently too faint for us to trace. We believe that no one understands gamma radiation better than you do." With a wry smile, Banner replied, "Should I feel honored?" He then fell silent, intently examining the various materials and data concerning the Tesseract. The aircraft soon landed on the deck of the aerial carrier, and as the hatch opened, Lin Yuan was the first to step out. Amidst the bustling crowd on the carrier's deck, Captain Steve was waving at him and hurriedly approached. "Lin, why did it take you so long? I've been waiting forever." As Steve reached Lin Yuan, he scrutinized him closely. Lin Yuan sighed, pointing towards the cabin, inside. "In the bag. I warn you, do not eat anything here. Save it for later." Steve's face lit up with delight as he bypassed Lin Yuan and dashed into the cabin, nearly colliding with Natasha. "What is up with the captain?" Natasha inquired, puzzled. "He's gone to retrieve his food. Keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't open any of the items he shouldn't," Lin Yuan advised earnestly. Natasha nodded solemnly in agreement. As Steve stepped into the cabin, he immediately noticed Banner, who was engrossed in examining some documents related to the Rubik's Cube. He first glanced at the snacks in the bag before extending his hand to greet Banner. "You must be Dr. Banner. I've heard you can solve the Rubik's Cube?" Banner, sensing the captain's slight awkwardness, shook his hand and replied, "Hello, Captain. It is an honor to meet you. However, I am not certain yet. I require more data." "Well, let's proceed. It is time to regroup." The two exited the cabin, and Natasha, observing their interaction, smiled and remarked, "You two seem to be enjoying a pleasant conversation. However, you must head inside now. It will soon become unbreathable out here." She then turned to Steve and said, "Captain, please hand me the bag. I will take care of it for you. I fear it may become inconvenient for you during the mission." Steve chuckled and responded, "No need for that. I can manage it myself. You need not worry. I will keep it safe." Natasha inwardly thought, "Goodness, I worry about you managing it yourself. I once believed the only danger aboard this vessel was Banner, but now you have joined that list." Chapter 71. The misguided captain as the ground trembled beneath their feet. Banner initially presumed they were preparing to submerge, and he inquired with curiosity, "Is this a submarine?" Rushing to the side of the mothership, he observed several colossal propellers jutting from its hull. Gradually, the massive propellers began to spin, and as their speed increased, the airborne mothership slowly ascended. Banner, somewhat astonished, exclaimed, "Wow, Captain, it seems we truly must venture inside. The winds at this altitude can be rather fierce." Steve, with a hint of disdain, retorted, "Pfft, is that all? Compared to Lin, this is nothing. At this level, I hardly feel a thing." Banner responded with a puzzled expression. With Fury's command, the mothership activated its optical cloaking mode, gradually vanishing from sight. Within the cabin, personnel busied themselves diligently with their respective tasks, while Lin Yuan observed the bustling scene with an air of idleness. Suddenly, he noticed a staff member clandestinely engaged in a game, prompting him to approach. "Hey there, buddy, what are you playing? Mind if I join for a bit?" Without waiting for a response, he playfully nudged the individual aside and happily immersed himself in the game. After finishing a round, he looked up to see Steve rummaging through his bag, while Natasha scrutinized him with keen vigilance. Meanwhile, Banner appeared timid, exhibiting the demeanor of a clear suspect, a behavior that would certainly warrant an ID check if encountered at a certain rabbit's abode. It seemed that years of evasion had instilled in him a slight aversion to authority. Lin Yuan stood up, approached Banner, and offered a reassuring pat on the back. Doctor, there's no need to be anxious. No one here means you any harm. Banner smiled sheepishly. I've grown accustomed to avoiding these people over the years, so seeing them still gives me the jitters. Rest assured, with me around, you'll be safe. Thank you. Fury also approached Banner, expressing gratitude for his assistance. Natasha, please escort Dr. Banner to the laboratory. Director, I still have a potential threat to monitor. Go ahead, I can keep an eye on the captain. Feeling a bit bored, Lin Yuan decided to engage the captain in conversation. He plopped down beside Steve and began munching on a bag of chips he had pilfered from the captain's belongings. Hey, aren't you going to check on what they're doing? Steve, somewhat exasperated, replied, I can't understand them, so what would I accomplish by going over there? I just need to wait until they locate the individuals, and then I'll bring them back. Eat slowly, will you? Cheapskate. I'll buy you some more once this is over. Now that's more like it. Next time, you're getting this for me. Steve showcased a photo on his phone to Lin Yuan. Upon seeing it, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be speechless. Brother, your taste seems to have grown increasingly extravagant. What do you mean by extravagant? These are delicacies, I assure you. You should give them a try. Lin Yuan shook his head vigorously. I want tea per take. After we wrap up this business, I'll fetch you some. But you're not allowed to eat what's in the bag here. If you do, Fury will have your head. He can't possibly defeat me, Steve confidently declared. He won't pay you. All right, I'll eat when I get home. Fury glared at the two individuals in the corner, munching on snacks and laughing heartily. Veins bulging on his forehead. Recruiting that scoundrel Lin Yuan to lead was the gravest mistake of his life. The current captain was becoming increasingly unreliable, not in terms of work capability, for he was indeed trustworthy in that regard, but rather in his demeanor, which seemed to veer more and more off course. While lost in thought, a familiar bald figure appeared on the surveillance screen and suddenly reported, identified a similar target. Similarity 67, wait, 79, found him. Steve, who was enjoying potato chips, popped the last piece into his mouth, stood up, brushed off the crumbs, and said, I'll go put on my combat suit. Take me there later. Oh, go ahead. Lin Yuan also rose, calling out to Fury, Director, please send me the address. I'll take the captain there. Fury nodded, gesturing for the bald man to send the address to Lin Yuan's phone, then summoned Natasha. You fly and follow those two. Once Steve donned his iconic attire and grasped his shield, he addressed Lin Yuan, let us go. Don't fly too fast. I don't want to freeze into a popsicle before we arrive. Lin Yuan grinned, mysteriously stating, this time, I have a secret weapon. Just wait and see. The two made their way back to the deck, where Lin Yuan transformed into a magnificent bird, enlarging his form. Hop on, brother. Steve leapt onto the great bird, lying flat on its back, reaching out to grasp the feathers. Hey, brother, there's an invisible layer on you. I can't grip your feathers. How do I secure myself? Lin Yuan proudly revealed his battle suit, and Steve beheld Lin Yuan transformed into a silvery avian creature. What do you think? Looks good, doesn't he? I designed this. After all, he did indeed play a part in designing the suit's color. He could claim to be one of the creators without issue. Impressive. But what now? I can't hold on or I'll fall. Steve admired the suit's aesthetic, but was perplexed about what to do next. No need to fret. It's coming. Soon, a silver liquid cascaded from the great bird's back, enveloping Steve entirely, rendering the suit invisible once more. Steve glanced at his hand, then down at the great bird, noticing no change. He had merely fused with the avian creature. Brother, we're now connected. As long as you don't jump into the air, you can move freely. Steve fell silent for a moment, his envy palpable. Brother, can you get me one of those suits? Brother, the material for this suit costs $1,000 per gram. Excuse me, we're off. Lin Yuan flapped his wings and instantly vanished from the deck. Now, Steve could fully experience the exhilarating speed of Lin Yuan. He couldn't help but shout. This is amazing. When Lin Yuan arrived at his destination, he beheld a multitude of people kneeling below. Loki, clad in a verdant battle attire and adorned with a golden helmet featuring 2 long horns, was expounding grandiloquently upon the stage. Mortals, you are destined to be enslaved. Such is your nature. This fellow truly seemed unafraid of retribution from the heavens. And one had to wonder how he managed to maintain his balance with such a lofty headpiece. What would happen if he snagged a power line? Lin Yuan mused, contemplating that perhaps Loki actually desired divine punishment. Alas, it seems Odin's approach to parenting might indeed be flawed. None of his 3 children are a source of peace. The eldest daughter is a violent maniac, finding discomfort unless she spills blood. The eldest son, though somewhat improved, remains rather simple-minded. The adopted son is even worse, wreaking havoc in search of his brother's affection, only to act haughty and aloof when his brother seeks him out. Perhaps I should simply enlist the help of a system to acquire a transformation skill. Just as Loki was reveling in his self-importance, he suddenly felt a chill beneath him. Oh no, it seems a certain trickster is plotting against me. Chapter 72. The performance. At this moment, an elderly man rose from the crowd, resolutely countering Loki's remarks, even casting a mocking glance in his direction. Loki, fueled by fury, raised his staff and aimed it at the old man, preparing to make an example of him. Brother, it's your turn to take the stage. Lin Yuan prompted Steve. Steve, already primed for action, leaped down with his shield, placing himself protectively in front of the elder. The shield deftly reflected the energy Loki unleashed, sending him crashing to the ground. Is it your intention to put on a show here? The last time I dealt with a show-off was in Germany. Loki seethed, gritting his teeth in frustration. You've already crossed the line by interrupting my performance. And now you've embarrassed me in front of all these people. You're courting death. With that, Loki charged at Captain America, and a fierce battle ensued between the two. Lin Yuan cheered from above, chanting encouragement. Go, Captain. Show your might. Yes, just like that. Left hook, kick him. That's right. Use your shield to send him flying. Oh, aim for his eyes, strike at his groin. What an opportunity. Don't let it slip away. The combatants below shouted in unison. Shut up. As Lin Yuan's cheers dwindled, Steve quickly found himself at a disadvantage, battered by Loki and searching desperately for his lost teeth. Brother, are you up to the task? Lin Yuan taunted. I could fight all day. Steve retorted. Are you sure it's not about getting beaten all day? At that moment, Natasha's aircraft arrived. She activated the weapon systems, targeting Loki. Loki, surrender at once. In response, Loki launched an energy sphere at the plane, causing Natasha to evade hastily. By the time she adjusted her aim to fire, Loki was already entangled with Captain America, leaving no opportunity to strike. Captain's damage output is quite weak. He can only serve as a tank. Sigh, I wonder when I'll be able to utilize Wild Blessing. Lin Yuan sighed. Suddenly, a great eagle swooped down, seizing the horn of Loki's helmet, which was perfectly shaped for such a grip. Unable to resist, Lin Yuan took advantage of the moment. With a deft maneuver, the eagle flipped, sending Loki hurtling through the air. Following this, Lin Yuan embarked on his own combination of attacks. Transforming into a treant, he cast nature's grasp upon himself, then morphed back into a panda to execute a charge. Once Loki was dazed by the impact, Lin Yuan swiped the staff from his grasp. He unleashed a flurry of punches, left hook, right hook, uppercut, and downward strike, relishing the moment. When Loki's daze subsided, Lin Yuan feigned an opening, luring Loki into striking him. The punch triggered the passive effect of nature's grasp, ensnaring Loki in tangled roots. This seamless combination was executed with ease. Haha, Lin Yuan chuckled. His fist clenched, a wicked grin on his face as he approached the ensnared Loki. Today, I shall collect on the debt you owe me for those extra hours. Loki, puzzled, replied, what are you talking about? With a swift motion, Lin Yuan swung his panda-like arm. Smack. For your showboating. Smack. For your murderous intentions. Smack. For poking Coulson in the kidney. Loki groaned. I did not stab Coulson in the kidneys. The sound of slaps echoed incessantly as Lin Yuan became addicted to his technique of entangling roots. The effectiveness of this move was simply unparalleled. Once the entangling roots effect subsided, Lin Yuan delivered another strike, prepared to continue, when Steve, unable to bear the sight any longer, interjected, Brother, killing is merely a matter of a light touch. Enough is enough. Lin Yuan nodded, flicking his hand, sending Loki soaring into the sky, transforming into a panda-like treant. Behold my tornado that devastates the parking lot. The enhanced whirlwind was unleashed, drawing Loki into its vortex, the lightning generated within causing his body to tense rigidly. Thus, Loki spun and leaped like a straightened stick amidst the tempest. After a minute, the whirlwind gradually subsided, and Loki fell to the ground, kneeling. At that moment, an incredibly ostentatious BGM blared from Natasha's aircraft, and Iron Man descended from the night sky, engulfed in flames, landing before Lin Yuan. He then witnessed an even more flamboyantly dressed individual kneeling and retching on the ground. Tony could not help but smirk. He had once experienced this sensation himself. Steve approached. Tony, what brings you here? By the way, how did you know we were here? Lin Yuan transformed back into human form, chuckling, Brother Tony. You hacked into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s communication system again, didn't you? Clearing his throat, Tony waved dismissively. That's not important. Let us just get this guy back. Loki, utterly drained from vomiting, offered no resistance as the three of them escorted him aboard the aircraft. During the flight home, Steve and Tony engaged in playful banter, their camaraderie evident, reminiscent of old friends. Lin Yuan, uninterested in their exchange, wandered to the cockpit to observe Natasha piloting the plane. Loki, weakly watching the two bicker, felt a flicker of envy and longing in his eyes. Suddenly, thunder rumbled outside, leaving Natasha puzzled as to why the weather had turned so ominous so suddenly. The aircraft jolted as if something had landed on its roof. Tony opened the hatch to investigate, and Thor appeared at the doorway, gently nudging his hammer against Tony's chest, sending him flying back against the cabin wall. Thor rushed into the cabin, seized Loki, and hurled himself out of the aircraft with his hammer. Lin Yuan watched in astonishment at Thor's fluid actions. Goodness, this big oaf has not improved his eyesight in 2 years. He doesn't even notice I'm here. And he let Tony take such a huge hit. How could Tony possibly tolerate that? Sure enough, Tony rose, furious, and burst out of the cabin in pursuit of Thor. Sighing, Lin Yuan lamented, "These guys are truly troublesome. Brother, shall we go watch the show?" Just as he was about to grab a parachute to follow, Steve asked in astonishment, "Do you know that person?" "Thor, the god of thunder. He is one of us. He may be a bit foolish, but he is a loyal friend." As Lin Yuan transformed into a majestic rock, he remarked, "Thor is all brawn, while Tony possesses intellect within his muscle. Truly, these two are a perfect match. Let us allow them to engage in a duel. After all, one must spar to become acquainted. Come on, brother. Let us first indulge in a theatrical performance." With the captain in tow, Lin Yuan soared towards the direction the two were headed. Soon, he spotted flashes of lightning illuminating the distant woods. Found them. What a lively spectacle. To his delight, Lin Yuan hovered above the battlefield, reveling in the unfolding drama. Goodness. It's pure hand-to-hand combat, and they've demolished so many trees. This is utterly unenvironmental. He narrowly dodged a strike aimed at him. That colossal fool is unleashing a powerful attack. He chuckled. Little does he know, Tony has long since upgraded his armor. Indeed, when lightning struck Thor's raised hammer, he pointed it at Tony, and a chain of electricity instantly struck him. Observing the 400 electric charge on Tony's display, he thought it would be remiss not to retaliate, unleashing 3 energy blasts that sent Thor flying. Lin Yuan was thoroughly entertained from above, while Steve, glancing at Loki seated atop a nearby cliff, felt a foreboding sense of dread. Why isn't Loki fleeing? Does he have some ulterior motive? Brother, Captain, what are you pondering? I've been calling you for ages. Huh? What is it? Steve snapped back to reality. I was suggesting, would you care to join in the fray? Join in the fray? Steve mused, observing the fierce confrontation below. His interest piqued. Very well, lower me down. Keep an eye on Loki. Rest assured, Loki will not escape. I shall join the fray as well. It's been ages since I last saw Thor. He just ignored me, and I must teach him a lesson. Chapter 73. Civil War. The two combatants on the ground were already engulfed in fervor, engaging in a brutal melee. Thor seized Tony's arm, exerting pressure that indented the armor. In pain, Tony retaliated by firing his energy cannon, sending Thor sprawling. Rising with fury, Thor summoned his hammer and hurled it at Tony without any hesitation. A move far more ferocious than before. If the hammer struck Tony, even with his suit's protection, the consequences would be dire. Tony braced himself, the brilliance of his armor surging as he prepared for a desperate counterattack. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, positioning itself before Tony in a defensive stance, brandishing a shield to intercept the incoming hammer. Upon impact, the hammer collided with the shield, unleashing a powerful shockwave that propelled both Captain America and Tony backward. Atreus then descended before Thor, a form he had never encountered, leading him to believe it was merely one of Tony's allies. He reached out to summon his hammer, intent on dispatching the grotesque tree. However, Lin Yuan unleashed a gust of wind, sending Thor flying as the hammer whizzed past him, landing amidst the foliage. As Thor regained his footing, seething with rage, he attempted to summon the hammer once more. Lin Yuan, remaining composed, cast an enhanced moonfire spell, which, following Chalia's friendly test, could temporarily blind and deafen in Treant form, akin to a flashbang. Blast! My titanium eyes! Thor howled, shielding his eyes in agony, his ears ringing as he was further disoriented by the hammer that struck him off balance. Lin Yuan chuckled at Thor's distress, choosing to refrain from further aggression, patiently awaiting Thor's recovery. Once Thor regained his senses, he furiously summoned the hammer that lay nearby and unleashed a powerful attack, summoning countless bolts of lightning to strike his weapon. Lin Yuan transformed into a panda and charged at him. Recognizing Lin Yuan's panda form, Thor was taken aback. What the Lin? Is that you? Before he could react, the charge knocked him unconscious, interrupting his grand display of power. Lin Yuan, grinning, unleashed a flurry of playful punches upon Thor, knowing full well that without his vibranium claws, he could not harm him, merely venting his frustration. When Thor finally regained consciousness, he showed no resistance, as Lin Yuan's playful blows felt like mere tickles to him. He burst into laughter, embracing the panda before him, joyfully exclaiming, "Lin, what a surprise. I thought you were an enemy. It's been 2 years, and you've grown much stronger." Lin Yuan smiled back, recognizing that Thor remained unchanged in his jovial nature. Returning to his human form, he embraced Thor and exclaimed, "Welcome back. Tony and Steve, having concluded their business, approached, with Tony still bearing a hint of irritation. Lin Yuan quickly interjected, Tony, Captain, this is Thor, the Prince of Asgard and Loki's brother. Thor, this is my brother Tony Stark, a super genius. Though just a tad inferior to me. Tony regarded Lin Yuan with an impassive expression, while Steve wore a look that seemed to question Lin Yuan's sense of propriety. Lin Yuan chuckled and pointed at Steve, introducing him. This is Captain Steve Rogers. Just like you wield a mighty hammer, he possesses an equally formidable shield. Steve's expression darkened as he retorted, what do you mean by that? Am I merely adept with a shield? At that moment, Tony interjected, isn't that the truth? Frustrated. Steve challenged, come on. You don't need your armor and I won't use my shield. How about we settle this in a duel? Lin Yuan quickly intervened. All right, brother. Please do me a favor and let it go. Steve, even more incensed, exclaimed, let it go? The instigator here is clearly you. It was then that Thor chimed in. My hammer is indeed quite powerful. The three fell into a moment of silence. Well, you two have certainly become acquainted through conflict. Once we finish this matter, let us share a drink and solidify our brotherhood. For now, let us take Loki back. Noticing that Thor appeared ready to speak again, Lin Yuan halted him. Hold on. We must first deal with Loki. Rest assured, he won't perish. Thor finally nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. Thor, go fetch Loki. Captain, you keep Loki secure while I bear you both. Tony and Thor, being capable of flight, were instructed to soar on their own. When the captain secured Loki on Lin Yuan's back, Lin Yuan deliberately omitted protective measures, merely wrapping Loki's feet in his battle suit to prevent him from being swept away by the wind. I won't let you perish. Upon reaching the aerial carrier, Loki's face had turned pale, his hair stiffly blown back. Steve helped him down from Lin Yuan's back and patted his shoulder, saying, I understand what you're feeling. Trembling. Loki was led into a chamber and confined within a high-strength glass cage resembling an elevator, while Fury operated the control panel to open the hatch beneath the cage. Let me clarify your current predicament. Should you contemplate escape, this iron cage will plummet from an altitude of 9,000 meters. Loki scoffed, surely. This contraption isn't intended for my use, is it? Fury did not deny it. Originally, we were holding something far more ferocious than you. I've heard of a savage beast masquerading as an ordinary individual. How desperate must one be to require the protection of such a monster? Fury's anger flared. It is because you pilfered something you could not control, bringing forth war. Loki regarded Fury with disdain. I cannot control it? Can you? Spare me the grandiloquence. Were you researching the Tesseract to spread warmth across the world? The feeling of failure must be quite disheartening, yes? Ha. Loki burst into laughter, then his expression darkened. It is not I who brought war. It is you who chose to partake in it. Fury's face twitched, and he exited the room without further comment. Outside, Lin Yuan observed Loki trembling on the surveillance screen. Loki is quite the actor. How could a frost giant fear the cold? Pretending to have a cold. What a farce. Except for Thor, the others looked at Lin Yuan with expressions that conveyed, indeed, we have all been deceived. Steve inquired of Thor. What do you believe Loki's intentions are? Thor replied solemnly. He commands an army known as the Chitauri, who are not of Asgard. Loki seeks to invade Earth, presumably in pursuit of the Tesseract. An extraterrestrial army? The captain's expression grew grave, his hands motion of consuming chips slowing considerably. Banner, observing the captain's indulgence, swallowed hard and interjected, they must intend to open a portal, which is why they abducted Dr. Selvig. Selvig? Thor's countenance shifted, and he hastily asked, what of Jane? Lin seized the opportunity to hasten his chip consumption, munching as he remarked, Thor, calm down. What? Lin forcefully swallowed the morsel in his mouth, assuring, Jane is fine. She was not working with the doctor. Only then did Thor feel reassured. Lin, do take your time. You devoured them all. Steve, having stuffed the last few chips into his mouth, voiced his concerns. I do not understand why Loki did not escape. He had the chance moments ago. And how can he command his army from here? Banner dismissed the notion. We should not focus on Loki. That fellow is a madman. Thor, displeased, retorted, speak with caution. Loki is my brother. Oh, how touching. A bond of brotherhood. Lin teased, yet, Thor, it appears Loki has claimed the lives of 80 individuals these past few days. Lin, you see, Loki is adopted. Chapter 74, the gluttonous duo solemnly, Sol declared, leaving the crowd speechless. At that moment, Banner pondered and posed another inquiry. They must have seized the iridium, but for what purpose? It can serve as a stabilizer. Tony's voice resonated. Having changed into casual attire, after all, one cannot attend a meeting clad in armor. Thus, the new portal would not collapse like that of S-H-I-E-L-D. Furthermore, tailored to Loki's requirements, the portal could be enlarged and sustained for an extended duration. As Tony entered, he proceeded directly to the main control panel. With his movements, Lin Yuan discerned him placing a button-sized object behind the main interface. Lin Yuan could not help but facepalm. This brother Tony was once again attempting to coax J.A.R.V.I.S. into mischief. After securing the object, Tony continued, Barton should have no trouble obtaining the other materials. Currently, they still require a high-density energy source to activate the Tesseract. Banner interjected, he must elevate the Tesseract to at least 100 million degrees to meet theoretical standards. Tony's eyes lit up. Finally, someone was able to keep pace with him. Unless Shavik can discover a method to stabilize the quantum tunneling effect, if he can do that. Banner swiftly grasped the implication. He could enable any reactor on Earth to achieve ionic fusion. Crunch, crunch. Steve, munching on chips, inquired, Lin, what are they discussing? Crunch, crunch. No idea, want some spicy strips? Sure. Tony and Banner were now vigorously shaking hands, their camaraderie palpable. Dr. Banner, it is an honor to meet you. Your accomplishments in positron collision are awe-inspiring. Yet I must admit, I find your transformation into a green behemoth when angered even more fascinating. Banner was momentarily at a loss for words, while Lin Yuan sighed, realizing that a zipper was indeed needed for Tony's mouth. At that moment, Fury strode in and remarked, Dr. Banner is here to track the Tesseract. I need your assistance. Banner exhaled a sigh of relief, having nearly choked on Tony's remarks, and quickly added, I plan to start with Loki's scepter. Crunch, crunch. Steve opened another bag of chips and said, that scepter resembles a Hydra weapon. Does it possess any special abilities? Fury gazed at the captain for a moment, exhaling deeply. Captain, could you refrain from eating during the meeting? Crunch, crunch. Lin Yuan chimed in. Oh, director. We want to interrupt your discussion. Fury took a deep breath, silently repeating, stay calm, stay calm. He resolved to ignore the two and continued. I care not for the abilities of that artifact. I simply wish to understand how Loki transformed two of the most reliable individuals I know into obedient puppets. Steve raised his hand. I comprehend that. Tony shot him a disdainful glance. Fool. Let us go, Dr. Banner. We have work to do in the lab. Tony and Banner proceeded towards the laboratory, with Tony casually snatching a bag of snacks from the table. Steve turned to Lin Yuan and inquired, is your brother cursing me? Indeed. Lin Yuan replied emphatically. Damn it, I must confront him. With that, Steve rose to settle the score with Tony. Lin Yuan hurried after him, urging, brother, calm down. This is not the place for a fight. Upon reaching the laboratory, Steve refrained from physically confronting Tony as he had boasted he would. Instead, he quietly confided, Tony, I can't shake the feeling that there is something amiss with Loki's words. It appears you're not as foolish as I thought, Tony remarked while munching on his snacks. S-H-I-E-L-D has issues, and Nick Fury does as well. Do you suspect Fury is concealing something from us? Steve, who had always placed his trust in Fury, pondered the implications of this revelation. Captain, how can you still be so naive? Fury is a spy, the king of spies. Such individuals cannot divulge every detail to you. Are you aware of what he might be hiding? I don't know, but I am certain that his intentions concerning the Tesseract are far from straightforward. Dr. Banner should have noticed this too. Tony passed the conversation to Banner, who, despite his initial reluctance to engage, spoke up under their scrutinizing gazes. Stark Tower, Loki is undoubtedly aware of it. Stark Tower? The ostentatiously designed building by Tony? What of it? Steve questioned, simultaneously critiquing Tony's aesthetic choices. Tony nearly bit his tongue in frustration. I can endure, he muttered. Banner continued. The energy utilized by Stark Tower is currently the most advanced clean energy available and has already been commercialized. Since Fury claims to be studying energy with the Tesseract, why hasn't he invited Stark to participate? This is utterly illogical. I have instructed Jarvis to infiltrate S-H-I-E-L-D-S confidential files in a few hours. We shall uncover the truth. Steve nodded in agreement. I will check their equipment storage. There may be something of interest there. The group dispersed into their respective tasks. Steve sought evidence in the equipment storage, while Tony and Banner continued their research on the scepter in pursuit of the Tesseract. Lin Yuan observed them bustling about. Ideally, he should have been in the equipment storage, yet he remained unaware of the issues with the gear and its whereabouts. Dr. Banner, how do you feel at present? Lin Yuan, who had previously employed a calming technique on Banner to subdue the Hulk, was curious about his current state. Banner found it peculiar that Lin Yuan was asking but did not withhold his response, stating, I feel quite well, actually. I feel more at ease than I have in a long time. Strange, why is that? He suddenly realized that since arriving here, he no longer felt the incessant urge to erupt as he had before. No, it wasn't he just since coming here. It had been this way since waking up earlier. Banner looked at Lin Yuan with excitement. Mr. Lin, it was you, wasn't he it? You have quelled the Hulk, haven't you? Lin Yuan quickly shook his head, exclaiming, No. I cannot possibly vanquish the Hulk. I merely intend to have him behave like a good little one. Banner felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet he found solace in the fact that he had not experienced such ease in a long time. Banner, After this concludes, why not come visit me? The top 10 floors of my Stark Tower are dedicated to research. I believe you would enjoy it immensely. Moreover, there is a room up there that belongs to Lin. Tony held a deep admiration for Banner and sought to extend an invitation for him to join Stark Industries. Banner felt a stir of interest. He was weary of living in a constant state of impending madness. However, he hesitated, stating, I shall ponder it further. Let me first conclude these matters. Tony did not press the issue, and the two resumed their various tasks. Observing that both were occupied, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort merely watching and contemplated finding Coulson in the control room. Old Coulson, Lin Yuan called out, tapping his shoulder from behind, startling him. What are you doing, Lin? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Oh, it's nothing. I just saw you standing there and thought to say hello. By the way, Old Coulson, could you remind Fury that Barton might come to rescue Loki? Chapter 75, Sister, are you waiting for me? Lin Yuan spoke without pausing for a response from Coulson and turned to leave. As for Barton, Lin Yuan was certain he would come. Though he was uncertain of the timing, he could only offer a gentle reminder to Fury, but he suspected that Fury was overly confident about the spaceship, and while he would remain vigilant, he would not take drastic measures. Regarding Loki, Lin Yuan pondered the necessity of bringing him aboard the spaceship. His primary aim was to resolve the Chitauri dilemma all at once. As long as the Tesseract remained on Earth, the Chitauri would inevitably return, seeking Loki this time, and perhaps someone else next time. In comparison, Loki, with his penchant for theatrics, was easier to manage. Facing them openly was far preferable to being ambushed and forced into a hasty response. As Lin Yuan wandered through the spaceship, he discreetly marked everyone he encountered with a wild imprint. He was aware that many Hydra agents infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., but numerous individuals were not affiliated with them. It was unjust to treat everyone as Hydra simply because of their presence. Of course, the bald man he knew to be Hydra would receive no protective measures from him. After meandering for over an hour, Lin Yuan lost track of how many people were aboard the spaceship, but those he had seen were already marked. Upon returning to the laboratory, Lin Yuan sensed something was amiss. He anticipated that Tony and Steve would confront Nick Fury after discovering evidence, yet the atmosphere was unusually tense. In the lab, Nick Fury, Natasha, Thor, Tony, Steve, and Banner were present, engaged in mutual accusations. Fury blamed Thor's arrival for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s decision to research weaponry in preparation for extraterrestrial threats, boldly declaring that everyone was under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s watchful eye. Thor retorted that it was precisely S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research on the Tesseract that signified Earth's intent to join the advanced warfare, subsequently mocking the disunity among Earthlings. Strangely, Tony and Captain America, who typically maintained an amicable rapport due to Lin Yuan, were now at each other's throats. Steve pointed an accusing finger at Tony, exclaiming, "What are you, really? Without your facade, what remains of you?" Tony, puffing with pride, replied, "A genius, a billionaire, a playboy, a philanthropist." The others turned to Steve, nodding in agreement with Tony's declaration. Steve faltered, "Am I praising him? How did he take that as a compliment?" His anger intensified. "What are you boasting about? You merely have a bit more wealth, better looks, and a higher IQ. Many who are lesser than you achieve far more. You are unworthy of being a hero." Tony's temper flared in response, his gaze locking onto Steve's, each word piercing directly to Steve's core. "Rogers, you are merely an experiment, destined to remain a tool for eternity." The two stood at odds, their animosity escalating, both on the verge of physical confrontation. Nick Fury may have sensed a hint of disquiet. He suppressed the rising ire within him and instructed Natasha to take Banner to rest. At that moment, Banner had developed a considerable distrust towards S.H.I.E.L.D., fueled by an inexplicable anger, leading him to believe that Fury intended to confine him and subsequently eliminate him. He shouted vehemently, "You wish to kill me, don't you? You cannot succeed. I have attempted it." An immediate silence enveloped the room as everyone turned in astonishment towards Banner. Suddenly, he revealed a bleak smile, stating, "I have tried. I once attempted suicide, only for the bullet to enter my mouth and emerge from the other side." He lamented the loss of everything, his life, his future, now compelled to associate with a group of bizarre individuals. As Banner grew increasingly agitated, he unconsciously grasped Loki's scepter, the gem atop it emanating a ghostly blue light. Lin Yuan, observing the unfolding scene, understood that the scepter's mind stone was responsible for the disturbance. He shouted, "Banner, put down the scepter." Startled, Banner immediately returned the scepter to the table, causing everyone to gasp, and turned towards Lin Yuan. With a tone of exasperation, he remarked, "Do none of you feel something amiss? Especially you, Tony and Captain. How could you possibly speak to one another like that?" Tony and Steve soon realized the absurdity of their recent words. Lin Yuan continued, "You have all been influenced by Loki's scepter. The gem possesses the ability to manipulate the mind, amplifying your inner negativity. Reflect on whether you have felt somewhat unhinged. The group, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. What a peculiar artifact. They instinctively distanced themselves from the scepter on the table. Suddenly, the gem's light flared brightly, and Banner sensed impending danger. He bellowed, "Run! The Hulk is about to emerge." Panic ensued, and as Lin Yuan prepared to intervene with his dormancy technique, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending a shockwave and flames surging up from the laboratory floor, propelling Lin Yuan out of the celestial mothership. Natasha and Banner were hurled down to the lower decks, while the others were left dazed by the blast. Tony and Steve, close to the exit, rushed to gather their gear in preparation for battle. Fury, battling dizziness, made his way to the command center to orchestrate rescue and combat efforts. Meanwhile, just before being expelled from the mothership, Lin Yuan deftly cast a spell of ethereal fire upon Banner. Transforming into a great rock, he soared back towards the celestial mothership. Reflecting on Loki's cunning nature, the god of mischief truly excelled at weaving intricate schemes. This scepter was indeed a trap. He needed to return swiftly. This was no mere film. Since arriving in this world, events had consistently taken subtle turns, and he could not gamble on Natasha's luck in being saved by Thor at the final hour. Although Natasha possessed nurturing abilities, she feared that if Hulk were to lose control, he might crush her beyond repair. Even if the nurturing could restore her once, it would be insufficient for a second time. Sensing the location of the elemental fire, Lin Yuan swiftly returned to the aerial mothership. In the lower chamber of the mothership, Natasha found her foot trapped beneath a heavy object. Fortunately, her armor, imbued with the wild mark, provided protection, sparing her foot from injury, though it remained firmly pinned and immovable. Nearby, Banner had succumbed to his transformation into Hulk. Natasha struggled desperately to free her leg, but the weight was too great, rendering her efforts futile. Hulk had spotted her and, with a furious roar, charged in her direction. A wave of despair surged within her as she closed her eyes, bracing for the inevitable embrace of death, a fate she had long prepared for. "Sister Natasha, were you waiting for me?" A familiar voice whispered in her ear. Chapter 76. The clever Hulk. Natasha opened her eyes in surprise, only to see a diminutive rock swiftly approaching her. In an instant, the rock transformed into human form. With a powerful wind technique, a wall of air sent Hulk flying. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Yuan morphed into a panda and lifted the heavy object slightly, allowing Natasha to free her foot. "Sister, you go first. I will handle Hulk." Natasha was not the type of woman who insisted on fighting alongside her companions. As a seasoned agent, she understood all too well when to retreat and when to stand her ground. Hulk charged forward again, but Lin Yuan remained calm, transforming into a treant. He raised his hand and reinforced entangling vines and snared Hulk tightly, rolling him towards Lin Yuan due to inertia. Hulk roared in fury, his muscles bulging as he exerted all his strength to break free from the vines. However, Lin Yuan knew the vines wouldn't hold Hulk for long. He quickly transformed back into the rock, grasping Hulk and soaring out of the airborne mothership, diving toward the ground. Lin Yuan descended with remarkable speed, nearly reaching the ground in an instant. After releasing Hulk, he too landed and reverted to his treant form. During his fall, Hulk had already broken free from the vines, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud that created a large crater. Hulk emerged from the pit, roaring as he charged at Lin Yuan, recognizing the bird. Today, Hulk was determined to seize the bird again, and this time he intended to capture it multiple times. Lin Yuan, unhurried, transformed into a treant once more. As Hulk drew near, he unleashed a reinforced wind technique, sending Hulk flying once again. After regaining his footing, Hulk roared and charged forward anew. Lin Yuan raised his hand, and with another round of reinforced entangling vines, Hulk became ensnared like a dumpling, rolling towards Lin Yuan due to inertia. Hulk writhed on the ground like a caterpillar, his fury escalating and strength increasing as the vines struggled to contain him. With a series of resounding cracks, the vines began to break. Hulk, eyes ablaze, surged towards Lin Yuan with even greater speed, intent on tearing apart this little creature before him. Lin Yuan remained unfazed, pointing his finger to unleash the reinforced wind technique once more, sending Hulk hurtling back. Hulk's rage intensified, and his movements grew increasingly violent. He attempted various methods to close the distance to Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan effortlessly countered each one. Even Hulk's attempts to leap over were thwarted by Lin Yuan's wind technique. After several exchanges, Lin Yuan began to feel exasperated. Hulk was truly relentless. If he was tea-weary, Lin Yuan certainly was. Perhaps it was time for a different approach. Lin Yuan sat on the ground, unleashing a reinforced whirlwind aimed at the charging Hulk. This technique had a longer duration, leaving Hulk unable to gain leverage in the air, making it unlikely for him to escape. Hulk was caught in the tornado, his roars sounding somewhat comical against the swirling winds. Lin Yuan was reminded of his childhood days, shouting at a fan. However, as he listened, he noticed something amiss. Hulk's cries had morphed into a series of sounds. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yuan realized, oh no. Hulk, you sly one. You're letting Banner out at a time like this. You truly know how to pull a fast one. However, Lin Yuan found himself in a predicament, as this skill could not be interrupted. Fortunately, there was little time left, and he hoped that Banner could endure. 10 seconds later, Lin Yuan patted the continuously retching Banner on the back, wearing a bemused expression. Anyone who dared to call the Hulk foolish in the future would have to contend with him. The Hulk was quite astute indeed. On the airship, the third engine had ceased operation, and Tony and Steve were tasked with restarting the rotor blades. Due to the enemy's interference, Steve failed to pull the deceleration lever in time, causing Tony to be ensnared by the restarted rotor blades. Once Steve dealt with the adversaries and managed to pull the lever, Tony emerged from the ordeal with his armor battered and bruised. Nevertheless, he steadied himself and re-entered the airship to eliminate the attacking foes. Meanwhile, in the lower deck of the airship, Natasha, who was racing upward, encountered an ambush. Barton, Natasha exclaimed, a mix of surprise and delight. However, upon seeing her, Barton, his eyes glowing blue from control, immediately launched an attack. Familiar with each other, they engaged in a fierce battle. Yet, Natasha, protected by the wild mark upon her, swiftly gained the upper hand and executed a scissor kick that knocked Barton down, followed by a punch to his head. Barton's eyes cleared momentarily as he called out Natasha's name before losing consciousness. Natasha, panting, murmured, Lin was right. One must first deliver a beating. On the other side, Thor observed the open door of the glass chamber where Loki was confined, with Loki standing at the threshold. This single-minded individual let out a roar and lunged at Loki, only to be deceived once again by an illusion. Soon, Thor found himself trapped within the glass chamber. As Loki taunted him from outside, my dear brother, I have employed this trick countless times, and it remains just as effective. Loki then activated the control switch for the chamber, ready to send it plummeting from the sky at the press of a button. At that moment, Coulson, responding to Nick Fury's orders, aimed a newly developed S-H-I-E-L-D weapon at Loki. Ever since you sent the destroyer our way, we have been studying this weapon. I am uncertain about its firing capabilities. Care to find out? Loki raised his hand, seemingly surrendering. Coulson felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking, see, I can still turn the tide. However, he soon felt a grip around his neck and a sharp pain in his side. Before he could react, a blade appeared at his chest, causing him to collapse. Loki, equally bewildered, had deceived Coulson with an illusion and used his weapon to stab at Coulson's lower back. The blade initially struck an energy shield, merely breaking through the skin, but with a forceful thrust, it pierced through Coulson's side. Loki murmured to himself, I have indeed pierced Coulson's side. Inside the glass chamber, Thor gritted his teeth in frustration, powerless to intervene, as he watched Loki, triumphant with his scepter, stride toward the control console, clinging to a flicker of hope. Loki contemplated the bond of brotherhood, hesitating to press the switch. After all, the perilous drop from such heights could inflict injury or even death, even upon him. Yet, disappointment washed over him as he decisively pressed the button. Thor plummeted rapidly to the ground, accompanied by the container. Loki smirked derisively, poised to depart. You will not succeed. They will thwart you. Coulson's feeble voice halted Loki in his tracks. He turned to regard the barely conscious Coulson, ready with a scornful retort, but Coulson activated his weapon. Loki was violently propelled from the room by a colossal fireball, while Coulson smiled faintly, realizing the situation's true nature. Subsequently, he bowed his head, falling into silence. Chapter 77, The Death of Coulson. At this moment, Lin Yuan was soaring through the skies with Banner on his back. When he caught sight of a circular object plummeting from the mothership, he recognized it immediately as Loki's glass chamber, likely containing Thor. It seemed that the big fool had once again fallen for Loki's trickery. Sigh, this simpleton, does he truly lack sense? How is it that he is perpetually deceived by Loki? Or perhaps he simply relishes being fooled? It's utterly perplexing. Lin Yuan, however, was not concerned about Thor's safety. After all, Thor was endowed with vitality that would protect him. Given his robust constitution, he was unlikely to meet an untimely demise. As long as it was an instant death, vitality could restore him. Indeed, just as Lin Yuan anticipated, moments before the object struck the ground, a figure burst forth from within, crashing onto the earth and sending a shower of dirt into the air. Lin Yuan hurried over and found Thor lying on the ground. Thor, are you all right? He inquired. Thor, upon seeing Lin Yuan, beamed with relief. I'm fine, Lin. Just a bit of an arm injury. Lin Yuan promptly set Banner down and began to mend Thor's wounds. Thor clenched his fist, amazed to find that the pain had completely vanished. Lin, your magic is truly remarkable, he exclaimed. Lin Yuan chuckled. I still have much to learn. Once I grow stronger, I shall elevate your experience to celestial heights. Now, come, take your hammer. I will carry you. Your speed is rather sluggish. With that, Lin Yuan transformed into a magnificent rock, inviting both Banner and Thor onto his back. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared toward the mothership. At that moment, the mothership's third engine had been repaired by Tony, and it had ceased its descent, regaining stability. Loki, aboard a plane brought by Barton, had successfully fled the mothership. When Nick Fury reached the secured chamber, he was met with the sight of Coulson lying on the ground. He rushed to assess Coulson's injuries, and dread filled his heart. This was a fatal wound. Coulson, in a feeble voice, murmured, "Chief, I need to rest." Nick Fury, overwhelmed with sorrow yet resolute, replied, "No. You cannot rest. I still need you." Coulson managed a faint smile. "Chief, it's all right. I have merely fulfilled my duty. I hope my heroes can successfully complete theirs." With that, Coulson fell still. Nick Fury's eyes reddened as he silently gazed at Coulson's unmoving form. Unbeknownst to him, a faint green light began to emanate from Coulson's body. Suddenly, Coulson jolted, his eyes snapping open. Nick Fury nearly jumped out of his skin. Coulson, equally bewildered, had felt as though he was on the brink of death. Yet an inexplicable force surged within him, restoring him swiftly. He immediately thought of Lin Yuan, for in his understanding, only Lin Yuan possessed such capabilities. Nick Fury stared at Coulson for a long moment before enveloping him in a tight embrace. He then discreetly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. As if struck by a thought, he turned to Coulson and said, "How about you just die for a moment?" Coulson responded, "Chief, what are you suggesting?" In the communications channel of the aerial battleship, the sorrowful voice of Nick Fury resonated. "Ladies and gentlemen, Coulson has been mortally wounded by Loki. Our medical team could not save him." The news left everyone in shock, enveloping them in profound grief. In the conference room, Nick Fury gazed at Tony and Steve, who sat in silence for a prolonged moment before he spoke. "I admit we initially intended to utilize the Tesseract to create weapons, but I never intended to place all our bets on that. My focus has always been on another initiative, one that Stark should be aware of." He glanced at Tony and continued, "The Avengers Initiative aims to unite exceptional individuals like you to confront future crises." Coulson firmly believed in the success of this initiative. He had faith that heroes would always exist. Tony abruptly rose, his expression heavy as he exited the conference room, with Steve hastily following, leaving Fury in silence as he watched their retreating figures. "What are you thinking, Tony?" On the battleship's corridor, Tony and Steve stood in silence, gazing out into the void, until Steve broke the stillness. "What do you mean?" "Coulson's death. He was foolish to confront Loki alone. He was dutiful. That exceeded his capabilities. You should have a weighted backup." Steve paused, contemplating before addressing Tony. "You know, Tony, Clint took me to a place called Rabbit's Home, and I've seen many stories like this. They, like Coulson, willingly sacrificed their lives for a belief, even against overwhelming odds, and many among them were ordinary people. They were all heroes, including Coulson, and we should be too." After a lengthy silence, Tony replied, "I can join the Avengers Initiative, but I will not be manipulated by Fury. Neither will I. He and Loki must be held accountable for Coulson's death." "All right, Tony, for now, let's focus on finding Loki. Loki desires the spotlight." Tony suddenly exclaimed. "What? How is that relevant?" Steve queried, perplexed. "It is highly relevant. Loki craves attention. He requires a stage to showcase that he can defeat us." The more Tony spoke, the more animated he became. Thus, he needs a symbolic location, one that also possesses the energy source he seeks. Suddenly, Tony halted. After a brief moment, he exclaimed, "Damn it, I need to eliminate him," and hurriedly dashed off to don his armor. Steve understood and followed suit, grumbling, "I told you not to design that tower so ostentatiously. Now look, it'll need to be rebuilt." As Tony ran, he retorted, "You jinx. I'll head over first. Find a way to contact Clint. There's no time. You go ahead. I'll find Natasha to fly me over." The two split up, with Tony racing to his armor and Steve heading to find Natasha. Meanwhile, on another front, Barton, bound to the bed, let out a cry of anguish. "I need to expel what's in my head. Natasha, do you comprehend this sensation? Someone has forcibly implanted foreign thoughts within your mind." Natasha calmly replied, "I have endured it all, as you are well aware." Barton fell silent, shifting the conversation as he inquired, "How did you manage to bring me back to my senses?" Natasha smirked. "Clint informed me that a good thrashing would suffice." Barton retorted, "I owe him my gratitude." "No need. I have already expressed my thanks on your behalf." After Barton regained his composure, Natasha untied his restraints. At that moment, the door swung open, and Steve peered in, exclaiming, "Natasha, it's time to depart. Can you pilot a plane?" "I can," Barton interjected. Natasha gestured to Steve, indicating that Barton was now fine. Steve nodded. "Then let us proceed. Let's take them down." Chapter 78. The resilient Hulk. Upon their return to the aerial mothership, Lin Yuan and his companions found everyone engrossed in the restoration of the communication systems. "Director, we are back," Lin Yuan greeted as he entered. Nick Fury cast a glance at him, then scrutinized Banner for a moment before replying, Tony may require your assistance. You should hurry to Stark Tower. Here is a communication headset for each of you. Lin Yuan subdued his smile, nodded, accepted the headset, and promptly departed. Followed closely by Thor and Banner. Lin, thank you. Fury's voice echoed from behind. Lin Yuan understood the reference to Coulson, raised his hand in acknowledgement, and continued on without looking back. With Thor and Banner aboard, Lin Yuan soared swiftly towards Stark Tower. Tony, clad in his armor, was the first to arrive at the tower, coincidentally witnessing Dr. Selvig activating the portal device. Even though Jarvis had cut off the energy supply to the tower, the Tesseract had been ignited, rendering external power unnecessary. Shut it down, Doctor, Tony commanded. Dr. Selvig's expression bore an almost fanatical exuberance, akin to a devoted acolyte welcoming a deity. It's activated. It will lead us into a new universe. Without hesitation, Tony unleashed an energy blast. The energy cannon was deflected by the protective shield formed by the Tesseract, sending Dr. Selvig sprawling to the ground, unconscious. SIR, this is a pure energy shield. It cannot be breached, Jarvis announced. Jarvis, prepare to activate Mark 7. Tony decided to replace his severely damaged suit. But Mark 7 has not been tested. Then let us conduct a field test. Tony landed on the rooftop of Stark Tower, allowing the mechanical arms to disassemble his armor while he fixed his gaze upon Loki, who was also on the rooftop. Feigning a casual conversation with Loki, Tony approached the bar on the rooftop and, while pouring a drink, donned the locator wristband for Mark 7. Loki, you've successfully managed to incite our wrath. Loki shrugged nonchalantly, and what of it? You are all still dancing to my tune. Shouldn't it be you who is ensnared? Tony retorted with sarcasm. Suddenly, Loki was struck by a wave of nausea, a visceral sensation that reminded him of vulnerability. He had broken. With a grim expression, he advanced towards Tony, staff in hand, declaring, I will make you kill that wretched brother of yours, or force him to slay you. Tony soared back to the rooftop, delivering a powerful blow that incapacitated Loki. Just as he was poised to continue his assault, a brilliant blue beam emanated from the Tesseract, piercing the heavens and unveiling a colossal portal in the sky. In an overwhelming surge, countless Chitauri soldiers poured forth from the portal. Abandoning his attack on Loki, Tony charged forward, unleashing the ammunition of his armor. Yet, the sheer number of Chitauri soldiers rendered his efforts futile. The soldiers scattered, launching attacks on the civilians below, while a portion pursued Tony relentlessly. As Tony deftly evaded the onslaught of his pursuers, utilizing the advantageous terrain to eliminate some of them, he soon found himself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of enemies. At that moment, Steve's voice crackled through the communicator. Tony, we're on our way. Did you come on a tractor? Hurry up and help. Tony quipped while dodging incoming bullets. Natasha, piloting a plane, activated its weapons, managing to dispatch some of the Chitauri soldiers on Tony's tail. However, more foes continued to join the chase. Suddenly, Natasha spotted Loki atop the building. She exchanged a knowing glance with Barton, nodded, and aimed the plane toward Loki to commence an attack. However, Loki retaliated with an energy blast that struck the aircraft's rotor, sending it spiraling down to the ground. Fortunately, the trio emerged unscathed. As they exited the wreckage, a thunderous roar echoed through the air as a massive figure emerged from the portal, the Chitauri Leviathan, the core combat force of the Chitauri army. The sight of this enormous creature left everyone in awe, and Tony's heart raced with disbelief. He had never imagined such a weapon of war could exist. This biological weapon surpassed all his expectations. The Leviathan dove towards the ground, ejecting a multitude of Chitauri soldiers who began indiscriminately attacking. Steve, witnessing the gargantuan beast and the swarm of soldiers, felt a chill run down his spine. How on earth do we fight this? He called out to Tony. Tony, do you see this? I do, and it seems we need reinforcements. Just then, a familiar voice resonated through everyone's communicators. Miss me, everyone? A giant eagle soared from the distance, carrying two figures on its back. Thor stood atop the eagle, wielding his hammer to unleash lightning upon the Chitauri below, while Banner cheered. Nice one, Thor. Loki's on the rooftop. Go take care of him. Tony's voice chimed in, prompting Thor to swing his hammer and head toward Stark Tower. Lin Yuan landed beside Steve, casting buffs on the group. Are you all right? He inquired, then greeted Barton. Welcome back, Barton. Barton grinned, extending his fist. I heard it was you who had Natasha wake me up. Once this is over, I'll settle the score with you. Anytime, I'm ready, Lin Yuan replied, bumping fists with him before turning to Banner. Banner, let Hulk out. Banner nodded, yet after a prolonged moment of introspection, he remained unchanged. With a wry smile, he shook his head, lamenting, the Hulk refuses to emerge. This is beyond my control. Lin Yuan raised his hand, unleashing his ire upon Banner. In response, Banner's eyes glimmered crimson as his physique rapidly expanded. The Hulk had manifested. Observing the newly formed Hulk, Lin Yuan nodded approvingly, remarking, the quality of those trousers is commendable. No sooner had the Hulk appeared than he instinctively sought to attack Lin Yuan. With a fierce glare, Lin Yuan warned, "If you dare strike me, I shall spin you around like a top for half an hour, rendering you unable to revert." The Hulk immediately recoiled. Though he was unafraid of confrontation, the individual before him employed such underhanded tactics. Who could withstand such treatment? The Hulk, ever adaptable, chose to bide his time rather than succumb to immediate provocation. Chapter 79. The Druid's Group Control Ability. Hulk, you handle those behemoths while I bring them down. You smash them to pieces. Lin Yuan pointed at the Chitauri giant beasts in the sky, then bestowed a buff upon Hulk before transforming into a treant to unleash entangling roots. The Chitauri beast was ensnared by the suddenly appearing vines, leaving only its head exposed, and it plummeted straight down. "Go, Pikachu!" Hulk bellowed, charging towards the descending Chitauri giant. "Captain, I'll draw their attention. You organize the crowd to take cover. Those officers need to move quickly. It's been ages, and we haven't seen a single soul." Lin Yuan transformed into a panda, running while releasing challenging roars. All the Chitauri soldiers along his path chased after him, as if he were an extraordinarily beautiful woman. The remaining three were left in awe. Such skill was remarkable. Steve was the first to recover, commanding a team of officers to establish a defensive line and shelter civilians. The head officer looked at Steve with disdain. "Who are you? Why should I listen to you?" Steve pointed at Lin Yuan, who was being pursued by countless Chitauri soldiers. "That is my brother." The officer replied, "Understood, Sir. You may give the orders." As Lin Yuan continued to run, more and more Chitauri soldiers followed behind him. He twisted his body to evade the countless bullets flying his way. He had no choice but to dodge. While he was not afraid of a few, the sheer volume was overwhelming, and being hit was painful. Lin Yuan led all the Chitauri soldiers in his vicinity, including airborne troops, away from the area. When he reached an open square, he found himself surrounded on all sides by Chitauri soldiers. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue. "Wow, so many. How long will it take to defeat them with my claws? Dog system, where's my starfall ability?" With no alternative, he had to fight. Lin Yuan let out a powerful roar. A pre-battle shout typically boosts DPS. He charged into the horde, his claws, clad in vibranium armor, began to reap the lives of the Chitauri soldiers. Fortunately, under the influence of the challenging roar, the Chitauri soldiers opted for melee attacks as they approached Lin Yuan, while the bullets fired by the others either missed the agile panda or struck their own comrades. Occasionally, a bullet would hit him, but it could not breach his defenses. Instead, it fueled his armor, creating a circular void wherever he went. Surrounded by the densely packed Chitauri, Lin Yuan felt the strain in his claws. The numbers had not diminished significantly. He could only rely on the sporadic energy burst from his armor to clear the hordes. Suddenly, numerous bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, obliterating the throngs of Chitauri soldiers surrounding Lin Yuan. "Wow, how enviable. Such group attack capability is exhilarating," Lin Yuan exclaimed, nearly drooling with envy. "Damn it, it's all your fault, dog system." Thor descended from above, clutching his abdomen, a pained expression etched on his face. "You've been outsmarted by your brother again, haven't you? Why don't you ever learn?" Lin Yuan expressed his frustration at him, followed by casting a healing touch and restoring his buffs. Sol, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. "Let's go and regroup with them." Gazing at the relentless stream of Chitauri soldiers emerging from the sky, Lin Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. How long would this battle last? The group gathered on a dilapidated bridge, and Tony descended from the air, while Hulk, having dispatched a large foe, returned in high spirits, demonstrating his sociable nature. Lin Yuan observed the 6 assembled comrades before him, each invigorated and unscathed. He felt a swell of pride, knowing this was all thanks to his efforts. Well, Tony was the exception, as Lin Yuan could not restore his armor. With a snap, he took a group photo to commemorate the moment in such tense circumstances. It was likely only Lin Yuan who would think to capture the memory. The others looked at him in bemusement. "What are you staring at? Get back to work. Why are you just standing there? Hulk, what are you doing back? Did you see that? Go after him." Hulk let out a roar and charged forward. "Captain, you assign the tasks." Steve frowned. "What tasks can I assign? Hulk has already run off at your command." What do you want Hulk to do?" Steve fell silent for a moment, just as the Chitauri suddenly erupted with a deafening roar. Everyone looked up to see even more colossal Chitauri beasts and soldiers pouring forth from the portal. Panic spread across their faces. The numbers were overwhelming. Far too many for just the 6 of them to handle, and even reinforcements might struggle against such a tide. Lin Yuan quickly declared, "I will draw the majority of them away. You all must find a way to close the portal." Without waiting for a response, he soared towards the portal. "Barton, observe the marching patterns of these creatures from above. Tony, use guerrilla tactics to distract the scattered foes. Sol, prepare yourself to assist Lin in clearing out the enemies. Natasha, find a way up to see if there's a method to shut the portal down. I will handle the ground troops." Steve efficiently assigned everyone their tasks. Tony took Barton upstairs, while Sol led Natasha to the rooftop of Stark Tower. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan approached the portal, confronted by a throng of Chitauri. Here goes nothing. With determination, he accelerated towards the wormhole, swiftly evading the Chitauri's weaponry. As he drew near, he transformed into a panda midair, activating his roar of challenge. The wave of Chitauri, including the mighty beasts, turned towards his descending figure. How about this for a group pull? Lin Yuan exclaimed triumphantly. Morphing back into a great bird and deftly avoiding the concentrated fire of the Chitauri. He dared not fly too fast, instead luring the massive horde behind him. Sol. Lin Yuan flew past Sol, who immediately understood, unleashing a chain of lightning that obliterated several Chitauri beasts along with countless soldiers in an instant. However, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. The holes created by Thor's strikes were swiftly filled. The entourage trailing Lin Yuan was rapidly expanding, and Lin Yuan's audacious maneuvers attracted even more foes. The current scenario resembled a dragon dance performed by rabbits, with the Chitauri army embodying the undulating dragon, and Lin Yuan personifying the mystical dragon pearl, which only grew in strength. Lin Yuan darted around, luring the monsters without daring to pause. As Thor's ultimate ability was still on cooldown, necessitating a brief wait before it could be unleashed. Meanwhile, Tony had depleted his ammunition, relying solely on agility to evade attacks, occasionally allowing the Chitauri soldiers to collide with one another through sheer evasion, while his armor bore the marks of numerous bullet impacts. The captain had been engaged on the ground for an extended period, tirelessly rescuing civilians in peril, yet his stamina was critically waning. Even with the rejuvenating magic still at work, Barton, perched atop a rooftop, was picking off enemies with arrows, but his efforts felt insubstantial, and his quiver was nearing emptiness. It seemed that the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Chapter 80, Celebrating in Advance. Suddenly, the Hulk leapt from the rooftop, landing upon the back of Lin Yuan's dragon, rampaging wildly, sending Chitauri soldiers plummeting like dumplings. However, being in the air, the Hulk soon descended, crashing directly into Lin Yuan's room within Stark Tower. Lin Yuan, on the verge of tears, lamented, "My new room. I haven't even moved in yet, and now it's gone." At that moment, Barton spotted Loki seated upon the Chitauri airship. Determined to settle both old and new scores, he released an arrow aimed at Loki's eye, only for Loki to catch it in a rather ostentatious manner. With a resounding boom, Loki's grandstanding failed once more. The arrowhead exploded, sending him tumbling from the airship, landing squarely on the rooftop of Stark Tower. The fated clash had begun. Loki, repeatedly battered, lost control and bellowed at the Hulk, "I'm a god. How dare you?" The Hulk nodded and seized Loki by the foot, applauding him with fervent enthusiasm. Overwhelmed by Hulk's exuberance, Loki lay on the ground, groaning. This sensation feels oddly familiar. Without a backward glance, Hulk made his way out, glancing at his palm, squeezing his fist, and disdainfully remarked, "Tisich, this feeling is nowhere near as good as a panda's. Useless god." Tears of humiliation streamed down Loki's face. As Lin Yuan dodged attacks from behind, he shouted into the communication channel, "Jarvis, are you recording all of this?" "Yes, sir, it is all being recorded." Tony, exasperated, replied, "Lin, what are you doing at a time like this? Hurry up and think of a solution. We're barely holding on." Indeed, while Lin Yuan had drawn most of the Chitauri soldiers and beasts away, the remaining few were still formidable opponents. Aside from Thor and Hulk, the stamina of the others was nearly depleted, even with rejuvenation spells still lingering on each of them. Lin Yuan began to feel anxious. How would they manage this? Suddenly, he noticed a distant Chitauri being obliterated by a beam of golden light. A realization struck him. His eyes lit up as he turned and soared towards that direction. Sure enough, he soon beheld a bald woman on a rooftop, one hand resting on her back, while the other waved gracefully through the air. With each movement, golden light snatched away a Chitauri's life. At that moment, Lin Yuan didn't have the luxury to ponder further. He needed to address the immediate crisis. "Great One, help me," he cried out, his tone suggesting imminent peril. The ancient sorceress, Dr. Strange, was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yuan's desperate call, but soon smiled gently and raised her hand. In Lin Yuan's astonished gaze, a golden light enveloped all the Chitauri following him, and then, like raindrops, they began to fall from the sky. "Wow, the Great One is terrifying," Lin Yuan silently marveled, realizing the extent of Dr. Strange's power, truly formidable. However, what had she been doing just moments ago? So leisurely, picking off enemies at her own pace. Was she merely slacking off here? Lin Yuan dared not concern himself with the Great One's leisurely antics. He needed to return and assist his comrades. "Thank you, my friend. I'll come to visit you when I have some free time." With that, Lin Yuan turned and returned to assist. Gui watched Lin Yuan and Depung depart, a faint smile gracing his lips before he resumed his languid demeanor, leisurely paddling through the water. Lin Yuan returned to the captain's side, who appeared utterly exhausted. "Captain, I'm back. Please take a moment to rest." Lin Yuan replenished Steve's buffs, allowing him a brief respite, while he began to eliminate the surrounding foes. Above, several colossal beasts lingered in the sky. Lin Yuan employed his enhanced entangling roots to bring them all down, leaving Hulk and Thor to handle the aftermath. Natasha, how is the portal coming along? Dr. Shavig has awakened. He says we need the scepter to close the portal. Natasha's voice emanated from the communicator. The scepter fell on the rooftop of Stark Tower. Hurry and retrieve it. Understood. Everyone, we have a situation. Suddenly, Nick Fury's voice crackled through the communicator. The higher-ups have revoked my authority. They intend to use a nuclear bomb to obliterate the portal. Have they lost their minds? Steve erupted in fury, exclaiming, "This is Manhattan, one of the most densely populated areas. How dare they even consider using a nuclear bomb?" At that moment, Steve felt utterly disillusioned with these bureaucrats. They had acted this way 70 years ago and continued to do so, perhaps even worse. Nick Fury's voice continued. 2 fighter jets just took off from the deck. I shot one down, but the other is already en route. I hope you can stop it. All right, I'll take care of it. Lin Yuan replied succinctly before vanishing into the sky. Within the communicator, Steve's weary voice was heard. Lin, we're counting on you. Don't worry, brother. I will handle it. Over the ocean, a fighter jet sped through the air, its pilot receiving orders to launch a nuclear missile towards the bustling city. Despite his reservations, his duty compelled him to obey. The aircraft was nearing the designated launch point, and the pilot disabled the safety mechanism of the launch button. Ready to fire. Suddenly, a high-speed object appeared on the radar, approaching at an astonishing velocity. Before he could react, a massive bird materialized before him, its sharp talons piercing the cockpit's windshield. The avian creature spoke in a chilling tone. If you dare press that launch button, I will annihilate your entire family. Now, immediately. Jump out of the plane, and I can still bring you back to land. The pilot, petrified, complied without hesitation. Lin Yuan hurled the fighter jet into the sea and seized the ejected pilot, soaring back towards land. After finding a suitable spot, he released the pilot and rushed back, aware that numerous foes still awaited. Guys, the nuclear bomb has been dealt with. Natasha, are you ready on your end? Yes, I'm preparing to close the portal. Natasha, having spoken, plunged the scepter into the protective shield of the cube, and swiftly, the azure beam of magic dissipated, while the portal in the sky began to shrink gradually. By the time Lin Yuan returned, the portal had closed by nearly 2/3. He landed beside Natasha, surveying the devastated city before him. With a gesture, he raised his middle finger towards the portal, then pointed, releasing a falling star into its depths, causing the portal to vanish entirely. Sister Natasha, now that the portal is shut, does that mean we have achieved victory? Might I indulge in a celebratory firework display, just to mark the occasion? Natasha paused, then beamed a smile, not at all excessive. The two watched as the opening above them continued to diminish until it ultimately vanished. Ah, finally, it is coming to an end. Let us resume our efforts. There are still many foes to confront. Lin Yuan exhaled, preparing to continue his work. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 81. The bug suddenly, the Chitauri, who had been fiercely attacking moments ago, froze in place, collapsing to the ground in a lifeless heap. The colossal Chitauri creatures soaring through the sky also exhibited no signs of life, plummeting from the heavens and stirring up immense clouds of dust. Everyone present was rendered speechless, staring in awe at the unfolding scene. Lin Yuan exchanged bewildered glances with Natasha, both perplexed about the bizarre turn of events. Could it be that the portal had closed, severing their connection? Lin Yuan, somewhat bewildered, inquired of Natasha, who responded with an equally puzzled expression. I have no idea. Voices crackled through the communicator, with others assuming Lin Yuan had orchestrated this phenomenon, bombarding him with questions about how he had accomplished it. Lin, how did you do it? Tony, the most inquisitive among them, was the first to pose the question. Bro, if I told you I don't know, would you believe me? Lin Yuan thought to himself, I understand. Internally screaming, you don't understand anything. I genuinely have no clue. Nonetheless, he sensed an air of mystery surrounding the situation, though he dismissed it, considering it ultimately a fortuitous event. Suddenly, the system's voice erupted in Lin Yuan's mind, nearly startling him into submission. Ding. Host, what have you done? Lin Yuan, perplexed, retorted. What madness is this, system? What have I done? Ding. You have actually exploited a bug. What? What bug? Please clarify. Lin Yuan's confusion deepened. Ding. Did you use Starfall? Indeed. I celebrated our victory early with a firework display. What of it? Can you even control me? Lin Yuan exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ding. Host. This is a bug and must be rectified. Panic surged through Lin Yuan's mind. System, if you dare alter this skill, I will take drastic measures. We shall perish together. This was outrageous. After much effort, he had finally acquired an offensive skill, albeit with a limited range, but it was still a skill. If the system were to fix it, Lin Yuan would indeed be driven to desperate measures against it. The system's voice was tinged with grievance. Ding. However, if such a significant bug remains unfixed, I will lose my bonus for this month. I don't care. Just know that if you modify it, I will take my own life. Choose money or my existence. Ding. Host. The system attempted to play the sympathy card, but Lin Yuan interrupted. System, when has that ever worked on me? My stance is clear. You decide. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Yuan, and he curiously asked, by the way, system, do you actually receive a salary? You mentioned a bonus. Ding. Systems need to eat too. Enough talk. I need a moment to weep. Lin Yuan hastily called out to the system. Wait. Why do you say this skill has a bug? Through its sobs. The system replied, originally, Starfall had significant limitations, only able to be unleashed on Earth, with the height of the meteor fixed. However, no one anticipated you would release it within the portal. Moreover, I had miscalculated the energy intensity of the meteor. All right, go ahead and cry. Lin Yuan comprehended the situation, and after dismissing the system, he pondered internally. With a fixed altitude and considerable energy intensity, this could indeed serve as a defensive skill. Should any adversaries attempt to invade Earth in the future, this skill might provide a means of defense. Lin, what's wrong? Natasha observed Lin Yuan standing there in a daze, alternating between shock and anger, and she gently nudged him with concern. It's nothing. Lin Yuan snapped back to reality, joyfully exclaiming, Sister, indeed, victories must be celebrated. Natasha looked on in confusion. Ha. It's nothing, sister, come on up. I'll take you to join everyone. All right, I've never flown like this before. Haha, great. Then I'll take you for a spin. Let's go. A magnificent rock soared through the sky, carrying a beautiful woman, her laughter resonating above the war-torn city. Steve gazed at the great bird soaring overhead, a smile gracing his lips. How wonderful. I'm so glad to have you, little brother. Thanks to Lin Yuan's efforts in distracting most of the enemies, the casualties among the populace were minimal, far better than anticipated. Hulk, standing high above, watched the great bird flying to and fro, unconsciously clenching his fist before leaping off the building to regroup with the main force. Martin observed Natasha, who was laughing joyfully on Lin Yuan's back, and a smile of contentment crossed his face. It's truly wonderful. It's rare to see Natasha this happy. Tony called out through the communicator. How about we celebrate a little? I know a Turkish kebab place nearby that I'd like to try. Lin Yuan, still airborne, quickly interjected. What's so great about kebabs? Let's have hot pot instead. I can go by the ingredients, and we can enjoy hot pot on the rooftop of Stark Tower. What do you all think? The group readily agreed. With Thor looking up at the tower, we are not finished yet. Tony replied, Lin, let us postpone that for a bit. I'll clean up the rooftop first. All right. We'll have it tonight. For now, let us settle accounts with someone. Lin Yuan declared as he flew with Natasha towards Stark Tower, with everyone else gathering in that direction. Moved by Hulk's enthusiasm, Loki, who lay on the ground, finally regained some composure. He struggled to rise and leaned against the staircase in the room. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back and turned to see the entire group glaring at him. Could we avoid slapping my face? He weakly inquired. The group ignored him, all eyes fixed on Lin Yuan. Loki's expression shifted dramatically. Perhaps you should let Hulk give me a good beating. Realizing his mistakes, Loki resolved to perform an aerial ballet, spinning and singing simultaneously. I'll go fetch the doctor and the Tesseract. After casting a whirlwind spell on Loki, Lin Yuan left him to his own devices, with so many watching. He then proceeded to retrieve the cosmic cube, while Natasha held onto the scepter all along. Upon reaching the rooftop where the Tesseract resided, Dr. Selvig found himself slumped on the ground, gazing vacantly at the cube. Lin Yuan, understanding his turmoil, first administered some treatment and then offered gentle words of comfort. Doctor, this is not your fault. It is all due to Loki. Selvig remained silent, merely exhaling a soft sigh. Come on, doctor, let me help you down, Lin Yuan said, as he picked up the Tesseract. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. This troublesome system, has it truly finished lamenting so swiftly? Chapter 82, The Feasting. Host, you are now able to access spatial gems. Please wait a moment while I absorb some spatial energy. Lin Yuan, intrigued, inquired, Dog system. Can you truly absorb the energy of spatial gems? Ding. The system can absorb a small amount of energy through the host. Consider it a minor benefit for me. Hee. Suddenly, Lin Yuan had a thought and chuckled. System. The system immediately grew cautious. Ding. Host, what are you planning? I have no ulterior motive. It's only fair that we share. Ding. Wow, host, are you even human? You wish to seize my little benefit? Very well, I shall refrain from taking it. Alas. What a pity, for there lies another mind gem. With a tone filled with regret, Lin Yuan placed the cube on the ground. Ding. Well then, I can only share a tiny bit with you. That's the spirit. Lin Yuan picked up the cube again, excitement brimming as he asked, so, system, with this gem energy, can I conquer heaven, earth, and even the air? Ding. What nonsense are you thinking, host? What can you possibly achieve with that? Ding. Once I digest this energy, I will craft a skill for you. However, prepare yourself. This skill will not be particularly powerful. It may only enhance a specific ability of yours. After all, the amount of energy I can absorb is exceedingly limited. Lin Yuan grew anxious, then absorbed more. The system regarded Lin Yuan as if he were foolish. Do you not understand why I call it a minor benefit? If I absorb too much, won't they retaliate? It's akin to working at someone's home. You may drink a little water, but if you attempt to take their gold bars, they would surely retaliate. Very well. Lin Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment, yet it was better than having nothing at all. Ding. Host, hurry and retrieve the mind gem. I will complete my task in 5 minutes, and I shall present you with the skill afterward. All right. Returning to the top floor of the building with Dr. Savage, Lin Yuan found everyone engaged in conversation. Loki had slumped to the ground, resembling a lifeless fish. Lin Yuan approached Natasha and said, "Sister, let me have a turn with the scepter." Without hesitation, Natasha handed the scepter to Lin Yuan. "This item is quite peculiar. Be cautious." "Rest assured," Lin Yuan replied, wielding the scepter as he sidled away, seizing the opportunity to grasp the mind gem atop it. Dog system, hurry. Ding. Understood, host. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan staggered back, returning the scepter to Natasha. "Continue with your tasks. I am off to buy ingredients. We shall have hot pot here tonight. If there is anything you wish to eat, do let me know," Lin Yuan announced to the group. Steve was the first to respond. "I want spicy and numbing. Beef tripe, duck intestines, duck blood, and brain matter. The rest is up to you. What time is it at Rabbit's place? I also wish to have some bean juice." Natasha and Barton quickly covered Steve's mouth and turned to Lin Yuan, saying, "Lin, just buy whatever. We're not particular. We'll eat whatever you bring." After finishing their conversation, the two individuals worked together to pull Steve aside. Lin Yuan looked on with a furrowed brow, realizing that their captain would not be returning. He quickly made his way to the Rabbit's abode, intending to find a reputable establishment from which to procure a selection of their delectable hot pot base and ingredients, thus sparing himself the trouble of handling raw materials. Seizing the opportunity while the restaurant staff were occupied with orders, Lin Yuan darted off to purchase a variety of specialty snacks and treats favored by both Steve and Tony, as well as several crates of fine wine for Thor to take back and sample. As for the fermented mung bean drink, he regretted to say that it was unavailable at this hour, and even if it were, he would abstain from purchasing it. Suddenly, his phone rang, and Lin Yuan managed to free one hand to answer. "Hello, who is it?" "Mr. Lin, it's me," came the voice on the other end, Zhang Xian. Lin Yuan smiled and inquired, "Director Zhang, what brings you to call? Is it convenient for you to speak? We would like to meet with you." I'm currently out shopping. Our team is gathering for dinner tonight. I presume you wish to discuss matters regarding New York?" Lin Yuan anticipated Zhang Xian's intent and addressed it directly. "Director Zhang, let me be frank. This is merely the beginning. Such occurrences will become increasingly frequent, so you must be prepared. However, for now, our home remains quite secure." After a long silence, Zhang Xian finally responded, "All right, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Lin." "Not at all, Director Zhang. Should you need anything, feel free to reach out directly." Upon concluding the call, Lin Yuan proceeded to collect the pre-ordered dishes. He had no concerns regarding the rabbit's attention to safety, as he recognized their true nature, though they often appeared as an adorable little creature. It was only when they revealed their fangs that one truly understood the pain of a rabbit's bite. Although this world's rabbit was strikingly similar to that of his past life in terms of history and societal evolution, he sensed that the rabbit here was far more complex than it seemed, likely concealing formidable strength. He hoped his intuition was correct. If not, he could always lend a helping hand. After all, he aspired to retire and enjoy a peaceful life at the rabbit's home. Speaking of druids and agriculture, he mused that the returns must be quite promising. Upon returning to Stark Tower, he found that the upper floors had been tidied up considerably. SHIELD had also sent personnel to wrap things up, with Loki and the Tesseract having conferred about Thor taking it back to Asgard. While Loki's scepter would remain in SHIELD's custody, Lin Yuan did not oppose SHIELD's acquisition of the scepter, viewing it as a hot potato he preferred not to handle. As for the Hydra situation, the time had not yet come to sever ties. It was not yet the moment for confrontation. That evening, on the top floor of Stark Tower, the Avengers gathered around a hot pot feast. Lin Yuan had procured an array of ingredients and broth bases, catering to various tastes, as aside from the peculiar Steve, the others would likely not tolerate excessively spicy fare. Steve took the initiative to teach the others how to prepare dipping sauces and enjoy the assortment of ingredients, while the use of chopsticks posed no challenge for the Avengers. To Lin Yuan's surprise, he discovered that Natasha also had a penchant for spicy food, as she was currently vying with Steve for the spiciest ingredient in the pot. Banner harbors a distinct aversion to organ meats and cannot tolerate excessive spiciness. However, he possesses a remarkable fondness for tofu. Tony, with his insatiable curiosity, has endeavored to sample everything, and having spent considerable time with Lin Yuan, his palate has gradually aligned with Lin's, allowing him to accept only mild spiciness. Little Chili rushed over in the afternoon, embracing Tony and trembling incessantly. She was nearly consumed by worry while watching the live news broadcast, and it took a considerable amount of comforting from Tony to soothe her anxieties. When Lin Yuan returned from shopping, she scrutinized him closely, relieved to find he was entirely unscathed, which eased her worries. Although affectionately dubbed Little Chili, she is incapable of handling any spice. Her preference lies with tomato hot pot, and she has a particular fondness for crispy pork. As for Thor, the simple giant, he is indiscriminate in his eating habits, consuming whatever is within reach, and prefers to snatch others' dishes rather than prepare his own. Regarding Barton, like Natasha, he has tasted a myriad of cuisines as a spy, though he avoids overly spicy dishes, welcoming everything else with open arms. Observing the lively scene around the table, Lin Yuan felt his spirits lift. Such days are indeed delightful, are they not? Meanwhile, in the corner, a pair of sorrowful eyes fixated on the jubilant gathering. Chapter 83. The first Avengers Assembly concludes successfully. Loki's hands were shackled with electronic restraints, and a muzzle was affixed to his mouth, primarily because he incessantly mimicked the speech of the Avengers, much to their annoyance. Observing the others indulging in a sumptuous feast, inhaling the delightful aromas wafting through the air, Loki sank into a despondent state. This condemned criminal was still afforded a lavish meal, and how utterly despicable it was for these earthlings to torment him in such a manner. Loki vowed never to submit, though he had faced defeat this time. He was certain he would rise again. But oh, how delectable it smelled. The desire to partake in the feast overwhelmed him. With his mouth sealed, he could not even salivate, only managing to whimper softly. Thor, hearing the sound, turned to see Loki gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Sighing, Thor filled a large bowl with meat and made his way toward Loki. Loki looked at his brother with a glimmer of gratitude, feeling a touch of pride. Surely, his brother still loved him. Thor selected a generous piece of lamb, drenched in sauce, and slowly brought it to his lips. Loki was stunned. Could this truly be his brother? This was uncharacteristic behavior. Surely, a brother would not treat him this way. Indeed, such a brother deserved to be dealt with harshly. The others watching this scene nearly burst into laughter. Lin Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing that this big oaf had indeed matured. Loki, infuriated, shut his eyes and lay still, retreating into himself. Thor chuckled and returned to the table, continuing his jovial conversation with the others. Meanwhile, the television broadcasted news about the earlier battle in New York. Despite the casualties inflicted during the New York incident, the team known as the Avengers offered solace to many. Their presence assured people that protection was at hand. I absolutely adore Iron Man, someone exclaimed. Why is there a panda? Is it a pet of the Avengers? Panda, panda. I love you, Thor. Hulk, so cool, roar. Superheroes in New York? Impossible. That panda is incredibly cute. Its roar distracted all the enemies. Critics contended that these so-called heroes should be held accountable for the disaster they had wrought. That bird is so impressive. I want to get it tattooed on my back. I love the giant panda. It was Captain America who saved me. Wherever he is, wherever they are, I just want to say thank you. Hey, brother. You have a little fan. Lin Yuan teased, nudging Steve with his shoulder. Steve chuckled in response. Mutual admiration, my friend. You're not so bad yourself. They exchanged knowing glances, bursting into shared laughter. Banner, are you full? Perhaps it's time to let Hulk out to play, Lin Yuan suggested, noticing that Banner had set down his chopsticks. Instantly, the room fell silent, and Loki instinctively recoiled, curling up to minimize his exposure. Lin Yuan observed the reactions of those around him and promptly clarified, rest assured, Hulk is quite well behaved. The crowd responded incredulously. Do you even hear yourself? He insisted, indeed. Hulk may have a temper, but at heart, he is a good child. Today, he has been quite helpful. With earnestness, Lin Yuan continued, look, I even bought him a little gift. As he revealed a gigantic lollipop, the audience fell silent. Are you sure Hulk will appreciate this? They questioned. Just as Lin Yuan unveiled the confectionery, Banner began to transform, causing everyone to tense up and fixate on him. When Hulk emerged, he neither wreaked havoc nor bellowed. Instead, he simply gazed at Lin Yuan with a pitiful expression. Lin Yuan then presented Hulk with a pair of oversized chopsticks, typically used for frying dough sticks. Hulk, you should eat some vegetables first. Only after that can you enjoy the candy. The onlookers were utterly bewildered as they witnessed Hulk obediently approach the table, sit down, and start picking up vegetables with the chopsticks. Is this really Hulk? Lin Yuan beamed with satisfaction. See? Hulk is so well behaved. The crowd conceded, you win. After everyone had their fill and engaged in conversation, Hulk sat quietly in a corner, clutching the lollipop. Suddenly, Lin Yuan spotted Steve carrying a familiar bag, from which he extracted an equally familiar box. He curiously inquired of Natasha, "Sister, did you all return to the helicarrier this afternoon?" "Not at all," Natasha denied. Just as Lin Yuan exhaled in relief, Natasha continued, "However, the captain instructed Fury to bring over some of his belongings. I wonder what could be so important that he was in such a rush." Lin Yuan's expression shifted drastically as he turned to see Steve opening the box he had just retrieved. Grabbing Natasha, he bolted outside, shouting, "Run." The captain is about to unleash something toxic. The others exchanged confused glances, while Barton's expression changed, prompting him to follow Lin Yuan out. The remaining few were left in bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. Before they could comprehend the situation, a noxious odor began to permeate the air. Turning around, they saw Steve entranced by something within the box from which the foul scent emanated. Tony reacted swiftly, dragging Pepper towards the elevator. Thor raised his hammer and leapt out of the window. Hulk gently set aside the lollipop and reverted back to Banner. Upon transforming back, Banner nearly succumbed to the stench, gagging as he rushed to the outside platform to inhale fresh air. Lin Yuan laughed heartily, addressing Natasha and Barton on his back. "Look at Hulk. He's become quite adept at this trick." The room was left with only the captain, who wore a satisfied expression, and a fainted Loki. Thus concluded the inaugural gathering of the Avengers on a high note. The following morning, the Avengers congregated in a clearing in Central Park. Today, Thor was set to escort Loki back to Asgard. "Thor, are you certain you do not wish to see Jane first? She truly misses you. And I can take you there quickly, so you can return in time this afternoon." A flicker of interest crossed Thor's face, yet he shook his head. "Not this time. Loki's matters take precedence. I must first escort Loki back for his trial. Lin, please take good care of Jane." "All right, I will." Lin sighed. Both of them are workaholics, which explains their eventual separation. A flash of blue light enveloped them, and Thor and Loki vanished from sight. Lin turned to the others. "What are your plans? Brothers and sisters?" Steve patted the motorcycle parked nearby and smiled. "This incident has left a profound impact on me. Since I have some time off now, I wish to explore a bit." Barton and Natasha exchanged glances, their expressions slightly pained. "We still have to return to work." Banner shrugged. "I'll stay here with Stark. After all, Hulk seems quite fond of you." Tony looked at Lin with a serious expression. "Lin, I am now contemplating that in a few months, you will be heading off to school. Have you decided on a major?" "Brother, I want to study Chinese." "Get lost." Chapter 84. Birthday gift. At this moment aboard the Sky Mothership, Miss Hill expressed her concerns to Fury. "Commander, they have all gone their separate ways. What should we do if something like this happens again?" "They will undoubtedly return." A familiar voice echoed from behind Hill, causing her to shudder. With difficulty, she turned to see Coulson smiling warmly at her. "Coulson, are you a ghost or a human?" Still beaming, Coulson replied, "What do you think?" "It was Lin who saved me, and he rescued many others as well." Only then did Hill recall the earlier incident when the enemy attacked the control room, and she had been flung away by a grenade, only to rise unscathed. She had thought herself the chosen one. "So it was Lin who saved me," Hill murmured, then turned to Coulson and inquired, "Coulson, why do you trust them so much?" "Because my hero has returned." It had been a month since the battle in New York, and the city was still undergoing cleanup and reconstruction. Stark Tower had been redesigned and renovated. Lin Yuan had also received a call from the young Spider-Man, who rambled excitedly, leaving Lin little room to interject. The boy expressed his admiration for each member of the Avengers, particularly emphasizing Tony's remarkable achievements. Finally, Lin hung up the now warm phone. Reflecting on how the young Spider-Man's greatest asset seemed to be his incessant chatter, he then journeyed to Wakanda, where Su Rue was deeply interested in matters regarding extraterrestrials. She insisted that Lin recount the specific events of that day. Upon hearing this, Lin thought, what an excellent opportunity to show off. He began to embellish his tale. "I transformed into a panda and charged from one end of the bridge to the other, leaving a trail of devastation and rivers of blood. Later, I noticed a monster chasing my brother Tony from above. I couldn't let that stand. He's my brother. So, I transformed into a great rock and went to avenge him. Those monsters scattered in all directions, and in the end, I grew weary of battling them one by one. So with a single flap of my great wings, I dispatched them all." Lin's grandiose storytelling was so vivid that he failed to notice Su Rue looking at him as if he were a fool. "Brother Lin, do you think I didn't see the news? You were the one being chased by a horde of monsters." Su Rue scoffed. "Nonsense. That was a strategic retreat. Keep dreaming. How can this be bragging? I am merely stating the facts. I truly defeated all the monsters with one move. Come back, and I'll continue to tell you more." On his way back from Wakanda, Lin sighed. Alas, this sister has grown up. She is no longer easily deceived. Upon returning home, he found the house eerily quiet and dark. As he stepped inside, he muttered to himself, "It seems Tony and Pepper are once again enjoying their private time." Suddenly, the darkness was pierced by a radiant light as Tony and Pepper emerged, cradling a birthday cake. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." The crowd joined in harmonious celebration. Lin Yuan, upon glancing around, noticed that apart from Thor, all the members of the Avengers were present, including Ethan, Happy, Rhodey, Coulson, and even Miss Hill had made an appearance. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Yuan realized he had forgotten that today marked his birthday. He quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Thank you all. Let's make a wish and blow out the candles." Pepper encouraged him with a smile. After Lin Yuan closed his eyes to make a wish, he extinguished the candles. The guests offered their congratulations, each presenting their unique birthday gifts, which Lin Yuan graciously accepted. At last, only Tony and Pepper remained. Lin Yuan looked at them with eager anticipation, ready to embrace his surprise. Tony smiled slightly and gestured. A red-painted suit of armor began to ascend gracefully, its vibrant hue reminiscent of dancing flames. "Lin, from this day forth, you are an adult. Therefore, I have decided to gift you this suit of armor. It is the latest achievement of my research, capable of being summoned remotely. Moreover, this color is your favorite, rabbit red. What do you think?" Tony said with a grin. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight and gratitude. He gently embraced Tony, his voice tinged with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother, thank you. I truly love it." Pepper, smiling warmly at the profound bond between the two brothers, then produced a small, exquisite box. She tenderly addressed Lin Yuan, saying, "Lin, I do not have any particularly special gift for you. This is a newly acquired villa of mine. Consider it your coming-of-age present. You can certainly continue to reside here." Lin Yuan accepted the box, his heart brimming with joy as he embraced Pepper, sincerely expressing, "Sister, thank you. I adore this gift." At that moment, everyone gathered around, gazing enviously at the gifts in Lin Yuan's hands. All right, everyone disperse. Lin, we have matters to attend to." Tony urged the crowd to scatter. Lin Yuan looked at him, puzzled. "Brother, I am fine." "No, you have a task at hand. You must cook." "Wait, what? It's my birthday, and you want me to cook?" Lin Yuan gazed incredulously at Tony. "Your culinary skills are commendable," Tony reasoned persuasively. With a sigh, Lin Yuan trudged into the kitchen. As he stepped inside, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have finally reached adulthood. Dog system, where is my gift?" "Ding! Host. Show some courtesy. How can one demand a gift like that? I don't care. Is there one or not?" "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Distant Horizons, the skill Mind Barrier, and a 16-slot spatial backpack." "Ding! The skill absorbs gem energy for your benefit, and the backpack is my birthday gift to you. How about that?" "Very well done, dog system. Now, be quiet. I'm cooking." "Ding! Humph. I shall ignore you." Lin Yuan, adjusting his pants, chose to disregard the system, causing it to sulk and cease its responses. Lin Yuan hummed a cheerful tune as he commenced his culinary endeavors. This was a serious task, and the matter of skills could be addressed later. In the kitchen, Lin Yuan was bustling with fervor, while outside, the others were reveling in delightful merriment. Steve, who was both inexperienced and playful, surprisingly found himself seated at a mahjong table with Tony, Banner, and Ethan, leaving one to wonder where he mustered the audacity. When Lin Yuan presented the dishes, Steve rushed over like a man seeing a beacon of hope, eager to assist with serving the food. Everyone gathered around the table, raising their glasses in unison. "Lin, wishing you a happy adulthood. Cheers." Following this, the group began to eagerly vie for the delicacies on the table, with Steve humorously lamenting why Lin Yuan hadn't prepared his favorite dishes. Lin Yuan shot him a sidelong glance, choosing not to engage, as his mind began to explore the newly acquired skills and items he possessed. Chapter 85, New Skills and New Items. As Lin Yuan delved into his consciousness, two skill descriptions materialized within his mind. Distance bridged. While in flight, your aerial form can traverse space. The distance you can cross increases with your magical potency, and the skill continually consumes mana during its activation, similar to the ability of spatial compression. Mental barrier. This grants your mind a protective shield. The shield can withstand mental damage and control, and it regenerates swiftly once breached. Its strength escalates in accordance with your mana intensity. Additionally, a brown package lingered in his thoughts, representing a spatial backpack. Spatial backpack, 16 slots. You possess a 16-slot spatial backpack. Its shape and color can be altered at will. It can attach to any part of your body, and it can be rendered invisible. Note, each slot measures 1 cubic meter, and each space can be utilized independently or merge with others. Lin Yuan marveled at the newly acquired skills in the spatial backpack. Wow, this system has truly changed its demeanor. The recent gifts have been splendid, he mused. Perhaps he should treat it with more kindness in the future. Refraining from calling it a dog system, the offerings from this little system were perfectly aligned with his aspirations. The distance-bridged skill enhanced his flight speed, and although he was uncertain of the exact distance he could now traverse, he believed that one day he would glide effortlessly across the cosmos. As for the mental barrier, it was even more remarkable. With his already formidable physical defenses now bolstered by immunity, to mental damage and control, he felt invincible. A smile crept across Lin Yuan's face. But he quickly composed himself. He could refine the backpack's design later. For now, his priority was to eat. As the dishes on the table were nearly devoured by his companions during his moment of reverie. "Hey, slow down. I haven't eaten yet," Lin Yuan exclaimed, joining the fray for food. After the meal, as the group engaged in post-dinner entertainment, Lin Yuan settled onto the sofa, contemplating how to design the backpack's appearance. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he excitedly murmured, "Wow, I wonder if this will work. If it does, it would fulfill a childhood dream." He then began to mentally adjust the shape of the backpack, which gradually morphed into the image etched in his memory. Before long, a semicircular white pouch manifested in his hands. "Yes, just like that," he exclaimed, affixing the pouch to his abdomen and reaching inside with both hands, mimicking the act of retrieving something. With a mischievous grin, he quipped, "Daxiong, Shizuka is taking a bath again. Shall we use the anywhere door?" At that moment, he couldn't suppress his laughter. Who is Daxiong? Who is Shizuka? What is the anywhere door? And why is he reaching beneath his abdomen? A flurry of questions arose as he glanced up to see Coulson and Miss Hill observing him with understanding expressions. "Cough, cough, it's nothing, nothing at all. Please don't misunderstand. This is merely the manifestation of my newly awakened abilities." Lin Yuan glanced down and noticed that his hands were positioned rather awkwardly. He quickly began to explain himself and promptly shifted the topic. "Old Cole, Sister Hill, why aren't you playing cards? Did you need something from me?" Coulson replied with a smile, "Lin, I'm here to express my gratitude. Thank you for saving me and for rescuing Hill and the others." "Oh, there is no need for formalities. It's merely a trifling matter." Hill shook her head, insisting, "How can you say it's trivial? You've saved many lives at S.H.I.E.L.D. Come on, let us not be formal. We're friends." Steve, overhearing their conversation, chimed in with a grin. "Indeed, let us not be so formal. Don't we owe Lin quite a bit? After all, the more debts, the merrier, right, Lin?" Lin Yuan gave Steve a thumbs up in approval. Steve rolled his eyes and teased, "But next time you save someone, could you please inform us beforehand?" When Coulson knocked on the door just now, we nearly attacked him. Everyone nodded in agreement, recalling that Banner had almost transformed into the Hulk. However, the Hulk eventually made an appearance, eager to partake in Lin Yuan's birthday cake. Lin Yuan presented him with a gigantic lollipop, which made the Hulk so ecstatic that he nearly wreaked havoc. Lin Yuan couldn't help but poke fun at Banner for being stingy. Working at Stark Industries and yet not buying even a single lollipop for the child was rather miserly. After the gathering concluded, Banner carried a lollipop home, while Captain America continued on his journey, having specifically returned to attend Lin Yuan's birthday celebration. The others dispersed to their respective homes. Once everyone had left, Lin Yuan donned the armor that Tony had gifted him, having longed to experience the sensation of wearing it. Once suited up, operating the armor felt quite novel, yet honestly, it was rather uncomfortable and restrictive. He took a few steps and performed a set of calisthenics before concluding his trial. As for flying, he decided against it. The flight mode was much more agile and swift, and he feared colliding with a wall while using the armor. He removed the armor and stowed it away in his spatial backpack, deeming it suitable for emergencies in the future. Tony and Pepper stood agape as they watched Lin Yuan somehow fit such a large piece of machinery into his body. Due to Lin Yuan's setting of the backpack to invisible mode, they were unaware of the pocket on his abdomen. Pepper, looking concerned, rushed over and gently touched Lin Yuan's stomach, asking anxiously, "Lin, are you all right? How did you manage to fit such a large piece of armor inside you? How did you do that?" Lin Yuan chuckled heartily and began to explain, "Brother, sister, this is my new ability, a fourth-dimensional pocket. Look." He then deactivated the invisibility mode of the backpack, revealing a semicircular white pocket on his abdomen. Tony's eyes lit up as he leaned in closer, scrutinizing the pocket. "Lin, is this spatial expansion or folding? What is the principle behind it?" "I'm not sure. How vast is this space of yours?" "It's approximately 16 cubic meters now." "Can it store living beings?" "I'm not certain." "Why are you so oblivious?" Tony scoffed. Lin Yuan, feeling aggrieved, replied, "I have only just awakened this ability. Then what are we waiting for? Let us test it out." Tony, intrigued by this newfound phenomenon, eagerly seized Lin Yuan and headed towards the laboratory. Reluctant, Lin Yuan protested. "Brother, today is my birthday. Besides, what time is it now?" Tony glanced at the clock, his hands never ceasing their movement. "It is already past midnight. Your birthday benefits are gone. Now, your brother shall impart the first lesson of adulthood." "No." Pepper helplessly watched as Tony dragged Lin Yuan away, having long grown accustomed to his erratic schedule. In the laboratory, Lin Yuan collaborated with Tony to test the various functionalities of the spatial backpack. "Brother, can you create one of those bamboo copters that allows a person to fly when worn on the head?" Tony stared at Lin Yuan as if he were a fool. "Worn on the head? Bamboo copter? Are you contemplating hanging yourself?" I suppose that is also a possibility. Indeed, the technology in comics is utterly unreliable. Before long, Jarvis provided the testing data for the spatial backpack. Firstly, living beings can be placed inside, but the air is thin, making it impossible for them to survive long-term. Secondly, the 16 compartments can be rearranged at will. Thirdly, the individual compartments are initially independent, but upon merging, they are regarded as a single space. Fourthly, the pocket can only be utilized by Lin Yuan, and those authorized by him may access it to retrieve items but cannot perform any other operations. Lastly, the flow of time within the space is consistent with that of the outside world, rendering preservation impossible. Chapter 86. The future has disappeared. Lin Yuan gazed at a testing report, nodding to himself. While it was not as extraordinary as he had imagined, it was still quite impressive. However, he pondered whether this backpack could hold infinite gems. If so, he could simply place them inside. And it seemed that Sweet Potato Head would be hard-pressed to find them, even if he searched the universe. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was mentally prepared. Estimating that such a possibility was slim, he would wait for an opportunity to test the gems when the time came. Speaking of gems, Lin Yuan suddenly recalled an event from the Battle of New York, when Master Gui had aided him. Should he express his gratitude to her? He thought about asking to see the time stone. Would Master Gui agree? Perhaps it was worth a try. Resolute, he decided to pay her a visit. After all, they had already crossed paths, and based on their previous interactions, Master Gui seemed quite amiable towards him. Brother Tony, I'm heading to bed, he called out. Go on, go on. Cast a rejuvenation spell for me. I'll be at it for a while longer. The following day, Lin Yuan intended to visit Rabbit's home to purchase some fine tea. He was uncertain of Master Gui's preferences, but one would assume a reclusive sage would enjoy tea. On his way to Rabbit's abode, Lin Yuan tested his newly acquired skill, Distant Shores. His speed had now approached nearly 30 Mach. And the spatial traversal effect of Distant Shores multiplied this velocity several times. However, with his current magical energy, he could only sustain its full power for about 10 minutes. If he used it intermittently, the duration would be significantly delayed. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan believed that one day he would harness this skill to traverse the starry seas. In that moment, this ability would truly transform into the legendary feat of shrinking the earth to a mere inch. His flying form would soar like a true rock, ascending to heights of 90,000 miles. Upon reaching Rabbit's home, he realized he had only spent a fraction of the usual time, just 1/10. This was akin to a tenfold increase in speed, and it was not even the result of him exerting his full strength. Lin Yuan was exhilarated. This skill was truly remarkable, saving him time on future visits to Rabbit S. After purchasing his items, Lin Yuan set off towards the Himalayas. Previously, he had lost his way passing by Kamartosh, yet he had no precise notion of its location, only that it was somewhere in the vicinity of the Himalayas. Thus, he resolved to seek it out. Upon arriving above the Himalayas, to his surprise, he quickly spotted Kamartosh. In the plaza, numerous novice mages were still training their foundational techniques. Lin Yuan instantly transformed into his human form and shouted, "Master, I've come to see you." All the mages turned to gaze at him in astonishment. And as a few approached to inquire, Master Gui emerged from the building, addressing Lin Yuan, "You've arrived, come here." Lin Yuan, undeterred, walked over. Gui scrutinized him, and then glanced at the items in his hands, asking, "What do you have there?" Lin Yuan presented the tea leaves to her, saying, "Master, I'm unsure of your preferences, so I brought you some tea." Gui received the tea leaves, examined them, and remarked, "The tea is quite good. Please fetch me a cup of milk tea, with ice and normal sugar." Huh? Lin Yuan thought he had misheard. "What do you mean, huh? Hurry up. I haven't had it in ages." Lin Yuan was oblivious to how he exited the room or how he managed to procure the milk tea. He merely felt that this esteemed individual was entirely different from what he had envisioned. When he dazedly returned, Gui snatched the milk tea from his hands, taking a large sip and revealing a look of satisfaction on her face, followed by a long, contented sigh. Observing Lin Yuan's astonished expression, Gui patted his shoulder and cheerfully said, "What are you standing there for? Come inside." As Lin Yuan foolishly followed Gui into the room, she took another sip of the milk tea and chuckled. "Did you think I was some ancient relic, aloof and detached from the world, sipping tea and playing chess?" Lin Yuan nodded, then vigorously shook his head. Suddenly, Gui's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. In a low voice, she declared, "I have safeguarded this world for centuries. Throughout these hundreds of years, I have engaged in countless fierce battles, vanquished innumerable ferocious invaders, witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties, and observed the emergence and prosperity of numerous nations." With each word, her tone grew increasingly intense. Lin Yuan swallowed nervously, his heartbeat quickening. Gui proclaimed, "I am the protector of Earth, the guardian of dimensions, I am the supreme sorceress." She paused, locking her gaze onto Lin Yuan, her eyes glimmering with a piercing light. Under her intense scrutiny, Lin Yuan's anxiety heightened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. However, in an instant, Gu Yi's expression transformed. Her stern visage vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. So what is wrong with my fondness for milk tea? Huh? Lin Yuan's forehead twitched with tension. This esteemed individual seemed to be harboring some eccentricity that nearly frightened him to death. Gu Yi burst into laughter, taking another hearty sip of milk tea, and cheerfully remarked, "Oh, don't look so glum. I was merely joking. You have no idea how immense our financial pressure has been in recent years. I haven't indulged in milk tea for quite a while." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan quickly interjected, "Esteemed one, can't you use magic to earn money? For instance, by employing the time stone to predict stock prices or lottery numbers." Gu Yi sipped her milk tea and shot him a disapproving glance. The time stone is not meant for such trivial pursuits. Moreover, when you observe the future to obtain something, you must inevitably pay a certain price. Lin Yuan nodded, albeit with a vague understanding. It seemed that earning money relied solely on one's own efforts rather than on foresight. He felt a tinge of curiosity about how this esteemed individual spent her leisure time, so he asked, "What do you usually do in your spare time?" "I used to utilize the time stone to explore history and glimpse the future. In recent years, with the internet available here, I've taken to watching movies and television shows. Speaking of this, the television series from the Rabbit family is truly remarkable, far more intriguing than my own historical studies." Lin Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed that the esteemed persona of this formidable figure could no longer be maintained. However, upon further reflection on the prowess of this individual, Lin Yuan reassured himself that all was well. The esteemed figure would eternally be impressive. "Esteemed one, will the future you perceive undergo any transformations?" Lin Yuan was eager to understand the implications of his arrival on what was to come. Gu Yi, biting on a straw, gazed at Lin Yuan and replied, "Since your arrival, the future has ceased to exist." Chapter 87. I can pay tuition. Lin Yuan felt a chilling sensation surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head. The words he had just heard were utterly disconcerting. What did it mean that the future no longer existed? Was it true that the world was facing an apocalypse? Lin Yuan gazed at Gu Yi in terror, seeking clarification. Gu Yi smiled reassuringly and said, "There is no need to be alarmed. It does not mean what you think it does. Lin Yuan, I find you quite intriguing. Your abilities are both remarkable and powerful, unlike anything I have ever encountered. Furthermore, I cannot perceive your past, nor can I foresee your future. However, I am certain that you will bring about significant changes to this world. Your arrival has altered many established facts, and the future is now brimming with possibilities. That is what I meant by saying the future no longer exists." Lin Yuan exhaled in relief. As long as it wasn't the end of the world, he could manage. "But, esteemed one, did you not express disdain for those who alter the future?" he inquired. "Who told you that I dislike changes to the future? It is merely that, often, we find ourselves ensnared within the confines of our circumstances. I have long grown weary of a monotonous future. Your arrival brings me joy." Though Lin Yuan struggled to comprehend fully, he sensed that Gu Yi bore him no ill will, and that was sufficient for him. Attempting to feign understanding, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed one, for elucidating my confusion. Do not concern yourself too much with this. It may be somewhat profound for you. Simply pursue what you desire," Gu Yi replied. Esteemed one, do you think I am incapable of understanding?" Lin Yuan asked. "Did you grasp it?" Gu Yi countered. "Not at all. Then that settles it. Oh, this esteemed one speaks so directly, leaving no room for dignity. May I learn magic here?" Lin Yuan suddenly inquired, curiosity piqued. Would mastering magic not compensate for his lack of offensive power? Gu Yi scrutinized Lin Yuan from head to toe before shaking her head. "Your soul is quite peculiar. I cannot discern its depths. You may stay here for a few days to try, though I believe it will be quite challenging for you to learn. How dare this esteemed one look down upon me? After all, I am a transmigrator. Aren't all transmigrators supposed to master dozens of spells?" Lin Yuan protested. "Esteemed one, please do not underestimate me. I, Lin Yuan, declare that I shall not return home until I have mastered magic," he asserted fiercely. Suddenly, Gu Yi stood up, disposed of her empty milk tea cup into the trash, stretched languidly, and approached Lin Yuan. Without warning, a golden portal materialized behind him, rapidly expanding. "Turn around." Lin Yuan complied obediently, only to find himself confronted by the golden portal. As he pondered the reason behind Gu Yi's actions, her voice echoed behind him. "Allowing you to stay for a few days is already a concession. You wish to reside here permanently? How fanciful. Off you go." In the next instant, Lin Yuan felt a sharp pain in his backside as he was unceremoniously kicked through the portal, landing at the entrance of a villa in a most undignified manner. As he scrambled to his feet, he noticed the portal shrinking to the size of a bowl. With a sudden burst of inspiration, he shouted, "I can pay tuition." The portal came to an abrupt halt, and after a considerable pause, the voice of the Ancient One resonated. "When you arrive, do remember to bring me some milk tea." Lin Yuan was at a loss for words. If she had merely requested tuition fees, it would have sufficed, sparing him the indignity of her kick. Moreover, She had just delivered a swift kick moments ago, and now she expected him to fetch her milk tea? Surely, her expectations were rather lofty. Very well, esteemed one. I shall certainly bring it for you. Lin Yuan replied with a sycophantic smile, feeling utterly compelled to acquiesce. He simply could not match her formidable presence. Humph. One day I shall exact revenge for this kick. With the endorsement of this powerful figure, Lin Yuan began to make arrangements for his magical studies. He proceeded directly to the underground laboratory of the villa to seek out Tony, who had been diligently occupied with the design and enhancement of the Iron Man suits. Upon his arrival, Lin Yuan was greeted by an array of various Iron Man armors displayed in the showcase. Bro, you've returned. What brings you here? Tony glanced up momentarily before returning to his tasks. Bro, I wish to discuss my plans for schooling, Lin Yuan stated earnestly as he settled beside Tony. Upon hearing this, Tony paused to give Lin Yuan his full attention. What are your thoughts? Well, I intend to travel to a place to study magic, which may require a considerable amount of time, hence I might forego attending university. Lin Yuan candidly expressed his intentions. Tony looked at him with a hint of surprise. Aren't you already proficient in magic? It's not quite the same. They belong to different systems, Lin Yuan clarified. Do you recall the Battle of New York? When a long line of foes fell all at once. Tony nodded. The memory vividly etched in his mind. He had assumed Lin Yuan had employed some form of magic. I'm going to learn from the powerful individual responsible for that, Lin Yuan continued. Realization dawned on Tony. Well, that's splendid. Go ahead then. There's no need for university. I doubt you would glean much from it anyway. Bro, that last remark was entirely unnecessary, Lin Yuan retorted. Following this conversation, Lin Yuan commenced preparations for his journey to Kamartash. Despite the Ancient One's assertion regarding his lack of aptitude, a sentiment he was reluctant to accept, he resolved to prepare for a prolonged endeavor. He first visited the rabbit's home to procure an abundance of snacks and essential supplies. Although his speed allowed him to return home with ease, he opted to reside at Kamartash, believing it would enhance his understanding of magic. Thank goodness the little system provided me with a spatial backpack. Otherwise, transporting all these items would be quite the ordeal. He stuffed the myriad of packages into the backpack, filling it to the brim, even placing the suit Tony gifted him into the laboratory's display case. Subsequently, he purchased a colossal bucket of milk tea, the supersized variety. Huh, take that for kicking me. Lin Yuan chuckled triumphantly. Upon his return to Kamartash, he navigated with familiarity to the door of the Ancient One's room, and before he could knock, the door swung open. At the entrance, Gui immediately caught sight of the enormous cup of milk tea in his hand, and his eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, quite impressive, aren't you thoughtful? Lin Yuan promptly presented the milk tea and then retrieved a bank card from his pocket. Master, this is my tuition. Gui did not accept the card. Instead, he summoned someone over and handed the card to him. This is my disciple, Master Modu. You shall learn under him for now. Furthermore, having accepted your tuition, I shall designate you as a named disciple. From now on, you may address me as your teacher. Lin Yuan bowed respectfully. Certainly, master. He then turned to Modu and bowed again. Senior brother. At this moment, Modu's faith remained unshaken. He was still a devoted admirer of Gui. Come along. Little junior brother, allow me to show you around. Modu enthusiastically took Lin Yuan by the hand and began to guide him through the wonders of Kamartash. Chapter 88. The struggle to learn under the guidance of Modu. Lin Yuan wandered through Kamartash, where he encountered a pre-smoky-eyed Cassius. Although Cassius appeared somewhat brooding at that moment, he greeted Lin Yuan warmly, who reciprocated the friendliness. After all, it would be unreasonable to take out frustrations on someone for events that had yet to unfold. Despite having acted similarly in the past, he also met the future librarian, the mage Wang. Wang, with a serious demeanor, greeted him earnestly, and Lin Yuan, delighted, shook his hand, aware that beneath Wang's stern exterior lay a somewhat reserved personality. Adhering to the customs of the rabbit clan, Lin Yuan had prepared numerous small gifts for each mage he encountered, modest tokens, yet brimming with the distinctive charm of his heritage. This gesture immediately elevated his standing among the denizens of Kamartash. The following day, Lin Yuan stood in the square, facing Modu, who spoke with a touch of severity. To master magic, a solid foundation is crucial. From today onward, you must come here daily to practice the basic gestures. Go on, he instructed, gesturing towards the line of apprentice mages, signaling Lin Yuan to join them. Obediently, Lin Yuan fell in line with the apprentices and commenced his training. He approached the practice with sincerity, understanding that the gestures he was learning were, in essence, the incantations for wielding magic, albeit in a different form. He relished the experience, envisioning how magnificent he would be once he mastered the art of magic. However, as time passed, Lin Yuan began to feel disheartened. Most of the apprentices who had begun their training alongside him, though not yet proficient in casting spells, could at least produce a spark. Yet, Lin Yuan found himself perplexingly unable to conjure even a single spark. He scoured the library, borrowing numerous tomes on magic in search of answers, but to no avail. Old Wang, Do you think I am truly unsuited for the study of magic? After another day of stagnation, Lin Yuan sought out Wang for a heart-to-heart. Over the past few days, he had often engaged in conversation with Wang, their bond strengthening, largely due to Lin Yuan's plentiful snacks, which Wang, a fellow enthusiast of treats, relished. Observing Lin Yuan's despondent demeanor, Wang gently patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. Lin, do not be so quick to surrender. Learning magic is no simple endeavor. It demands time and patience. Perhaps you have yet to discover the method that suits you best, but that does not mean you are incapable of mastering magic. Remember, I too commenced my journey from the very basics, but I have attempted countless times, each effort ending in failure. Am I truly devoid of talent? Wang chuckled softly. Offering encouragement, talent is not the sole determinant of success. What matters most is a steadfast belief and relentless effort. Trust me, if you persevere, your efforts will one day bear fruit. Lin Yuan, still somewhat dejected, replied, but the teacher said I lack talent and that mastering magic would be exceedingly difficult for me. Wang paused momentarily, then said, then you might as well give up. There is no hope. Hello, old Wang, your sudden change in attitude is rather remarkable. Lin Yuan looked at him with disdain. Just a moment ago, he was persuading him not to give up, and now he has immediately reversed his stance. Old Wang chuckled. What Master Gui says is undoubtedly true. You brainless fan. Lin Yuan decided to ignore him and sought to consult Master Gui for possible solutions. Upon seeing Gui, Lin Yuan called out in a prolonged tone, teacher, which sent shivers down Gui's spine. Spare me the flattery. If you have something to say, just say it. Gui, when alone with Lin Yuan, never exhibited an air of superiority. Teacher, after all this time, why haven't I even produced a spark? Lin Yuan inquired, looking at Gui with an ingratiating gaze, voicing his inner doubts. I have mentioned that your soul is quite peculiar. I cannot see through it. So I am unaware of the reason. Lin Yuan was taken aback. If even the master was oblivious, what was he to do? Teacher, would you like to try extracting my soul to see? Gui glanced at him, approached, and placed a hand on Lin Yuan's chest. Lin Yuan looked down at the palm resting on his chest, then back at Gui. Teacher, what are you doing? Gui calmly withdrew his hand, cleared his throat, and said, I have finished. Huh? Finished with what? Lin Yuan was bewildered. You asked me to extract your soul. I have done so. Lin Yuan was astonished. But my soul hasn't emerged. Gui shook his head. Your soul is too stable. I am unable to extract it. If even Gui cannot extract my soul from my body, could it be related to the system? Lin Yuan pondered silently and then addressed Gui. If that is the case, I shall take my leave, teacher. Farewell. With that, Lin Yuan dashed off, returning to his room to summon the system. Hey, little system. Come out for a moment. Ding, host, what is it? Lin Yuan recounted the earlier events to the system, and then queried, little system, was that you? Ding, host, indeed. The Druid panel combined with my enhancements has allowed you to reach a state of unity between spirit and flesh, thus stabilizing your soul. However, the Druid's natural energy permeates your soul, obstructing your ability to harness other forms of magical power. As the saying goes, success and failure are two sides of the same coin. Then why am I able to absorb the energy of the Infinity Stones and acquire skills of other types? Ding. How can you even ask? Isn't it due to your insistence on taking a share from me? Are you implying that the system can help me learn the spells of Kamartash? Ding. Yes. As long as you come into contact with objects infused with the energy of the Vishanti, I can borrow a bit of power back to create a similar skill for you. Just like the Infinity Stones? Ding, precisely. All right, I will seek out teacher to borrow the Book of Vishanti. Excited, Lin Yuan set off to find Gui. But then remembered something and asked the system, can you also borrow the power of the Darkhold? Ding, no. The dark magic will clash violently with your natural magic. If you desire to meet your demise, then do give it a try. Well, let us disregard that. What about the other spellbooks? Ding. I find those of insufficient caliber unworthy of my attention. You certainly possess a certain flair. Upon encountering Ancient One, Lin Yuan candidly stated, Teacher, I wish to peruse the Book of Vishanti. Ancient One was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Very well, you may retrieve it from the library. Was that a straightforward acceptance? Lin Yuan, filled with curiosity, inquired, Teacher, why do you so readily allow me to access such a significant tome? Ancient One calmly replied, regardless, with your intellect, you would hardly comprehend it. Lin Yuan, frustrating. I shall note this down. Chapter 89, the miniature portal since he was borrowing. Lin Yuan boldly requested to borrow the Eye of Agamotto from Ancient One. Without hesitation, Ancient One removed the eye from around her neck and handed it to Lin Yuan. Return it after you're done. As Lin Yuan accepted the Eye of Agamotto, he glanced at Ancient One with suspicion. Teacher, are you so easily parting with such an important artifact because you believe I wouldn't know how to use it? Just as long as you understand. No need to voice it. Lin Yuan was speechless. Indeed, that was the case. It was quite frustrating, yet she was not wrong. He truly could not wield it. Sighing, he decided to jot down a note for future vengeance. Little system, it's time to work. Lin Yuan grasped the eye of Agamotto and called out to the system. Ding. Understood, host. By the time Lin Yuan arrived at the library, the little system had already completed its task. After acquiring the book of Vishandi, Lin Yuan, in a state of boredom, began to read. 2 minutes later, he closed the book. Indeed, Ancient One was correct. He could not comprehend it. He could read the words. Yet when combined, they made no sense to him. Ding. Host, the energy has been successfully borrowed. I want to keep any for myself. It's all yours. Little system, you're becoming increasingly reliable. Thumbs up for you. Does this mean I can use magic now? Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Finally able to wield those dazzling spells. Although the druid skills were formidable, their effects were rather unimpressive. Ding. What are you thinking, host? With this little energy, you can at most create one skill, and it will be a weakened version. What? Only one? And a weakened version at that? What use is that? Lin Yuan's face fell in disappointment, yet he began to contemplate which spell to learn. Well, since it's a weakened version, it can only be the Mystic Gate. It has the least impact and is the most practical. With this thought, Lin Yuan addressed the system. Little system, I want the Mystic Gate. Ding. Understood, host. Please hold on. This skill will be ready shortly. However, I must inform you that the energy from the Time Stone will be somewhat unique, so prepare yourself mentally. Lin Yuan paid little heed to the system's mention of the Time Stone's peculiarity. His mind was solely consumed with anticipation for the skill he was about to acquire. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill Mystic Gate, modified. Lin Yuan was overjoyed. Finally, it was done. Just as he was about to try it out, a thought struck him. Little system, will I need a suspension ring to use this magic? Ding. No need. This is essentially already a part of your skill. Great. Lin Yuan hurriedly sought out Ancient One, eager to flaunt his newfound power and deliver a resounding slap to her face. Teacher, I've learned magic. Lin Yuan's voice echoed even before he arrived. Ancient One opened the door, her expression calm as she regarded him. Oh, is that so? Show me what you can do. The surrounding apprentice mages had also caught wind of Lin Yuan's proclamation and gathered to witness the spectacle. Watch closely. Lin Yuan commenced the ritualistic motion of spinning his hand to conjure a portal, though he could have easily dispensed with the theatrics. Nevertheless, he found that such an act imbued the moment with a sense of ceremony. As the spell was unleashed, golden sparks danced through the air, rapidly expanding until Lin Yuan stared in disbelief at the portal before him, which was no larger than a basin. A twinge of existential doubt crept into his mind. He hastily summoned the system. Dog system, why is my portal so diminutive? Ding. Host, you are being rather excessive. Just moments ago, you were all sweetness. And now you treat me as a mere servant. Enough with the banner, speak quickly. Ding. I already told you, the borrowed energy is insufficient. I can only produce a diminished version. The teleportation distance cannot be altered, so the size of the opening must be adjusted. Well, I suppose I ought to thank you then. Ding. No need for thanks, dear host. The assembled mages were doubled over with laughter, as they too had never witnessed a portal so small. Lin Yuan, exasperated, bellowed, what are you laughing at? Have you mastered the spell? If not, get back to practicing. The laughter ceased abruptly, and the group of apprentice mages, faces downcast, resumed their daily training. Over the past few months, the mages of Camartage had forged a friendly rapport with Lin Yuan, often engaging in playful banter. Thus, they bore his admonishments without offense. Yet, Lin Yuan's words struck a chord. Despite his minuscule portal, he had indeed succeeded, while they were still struggling to produce sparks. Dr. Strange observed the scene quietly, a flicker of surprise gracing her eyes. Upon entering the room, Lin Yuan returned the eye of Agamotto to her. Having tested it himself and confirming that the gem could not be stored in his spatial backpack, Dr. Strange donned the eye once more, then inquired with a smile. Have you learned any other spells? Lin Yuan shook his head, indicating his lack of progress. You've only mastered a portal. What is there to boast about? Lin Yuan retorted. Didn't you say I would struggle to learn anything? Look, I've already accomplished one. With a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, Dr. Strange replied. And what use is such a tiny portal? Lin Yuan defended himself. What do you mean it's useless? While it may be small, it possesses the necessary functions. Oh, since you've learned magic, you may return home now. You can open the portal yourself. Lin Yuan, bewildered, replied, am I not allowed to fly back? However, Dr. Strange fell silent, and he bowed to her before departing, intending to bid farewell to his friends. Strangely, as he stood before them, they seemed oblivious to his presence, as though he were invisible. It was then that Lin Yuan realized, without his notice, he had been pulled into the mirror dimension by Dr. Strange. Goodness. When did this happen? I felt nothing at all. Lin Yuan was taken aback, realizing why Dr. Strange had suggested he return through the portal. Attempting to fly back would indeed be futile. He wondered if his skill, distance no object, could breach the confines of the mirror dimension. With that thought in mind, he transformed into a great rock and began to accelerate. As the activation of the distant horizon commenced, Lin Yuan acutely sensed the resistance of the space around him. He felt that if he could just accelerate a fraction more, he would breach the mirror dimension. Observing from the shadows, Gu Yi was equally astonished. This young lad possessed an unusual ability to manipulate spatial forces, though he still appeared somewhat feeble at present. Ah, how intriguing this has become. It seems the only way out is through the portal. Upon landing on the ground, Lin Yuan opened the portal leading home. Gazing at the diminutive gateway before him, he found himself in a quandary about whether to crawl through. How utterly embarrassing. It resembled a dog-ass entrance in every way. Yet, an idea suddenly struck him. Transforming into an orange cat, he squeezed through. After all, if he were not human, what did it matter? A cat traversing a dog-ass hole seemed entirely reasonable. Emerging from the portal, Lin Yuan, now in feline form, chuckled triumphantly. Ha! Did you think you could witness my folly? Not a chance. He then began to exclaim, Tony. I'm back, but the words caught in his throat. Wait, where is my home? Chapter 90. The cost of betrayal. What was once a luxurious villa now lay in ruins. And Lin Yuan stared in bewilderment at the scene before him. What on earth has happened? Has our home been bombed? He hastily retrieved his mobile phone from his spatial backpack, and the screen immediately filled with a multitude of messages and missed calls. While studying magic at Kamartaj, he had donned a wizard's robe, which provided no place to keep his phone, so he had carelessly tossed it into his spatial backpack. Normally, he would have taken it out to play with during the evenings, but in recent days, he had been immersed in the library poring over materials due to his inability to practice magic, leaving his phone largely untouched. Lin Yuan quickly attempted to call Tony, but the line was dead. Even J.A.R.V.I.S. offered no response. He then dialed Pepper's number. After a single ring, the call connected, and her voice came through. Thank goodness, Lin, you finally called back. Sis, what happened? Why is our home gone? There was a KB attack at the Rabbit Theater, and Happy was severely injured. Tony got furious and exposed our address, resulting in an assault by a group of unidentified armed forces. I can't reach him. I'm so worried. Pepper's voice was tinged with urgency and concern. Don't worry, sis. I'm back. Where are you? I'll come find you. Lin Yuan finally grasped what had transpired. It was all orchestrated by a man named Killian. His team had developed a substance called the desperation virus, which granted individuals extraordinary strength and regenerative capabilities, as well as causing their bodies to emit extreme heat. However, this virus had a fatal flaw. If the fusion failed, it would result in a violent explosion, which was the very cause of Happy's injuries. All of this chaos stemmed from Tony's decision to stand Killian up over a decade ago in a misguided attempt to impress a woman. Once Tony's address was exposed, Killian dispatched operatives to bomb the location, and now he might also target Pepper. Lin Yuan realized he must stay by her side for her protection. Pepper disclosed her location. A roadside motel. Sis, no matter who knocks on the door, do not open it. I'll be there shortly. With that, Lin Yuan activated a portal, transforming into an orange cat and leaping inside. On the other side, Pepper watched as a burst of golden sparks suddenly materialized in the room, swirling and quickly expanding into a golden ring the size of a basin. Moments later, an orange cat sprang forth from the ring. She instantly recognized Lin Yuan and burst into tears of joy. Transforming back into his human form, Lin Yuan rushed to comfort her. I'm here. It's all right. Once Pepper had calmed down a bit, Lin Yuan noticed a woman lying on the bed, her face marred with numerous wounds. Who is she? Lin Yuan asked, aware of her existence but unable to recall her name. Her name is Maya, Pepper introduced. Lin Yuan nodded, saying nothing further, and took Pepper's hand, ready to leave. Lin, shall we bring her along? I fear that Killian may pose a threat to her safety. Little Pepper expressed her concern for Maya's well-being, pleading with Lin Yuan to take her. No, I cannot bring her. Lin Yuan firmly rejected Little Pepper's request, as he had to prioritize her safety. With a look of desperation, Little Pepper gazed at Lin Yuan, who sighed and said, I cannot take her with me, but I can provide her with treatment and ensure her protection. As for where she goes afterwards and what she does, that is beyond my purview. Acknowledging that this was Lin Yuan's final stance, Little Pepper could only nod in acquiescence. Lin Yuan first treated Maya and then adorned her with a wild mark. With astonishment evident in Maya's eyes, he took Little Pepper by the hand and stepped outside. Instead of using a car, he let Little Pepper climb onto the back of Deping, carrying her back to the villa he received on his birthday. When dawn broke the next day, Lin Yuan instructed Little Pepper to take him to the hospital to see Happy. He needed to ensure Happy's recovery. Upon arrival, Happy remained in a deep coma, his body bearing numerous severe burns. After asking everyone in the ward to leave, Lin Yuan utilized his healing touch on Happy, complemented by a rejuvenation spell. In mere moments, the burned skin began to peel away, revealing newly grown skin beneath, and the wounds healed rapidly. Soon, Happy let out a soft cough and awakened. Lin, Little Pepper. Still dazed, he called out to them before closing his eyes again. Lin Yuan swiftly slapped his abdomen, exclaiming, Why are you closing your eyes? Get up. Startled. Happy sat upright and realized he was nearly healed. Lin, is this your magic? It's incredible, Happy exclaimed in awe. Enough chatter, get up quickly. I need to find Tony. You are responsible for protecting little Pepper. Upon hearing this, Happy immediately stood at attention, declaring mission accomplished. Back at the villa, Lin Yuan continued attempting to contact Tony. But the calls remained unsuccessful. He also tried reaching Road, with no luck. With no other options, he could only wait, periodically dialing Tony's number. This continued until midday the following day, when the phone suddenly connected. Lin? Tony's voice came through, sounding strained. Tony, are you alright? Where are you now? Lin Yuan inquired urgently. I'm fine. I'm in Miami. Just finished a fight. The shield on Maya was your doing, right? Thank you for saving her. She is not a bad girl. Yes, I'm relieved to hear you're well. Do you need my assistance? Lin Yuan asked. I've managed to resolve things here. But Killian has escaped. He is attempting to kidnap the president, and I must stop him. By the way, how's little Pepper? She is well. Happy is protecting her. Tony sounded pleased. Really? And Happy is fine too? Haha. Lin, you truly are remarkable. Just a small matter. Is there anything you need me to assist with? Lin Yuan offered. No, just ensure little Pepper's safety. I can handle things with the president. Lin Yuan curled his lips, thinking to himself, what a trivial matter. As long as he is unharmed, the affairs of President Eaglesauce concern me not. With Tony now safe, Lin Yuan felt a sense of relief and promptly conveyed this good news to Pepper. At last, Pepper could set aside her worries. She had been on the verge of anxiety these past few days. As evening approached, Lin Yuan received a call from Tony. Lin, I have made a mess of things. The president has been taken by Killian. However, I have discovered his stronghold's location, and I have resolved to strike directly at the heart of it. All right. Provide me with the address, and I shall head there immediately. Patience. We must not alert our enemies, lest the president be placed in peril. Understood, brother. I will follow your lead. After hanging up, Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment before dialing another number. Brother, have you returned? Chapter 91. Fiery Passion. Steve was exceedingly delighted to receive a call from Lin Yuan. Lin, it's been ages. I've missed you terribly. Lin Yuan was skeptical of his words. You must be craving the delicacies I brought, right? Steve chuckled. It's all the same. Do you need something? Are you going to join me for a brawl tonight? The kind that's ablaze with passion. Is it truly the fiery passion I envision? Lin, you've only just turned 18. This isn't appropriate. Steve admonished earnestly. Lin Yuan was rendered speechless. Bro, did your travels scramble your brain? What on earth are you thinking? I'm talking about genuine fiery passion, I assure you. So, are you coming or not? On the other end, Steve's resolute voice rang out. I'm in. All right, it's settled. Prepare yourself. I'll come pick you up shortly. After receiving the call, Steve swiftly donned his gear, awaiting Lin Yuan's arrival. Suddenly, he witnessed a golden portal materializing before him, expanding rapidly. Steve immediately became alert, readying himself for battle, only to see an orange cat leap from the portal. Lin? Steve exclaimed in astonishment. Is this your new ability? Indeed, isn't it magnificent? The orange cat morphed into a human form, boasting. But why so diminutive? Is it a special form for your feline self? Brother, some things need to be vocalized. Let us go, we're off. Lin Yuan, unwilling to elaborate further, urged him to depart. At a harbor in Miami, despite the late hour, the area was ablaze with lights and bustling with traffic. Upon his arrival, Lin Yuan immediately spotted the president, clad in a war machine suit, suspended high above. Steve noticed too and curiously asked, Lin, are we rescuing that person? Who is he? That's President Eaglesauce. Lin Yuan replied casually. No way. You can't be serious. When was the president kidnapped? How did I not hear about this? Steve was astounded. Such a significant event had eluded him. This was utterly unreasonable. There is much more you're unaware of. The vice president is involved too. Steve was at a loss for words. What on earth is happening? The vice president participating in the president's abduction? What has become of this nation? Moreover, these were notorious KB members. The recent upheaval was orchestrated by none other than their leader, Masterman. Lin Yuan dropped another bombshell on Steve, who was now too overwhelmed to respond. Lin, I no longer wish to say anything. When do we engage? Patience, brother. Soon you'll experience their fervor firsthand. For now, let us allow my brother Tony to make an entrance. Tony is involved too? Steve queried, surprised. To put it bluntly, if we trace it back, Tony is the mastermind behind all this. Lin Yuan proceeded to recount the story of Tony and Killian, alongside the recent events. What? Your home was bombed? Lin Yuan pressed his forehead in disbelief. How could someone working in the largest intelligence organization be unaware of this? Don't you ever glance at the news? Steve offered an awkward smile. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. Is this mischief the doing of those individuals over there? Lin, do you really require our assistance to handle mere civilians? You may be overreacting. Civilians, you shall soon discover. Lin Yuan teased. Then noticed Tony and Rhodey lurking behind a shipping container. Look, Tony and Rhodey are over there. Let's watch the spectacle for a moment. Otherwise, Tony will surely complain about me interrupting his showboating. The two observed as Tony and Rhodey were sent scurrying in disarray. Steve, puzzled, inquired, why isn't Tony in his armor? Lin Yuan gestured into the distance. Isn't that it coming? From afar, a scattering of starlight emerged, transforming into a cascade of radiant armor. Goodness, with that many. Tony must have neglected Pepper for the past few months, Steve exclaimed, while Lin Yuan looked on, bemused. Brother, what has led you to such thoughts? Why has your perspective become increasingly peculiar? Realizing his own slip, Steve chuckled sheepishly. It's just what I've picked up from those online discussions. It's not my fault. He continued, with that many suits, we should be fine. Tony can handle it on his own. However, he then witnessed enemies illuminated in red light, ruthlessly dismantling the armored suits. Even those struck by the onslaught quickly recovered amidst the crimson glow. What on earth is this? Are these even human? These individuals have been injected with a substance called the desperation virus, enabling rapid healing and the emission of intense heat. Is that what you mean by fiery enthusiasm? Steve quipped. Just say whether it's fiery or not. From between clenched teeth, Steve managed a single word. Fiery. Haha, Tony's show-off act is over. Let us go assist him. It pains me to see those suits being torn apart. Lin Yuan descended, flying to Rhodey's side, who stood on the tower's walkway. Rhodey looked pleasantly surprised. Lin, Captain, you're here. He then began to vent about Tony. Lin, you have no idea. Your brother is quite inconsiderate. Look at all these armors. And he has even lent me one. I'm left with just this puny handgun to deal with these monsters. Brother, you can settle that with him later. Shouldn't you focus on saving lives right now? Lin Yuan pointed to the president suspended high above, smiling. Oh no, I forgot. The president is still hanging there. Lin, hurry. We need to get him down. Rhodey exclaimed, realization dawning upon him as he urged Lin Yuan to assist in rescuing the president. Why don't you do it yourself? The credit should rightfully go to you. I'll carry you over. With that, Lin Yuan grasped Rhodey and flew him to the president's side, allowing him to operate the armor and sever the ropes before returning to the ground. Upon landing, Rhodey donned the armor once more and swiftly evacuated the president from the scene. At this moment, Steve had already engaged with the enemy. Upon contact, he immediately sensed something amiss. These individuals possessed immense strength and exhibited a reckless disregard for their own safety. Caught off guard, he managed to maintain his composure thanks to his shield and exceptional combat skills. Lin, why are you just standing there? Come over and lend a hand. He shouted while sending one adversary crashing down from the construction crane. These lunatics are utterly fearless of injury. Lin Yuan approached with a mischievous grin. Brother, is this fervent enthusiasm what you had in mind? If you don't assist soon, I might just let you experience my own fiery passion. Lin Yuan shivered at the thought and promptly joined the fray.